It's been a whole year since the start of the series, and on March 21st, it was completed. It's been a wild ride, and to thank everyone and make my channel's videos easier to navigate, I've combined every single video into a trilogy of mega videos. So sit back and grab some popcorn as we face the truth of the complete Persona 4 Golden Diary. However, I wanted to give a quick heads up that from September 1st all the way to October 16th has been completely redubbed to fit my current mic quality. However, the originals are in a playlist if you desire to watch them instead. And all the months and events are timestamped if you want to skip to a specific part, but let's get into it. September 1st. Today is the first day of the second term, so I should probably head off to school. Getting to the school gates, Chie says morning, Yukio says morning, Chie sighs saying summer vacation's over already. Yosuke appears saying he got lost on his way here. Yukio admits that the vacation was pretty long, but Chie says it wasn't that long, sheesh. We walk past the gates and Naoto's here? He says good morning. Yosuke recognizes him as the pint-sized detective. That annoyed him, saying, I beg your pardon? His name is Naoto. Please don't give people bizarre nicknames you make up on the spot. Yukio tells Naoto that he knows this is a high school, right? Naoto is disgruntled and says that their cooperation with the police has come to an end. However, there are aspects of the case which he remains unconvinced. There are some family-related issues as well, so he's decided to stay here for the present. From this day forth, he'll be the first year at our high school. With that bombshell dropped, he walks away, not before saying that he felt like he should at least introduce himself to us all, and trust that our relationship will be cordial, before finally heading inside. Chie is stunned, saying, Senpai, that detective boy is underclassman? Well, that's a surprise. And with the first day, school begins. And it seems my brain isn't fully in the school mode as I get a question wrong. This might be what Yosuke feels like every day of his life, but eventually the school day ended. And the second years were together, Yosuke whining that school is as dull as ever. With the case closed, the days feel so empty all of a sudden, but Chie tells Yosuke that everything went back to normal. It's a good thing. He responds he didn't mean it that way, it's just, but Yukio had an idea saying that we're stopping at Jeunesse later, right? Why don't we ask Naoto to join us? That confuses us, but she continues that she just thought she doesn't know anyone yet. He must feel lonely. Yosuke says that didn't he come here to help out with the murder case? With the case closed, he's just an ordinary guy now. And if you think about it, that makes him a transfer student, just like us. That made sense, Yosuke, that's when I knew he was a fake. Suddenly, Rise says hello, appearing as Yosuke continues saying maybe he transferred here out of plain stubbornness, cause he doesn't like he's only in it for fun. Rise is confused, but Yosuke decides to go with the plan and let's see if he wants to hang out with us. Chie says that a celebrity coming to the school is already a surprise, but a detective is even rarer. She's a little curious to see what his family's like too. Yukiko adds there's that and the fact that he's a detective at his age. And we go over and find Naoto, but it seems girls have already captured the detective.
You don't know the area yet, right? There's probably tons of places to hang out that only we'd know about.
That won't be necessary. I'm not interested in hanging out.
Huh? What's with that attitude? We're just trying to be friendly.
Jeez, wait a minute. Yo, Naoto-kun, how's it going?
Oh,
Hey guys, sup?
well...
Well, that's one way to make an impression. Naoto says so we meet again and asks how he may help us. Chie asks Yukiko if he's not doing anything later after school, if he may want to come with us. That confuses him, saying, come with? You mean me? He thinks on it and says perhaps another time. He has some things he needs to mull over. That confuses Rise, but Naoto adds that he must go home straight away today. He promised his grandpa, so Kanji is surprised Naoto has won, but Chie says, oh well, that's that then. Let's hang out another time. With an odd agreement, time passed, and the team was at Jeunesse. Yosuke starts off by saying, did we see Naoto's attitude? He sure blew his debut at school. Is he going to be fine at Yasogami? Yukio says he is different, but he has this mysterious air around him. That draws your attention. Yosuke responds that he never knew she liked younger guys, but she simply responds that's not what she meant. Kanji is quiet as Chie says that Naoto said he had things to mull over, but he's gonna be talking about the murder case. Yosuke says that he's some ace detective, right? He bets he's not satisfied even though the case is closed. Chie knows that's true, but they both look down as Chie says that this place isn't our special headquarters anymore, eh? Let's talk about something else. Yosuke remembers that isn't the class trip coming up soon? Where are we going? Yu-Gi-Oh says Tatsumi Port Island. She heard it's an artificial island that faces the ocean. It's a pretty big city. Rise knows that place, saying she's done a ton of shoots there. It's just beyond the Moonlight Bridge, yeah? Should be lots of places to hang out there, but Chie gives us the bad news, saying, actually, we may not have any time to goof off during the trip. Yosuke's confused as she says she heard the school board is changing the trip schedule this year. The idea we're going to visit a private school there, like to have a local and urban student interact or something. It'll be about studying and serious business. Yuck. Rise lets out an and they say they're totally missing the point of a class trip. Yosuke's a little disgruntled, but asks what kind of place is this private school. She responds that she's only heard it's really good. They have nice buildings and everything, but it's closed on the day that we're going there, so they're going to have to go an extra mile and make sure it works. They want us to tour some factories on the second day, and then we're going back on the third day. Yosuke cries that it's no different from social studies field trip. Oh, he didn't even want to know that, but Kanji says that you can't expect much from a school-sponsored trip. I guess, well, we'll be around, so if it starts to drag, we can ditch. That confuses Yosuke as Rise says she'll show us around. Yosuke says we're in different years, but Yu-Gi-Oh informs Yosuke that the excursion will be like the camp out. They're going to combine the first and second years. Since student enrollment is down, they're low on funds. They cut the excursion back to once every 2 years. Kanji says that at least we won't be bored with his senpais around. Rise is trying to remember the last time she went to Tatsumi Port Island and wasn't working, saying this will be great. Yosuke wishes he could be that positive about it, but doesn't it seem like a pain in the ass to anyone else? Chie says that some people were against the proposition, but it's been decided, and guess whose idea it was? King Morons. It's just the kind of thing he'd come up with. I feel Yosuke here as he cries out, why must King Moron torture us from beyond the grave? Teddie cries out King Moron's name as he suddenly appears. Kanji tells Teddie he doesn't even know who that is. As Teddie asks us for more information about the trip, where is this Port Island? What's there? But Yosuke tells him that he has to go back to work, as Chie says that even though the class trip is coming up, it's still a ways away, asking what should we do until then. Kanji says that it's not like we got much to do here in the first place. Man, it's just like an animal trying to figure out how to kill time throughout the days. Weird analogy as Chie says that Kanji sounded like he was trying to be philosophical, but yet it made absolutely no sense. Kanji apologized, Yu-Gi-Oh chuckles, and the night came. With gardening and with the summer event over, I decided to plant some watermelons. But I doubt these will be cracked by Nanako. But with gardening completed, I folded some crayons for that sweet, sweet understanding boost, and then went to bed. September 2nd. Walking to school over here, two students talking. He feels so tired coming to school, so sleepy. He can't believe that he was early for class every single morning until just about a month ago. His friend replies that he's so lucky compared to her. She's been studying for the actual exam all summer, and by the way, she's so relieved that they caught the guy behind those murders. She was surprised that it turned out to be a student. The guy says that he's seen so many shows interviewing the police by now. He's so sick of it. I hope Adachi and Dojima can't be hassled too much, as I spend the day at school. And when it finished, a storm started to brew, so I decided to head to the shrine and give the fox the good news about the Emma request. As it hops down from the shrine, I let it know it's done. And like the previous times, it ran around me happy, and it's done checking the offering box, and my bond has deepened. I feel bad to call it out during a thunderstorm, but I hang out with it for a little while longer and then head home. During the night, I went back to the shrine, caught some bugs, and then I decided, since it's Friday, to work as a janitor. Cleaning, I feel like I'm being watched, but I ignore that and get boosted my courage as a middle-aged nurse came up to me asking me if I can stop cleaning here. They're going to be needing this room, so can I get all of my cleaning supplies out of here? Sounds fair to me, but I ask, at this time of night? She says that Uehara, one of the nurses, just collapsed. That shocks me as she continues to saying that she needs rest, but the doctors on break are using the lounge, so she seems overworked, but don't tell anyone. She said that she'd rather not get hauled on for an interview. I agree with her, and I think most people do, as she asked me to help her as the nurse lays her down in the bed and injects her with a syringe. Sayoko wakes up sighing, saying she didn't have to do that. She was just a little wobbly. I say overworking, I hear. She says that they're trying to get rid of her. She always pressuring them to do their jobs. she's lucky they didn't tie her down with an IV. She's alright now, as she gets up and says she'll be going. She's still set on continuing her work. What should I do? I think on it and I say, physician, heal thyself. She tells me to shut up before pausing and saying she might be able to save someone's life. She needs to do what she can. She can't spend time worrying about herself, otherwise she'd never be able to face him. I ask her if he would want that. She says, of course he would. Wouldn't he? Pausing and looking away, saying that she sees she was doing it for herself. And she wanted to escape the pain. She was working hard to avoid feeling anything at all. She sees that now and laughs at herself, saying she's so stupid. I can see her holding back tears as she says she gets it. Yeah, she gets it. And thanks me. She tries to smile as I feel like I've given her the support as our bond deepens. She tells me that she's going to rest a little while longer and says that I can go now and not to look at her. I understand as I leave Sayoko and go home, not after being paid 6,500 yen for my work, of course. September 3rd. With school over for the week, I decided since it's Saturday to check if Marie wanted to hang out, so I can keep my promise to help her find her lost memories. And she did, so I spent the day with her as I decided to take her somewhere calm, which was the floodplain. She starts by bringing out the comb, saying she doesn't get this. What is she supposed to do? The lady at the store said this comb was something special. I responded that she called it old, actually. She nods to agree, adding that she said she never seen one like this before, trying to recall what she said. Mosaium? Galari? Would there be combs there? That doesn't make sense. What are they going to use them for? I say they're antiques. She replies that, and what? You mean old and dirty things? But maybe it is. Just like those, this comb has no point. Marie nods, seeming impressed, asking me if I know anyone who knows about stuff like that. I think about it and decide the old man at Daidara considers himself an artist, even if it's a different type, so maybe he knows something. So I decide to tell Marie about him. She's surprised, saying that this town has a lot of weird people here. Tell me about it. But she tells me let's go and maybe we'll find something out. Sounds good to me, and we get going. Now that we're here, we have a small look around his wares. Marie saying that he sells these? Who would buy them? Battle nerds like Chie, obviously, and for the TV, but she doesn't know that. Suddenly I hear Teddie's voice. Something about stuff being so heavy. He enters the store and says good day to me and Marie as they strike up a small conversation. Teddie appears to say that it looks like he's stumbled across a big scoop. Well, I say it's not like that, as he says he knows that, saying I'm not the kind of guy to sneak around and try and hide a girl behind my back on the investigation team, not knowing that me and Chie are secretly dating. Even Yukio says that of course he isn't, letting out a hee-hee. Oh, does she know? Marie asks who that is, looking at Teddie. Teddie calls Marie cruel, saying she has already forgotten about little Teddie, and after all that heavy patting she gave his fur. But Yukio realizes that's right, she's never met Teddie out of his costume yet. She thinks and then realizes who it is. Teddie! Oh, kindness and fur. Teddie jumps for joy, saying, correct, that's his Emi-chan. This is love. This has to be the power of love. Marie casually responds that it's not. That bumps Teddie out as Yukio asks what we're doing here. Thinking, shopping, she guesses. I say we're doing research. She's confused about why here, as Marie brings out the comb, asking Yukio if she knows what this is. Teddie says this is, as Yukio adds that it's a very unique comb. What about it? I say we want to learn about it. She sees and says she doesn't know anything though. Teddie also never seen that before, but it's really nice. Nice and shiny. Yukio now understands why we're here. The owner does seem like he would know about antiques. I know to agree as Marie knew it, but will he know anything about it? Yukio is not sure, but let's ask and find out. As Teddie proudly says to leave the interrogation to him. This is going to be something, alright? As Teddie says, hey, buddy, we gotta ask some questions. He responds that, well, unless it's about art, he's not getting any answers. And Teddie immediately folds, hiding behind Marie. Good job, Scaredy Bear. But Marie comes up to the worker and asks him if he might know anything about this, showing the comb. He looks and says, comb? He doesn't sell seeing it, calling it a beaut. Good craftsmanship. Pretty old, too. And yet, it doesn't show much wear. It's perfect. Almost too perfect. Where'd she get this? Yukio takes control of the conversation, asking the blacksmith if he knows anything about it. saying we'd be grateful if anything he could tell us. He looks at it and says, nope. It's a comb, definitely, but whether it's just an accessory or part of a festival, heck, he doesn't know when it was made. That makes Marie disgruntled, saying, I see, but tells her to hold on there. He can tell at least here what it's made out of. It's not your average bamboo. It's something similar to a rare type of bamboo that grows in the Chugoku region. But Marie says, but it's not. The smith nods to confirm, adding that it's definitely not normal bamboo. It's beautiful though. You'd almost think it's something from another world. Teddie asks what world is it from, as Marie says she doesn't understand, as she suddenly remembers something holding her head. That causes all of us to make sure that she's alright. She looks like she's in pain. I ask if she remembers something. She tells me to hold on. Her head feels like it's splitting. The old man says for her, hold on. He has a med kit around here somewhere, leaving to go check. Yukio says she'll go look for some medicine too, and maybe faster to get some from a neighbor as she leaves and Teddie joins her, which leaves me to make sure that Marie is safe. She holds her head for a little longer and says, what is this? What the heck? She doesn't get it. This is bugging her. Something pops up, then it just disappears. Just when she had it, I tell her to take it easy. That annoyed her, saying she wasn't doing anything. Her head started hurting and then it makes her angry. She still can't remember anything. She's trying hard to regain her memory. I can sense her urgency as a bond deepens. Marie, defeated, says that she's going home. Her head still hurts. I thank everyone for their help and then escort Marie to the Velvet Room and then went home. And during the night, I make some cranes, hoping soon that I'll get the next understanding rank, but today isn't that day. But I completed a set and got an antibiotic gel as a reward and then went to bed. September 4th. I have a day off from school, which means it's Sunday, which means Tanaka time. Today I bought the charm, drape, and heavy soup combo for 21,800 yen. And with that wish granted, I went outside and went to the floodplain. To meet the old lady, I know she didn't want to see me, but I just can't. And it seems she felt the same way, saying that a part of her was hoping that I would come anyway. And is happy I did. And we get to talking like we usually do. She starts by saying she was half expecting me to come and half thinking that I'd given up. Being non-committal, floating around, never deciding to be on a thing nor another. Can a man understand that? I say I do, and she really responds that she sees. She supposes this kind of feeling isn't gender-specific, as she smiles, adding that she just remembered something. Before they were married, she does remember that her husband and her could only meet once a year, yeah? So they'd exchange letters all the time. She'd wait by the mailbox every day, wondering when his next letter would arrive. The days one would come would fill her with joy, but she also felt that reading it immediately would be wasteful. But she wanted to reply so badly. She would grow impatient and read it carefully over and over. I ask her what they were talk about, and she's honest, she's forgotten after all this time. Smiling, continuing telling me that if I find someone to love, try writing a letter for them. Just one line conveys so much more for your feelings than 100 speeches. She smiles nostalgically, and I can feel some of the loneliness she is bearing as our bond deepens. She admits that she actually lost the letters he'd sent her. She thought she kept them in a safe place, but she supposes she doesn't need them anymore anyways. She looks sad. Having those letters again would cheer her up, but I don't know where to start. But for now, I left Haisuno and then went home. And during the night, because I'm desperate at this point, I work on folding cranes for those understanding boosts, but once again, no rank up. And with the hope of maybe tomorrow, I went to bed. September 5th, heading to school over here, two students talking. One saying that they don't see the police in town anymore. She saw on the news that there are still some loose ends to that case, but the police are ready to end everything. Her friend says, the what? Oh, you mean those murders? You still thinking about stuff like that far back? Ignore that. The school trip is on Thursday. Both the first and second years are going. She might end up in the same group as Reset. She is so looking forward to it. Her friend replies, sheesh, you can never even cared about idols until now. I wouldn't call it a trip, but I'll keep that opinion to myself as we head inside. And in class, I make up for my previous failures as I get a question in class correct. And as soon as it started, school was finished. And Teddie's here. Why is Teddie here? He asks me if I'm on my way home and goes on about being all excited for when school is over. This feeling of freedom is such a rush. I ask him flat out why is he here. He just responds that he's visiting and wanted to see what it's like to be a student, and wanted to know more about this school thing that everyone goes to, and plans to come more. I can see this being a problem, but I just have to hope Teddie is just not, Teddie. As I head into town and invite Naoki to hang out, and he accepts, and we found ourselves enjoying a meal at Aya. He says this place is pretty good, huh? He usually eats a lot here due to it being so close to home, but for some reason, he hasn't done it lately. I ask if it's due to being busy at store. He says no, he's actually pretty free right now, especially now that he isn't a part of the Help Association. He smiles, adds the liquor store is pretty busy, but he can't do much to help. Actually, it's not their business that's busy. He pauses and says that most of the media has stopped coming around, but if there's nothing new to report on, sometimes they'll pop up. And lately, neighbors have been coming one after another. Poor thing, they'll sob. Even the lady from the neighborhood association came. Funny how she never spoke to Saki before. They tell him that he needs to live an admirable life for his sister's sake. I can only imagine how awful that is. He says it's suffocating, shaking his head and asks, what exactly is an admirable life anyway? Good question, man, but I say I don't really know. That made him say that I'm looking for the answer too. Life is hard, huh? Even though we're already going through it, it's like we're still learning how. As he laughs awkwardly and apologizes, he just seems to talk about odd things when he's around me. But how I see it, he's slowly opening up to me as our bond deepens. But he says we should eat. Chinese food isn't good once it's cold. That causes the eyes owner to stare at him, which makes Naoki smile, and soon we finish eating and we go our separate ways. And during the night, I once again do folding. I really want these boosts, but once again, I'm not getting that rank up. But at least I got an antibiotic gel, but for now, I head to bed. September 6. It's a rainy day, which means, well, nothing really, but Teddie at school again, so that's neat. Anyways, I decided I should get my next request. However, so I went to the shrine and meet the fox. It hopped down and gave me my next request. The request was written in a calligraphy brush, wishing to see the guardian of Shirichi Beach once more before he dies. I think this might be the old man, so I accept the request, making the fox happy, but he won't be out in this miserable weather, so I decided to Mega Beef Bowl challenge after all this time, but couldn't do it. I got the courage, diligence, and understanding boost out of it, and then went home. And during the night, I wanted to hang out with my uncle, but I didn't have a persona that worked with him. So I went to the Velvet Room, and once again, I stumbled across one of Marie's poems.
All you clowns. Hey you! How long you gonna wear that ugly mask? You know you ain't got the guts for this task. Cover yourself with paint. You're acting like you ain't afraid of what you got in store for your fate. You think you got me? Well, that's too bad, 'cause I ain't stupid enough to get had. So drop the pathetic act. I wanna dance, and that's a fact. Now quit your gawking and start to react. Yeah. Now dance.
I swear these get weirder and goofier the more I read them. Suddenly Marie appears, annoyed at me, saying she told me not to read these, calling me a jerk, and it doesn't mean anything. She's not dancing for anyone, and says why don't I just dance my way off a cliff or something. I swear I saw Margaret smile, even for a fleeting moment. But Marie stops and then says that, anyway, I hate you, stupid clown, don't read my stuff. And with that all done, I got what I wanted, went home, and then spent the rest of the night with Dojima. September 7th. Heading to school bright and early, Kanji calls out saying morning, and he's with Yosuke, an interesting pair, as Yosuke says yo and asks if I'm ready for the trip yet. Kanji won't shut up about it. Kanji replies that Yosuke hasn't even started packing. He's all like, what was that tomorrow? What's up with that? Yosuke tells Kanji that he's way too excited about this, like, you're even worried about how many boxes of animal crackers to bring. Listen, Yosuke, man's gotta get his secret penguin. But he continues that we're only gonna be there for 2 nights, dude. Besides, he's pretty sure there are convenience stores on Port Island. Kanji asks if he's serious. He never really left this place, so never changed Kanji. But Kanji wonders if the murders here got as much play over there, too. That confuses us, but Kanji states he's talking about Mitsuo Kubo. They're still showing him on TV here. Every time he switches on the tube, the news is showing, like, what he wrote in his yearbook. It pisses him off, man. The media is slapping together anything they can find to make the dude look like a born criminal. People think that they can say anything they want about a guy who's branded a criminal. It's just not right. I respond that's just how it is, unfortunately. Kanji responds that he still hates the guy's guts, but he doesn't know. After getting involved with all this, he starts to realize how off-base most rumors are. It's so messed up. Yosuke admits that the news can be pretty out there. Suddenly, Yosuke notices something and calls out Naoto's name. He appears and Yosuke asks how's it going, but as he was going to say good morning, Kanji remembers that he's on duty today and laughs it off saying see you later, running away. See you later, Kanji, but it just leaves Yosuke aside, calling him the messed up one. But eventually, we went to school, and honestly, nothing happened today. But after school, something did. I went to hang out with Naoki. We went to Sozai after he finished helping his parents. He continued a story he was telling me about his classmate, Messiah, made up an excuse for why he was late, and he said the wind was really strong. And that got the teacher pissed off, saying, "Shut your eyes, all of you," he yelled and started scolding us. But no one knew why we had to close our eyes, so it was really awkward. But after scolding us, he starts class and yells out, "Who wants to answer?" I know, Messiah, answer the question. And Messiah says, "I can't see the board with my eyes closed." The teacher lost it right there, and the class became a free period. Naoki laughing, seems like he's having a good time. I decided to tell him the tale of failure. The time me, Yosuke, and Kanji went to score chicks. Sounds good to me, and he starts laughing his head off, saying, "Really? Oh man, that's hilarious," and he's overcome with laughter. And he admits that he feels like it's been a while since he laughed. We continue to chat as two housewives walk past. One tells the other, "That kid, remember? The liquor stores." She responds, "Kenichi-san, right?" Well, this isn't going to be good, as the other one says that their daughter was killed. The other replies, "Poor thing." The other says something about a psychic on TV said that their ancestors committed some sin. She heard their store faces the northeast, and that's what brings in all the bad luck. The other says that the boy looked cheerful. You figured he would be sad. That's pretty cold of him. The other replies that siblings close in age aren't that friendly to each other. Her son and her daughter are. They continue walking. Why they stopped just to say that is unknown. But honestly, I wanted to get up and speak to them, but I decided not to. I don't think Naoki would want that. As I say, let the gossipers gossip. And he agrees, saying, why would he care about what random people think? He knows someone understands him, and that's enough. That cheered him up a bit. Those roving eyes are always around somewhere, but he's used to it though. It seems like they've only satisfied unless he looks like a victim. That's why it's been so long since he's talked to someone about stupid things and just laughed. It's fun. He's smiling cheerfully as I feel our bond deepen. He laughs it off and says that he's probably making me feel uneasy, and says we should go home. He wasn't, but we parted ways and I head home. When I got home, Nanako welcomed me back and says I'm going to be gone tomorrow, right? She'll watch over the house, as the Juma tells me that there's a package for me. Nice, my kimonos arrived. I collect them, and since the school trip's coming tomorrow, I should get some rest. And I don't think I'll be updating this diary until I'm back. So until then, see you later. I just got home, and there's a lot to talk about, so let's get into it. September 8th, and the school trip started on that day, so I got going, and it was a surprisingly long trip, but we got to the gates of the school, Gekkoukan High. Yosuke looked around, commenting that what's up with this place? The school's way too big. Well, that's how private schools are, man. Yosuke commenting that if we can't beat them in size, we're totally sunk. As the principal starts talking about their fine education institution and the reasons for its establishment, saying he'd like to start with a proverb. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. Chie yawns, asking Yu-Gi-Oh if the principal is in love with his own voice or what. Yu-Gi-Oh responds that he'll hear you, but the principal says that their school is closed today, but because this is a rare opportunity for cultural exchange, some of their students will walk through these halls. First though, a student body representative will say a few words. The lady next to him thanks the principal and walks up to us, welcoming the first and second years of Yasogami to Gekkoukan High School. Her name is Chihiro Fushimi. She's a third-year student and the student council president at Gekkoukan, and it is an honor to meet us all today. Yosuke says, holy crap, that girl's unbelievable. Kanji agreeing with Yosuke, calling her cute. Yosuke adds that she's the most bewitching, bespectacled beauty he's ever beheld. Chie tells the two love-struck men to stop overreacting, as Chihiro continues that this is the first time their school has invited another student body for a cultural exchange. To learn about others is to learn about oneself, and is the first step on the road to self-betterment. This, she believes, to ensure a worthwhile experience for each and every one of us, they will do their best to help accomplish that. So let us enjoy our time together. Thank you very much. Chie looks down after the speech, commenting that she has her beat in every category, And with the speech done, Kashiwagi tells everyone to get in groups with their classmates. As soon as the others leave and the investigation team left to talk amongst themselves, unbeknownst to me at this time, Chihiro forgot something during her speech and approached me asking if she could bother me for a moment. She handed me something telling me that it's today's schedule for everyone and asked if I could hand it out later. She forgot to do it herself. I take it from her and she apologized for being so disorganized. You all came so far. I tell her that she's doing a great job. She replies no. She's still struggling, even with everyone's support. She's barely pulling through. She used to get nervous very easily and once had a phobia of men too, in fact. She didn't write the speech on her own. One of the former student council presidents helped her. She was the president her first year here, and she was amazing. She always looked up to her. She could call her later and tell her that the speech was a success. She then suddenly apologizes again, saying she's going on and on about herself. She has to stop babbling when she gets nervous. She says that to herself, and tells us that our group is scheduled for a special lecture soon. The classroom is on the second floor, but she has some arrangement to make with Inaba's student council, so please excuse her, as Chihiro leaves. Yosuke asks us if we just heard her say special lecture. Yukio looks at it and let's see. Our class it's being taught by someone named Mr. Edogawa. The lecture is about Kabbalah. Chie asks, Kabbalah what? Kanji says she doesn't know. It's a casino. I don't think it is, man. But Yosuke asks, when is our free period? Chie checks and tells him the bad news. We don't get one. What? Chie continues, we have classes all through day tonight and tomorrow. We'll be staying at a hotel. We'll have free time tomorrow and the day after until we leave at noon. Yosuke disgruntled says, you've got to be kidding me. But Yukio tells us, let's just focus on our studies for now, so we can enjoy our free time later. Yosuke is disgruntled, but Yukio is right, and eventually the class started. Mr. Edogawa likes big words, calling Yasogami High the high school of many gods. He changed the schedule and decided instead of talking about Kabbalah, he has something else in mind, and talks about something which I don't know why engrossed me, Japan's oldest tale of curses, asking us if we know the gods who created this country. At least he assumes. The two gods who gave birth to this country are the god Izanagi and the goddess Izanami. Wait, my persona's name is Izanagi. Is it the same? It continues that the two got along until Izanami died by giving birth to Kazuguchi, the fire god. Saddened by this, Izanagi left for the land of the dead to bring her back. There, Izanagi asked her, who became a dweller of the land of shadows, to come back with him to the land above. She replies that she will negotiate with the god of the underworld, and asked him to wait. However, Izanagi became curious and broke his promise, and sets his comb alight to look around. Wait, could this be related to Marie's comb? It was stated to be old, but what he saw was Izanami, whose body was completely covered in filth and maggots. Terrified, Izanagi ran away, but enraged Izanami chased after him. After dodging the many demons that sent after him, Izanagi was at the entrance of the underworld, Yamotsu Hirosaka. He set in a place a large boulder as a barrier between the two worlds, and got away unharmed. When the dreadful goddess reached the boulder, he says his farewell to her. The curse is known as Kotodo. Curses beget curses. And Izanami said to the god, if you're going to treat me this way, I will kill 1,000 humans in your world each day. Izanagi regretfully accepted the bonds between them I've severed, saying, then I shall give birth to 1,500 each day. Thousands die and thousands are born. That is the curse upon this country. It concludes by saying that many of us have already known this famous story. He continues after that, but I lost interest, and eventually we survived the long lecture during the trip. Somehow. But eventually, night came, and we were heading to the hotel. When we got there, it seemed that Kashiwagi already introduced the other students as they were going inside. Yosuke comments that, isn't there something funny about this place? Chie asks, is there? We don't have these modern hotels in Inaba, so she can't tell. Rise knows something, saying that this area is called Shirakara Boulevard, and Yosuke tells Rise, it's alright, he doesn't think he wants to know. Suddenly a mysterious voice calls out, but it's familiar, saying, faster than they expected. This is quite the hotel. If they were to meet me, I wonder what they would look on Yosuke's face would be. Hearing his name caught him off guard, saying, who's that? And they look up there, and what do you do? Oh, hey, it's Teddie. Yukio gasps, saying, it can't be. Teddie leaps off the building and crashes into garbage, but he seems to be fine, I guess humming and happy with a shooby-dooby. Kanji asks Teddie, what's he doing here? Teddie says that the lonely bear inside of him went stir crazy Risei annoyed, saying if only she could detect people in the real world. Chie asks how did he get here? Does he have some special ability? Teddie proudly says he took the train. He swore off Topsicles and saved up the money he got working at Jeunesse, and he knew where we were thanks to Yosuke's trip guides, and says you guys have free time tomorrow, right? No use of hiding it, he already knows. But Yosuke asks a good question. How in the world did he make it here looking like that? Like, why wear the bear costume here? Teddie admits that he was almost thrown in the trash a couple of times, but he kept hanging onto the promise Chie made to go on a date with him. That's what gave him the strength to carry on. Chie is a little put off that, but says, good job, Teddie, and asks, did she promise that? Oh yeah, she kinda remembers saying she'd go out with him someday. That made him happy that she remembered, and asked if it's okay with Yukiko and Risei too. That's not how it works, Teddie, but Yu-Gi-Oh says that they should all go together then, and asks if it's alright with him. He doesn't seem happy, but it's a deal. Risei says that she's been here before, so she'll show us around tomorrow. She guesses we can go shopping first, and she knows a great place we can hit later on. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. But Teddie loves the idea of shopping chuckling. Chie says that the other students don't know Port Island that well, so they're just gonna go wherever the school recommends. Yosuke admits that a shopping spree beats a factory tour, so we're in too. That makes Risei happy, telling us to leave it to her, but Yosuke says that before the fun begins, we have to deal with Teddie. Kanji says, can't Teddie sleep outside for the night? That suit should keep him nice and cozy, but Teddie cries that the cruelty to animals. We don't know how much trouble he went through to get here. He took the slow train all this way. Do you hear? The slow train! Kashiwagi suddenly comes out and says, now, you kids aren't bickering about your room allocations, are you? Teddie is frozen still as Chie says crap, but she asks what's the matter and sees Teddie, asking what's with this giant teddy bear? I said I made it in class in a panic, and comments, I must have some nimble fingers. Chuckling, I don't like this, but she says to hurry on inside with it, and says that the rooms are amazing. Every room has a waterbed, but tells us not to flip the wrong switch when we're turning on the lights, or the bed will start spinning. Why would a bed need a spin? But she left before we could ask. But Chie says that she's looking forward to tomorrow. Yosuke agrees, but he's exhausted for so many reasons. As everyone heads inside, I should go inside, but I have to do something about Teddie. I touch his head, but he doesn't react. He's doing his best to act like a stuffed animal, and I can sense Teddie's strong trust as our bond deepens. Teddie breaks the silence, saying he needs to pee. As I now try to move him, pee is hard to get out of that man, and that's how the first night ended. September 9th. Day 2 of the school trip, we toured Tatsumi Port Island, and at the night, Risei took us to a place called Club Escapade. Kanji is blown away, saying, so this is a club! Chie says that she's totally ready for this, Yu-Gi-Oh adding that there's nothing like this back home. We turn and suddenly we notice someone familiar. It's Naoto! Naoto asks if it's permitted for high school students such as ourselves to be here. Yosuke says, look who's talking. You were here before we were. Yosuke remembers that he guesses if first years came on the trip, Naoto would be here. Naoto comments that the clientele here seems above board, so he doesn't expect there'll be any problems, and walks away. Chie asks if he's leaving, and Yu-Gi-Oh invites him to hang out. That shocks him, asking if we're asking him to stay. Yu-Gi-Oh confirms, saying that we didn't get a chat last time. Naoto responds that it's just he had some matters to attend to that day. And Risei asks, well, you're free now, right? She was eager in talking to him. She's curious in how someone his age is working as a detective, and Yu-Gi-Oh adds to the pressure, and he agrees since we insist. Yosuke teases Naoto, saying that he looks a little red. Naoto says, that's not true. And Risei tells us to wait here. She's going to reserve the area upstairs for us. Yosuke replies, okay, and then realizes she said, saying, what? Reserve? Risei tells us not to worry. She thinks she could pull some strings, and she walks away to do that. Risei is dangerous when her mind's put to it. Suddenly, Yosuke notices that Kanji hasn't said anything, only to see him looked away, asking, what's wrong, man? Stomach pains? He looks at Yosuke, noticing Naoto, and then looks away, saying, that ain't it. He seems disgruntled. Risei did pull some strings, however, and reserved the second floor, and we all make a toast. Chie asks Risei if this is right. Isn't it expensive? Risei says there's no worries. 2 years ago, she had a secret show here, and the power went out in the middle of it, and the gig was cancelled. They still owe her for that. So they're willing to put this one in the house. Sounds good to me, as Chie says she's going to order more. Teddie adds that he's not going to hold back either. That confuses us. Kanji's saying that Teddie sounds even weirder today. Teddie slurring his words, says that Kanji's so cold. Suddenly, Teddie gets an idea. Kanji. I conjecture that something's up. Laughing, calling that a great joke. If you want to tell yourself that. Yosuke comments that Teddie's already in high gear. Suddenly, Yukiko's face seems red. But not only that, but she laughed at one of Teddie's jokes. Something is seriously up. Kanji says that Yukiko is looser than usual too. Yosuke thinks he knows this might be saying, are these drinks liquor? Rise, seeming placid, says she told him to give her soft drinks. They're non-alcoholic. Pausing and promises she did that really. Chie panics, saying, she was wondering why it's so hot. Kanji questions if it really is. The smells before he could say anything. Rise gets up and shouts, King's Game! That made us all look at her as she states, at times like this, adults play the King's Game. It's the law. Right, but Rise complains, saying, what's that problem? Make her act like a ditz. Call her reset and stuff. And then say she's a kid. It's so obvious. Those rap parties get a lot funner after she goes home. And gets mad that she's gonna play the King Game now. And then nobody gonna stop her. Yosuke says that another side of Reset is exposed. He wonders if she even knows what she's saying. Rise yells Kanji's name and orders him to get the chopsticks ready. He confuses, asking why him? She doesn't care, being annoyed at his response, telling him the king's word is law. Chop chop. That makes us panic a little, Yosuke asking it's already started. In a moment, the chopsticks appear. Chie asks, what's the king's game again? Yukiko happily tells Chie, saying one chopstick makes you the king if you draw it, and the other has numbers on them. The king picks a number and says what the person has to do. But who has which number is a secret until the king gives the orders. It sounds innocent, but Rise calls Yukiko an adult and adds, you tell him. But Chie is more shocked that Yukiko knows that, asking where'd she learn that stuff. But Rise is commanding, telling everyone to draw. I decide on the near one and it's number 6. Rise asks, so, who's king? Teddie stands up. Teddie is red. Teddie is king, he cries out. Yosuke knows that we're already doomed. Teddie is starting. Teddie decrees that the person he picks has to smooch him without delays. Smooch! That's a high bar to set and makes Chie slightly panicked. Teddie prays to God for him to be granted a girl, saying number 3. Kanji panics. His number is likely 3. Teddie sees his reaction and tries to change it, likely Yosuke's, as he says no takebacks. Teddie takes this seriously, saying Kanji. So you're after my fuzzy fur, and says it's his first time. Be gentle, and lunges at Kanji. He cries out, quit that! Don't make me flatten you, damn it! And cries out for help. Sorry, man, the king's game is absolute. As Rise brings it back, saying, only the first round and the 2 contestants are dropped out already. Chie asks, is this kind of game? Seeming flustered. But she decrees onto round 2. I decide on the far one, and this time it's red. I'm the king. Rise asks who it is, and I raise my hand. Chie is relaxed, saying I'm somewhat decent, so no crazy orders this time. Yukiko shuts it down, saying that's not how it goes. If the last king demanded a smooch, then the next order's gotta be more extreme. It tells Chie not be such a party pooper. As she laughs, Rise brings up the idea of the person picked should have their head resting on the king's lap. Yukiko thinks that's tame, saying they should sit on his lap. Rise has the idea that they should hug him, but Yukiko thinks even better, a piggyback ride. Those feel way less extreme than a smooch, to be honest, but Rise puts me on the spot, asking who's it doing do what? As I stare at them and I demand 4 to give me a piggyback ride, and Yosuke's a lucky person, complaining that there's 3 goers and he gets chosen. Rise reminds him that the king's orders, and Yukiko finished it with absolute. Yosuke swallows his pride, saying this is not cool, man. I give him a piggyback ride, while he does his goofy poses on my head, and asks if they've had enough, right? And asks for some mercy. I suffered along with Yosuke as I feel my bond has deepened with him, but I enjoyed myself, honestly. Yukiko decides to skip the rows and say, she's next. Her. She's the queen. Actually, the queen. Yosuke calls her out, but she doesn't care, saying, let's have someone talk about something really embarrassing that they would never want to tell anyone. And she chooses Naoto, once again avoiding the rules. Yosuke calls this out, telling Naoto to just ignore Yukiko, but Naoto is fine, saying it won't be necessary. But on one stipulation, though. If he does this, The rest of us must reveal something as well. Rise agrees with this. That shocks us, but Naoto admits nothing particularly embarrassing comes to mind. We're discussing his life be fair game. It's a rare situation that lets him cool to speak on such things. Yosuke comments, way to kill the mood. But Naoto continues saying that the Shirogane family has been a detective for generations now. They lend their powers to the police from time to time. Chie is surprised about their family being detectives for generations, saying it's likely that guy from the movie she saw, wondering, what was his name? Kuzu Noha? Naoto continues the story, saying in days gone by, when there were no crime scene investigators, consulting detectives was considered more valuable. His grandfather still had a strong connection with the police and looks after him, despite his youth and inexperience. But investigators nowadays are all versed in science and medicine, so he must further his studies. Yosuke comments that it sounds tough, and stops it and says that's it, no punchline. But Naoto says that he fears Yosuke may be looking to the wrong person for that. Yeah, that's fair, but Yu-Gi-Oh just laughs saying, that's so embarrassing! Isn't Naoto embarrassing? Yosuke is disgruntled with everything, just saying he wants to go home. Rise adding that she's sleepy and falls asleep. But Naoto says it's our turn now. He wants a straight answer, please. What is our true involvement with the murder case? Yosuke says, you know, you're so good at killing the mood, it's almost funny. But Yu-Gi-Oh is glad to tell, saying, like a man woman, we are rescuing people who have been kidnapped by jumping into the TV. We're shocked, should be honest, but Naoto is just confused. She continues, and then we do stuff like persona with our personas and beat the crap out of shadows. Yosuke calls Yukiko an idiot for revealing all that, but Naoto is just disgruntled, letting out a sigh, asking if we're making fun of him. Rise gets up, saying, it's true, persona, and then sitting back down and falling asleep. Chie comments that somebody should put these two drunks to bed already. Naoto, annoyed by it all, says that he sees now that we have no intention of telling him the truth. But he's curious, how did they become inebriated? This isn't alcohol. Yu-Gi-Oh laughs it off, saying, good one, Naoto. But he says that he confirmed that when he first entered, no alcohol has been served here since a rash of drunk driving last year. Chie, hit with a realization, is confused too, chalking it up to maybe we're all drunk off the experience. What? Yu-Gi-Oh says, who cares? It feels so good. Good night, and then falls asleep. Kanji asks us, how the hell are we gonna get these two passed out drunks? Yosuke sighs, saying that all of this is just giving him a headache. Asking, is this what a hangover feels like? Teddie says that he's still totally ready. Let's keep drinking. Till morning. Rise says, bring it on, falling back into slumber. Naoto restates that we haven't been drinking alcohol, and asks if we're a pack of imbeciles. Yep, talking long enough, Naoto. But with that, the second night has come to an end. And I'd rather not say how hard it was to carry two drunk people across an island, except carrying 2 sacks of potatoes. But with that, day 2 was done. Which leads to September 10th. The final day, we hit up a ramen joint on the island. Chie comments that this is really something. Rise says that this place serves the best ramen in town. When they were filming, a lot of the time she'd come here instead of eating the boxed lunches. Rise notices Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't eating, asking if she's not hungry. She asks, what happened last night? She can't remember that much. Was she actually drunk? Rise responds that she thinks the two of them fell asleep quick. But she heard it got pretty wild though. Yu-Gi-Oh understands, but she doesn't remember it at all. And we got back to eating. Rise is enjoying her ramen, saying that the flavor never changes. She can't come here too often because it's high on carbs. So being able to eat as much as she wants is like a dream. Yu-Gi-Oh agreeing, saying that this is delicious. It has an interesting taste that makes you hungry for more. Rise agrees, saying, see? See? Teddie cries out, for another bowl, please keep the noodles hard. A man comes in ordering the Hagakure bowl. As Rise says, that's a normal menu item now? Ah, she should have asked. A little disgruntled, but says, oh well, this is just as good. Yosuke asks Rise a question on if it's okay for her to be out in the open like this. Rise says it's no problem. See those signing boards? Her autograph's up there too, but the cook doesn't give her a second glance. That's just how it is over here. Plus, she's barely wearing any makeup. We look up and sure enough, it's there. You get commenting on the large amount of autographs on display. Chie puts her own thoughts on it, saying she thinks the reason they don't notice is because Teddie sticks out like a sore thumb, and guesses if he wore that over there, he'll have to go home wearing it. Oh yeah, true. Kanji asks Teddie if he's steamy inside from the ramen. He doesn't respond, too. Busy eating. As Yukio realizes her bowl was missing, asking where it is. Teddie stops eating and looks at Teddie, saying, "You didn't eat it, did you?" He says that she didn't finish it, so, That angered Yukio, saying, "She was going to finish it, and Yosuke asked you to order more than a second ago. How many have you eaten?" Teddie admits that he doesn't know how to count, but Yosuke calls him a liar and asks for the check, and he looks 1, 2, 10 bowls! Teddie says that Yukio's makes it 11, burping. Yukio is a little disgruntled, still saying that she was going to finish hers. Chie comforts her as Naoto apologizes for the interruption. However, it's close to the meeting time. Chie asks already? She thought the trip was going to be a bore, but now that it's over, she actually had a good time. I agree with that. Chie brings up the idea of buying a souvenir at the station. She bets Nanako is expecting one. That's a great idea. I think and decided that a lamp sounds good. As Yosuke says, "Alright, let's get going," and tells Teddie that we're leaving, but Teddie is unresponsive. Yosuke tries to get Teddie's attention of poking him. No response. Kanji says not to rub his fur the wrong way. "You little..." Kanji has a look, but Teddie stays motionless, saying, "Dude, hey, he ain't moving," asking if he's hibernating. That makes us panic a little as Chie brings up the idea of, "Is this because he's been in our world for too long? Is it?" Rise seems to agree with that, the idea of calling Teddie's name out, but he breaks the silence, saying that his tummy is heavy. Alright, Yukio says we should just leave him behind. Wow, a little extreme, Yukio. Teddie says that he ate too much, he can't move, someone carry him. Naoto is the first to get up and says he mustn't be late for our rendezvous, and if we'll excuse him. Yukio joins Naoto as Chie says for Yukio to wait up for leaving too. Teddie cries out that he really can't move, and he doesn't have the money for the return ticket. We all look at him as Yosuke prays and says farewell. "Teddie, we shall leave you here, along with our memories of youth." And the bill. As everyone leaves, prays for him, and we head to the rendezvous point and then head home. Thankfully, the days of the school trip passed by safely, and not only that, but it was pretty fun. Nanako hears me open the door, coming to see me, and asks if I had fun. I ask her to come with me next time, and she's happy to do it, saying sure. She wants to go to Destiny Sea too. There's a roller coaster that goes whoosh into the water, and she keeps talking about it happy. I remember about the souvenir I got for Nanako, handing it to her. She's surprised, but really happy, thanking me, looking at it, saying, "Whoa, cool!" She seems to like the lamp, so that's good. Suddenly the door opens. It's Dojima. Nanako says hello to him. He sees that I'm back. Must have just missed each other, huh? Nanako tells her father to look. Her big bro got her a souvenir. He nods and asks Nanako if she remembered to thank her big bro, and she said of course, and we went right to her room for the new item. Dojima looks at me and says he guesses that came out of my own pocket and thanks me, and says, "You went to Tatsumi Island, yeah? Guess the city is no big deal for a guy like me. Well, lived there most of my life." He just sit down and asks if the first years went along. That means Naoto Shirogane must have been there too. And asks if we talked to him much. I answer his question with a guess so, yeah. Dojima says that the kid is mature for his age, but he's still a year younger than me. Try to make friends with him, will ya? He's a cocky brat, but he's honest. The higher-ups are losing their patience with him. It doesn't matter if his arguments hold water or not. At this rate, he won't accomplish anything but getting himself booted off the team. Adults are a selfish bunch. Dojima has a kind look in his eyes, and then realizes, apologizes, saying, "I must be tired," and says, "Why don't I take a bath? Oh, but don't forget to take your stuff upstairs." I nod as Dojima tells Nanako if she can get a bath ready, and after that, I am now here writing this entry, and I can head to bed, not before my bath. September 11th. Pretty straightforward like most Sundays. Check the TV for those sweet, sweet commodities. I bought the Inaba trout and dry ice combo, mostly so I can feed that cat sometime. But speaking of fish, I'm not sure how to catch that sea guardian, so I'll have to find out more about it. I think to myself as me and Nanako do gardening, and after harvesting the melons and planting paprikas, I went to hang out with Marie. She didn't seem to be in a good mood, but we still went. We went to the riverbank again, but Marie seemed quiet. Marie looked at me with a blank expression, then demanded me to bring out a dolphin. She wants to see one. She's gonna count to 3. By the time she does, she better see one. Got that? Marie seems to be irritable today, but unfortunately, I'm not a magician. She does her counting and asks where's the dolphin. Hello? And then, this sucks. She looks miserable as she sighs. I ask her if her head hurts. She says it doesn't. Her head doesn't hurt as long as she doesn't think that much. She seemed somewhat absent-minded, as she says it doesn't matter anymore. She stopped trying to remember, adding that there's no point trying to look for any answers. In the end, she couldn't figure out anything anyways. I say to not give up, which only annoyed her, saying, what can she do about it? She can't remember anything. Thinking, making her head hurt, and even if something comes up, it vanishes in the next instant. And then gets annoyed, calling me a stupid and a jerk. Suddenly, she has one of those headaches. I see if she's fine, but she's just annoyed with everything, telling me just to leave her alone. She hates this. Her head hurts. All she wants to do is just to remember. I can sense her heart-rendering emotion as our bond deepens. Marie hits her lowest point, giving up on the idea of finding her memories. I won't let that happen, but for now, I take her to the Velvet Room and then head home. And during the night, I decided enough with the origami folding for one night and hanged out with Dojima. Dojima took Nanako to my room for some reason and started talking. I look at his face, he seems to have something in his mind. He asked me if I could cool Nanako down here, and I take my time. I do as I'm told, and Nanako seems confused why she was sent to that room, but then she sees a cake. Surprise, asking, what are we celebrating? Dojima comments that today is a special day for us. That confuses Nanako, asking, special day? Dojima says, that's right. Today is the day when we all become family. That confuses Nanako, asking about before. Dojima panics a little, saying he didn't think about the wording, and brushes it aside, saying that it's the day we become a real family. She still doesn't fully get it, but it makes her happy. Dojima's happy to hear that and says, let's eat. And we all sit down and enjoy the time we spend with each other. Nanako eventually spent all of her energy and then went to bed, leaving me and Dojima. Dojima apologizes about making me have to go along with all that. I told him it was fun, and he responds by calling me a nice guy, and says he felt like he needed to do this to draw the line, and he wanted Nanako to know, she has to know, how important of a daughter she is to him. He pauses and says she's looking more and more like Chisato. Her smile, her strong attitude. It was hard for him to even look at Nanako's face because she reminds him so much of Chisato. She died because she went to pick Nanako up. There are times when he'd come close to believing that, but even then, he can't count the number of times she saved him by just being here. Being honest, saying if he was living by himself, he never thought about taking me in. He believes he was scared of having someone else around. He was afraid he'd become a family, and then lose it all again. He was running away by chasing a guy who'd ran away himself. It's almost funny. He looks sad when saying that. He'd been scared this whole time. It's why I used revenge as an excuse, not to spend time with her. I tell him, has he stopped running? He nods to confirm, saying, that's right. He can't make Nanako wait any longer. Running, regretting, that crap all ends tonight. He's not going to lose that thing that are important to him. Never again. I can feel Dojima's strong resolve as our bond deepens. Dojima's smile is telling me that this is the strength that I've shown him, and he thanks me. And with that, I spent some more time with him, but I eventually went to bed, but I'm glad that Dojima is looking to the future instead of looking back at the past. September 12th. I won't lie, Kashiwagi's lessons just kinda like white noise after a while, but hey, knowledge boosts are nice. But after that, I went to talk to the old man who gave me the fishing rod. I asked him all sorts of questions. I'm trying to probe him to see if he's the person who made the Emma request, but he wasn't budging. I just know he was the person who did it. Maybe if I went to the beach, maybe he'll talk, but I'll need to ride my scooter around more, so I'll do that when I'm not busy, because for today, I spend the time with Naoki. We're going to Aya as a housewife runs up to Naoki to asking him if he's coming back from school. You shouldn't be wasting time here. Don't you think your parents are worried with you wandering about, just like your sister did, and asks you're not helping out at the store? She heard your father is having a hard time. Naoki doesn't respond, only saying, She continues telling him not to her. She knows it's tough, what happened to his sister, but in times like this, a family has to untie and help each other, right? Her grilling is just making Naoki bad for no reason. She just says, I'm just helping him and his family out. And his attitude isn't very nice. Her attitude isn't very nice and is causing Naoki distress, so I try and talk on his behalf. But Naoki tells me it's okay. He seems a little bit happier as the housewife says she'll be going now, and tells Naoki to keep his chin up and think about his family leaving. He apologizes to me, saying it's a little awkward to be around him, huh? I tell him it's not your fault. That made him happy, but he continues saying that if I wasn't there, he'd have been in a predicament. Since his family runs a business here, we have to stay on good terms with the neighbors, so he can't yell at them, and he thanks me, and I can emphasize on Naoki's distress as our bond deepens. Naoki apologizes and says he's going to go home now, and we can eat another time. And we parted from there, and I went home. During the night, me and Nanako are watching TV, and Naoto's on a screen, a special TV report. Just like the previous times, but the special is about a suspect from Inaba's murders being safely arrested recently. He continues saying that what few people know is a mastermind who brought it to justice was a high school detective. Tonight's report will focus on the detective Prince Naoto Shirogane, whose handsome looks are sweeping the nation, and thanks Naoto for being on the show. And after pleasantries are exchanged, did I really make the connection? Nanako is confused, but thinks it's due to me knowing Naoto. The reporter congratulates Naoto and the police for their recent arrest of the culprit, saying it was well known that there were a lot of mysteries surrounding this case, and he did a good job clearing them up. But Naoto is honest, saying that he'd hesitate to say that the matter is cleared up as such, as it's true the suspect was behind Moroka's unfortunate death, but when he casts his eye over the whole case, he detects a few things that seem out of place. The reporter asks for that, but Naoto says that he can't divulge details as of this time. But this matter claimed the lives of 3 people, hence, he believes even the smallest inconsistency must be investigated. The reporter seemed a little taken aback from the whole thing, saying that it's a surprise in light of the police's official statement. But now the next segment, the Detective Prince's true identity, where Naoto will tell us a little about himself. And he goes on about Naoto's track record as Nanako looks at me, saying, "There's a detective at your school? When she's older, she's going to go to my school too. I know you'll love your time there, Nanako. But for now, after spending a cheery afternoon with her, I went to bed." September 13th. I'm in a school alone as I hear Rise call out my name. She's with the second years of the investigation team. Yosuke says, "Yo, as Chie asked me if I saw the show last night. Naoto was on." "Sure did." Yosuke says that was a thing about the detective prince solving the case. "Come on, we're the ones who actually caught the killer." Still, Yosuke, Naoto sent us on the right path. Yukio agrees with that sentiment, saying that the police were the ones who identified the suspects and were cooperating with them, right? So it's true that he helped with the case. But she is kind of surprised. She didn't think Naoto was the type to go after the spotlight like that. Suddenly we hear Naoto's voice saying, "Good morning." He says that he's been waiting for us. There's something he needed to discuss regarding the case. Yosuke says, "Dude, if we talk too long, we'll be late," and questions Naoto why he isn't in uniform. But Naoto pushes past that, asking if we would indulge a current theory he has on the matter. Yosuke asks what it is, as Naoto states, "First, as regards the commonalities between the victims, all of them were kidnapped before they were murdered. The victims were all locals who had been focus of recent media attention, becoming suddenly well known. This is most likely scenario, but he doesn't believe there's anything intrinsically unique about the victims themselves." And asks, "Haven't you all come to the same conclusions?" I confirm that we had, and Naoto nods to himself, and says, "Then, allow me to state my point. Will you admit that a number of you fit these identical circumstances?" Naoto once again on the point, continuing that there will be long intervals between the second and third deaths in this case, but after he applied the aforementioned criteria, he discovered several disappearances had taken place. Yukio Amagi, Kanji Tatsumi, and Rise Kujikawa. All of you disappeared shortly after airing on TV. Either you escaped death somehow, or you faked your own disappearance in order to divert attention from yourselves. Since some of you had ties to the victims, there are points where they come to suspect us as one of the culprits. That annoyed Chie, saying, "You can't be serious," but Naoto reassures her that it was a prior theory, since discarded. Putting together everything he's learned until this moment, he believes exactly the opposite. That statement confuses us as Naoto continues that you're not the culprits. You may be, in fact, the only ones that have the means to pursue the true perpetrator. Seen as joining forces between the rescued, everything falls into place. Of course, this is all just speculation. But there is a flaw in the theory. It doesn't account the third incident, Mr. Moroka's murder. He was never broadcast on TV, neither did he disappear. We also must consider the condition of the corpse. The first 2 victims are listed as unknown causes of death, but Mr. Moroka died of an easily identifiable blunt force trauma to the occipital cranium. Big words I can't say, but Naoto says that the police aren't satisfactorily resolved with this discrepancy, yet they are desperate to close the case. Further action will be necessary to obtain some sort of decisive evidence. Chie asks Naoto what they mean by further action, but he just says that whatever the outcome, the evidence should come to light, and says that we said something interesting to him not too long ago. That confuses us as he walks past us going the opposite direction. Yosuke asks Naoto what he's doing, but he just states that this is not a game for him either, leaving. With that confrontation, nothing else eventful happened during school day, and left me to spend time with Naoki once more. But he has something he wants to ask me. We're hanging out in Aya, and he gets to the thing. He wanted to ask, which was that he was thinking of quitting school. That shocked me, but he continues saying that he might take over the liquor shop. He really isn't interested in their family business, honestly. He's still not, but when that woman told him that their family should unite, he knew she had a point, and stay silent, but I say that I don't know about that. They'll gossip regardless, man. But he says then, what can he do to satisfy those neighbors? He has a point. He continues that up until now, he never even thought about taking over the liquor store. It's hard for him to say to me, but as long as Jeunesse is here, he knows the store has no future. It's not like a store with a long tradition, so he thought it would end with his dad's generation when he retired, but he believes now that he doesn't have any other choice. I tell him he should think of this over dropping out of school. It's a big risk, but he's just left wondering, why did Sis die? He doesn't mean how she died. He doesn't even want to know what killed her, but why did she have to die? Inadvertently dragging her family down with her. I quietly listen to Naoki's worries about his life as I feel our bond deepen a little. He says that he's going to talk to his parents. He thinks they'll be happy about it, then he'll be a productive member of society and live an admirable life. And after eating with Naoki, I went home, but man, it genuinely sucks what he has to deal with. When I get home, Nanako seemed a little down and welcomed me home, and it says it's gonna rain tomorrow. She was going to do laundry. That's a shame, Nanako. But regardless of it will rain or not, I spent the rest of the night with Dojima, and then went to bed. September 14th. It's raining and I'm heading to school. Overhearing two students talking, the chatty one asks her friend if she saw the show on TV, the one about the Detective Prince's secret identity. Calling Naoto so cool. His friend agrees, saying that he really does have it going on, doesn't he? Really young to be a detective too. He's cute, but he has this aura of mystery about him. That's cool too. The friend asks if she thinks he'll be at school today. That's when the conversation becomes interesting for me as I went inside. And after spending the day at school, I start my plan on getting the old man to open up about the Sea Guardian by going for a long ride. I went around, and after getting completely lost, I stumbled upon a road to school again. But I feel myself getting a feel for the place, but I'll need to ride a little more and get better acquainted with the area, getting a courage boost and then heading home. When I got home, Nanako told me that my commodities had arrived as I collect them. I remind myself that it's raining, which means midnight arrives. I doubt anything will show up, but it doesn't hurt to look. I see a figure on the TV. Oh no, the image is hazy, so I can't tell who it is, but I feel like I've seen them before. And if it's in previous cases are added, I have a good idea that it's Naoto. Suddenly, I get a call from Yosuke asking if I saw someone come on, right? Now that the killer's been caught, do we still have to go to worry about the Midnight Channel? Thinking on it, Mitsuo could have been an opportunistic killer. I think that to myself as Yosuke continues, saying, but then, someone said the blurry image seems to be an advance notice. Yosuke wonders what the Midnight Channel is anyway. Did it have anything to do with the murders? It's so frustrating. And asks for my opinion, saying if I recognize who just appeared just now. I have a decent hunch, saying, wasn't it Naoto? Yosuke asks why he would show up, and says now that you mention it, he wonders what Naoto thinks about the Midnight Channel, but gets back to being annoyed, saying that he doesn't get it at all, but it's gonna keep nagging him, he can tell, but he's sure the others saw it too. So let's get together tomorrow and talk about it. Sounds good to me as Yosuke hangs up, and I'm left to get some rest. But deciding to make more sense of Mitsuo just being a scapegoat, but we'll discuss that tomorrow as I head to bed. September 15th. With what we saw yesterday fresh in our minds, it left the investigation team to discuss after school. Chie starts with so, about the Midnight Channel last night. Yuki wonders who it is. Yosuke talked to Teddie, and he said that there's no one entered the other side. Rita says, well, yeah, the killer's been caught. Yosuke agrees, but Kanji's been awfully quiet, seeming to be in a haze. He looks up going, huh? What's up? Yosuke tells him to get with the program and asks if he saw the TV last night, right? He asks, so? Got nothing to do with us. The killer's behind bars, man. He's saying he's overreacting. That shit Naoto said didn't make any sense either. So there's no use getting all worked up about it. Yukio is confused, asking what he meant. Kanji stumbles his words, not sure how to put it, as Yosuke asks if he was out of it, cause he was still thinking about what Naoto said, laughing at him a little, saying he's still hung up on all that stuff, which angers Kanji, saying that he ain't hung up on it. Yosuke adds on top of it, saying that we all understand, just don't go overboard, man. Yosuke playing a dangerous game, but Kanji tempers his anger, saying, you little, I said that's not it. I got stuff to do. And Kanji was out of here. Chie tells Yosuke off to stop bringing it up. You know he doesn't find it funny. This news interests Rise, asking did something happen between Kanji and Naoto? Oh boy, it's best that she doesn't know, avoiding the topic, as Yu-Gi-Oh says, that aside, is it just her, or does the town seem kinda strange lately? Everyone's in high spirits for some reason, and they all talk about other people, but never themselves. Chie asks, really? She doesn't think it's anything special. Now that the murder case is solved, people feel relaxed, that's all. Rise says it's how it is about society. People just want to go on the latest trends. People get excited fast and lose interest even faster. It goes round and round. There's no underlying reason for it. Yu-Gi-Oh not sure about it though, saying it seems a little too weird. That confuses us as Yu-Gi-Oh adds that she thinks they're all afraid of something. I think Yu-Gi-Oh might be looking too deep into it, as she apologizes saying that she just had this feeling. Chie can only respond with a, huh, as Yosuke says it's gonna rain tonight, and Chie says that we're all thinking we should check the midnight channel just in case. And with us all in agreement, time passed until it was midnight. Let's see if Naoto was captured.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Detective Prince, Naoto Shiragane. Welcome to Experiment of the Century, the Genome Project. I will be experimenter and experimentee both in a forbidden yet wonderful bodily alteration process. You shall witness my departure into a new realm, the moment of a new birth. From the chosen day forth, I shall walk a completely different, and I will share this glorious occasion. Do stay tuned.
Unfortunately, Naoto has been captured. As I get a call from someone, and who else could it be other than Kanji, seeming out of breath, saying, "Hey, is that you, senpai?" Naoto was just, so that means you got kidnapped. You said people only showed up clearly on TV once they're thrown into that other world, right? What the hell is going on? He thought we caught the damn killer. Kanji's flustered and likely worried, so tell him we'll discuss this tomorrow, and to calm down. He agrees with all that and apologizes, saying he called out of the blue. Being a detective solving cases, it ain't worth shit if he gets himself kidnapped, and says that idiot pisses him off. Anyways, let's the gang get together and meet the first thing after school. Sounds good to me, Kanji, as he hangs up. And I go to bed early, just as we thought it was over, but I honestly suspected something was up with Mitsuo anyways. September 16th. Heading to school post-reveal of Naoto being the next kidnapped victim, two students were talking, one talking about how it's been raining the past few days, but he heard it's going to clear up this afternoon. His friend responds, "Really? Then that means he doesn't have to cancel his plans. You know that there's a holiday next week, right? He promised his girlfriend they'll go to Okina together. He was worried that it would rain that day, letting out a sigh of relief. His girlfriendless friend, after hearing that, hopes that it never stops raining. Rain like a waterfall, and so his date gets cancelled. They seem like good friends as I get to school. I spend time barely listening due to the events of last night, and then the investigation team got together at Jeunesse. Yu-Gi-Oh starts by saying that last night on the TV, that was for Naoto for sure. And Chie asks for Teddie's verdict. Is he really in there? Teddie unfortunately confirms that he smells someone in there. Yosuke annoyed, saying, "It's just like before, nothing's changed." That made Yu-Gi-Oh sad, saying, "Like before." We will have a moment of silence until Yu-Gi-Oh brings it back, saying, "Of course, that's why Naoto appeared on the news so suddenly." That confuses us. Yu-Gi-Oh continues that he said something didn't seem right, and he wasn't convinced. He also believed that people who were kidnapped appear on TV first, remember? Yosuke gets where Yu-Gi-Oh is going, where he said he used himself as bait. We came to the same conclusion he did, about how people who become famous on TV would disappear. Could he have been trying to prove the theory by using himself? Well, that sounds like something Naoto would do, but it left Chie to say, "That's crazy! He would be killed!" Rise thinks about what he said 2 days ago. This is not a game for me either. She blames herself since she was the one who said that to him. Kanji suddenly slams the table, startling us, saying, "That idiot! Why the hell didn't he just tell us?" Yosuke tells how it is. He knew we'd stop him if we did. Instead, he left us clues so we would figure it out, and Kanji in the same angered state responds, "He knows! That son of a..." He calms down a little, enough for Chie to say, "What about the killer the police are holding now? Mitsuo did kill King Moron, right? I had a suspicion for a while, but I could finally say it, that Mitsuo only killed King Moron. Yu-Gi-Oh seems to get it now as well, saying that she remembers Naoto mentioning this. He said that it was strange that the police were able to identify the cause of Mr. Moroka's death. Yosuke then sees it too, saying then King Moron is the only one Mitsuo killed. That explained why there was no signs of King Moron being thrown into the TV. The killer didn't change his methods for King Moron. It just seemed that way because it was done by someone else. Then, whoever kidnapped Naoto, that's the real killer? Chie tells us to hold on. Didn't Mitsuo say that he was the one behind it all? Why would he take the blame for someone else's crime? Isn't that weird? And they said on the news that the culprit confessed to the other murders too. He wanted the fame, Chie, but she also says that there's something that's been bothering her, but Kanji slams the table, getting up this time, saying, to hell with someone who's behind bars. If we don't get off our asses, that stupid Naoto's gonna die in there. We gotta go find him. Kanji is very right on that, as we enter the TV world. Rise using a persona to scan the area, saying that someone is definitely in here, and the world seems to have grown larger. Teddie calls Rise amazing, and adds there'd be no way for his nose to pick up that much, and says if he may give her a massage. But Yosuke tells Teddie not to bother her, but Rise is annoyed, saying that it's like the same as last time. She knows he's here, but she can't tell where. She'll need something that will help her understand him. She needs some clues. Without that, she has no idea which way we should look. Kanji relents, saying there's too much we don't know about that kid, but if we don't do something, he's gonna... Chie tells Kanji, snap out of it. This is just like the other times. Let's not panic, keep an eye on the weather, and do this like always. We'll save Naoto, no problem. First, we need to look for something that'll help us locate him. Chie is right, and Kanji says he knows he's not panicking. Sure you're not, man. But he knows he's over there. So all we gotta do is get him out. Rise finishes the scan, looking down, apologizing for being unable to find Naoto. All she needs is some kind of hint to help her understand him better. Then she could find him for sure. Well, it's time for the team to do detective work. Hopefully we can make Naoto proud. And I get to it. I started on the first floor, since Naoto is a first year, I might get some info. People weren't too helpful, but one of the classmates seemed to have some info, telling me to go to the laboratories. Someone there saw something that belonged to Naoto. With that info, I went into town. Adachi was no help. The people in the shopping district were not helpful either. Since I was at the shopping district, I decided to catch some bugs and then went back to it. And I lied. I tried to get something from a vending machine in Okina. I won the Jack Frost, but I don't get the Jack Frost. Anyways, that was a shame, but I decided to head to the practice building. I found the person likely the one the girl was talking about. She tells me about something interesting. She saw him get really angry. She's not sure what it was about, but he was with a policeman. She wonders what made him shout like that. That was in the shopping district a little while ago. A possible lead. Out of the shopping district, I find a police officer, and he seems annoyed by my presence, telling me to stop bothering him, and if school's over, go home already. Kids these days. What a nice guy. I found Chie at the floodplain. She gives me the idea to save the officer. Naoto hasn't been to school recently, and we're getting worried. Is she busy with police work? Great idea, Chie. Go to back and give it a shot. He seems annoyed again and says he doesn't look like it, but he's still busy. I parroted what Chie told me, and the officer asked if I know Naoto, but he hasn't seen him at the station lately either. Funny, it wasn't too long ago he'd been around, well, into the night, looking through files. Even if he wasn't interested in the outcome, he was so focused he thought Naoto was obsessed with it. Okay, that was the first possible lead. I have to wonder if there is another officer around. I talk in the district a little, and I find a woman telling me that she hasn't seen a lot lately, but she thinks they'll patrol around here. I look around and no luck. There might be more officers tomorrow, so that ends the investigation for today. As I spend the afternoon with Naoki, eating at Aya like we do, and then during the night, I went to the part-time janitorial job, cleaned some stuff. Something was watching me. I ignore it, get a boost in my courage, and Sayoko checked up on me. I feel like Bond's gonna get closer soon. As I head home, 6,500 yen richer. September 17th. School was uneventful, thinking more on what I can do to save Naoto in the current situation that he is in, but I did get a knowledge boost for getting a question right in class. And with that done, I went to the shopping district, and sure enough, I found a police officer. He asked if I can help him, and if I saw anyone suspicious. I told him about Naoto not being at school, and being worried. He hears me and says that kid is skipping school to do his investigation. What's his problem, really? The department has all but closed the case, just because he's not satisfied. Sheesh. All we want to do is shut the book on this thing, so we don't have to deal with it anymore. That's a terrible mindset, especially with Naoto being kidnapped, but I keep quiet, as he says he wishes he'd let it go already. No wonder the whole department treats him like a kid, getting all worked up over nothing. That's why everyone gives him the cold shoulder, you know? With everything that I've been told, I can piece together that he has an obsession with the case, and they consider him a child. With this information, I can give this to Rise and we'll be done. I take Dojima's bike for a ride. I get lost and it's due to it is nearly nighttime. But I feel like I've gotten a good feel for the place. If I ride around just a little more, I'll be completely familiar with the area, getting a courage boost and then heading home. And to finish the night, I'm back at making origami birds, and it finally happened. My understanding is now saintly, meaning I can finally work as a tutor. With a sense of completion in my heart, I head to bed. September 18th. Another Sunday has arrived, which means Tanaka has some wares for me, and I have a look. This time I bought the Purifying Water and Soma combo for 14,800 yen. Having a full heal during a tough fight will be a lifesaver, but I doubt it will arrive before I want to face Naoto's shadow, which is unfortunate. But I did some gardening with Nanako to make myself feel better, and after harvesting paprikas and planting down, I went into town. And I wanted to do some gear shopping for tomorrow, but I actually forgot that Daidara wanted some corn, which I happily gave him. In return, I got a weapon for Yosuke. I decided to talk to Daidara, and apparently he bought a couple of antiques from an estate, sold by a woman who lost her husband. Sounds familiar. Then it gets confirmed he found love letters asking me if I think it's strange. He thinks throwing them away is a bit cold, and returning them to their owner is also kind of a mission of reading them. Well, I decide I'll take them off his hands. But with that sudden occurrence, I got what I wanted, which is almost a full gear up using almost all of my money I had, but I should now be ready to face the dungeon. But that won't be until tomorrow. But what I got, hard boots, that means I can go outside, I could talk to the book reader and trade them for a guide for pests. But now that I did that for him, he wants me to find fashionable discs. Well, I guess I could, if I even know where to look. But I went to the floodplain to show Hisano what I found. She's shocked, saying, "The letters from my husband? How?" I told him they were at Daidara. She says it must have been when they came to collect the contents of the storehouse. So that's where she kept the letters. She then thanks me from the bottom of her heart. She's so happy, but she's gonna burn them. Just shocks me, as she says she'll go get some matches leaving. She left to go get some. I decided to have a little read. It feels wrong to take away their privacy. It's a very touching letter. I can see why she fell in love with him. There's another one saying, "I want to see you so much. How much sky, earth, and water do my words have to run through, on and over to reach you, my dear Hisa-san? How I wish I was this postcard." She suddenly appears saying, "Isn't it just so sad?" He had no idea that he was being deceived. That confused me, as she continues that she's sure he never imagined that the Hisa-san he loved would someday wish to see him dead. I asked him what she meant, and she sat down to talk. She starts, he was kind, honest, and loyal man. He fell ill and became bedridden. She had to work to support their family. He would always apologize to her for failing as a husband. When he did, he would smile so sadly. His illness worsened, and he must have been scared. He began to take his fear and frustration out on her, the man who had been so kind, but that didn't bother her at all. She had agreed that she would work and take care of him the day that they wed, in sickness and in health. She then shook her head and said, but he forgot. He forgot who he was, and forgot all about her. She couldn't bring herself to love him. She could have forgiven the way that he looked at her with such confusion in his eyes. And when she cried, he would wipe her tears away, like the man he had been all those years ago. She couldn't forgive that. She couldn't bear that stranger in his body, stealing his mind day after day. When he slept, she tried to kill him, but she couldn't. While she was standing over him, he looked up and smiled at her. The same smile he gave her when she was a girl. And in the same voice he would use to tell her that he loved her. He said, "Who are you, ma'am?" After a long pause, she says, "That was 3 years ago, and after that day, he would forget who she was every morning, every day. He would ask, 'Who are you?' And every day she would answer, 'Who am I today?' She was a total stranger to him until the very end. He was being cared for by a stranger. As he passed away, that was his punishment. Punishment for forgetting her. I admit that it is a cruel tale, but she's honest and said that she was relieved. Before she could feel anything else, she felt relief. Relief that it was finally over for both of them. It was then that she realized that she had been wanting him to die, and because of that wish, he left this world and went to the gods. She is death itself. She smiles sadly, but I feel that I understand Haisano a bit more as our bond deepens. She asks to throw the letters away. She can't bear to see them anymore. She doesn't want to touch them anymore, and apologizes. I wasn't able to give them back to her, but maybe I should talk to the owner of Daidara. Maybe get more to her, maybe not burn them, I don't know. But for now, I head home. And during the night, I quickly head to the shopping district and grab the tutoring job, and then went home and misclicked and started working on a model, boosting my understanding, but it's still a little annoying. But hey, what can you do? But for now, I head to bed. Post-editing me here, I just want to give a simple heads up that I've actually lost the script for the Naoto fight all the way to the end of September 21st. I'm pretty sure that the file got corrupted and it's gone for that reason. So I'm just going to have to use the original footage. I'm going to adjust it a little so it's not as staticky, but I just want to give you a simple heads up, and I'm very sorry. September 19th. Today is Respect for the Aged Day, and although I should be showing my respects to the elderly, it's also the best day to save Naoto, and with preparation except for one thing that will be brought up later, but I remembered something prior to going to Jeanette. I talked to the Daidara's owner, and he told me I came at a good time, telling me he found more letters, and asked if I wanted them, and I decided to take them. I think she would like to see them, but with that done, I went to Okina. I will get this Jack Frost statue. That's what I tell myself, as once again, I don't get it, which sucks. And then I went back to Dojima's house to go on another long ride, arriving at the beach finally, getting a courage boost. Now that I'm here, I think about fishing, but my rod is only good for river fishing, so maybe that old man has something that can help. With that I wanted from the trips obtained, I went back to the floodplain and asked the old man. He's glad I asked, saying who knew I'd showed this much interest in fishing. It was worth letting me have that rod, he'd say, and it's willing to do it on one condition. Sea fishing takes skill, and he wants to see if I'm up for the challenge, telling me to catch the guardian of this river, and he has high hopes for me. I ask him about the type of bait. It tells me that it's slick, shiny bug. That's the only bait the guardian will take, and he forgot the name. Well, I guess I'll have to find that bug. I asked him some other questions. He recommends me to read Expert Fishing, which I just might, but now that I have my task completed, I finally head to Jeunesse to save Naoto. I tell Rise about Naoto being treated like a child and Naoto's obsession with the case. She understands, saying that he's being stubborn about the case, but it seems like it's rare for Naoto to get so worked up over something, and she's got a good feeling for him, and thinks she can do this. It won't be long for her and to find him with her persona, and we should be ready to follow her once she does. And eventually we arrived at what seems like a bunker. Kanji wonders what it is. Yosuke is saying it looks all sci-fi. Hey, doesn't this remind you of those secret hideouts in live-action shows? Kanji agrees, saying he used to watch Featherman all the time when he was a kid. Rise heard they're tough shoots. A lot of the actors do their own stunts, like jumping through fire themselves. Yosuke replies that it's every man's dream to do that stuff. He's not wrong, to be honest. Even Chie understands that since they're action-based, like kung fu movies, and just the phrase secret hideout has this exciting ring to it. I say I totally hear you, Chie, as she admits that when she was a kid, she had her own secret place near the mountains by Yukiko's house. She pretended some legendary kung fu master was teaching her special techniques and let her "Hwata." Yosuke looks at her, saying she's got it all wrong. But hey, so this secret hideout thingy came from Naoto's mind? She guesses our proper boy detective isn't as grown up as he looks. Anyways, let's get going. Now that we've pinpointed where Naoto is, we should do our best to save him. I grab my team of Yugi, Yosuke, and Teddie and head inside. When we enter, the security system went off saying, unknown intruder detected inside facility, threat level yellow, deploying guards inside the facility, warning, warning, attention intruders, leave the facility immediately. I repeat, leave the facility immediately. Rise is confused, saying intruders, that means us, right? And with that lovely welcome from the security inside the bunker, the rescue begins. While exploring the first floor, I had a weird spur-of-a-moment decision to add Dire to my build. It's weak healing, but it's healing regardless. Not just that, but on the first floor, I got a skill which piqued my interest, Black Spot. Medium physical damage would be pretty nice, instead of light physical, with a change of multi-hit, so I replaced it. And not only that, but on the first floor, I got my first skill up.
Well, look who graced us with their presence. Alright, let's see what we got. Yeah, less XP, strength for Izanagi, but what do we get? The card of the Magician Arcana, Dia has changed her Medea. Yeah, it's gonna be alright. We're gonna eventually get to a point where we're gonna have pretty decent healing.
But with that pretty eventful first floor, we go to the second one. The defense system is still going. Warning, warning, attention intruders. Leave the facility immediately. I repeat, leave the facility immediately. Rise wonders if this means Naoto doesn't want our help. She doesn't really get it, but let's go on for now. The third floor, more of the same. Warning, warning, intruders, leave this facility immediately. And all that other stuff. Rise asked me when Naoto appears on the Midnight Channel, he said he was going to undergo a body alteration operation. Does that mean Naoto is going to be altered here? There's a good chance, Rise. She pauses and says that we need to hurry. When we got to the 4th floor, the defense system said that unknown intruders have arrived at the 4th floor, threat level orange. Major facility areas locked. Eliminate the intruders. It wasn't wrong. We found a door and it said that the research area is beyond this point. Entry is forbidden to ordinary combatants. Please present your ID. Well, we better go find this ID before we have to call it quits. But during the 4th floor, I got a skill up.
Oh, would you look at that? Another skill up. I think I'm on the 4th floor this time. Anyways, I don't have gold time because I'm, pretty unlucky. So, what does it turn to? The power of the Magician Arcana? Oh, oh no.
With Meggy Dolan obtained, I head to the 5th floor. The defense system blares, intruders will be eliminated. I repeat, intruders will be eliminated. It's a sweet system filled with love. But I had a close call on this floor. A dice monster nuked and it thankfully only killed Yukiko. I think all that juiced Izanagi love is getting from the Arcanas is finally showing. Anyways, when we got to the 6th floor, the system responds by saying unknown intruders have arrived at the 6th floor. Eliminate the intruders. And while exploring, I just so happened to find a box which contained the research card. You'd figure it'd be more protected as we head back to the research room, and on the 4th floor, Kanji suddenly says, he's here. I look and he causes a shockwave with his bike. Impressive stuff, Kanji. But we got to the 4th floor and opened the research door, which led to yet another door, which entering, we were met with a guard. He says, intruders detected within the research area. Elimination proceeding. I'll admit, I was worried about what it might have done, but it was pretty underwhelming, regardless of its charges and Herculean strikes. It can't get past our buffs and debuffs, but it was incredibly tanky. Suddenly it started a standby, and I wasn't sure on what to expect, so I guarded in panic, and I'm glad I did. Eventually it blew itself up and did minimal damage, thankfully due to the guard. I wouldn't want to know if it would have killed me if I wasn't. With the boss defeated, I grabbed the leader card and got going, but on my way back, I got another skill up.
Floor 6, I think, this time? Let's see, do I get anything good? I mean, I got Meggy Dolan before, so, I mean, doesn't matter. Magic. And then... Zionga becomes Mazionga. That's not too bad.
But getting to the 6th floor, I was met with a door saying, beyond this point is confidential, entry is forbidden for ordinary combatants, and researchers, please present your ID. I showed the leader ID and the door opened, and I went downstairs. On the 7th floor, the defense system is back saying unknown intruders have entered classified sector 2, threat level red. Deploying increased guards within the facility, the intruders must be eliminated. Risa responds that it pleads for our elimination and it's seriously rejecting us. We'll just have to get ourselves fired up and bust on through, and once again on the 7th floor, I got a skill up.
Okay, another Magician Arcana. The card of the Magician Arcana. But no skills should be changed. Ah, fuck's sakes.
On the 8th floor, the system is just going on. Stop the intruders. But Rise says that she can sense Naoto nearby. Just a little more to go. Hang in there. On this floor, I saw something. I didn't think I would. Chie used her galactic pun. But not with her foot, but with her bike. And thank God she did, because not only an all-out attack, but that thing could one-shot me. But with that display over, we finally make it to the 9th floor, and we can face Naoto. But first, like the last times, I gotta head back and face the Shong Shadow at Mitsuo's dungeon. Also helps to train up Chie and Kanji not to be too underleveled. But we got to the top and faced the Shadow. The fight was fast and sweet. The boss really didn't do much to really threaten except for using Moon on Yosuke, which was fine due to the sacrificial eggplant protecting him thankfully, and regardless of his interdepths or not, Izanagi thankfully nullifies Dark, so I was safe. And as long as I kept my boosts up, he really couldn't do anything. Going down, and I didn't show it, but I got the sword that was there, which will be helpful against Naoto, who I will be facing now. We enter, Kanji calls out Naoto's name, and we see the operation room. What on earth is all that? Naoto responds that it's about time that we arrived. Dealing with this child has been quite a pain. The outer Naoto sounds like a child crying, says, no, don't go. Naoto says that it's useless speaking to you. He needs to go back now. The shadow responds, why? Why are you leaving me? Why am I always alone? It's so lonely. I don't want to be alone. Yugo responds, Naoto-kun. Naoto simply says that you wear the same face as me. It's as if you're implying that we're one of the same. But the difference between you and me is, after hearing that, the shadow stops crying and gets serious, telling Naoto, why delude yourself? I am you. These childish gestures are no mere affectation. They're the truth. The fools all say it, don't they? You're only a child. Keep it out of your business, kid. And so forth. No matter how many cases you spend hours congregating over, no matter how many crimes you solve, you are a child in their eyes. It's your brain they're interested in, that the grey matter locked up in that skull. As long as that's all they need, you're an ace detective. But once you're done, it's back to the playpen with you. You haven't the means to deal with society's two-faced nature. You're just a lonely child. We watch in silence as Yosuke lets out a somber Naoto. Naoto's shadow goes back to crying, saying, I want to be a grown-up. I want to be a big boy right now. Then they'll see who I am. I want a reason for me to stay. Naoto finally lets his cool demeanor waver a bit, saying, that's enough. He can find his own way of living. The shadow simply responds, he's telling him that's impossible. You are but a child. How can you change that essential truth? Naoto tells the shadow to stop, but it continues. At your core, you are admirable, the sort of strong and cool men who populate detective fiction. But in trying to emulate them, you know that in truth, you are nothing of the sort. You are a child. There's no avoiding first principles. Admit that you're a child and admit that there's nothing you can do about it. Now then, our analysis is complete. Let us begin the body alteration procedure. You have no objections, do you, Naoto Shirogane? Naoto gets angry from the first time, telling her to stop it! Again, but this he's pleased, full on deaf ears, as the shadow continues. Naoto's such a cool, manly name, but a name doesn't change the truth. It doesn't let you cross the barrier between sexes. How could you become an ideal man when you were never male to begin with? Wait, what? Yosuke asks if that's right. Kanji says he's not a guy. Naoto is level-headed, saying she won't throw a tantrum. That accomplishes nothing. The shadow laughs at that, saying, how often has he heard those words from the adults? Throwing a tantrum won't solve anything, Naoto-kun. And other such bilge. They made you cry, didn't they? Yet here you are, mimicking those same men. What exactly are you trying to justify? Naoto left, saying, what? But the shadow replies, it's alright, you needn't suffer anymore. That's why you're undergoing this body alteration procedure to begin with. You throw a tantrum, but it fails to change the situation a single bit. She can quite understand the feeling. After all, I am you. Here it comes. As Naoto says it's not true, Chie tells her not to say it, but Kanji says that it's okay. Let the kid spill the whole thing. If not, Naoto is just gonna keep hurting.
We'll just do our job and kick the shadow's ass, yeah?
As if you know anything about me. You'll kick my ass, huh? Fine. Go ahead and try, you lizard-brained imbecile.
Save the discussion for later.
Here it comes!
I am a shadow, the true self. What? Are you sick of yourselves too? Very well. Then let's begin the special operation.
Operation? I hate ouchies!
Have you made up your mind? Then let us commence.
I'll be honest, it's likely due to being a few levels higher, but this fight was kind of a joke, all things considered. I was worried at the start due to Brave Blade doing so much damage to Teddie and Yukiko, but after the initial scare, Shadow Naoto never used it again, only opting for electric spells on Yosuke until it brought out Element Zero, which didn't have too much of an effect, and its special attack, Galgamize, which was only used once on Yosuke. It was pretty worrying because I didn't have anything to actually cure it, so I hoped Yosuke got lucky, since he was the only Dakaji user, and Shadow Naoto got into an endless loop of using Maziodyne and then Heat Riser, which got removed by Yosuke. This repeated over and over with Bufudyne in between, which only hit once, and after the Detective Shadow couldn't deduce that the same technique won't work twice, thrice, or a billion times, it went down.
Ow! How cool! Bear soda!
With everything done, we look over Naoto's fainted body. Chie says so. Naoto was a girl. Naoto lets out a pained noise. Yukiko asking if she's awake. Naoto gets up asking where she is. She remembers everyone arriving and realizes, oh, that's right. We saw everything. Naoto faces her shadow and opened up. She lost her parents in an accident. She was still young, so her grandfather took her in. She was inept of making friends, so she spent her time reading detective novels in her grandfather's study. The Shadow responds that when she grows up, she wants to be an awesome, hard-boiled detective. She continues that her parents were proud of their job. She had no qualms about following in their footsteps. An inherited occupation can feel stifling to many, but she welcomed it. She yearned for the day that she could be a detective herself. Perhaps she inherited that desire from them as well. She was always alone, seeing that her grandfather must have believed that his duty to help her realize her dream. She secretly aided her grandfather with his clients, and before she knew it, people started calling her junior detective. At first, she was delighted, but not everything went so smoothly. Yukio asks, is that what you meant by you're only a child? Naoto responds that not everyone welcomes her collaboration when it comes to solving cases. Her status as a child was sufficient to offend many of those whom she worked with. Were that only the case, it would resolve itself over time, but though she will one day change from a child to an adult, she will never change from a man to a woman. Yukio asks Naoto if she doesn't like being a girl, and asks if there's why she dresses up like a boy. She nods to confirm, saying her sex doesn't fit her ideal image of a detective. Besides, the police department is a male-oriented society. If they had the slightest concrete reason to look down on her, no one would need her anymore. Kanji says, you don't know that. Yukiko supports that sentiment, saying, you must know already that what you yearn isn't to become an adult or become a boy. Naoto stays silent and says, you are absolutely right, and faces her shadow, apologizing to it, saying that she kept ignoring it, pretending it didn't exist, but you are me, and I am you. You've always been inside me. What she yearns for, no. What she must strive for isn't to become a man, it's to accept herself for who she truly is. The Shadow accepts Naoto with that confession, becoming her persona, and like the previous times, Naoto falls to the floor tired, saying that in any event, you're a devious bunch. She can't believe we kept something like this hidden for so long. No wonder the perpetrator has eluded the police. But it's apparent now, the case is far from over. Yosuke agrees with that, and Naoto's proved it. But we can talk more later. We need to get you out of here. And in moments, we were at Jeunesse. Kanji tries to get Naoto's attention. Naoto was breathing heavily. Chie says, sheesh, she really put her life on the line for this. But Yukiko says without her efforts, we would never have realized that the culprit was still at large. We nod to agree, but Kanji says that Naoto's too freaking reckless, damn it. But Naoto admits that she never doubted that it would all come for her. Although the reality turned out to be far beyond what she imagined, Kanji lets out a saying, what a dumbass. You're not a genius at all. We were tearing our hair out over you. Rise teases Kanji, saying, so you did worry about her. Aww. That makes Kanji blush, telling her, you mind your damn business. Yukiko says that she'll take her home. She doesn't think she can go back by herself, but Naoto says that she's alright. She can, but Rise puts a stop to that, saying, "No way, Missy, don't think you're going to do that, everything on your own. As that the adult way thing to do? Come on, let's go, grab on." She's disgruntled but agrees, and with that, we were able to rescue Naoto safely, and eventually, I went home. When I got home, I saw Adachi, drunk out of his mind, saying, "Hey, welcome back." Dojima apologizes, saying that they got off of work early, and Adachi says, "Take a seat." And I do, as Adachi says, they found Naoto-kun. "Oh, do you know who Naoto-kun is? He just up and vanished without a word, but it looks like he's back now. Way to put a scare into everyone. Yeesh." I say that I know, but that caught Doji's attention, saying, "You know what? That he's been found," and then stares at me. I quiet down, realizing my mistake, as Adachi says that you really ought to do something about that habit of yours, Dojima-san. They go to the same school. Rumors spread fast here, you know. He's disgruntled, but he gets back to drinking, but says, "Man, why did Naoto disappear? He guesses it can be a little difficult. Maybe he got sulky after being given the boot and ran away from home. But he can tell me that he was shocked to hear that he'd been up and vanished like that. If there'd been a fourth kidnapping and murder, we'd be back to square one again." Dojima says Adachi's name, but he continues saying, "You know what sucks? We still don't have proof that that Kubo kid murdered anyone besides Morioka. How are we gonna even make a case out of this?" He wonders if Dojima's instinct is right. Maybe there really is another perp out there. The real one. That annoyed Dojima, saying, "Adachi, how many times do I gotta say it? Quit running your mouth like that." Adachi snaps back into reality, apologizing, as Adachi says, "Alright, see here," and stabs out telling me not to worry about the case. Just go study like a normal student, and if you don't... And he looks at me. I can feel his pressure as he just sighs. "I'm going to bed." Leaving us there, Adachi apologizes for killing the mood. But he says that he can totally understand why Dojima's worried. "Just leave the case to us police. You know the problems it could cause if something happened, right? Like, if you happen to be mixed up in it, we'd be real worried." Nanako gets up and asks Adachi if more scary things are gonna happen, but Adachi reassures her that everything's alright now. We caught the bad man, so no more bad things will happen, right? Everyone's just fine. Nanako, still looking sad, says, "Okay." But Adachi just says, "Your father's a worry, well, leave it to him. You know, not look at me, but he's still got the brains of the whole police department." Oh, was that too hard to understand? Did you get it? What on earth did he mean by that? But he gets up and says, "The gym is gone, he should get going too. Good night." And he left. Nanako asks me what "got brains" means. I just say it means he's smart, but Nanako asks if things will be alright. Nanako falls silent as the night passes, with the awkward mood hanging in the air. But we can only hope, Nanako. September 20th. After an eventful day yesterday I can finally get into some normalcy. I got a question correct in PE class, but I'll be honest, I kinda winged it. And not too much later, school was over. With physical activities on my mind, I decided I wanted to hang out with Kao and Daisuke, so I got a strength persona and from the Velvet Room and spent the day with them. Kao stopped us before practice and took us to Okina City. So much for soccer practice. But when we got there, Daisuke asked, "What's this all about?" I know Cal has a plan, but he didn't tell me anything, so I'm clueless as Daisuke. But he continues telling Cal that you made us skip out on practice, man. So he thinks you owe us an explanation. Suddenly, I hear girls' voices calling out to Cal, 3 girls to be exact, as Cal apologizes to them for calling them out on such a short notice. One of the girls says it's okay, they weren't doing anything anyway. What seems to be the leader is talking to her friends, as Daisuke asks, "What's going on?" Cal says, "What does it look like? He set up a group of blind date for us." That annoyed Daisuke, saying, "You didn't tell me?" I overhear the girls talking amongst themselves, one saying, "They're from Yasogami High, right? How did they get here? By bus?" Her friend wonders too, since that's way out in the boonies, and wonders how are they going to plan to get home. Then the third girl says maybe they're hoping that they'll invite us back to our place. Pervs! Letting out a giggle. The first girl says that they think they are passable as far as they go. Don't you? Daisuke is angered by the whole thing, just saying, I'm out of here, leaving. Cal responds to that saying, no, wait! And then he turns back to the girl saying that it looks like tonight isn't going to work out. That shocks them, but after seeing them off, we rode back home on the bus in an awkward silence. At the floodplain, Daisuke is walking, likely home. He was power walking, so he had to catch up. As Cal cries out, he said, wait, damn it! Daisuke turns around and tells Cal that he never asked for him to try and set him up with anyone. He only went because you told me that it was important, and tells Cal not to drag him into this bullshit. If you want to get a girlfriend, do it yourself. That angered Cal, telling Daisuke that he did it for him. You're always going on about girls are a pain in the ass, but it's all just an act. Daisuke says, what do you mean an act? Their quarrel starts to escalate as I provoke them to try and stop. Cal says, I'll tell you what I mean. Cal's face is red with emotion and says, you're just scared. You hear that? Scared. Daisuke asks Cal, scared of what? Cal says, of girls! You're scared of being rejected again, aren't you? That's why you give them all the cold shoulder. You don't have to worry about it if they hate you already, right? And it's no different with soccer. You're half-arsing it. You're scared of playing seriously to hit your plateau. You're afraid that if you play hard, you'll get depressed when you can't improve anymore. That made Daisuke mad, telling Cal he's making things up. But Cal tells him that you take all of the fun out of life if you never have to feel pain. What's the point of living like that? Daisuke is left just annoyed, telling him that he doesn't need him to lecture him about his life. You got that? It's my life. You guys have nothing to do with it. I tell him that we do. Cal agrees and gets mad, telling Daisuke, of course we do. That shocked Daisuke as Cal continues, what am I to you? What is Kiryu to you? And what are you to Kiryu and me, huh? Don't talk like we have nothing to do with your life, dumbass. He's silent and then apologizes and says, yeah. We decide to sit by the river, and Daisuke admits that Cal's right. Girls are a pain in the ass, but he doesn't hate them. He's just scared. They come up and say things that they like him, but then they tell him that they can't understand me. They get disappointed and break up with him. Makes him worry about himself. Cal says that you're talking about the girl they dated in middle school, right? He replies, dated? I don't think you can even call it that. He still remembers. She said, you're not the guy I thought you were. The real Daisuke is the one on the field. But Cal says to forget about her. There's gotta be people like that. But you have to just let him go and move on. Daisuke is quiet for a moment and says, but he can't let it go. He still has feelings. What will happen to them? Cal was left to say, you really liked her, huh? He responds after she asked him out. She was his first girlfriend. He was thrilled. All he wanted to do was hold her close. Well, he's got a point, as Cal says that you gotta just settle with it. If you don't, you'll carry this baggage for who knows how long. That left Daisuke to call Cal too nosy, and he replies, yeah, what of it? That makes Daisuke happy, thanking Cal, and he teases saying, you can be pretty sincere when you want to, Daisuke. I say that's his charm. As he's embarrassed, Daisuke tells us to knock it off. Daisuke's face was red as I feel our bond deepen. Cal tells me that it will be my job to make sure Daisuke doesn't get cold feet about the thing. Tall task, Cal. We'll just have to see if we can. But Daisuke says he can, and the three of us have a good time before I went home. And during the night, I decided it's time to do my first tutoring lesson. When I got to his room, the student introduces himself as Shu Nakajima and says that it's nice to meet you. His mother apologized, saying he's a shy boy, but he's smart, you know. He got the highest grade in his class on his last test, and the teacher, Shu, says, Mom, and tells her, enough of that. We're going to study now, so get out. She replies, oh, of course, dear. She doesn't want to bother him while he's learning. But still, Kiryu-kun, was it? She hears Yasogami High's scores have been climbing up there. Shu's already in his second year of middle school, so we need to start thinking about applying to high schools. Well, knowing him, I'm not too worried about getting into good school, but when it's time for college... Shu gets annoyed, saying, Mom, that's enough! I said... She panics a little, saying, oh my, I guess you're right. Well then, Kiryu-kun, please make sure that you teach him well, and tell Shu to study hard, okay? She left, and in silence, Shu says, Kiryu-san, was it? Let me tell you up front, I have no intention of attending Yasogami High. The cram school I was going to wasn't that good, so I decided that I needed to switch up to private tutoring. And you were the only one available, so... If he thinks I'm inadequate, he'll have me replaced immediately. Remember that. I want to call him a prick, but he's just thinking about his future. So I say it's nice to meet you, and he responds the same here, and asks, what should we start with? He doesn't have any subjects that he's particularly bad at. I think I'm confident enough to teach him in English, and he says that'll be fine. I tutored him, he grasps concept quickly, and he answers the problems I have for him in no time, and I worked hard in explaining the subject to him in an easy to understand manner. My expression increased, and made my expression enthralling now, and a small knowledge boost. With that done, he tells me that we'll continue next time, and he smiles, telling me that I'm a good tutor. It was easy for him to understand what I was talking about. He's sure his natural intelligence had something to do with it as well, of course. I'm more than welcome to come back again whenever I have the time. He'll keep working at his own pace as well, so please come and teach me again. Sounds good to me. As I've been accepted as his tutor, I feel our bond start to form, showing itself to be the Tower Arcana. He says goodbye, and I head home, being paid 10,000 yen, of course. September 21st. School really wasn't eventful today, so nothing to really talk about. But right after school, I caught some bugs near the shrine. One of the bugs I caught was called an Inaba jewel beetle. Could this be the bug the old man was talking about? Well, I'm gonna catch more so I can have multiple chances at catching that guardian. If this is the right bug, of course. And ended up deciding to hang out with Kanji today, which he was happy to do. We went to the hill overlooking the town. Seems Kanji called the boy here. Kanji tells the kid that here's the stuff, I promised you, no complaining, okay? And hands the boy what appears to be a bunny doll. It's complete with clothes, a ribbon, a hat, and an umbrella. It's very elaborate. Looking at the doll, he only left to say, "Whoa! This is incredible! Where did you buy it?" Kanji's a little panicked, saying, well, huh? Who cares? But the kid says he wants one too, but Kanji says, well, I got one for you as well. And he handed him another bunny. It's complete with clothes, shoes, a cap, and a soccer ball. It's very elaborate again. The kid's happy, thanking Kanji, and asks, where'd you buy it? Kanji backed himself into a corner. I told Kanji just to tell him the truth. And it takes him a moment, but he admits that he made it. The kid looks at him saying, you made this? Kanji asks if he has a problem with that. If you think it's so creepy, then give it. But the kid tells Kanji he's so cool. That shocked him, and the kid asks him if he can make something else. His mom loves this kinds of stuff. He's left shocked, saying, huh? Sure. The kid tells Kanji he promised, and he's gonna give this to Sana-chan, and thanks Kanji, leaving, as Kanji's left to say, I'm not that old, damn it, and laughs a little, saying, he said I'm cool. I say that was pretty amazing. Kanji replies, yeah, but it's not like sewing's good for anything. Kanji looks embarrassed and admits, you know, you're not a bad feeling. Thanks, huh? It's nothing. Kanji, with an embarrassed smile, looks more mature than usual, as I feel our bonds deepen. Kanji comments that this is a great place, huh? The wind is different up here. He's never noticed it before. After all of that, I talked with Kanji a little more, and then I went home. When I got home, Nanako told me that there was something for me. Ah, good. My amazing commodities arrived, and after collecting them, I went to the hospital. I clean the windows and hear the weird noises. I've heard so many weird noises, it's actually maxed out my garage, so that's cool. But like the last few times, Sayoko stops me and took me into an empty room. She apologizes, saying, you've already done with work today, aren't you? And says she wanted to say goodbye. I ask her, goodbye? She informs me that she's leaving this hospital today. She turns away and admits she grew to hate hospitals. All the life and death. In the end, everyone leaves, leaving her behind. She was lonely, but then she remembered that she wanted to help. She became a nurse because she wanted to save people's lives. She couldn't see it that as simple as that. No, she probably didn't want to see it. She smiled gently and says to think that the one who would show her this is just some kid with a rag in his hand. She tends to go for richer men, and she landed a child. Well, I'm proud of my rags, Sayoko, but after a short pause, she says that she's going. She's going to find a path that she gave up on. She thought she couldn't do it, but she will walk that road. She's going to be her own guide, thinking, walking, taking responsibility for herself. Once she's done with that, she thinks she can finally say that she's truly lived. She gets close and asks if I will take this. She gave me her ID. and says, I give you the person I was when I was here. Sayoko looks at me gently. I feel a strong bond between me and her, as our bond has reached its max. She's going to say this. It's as much to herself as it is to me. What's right? What you should choose to do in life? The answers of those things lie within you. So long. And she leaves for the final time. Sayoko never looked back. I hope the best for her, as I get paid 6,500 yen and head home. September 22nd, another day that we wait for Naoto to make a full recovery, and who am I going to spend the day with? Well, none other than my partner Yosuke. Yosuke brought me to the hill overlooking the town and starts by saying that he hated this place when he first came to Inaba. You can tell how small the town is from up here, but looking at it now, it's a nice town. He pauses and smiles sadly. I tell him to be a man and stand up straight. That made him smile, saying that I'm right. He wonders what it would be going through his mind if he was a man's man like me. He smiles weakly and says he wants to tell Saki-senpai something. That's what's important isn't where you are. That confuses me as Yosuke says that this town he hated so much, now he loves it. There's still nothing here, but he has family and friends and his partner. The most important things are never far off. They're all around you. He seems a little embarrassed after his speech. He admits that he always wanted to be special. He thought his life would finally have meaning if he was special to someone. That's why he was really excited when he got his persona, but he really didn't need it. It's not what you have or what you can do. Just being born, living your life, before you know it, you're already special to someone. Yosuke is finally getting it as I tell him he's right, and he responds that I'm special to him, you know? Yosuke rubs his nose as I feel his warm trust as our bond deepens. Yosuke is back to his normal self, saying, let's see if we can find everyone's house from here. There's Jeunesse, and there's the main street, so his house is there. The one with that funky roof. Meaning mine is... I spent a long time with Yosuke pointing out people's houses, and then I went home. During the night, I decided to spend the time with Dojima, which was the best choice I could have done. Dojima tells me that, you know, he just looked outside. Let's take a walk for a bit. There's something he wants to go with, me and Nanako. Oh, and here, have this. He handed me a coffee mug, which is importance echoed through my body. He says it's the same that him and Nanako use. This is your personal mug. Write your name on it later. I thank Dojima and he says, no problem, take good care of it. He smiles cheerfully and says, we're family. So I'll fill yours and Nanako's mugs anytime. Don't forget that. Nanako walks into the room and asks her father if he's ready. He confirms, saying, let's go. And Nanako tells me to let's go too. I wonder where Dojima was taking us, but he ended up at the riverbank. Nanako says this is scary at night, but it's fun with Dojima and Big Bro, chuckling as Dojima tells her not to fall in. But Nanako asks, why do we come here? Dojima says that, you've been saying all the time how you wanted us to come here, right? Let's come again on a nicer day. We can have a picnic. That makes Nanako happy, saying, yeah, yay! And asks Dojima if she can get close to the river. The fishes might be sleeping. Dojima relents and says, just watch your step, okay? Nanako says okay, and goes to inspect the river. Dojima comments that, looking on her face, he hasn't seen it in a long time. He pauses and tells me that he is going to keep up his search for the criminal who ran over Chisato. This time, it's not to escape from anything. He's just doing it because, well, he's a detective. And adds, he seems to have forgotten something as basic as that. I made him remember what's important to him, and he owes me for that. I disagree. You deserve it, uncle. But he looks away and continues saying, this town is his town. It's the place where his family lives. That's why he's gonna live on, protecting this place. As a detective, and as a father. Dojima had a refreshing smile on his face, and I feel a tight bond with him as our bond has reached its maximum. We share a tender moment. Suddenly we hear a voice cry, wait, I said! A young man responds, damn it, he's still after us! We look up, confused. Dojima says, what the? Hey, you there, what's wrong? And an officer comes down and notices Dojima saying his name. He apologizes to bother him while he's off duty. Dojima tells him not to sweat and asks, who are they? The police identify him as a group of juvenile thieves. You know, the ones that have been the talk of the town. That gets Dojima's blood boiling, saying, those thieves? Oh, those punks. Nanako asks her father if he's going, and with a smile, Dojima says, yeah, arresting bad guys is his. He means, your father's job. He apologizes to me and says it's to take care of Nanako, and I say, go get him. He says, yeah, with a big smile on his face. And well, I think Dojima needs to say this.
Don't you know who I am? I'm Detective Dojima of the Inaba PD, feared by punks and thugs citywide. Don't you two worry about me. Head on home, okay? right! Stop right there, you punks!
Go get him, Dad! He's so cool. Let's go home. I need to get the bath ready. Oh, and let's make a late-night snack. I'm hungry.
You're right, Nanako. Your father really is cool. As we walk back home, talking about what snacks we could make, feeling like one big happy family. September 23rd. Today is autumnal equinox, so I have a day off, which is nice, so let's spend it well. First off, I went to Okinawa Station to try once again to get this Jack Frost. I must get this Jack Frost, but once again, I'm just not lucky. After that, I went back to Inaba and tried my luck at bug catching, obtained another jewel beetle. I think that should be enough, and then went to the Velvet Room. Margaret had something to tell me when I entered, telling me that I have completed over half the social links and gave me a reward to my commitment to my social links. I will be your commitment to your world. And she looks forward to seeing my world, and handed me a metal bat. But with that, I grabbed my Temperance Arcana persona and then went to my daycare job. The kids were all having fun like they usually do, tugging me from all directions. They're a rowdy bunch, as they already max understanding increases. But with daycare over, Eri says to you, let's go home. It's getting late. A father's kid arrives and tells them that they're going home as they leave. Yuta asked Eri, when is he coming back? Eri asks, you mean your father? And she says he doesn't know. He says that he's going home with Ryu-kun, and runs off, leaving Eri to sigh and guesses he wants to see his father. I say probably, as she continues that even if he goes home, he'll be alone with me, right? She's just a stranger who barged into his life 6 months ago. So she feels a bit sorry for him. She smiles wryly and says that her husband kinda set her up. He only told her he had a kid right before they got married, so she thought he was the one for her, so she figured the three of us would be able to work it all out. Then, right after they got married, he was sent to China on business. He keeps on contacting her, but it doesn't change the fact that he's not here. And sighs, adding that he's so inconsiderate. I ask her if she loves her husband, and that surprises her, saying she doesn't know. When she married him, she thought he was the one, but she's not so sure anymore. Even so, that's no reason to get a divorce, right? Eri sounds emotionally detached from the situation, all things considered. She thinks maybe she rushed into marriage too quickly. When you told her that she wouldn't have to work, she thought it'd be a good idea, but she then goes back to being cheery, even if forced, telling me to not tell her husband, okay? She's smiling, but I'm not sure if it's genuine or not, as our bond deepens. She wonders if Yuta's home by now, and thinks she better be going now, too. Leaving, and with her gone, I finished up my work, getting paid 10,000 yen, and then heading home. When I got home, I spent time with Nanako. She tells me not to tell Dejima, but she looks like she's about to cry. I ask her what happened. She hesitates, seeming nervous, and tells me that they handed this out at school, and said to give it to their parents, and puts a paper in front of me, which had the following written on it: Parent Survey regarding scheduling of parenting to interviews. Nanako tells me that they said they have our parents right when they can visit the school, but Dad's always working, so he can't come, huh? I reassure Nanako that he will come. That made her happy, saying, really? Thanks, big bro. Nanako looked relieved when I told her that, and she says that she'll give this to Dad and ask him to come, and smiles glad that she asked me, as I feel Nanako's trust for me as a bond deepens. Nanako asks again that he'll come, right, since he's my real dad, and asks if I have had parent-teacher interviews too. And if I was nervous, I talked about all sorts of different topics with Nanako, but it got late, so I put her to bed, and then went to bed myself. September 24th. After a lecture in class and knowledge boost obtained, I went to the shopping district to spend time with Marie. She was feeling down after the events of our last encounter. She apologized for last time and tells me that she wants to talk with me alone. Sounds good to me as we head to the hill overlooking the town, but she's surprisingly quiet. She admits that she's actually scared, that she can't remember anything. Everything about her is borrowed. Everything is just a loan from that room. If she returns what she borrowed, she won't have anything left. The name Marie, this body, this voice, they all fade away. And she feels like that's what will happen to her. So she thought, if only she at least remembered something. But she couldn't figure out anything. It's really scary. She goes quiet, and I go to comfort her. She says maybe she doesn't have any real memories to find. But she looks up and sees the view. She comments that it's beautiful, and asks if this is the one place. We came here after eating the steak skewers. I nod to confirm, and she says it was nostalgic here. She doesn't know why, but it feels like she's known this scenery since a long time ago. She had fun, then tells me to take her here again sometime. I tell her she remembers, and she tries to call me a stupid jerk-faced She realizes that she does remember. It's a memory of you and me. She thinks in it and says, yeah, she remembers, and laughs, saying she feels stupid now. It feels incredible. She closes her eyes and to reminisce something, and asks me if we can make more memories. I say I'll help. She calls me a dummy, and of course he will, since she can't make any without me. She doesn't need a hurry, huh? Even if she doesn't have memories, she can make more. She thanks me, apologizing, but it's just she's happy. Marie has cheered up as our bond deepens. We look at the view, and she calls me a weird person. I'm so busy, and yet I still take time to take care of her. She asks why. I'm already in a relationship, and although in one universe I'm a playboy, Chie would galactically punt me if I ever thought about it, and I just say we're friends. She thinks on the word and sees. So this is what it means to have friends. And she thanks me. She's so happy. She's my friend now. She really is counting on me. So she's just wanted to say, stupid, I hate you. I nod and we laugh about it. As we talk about everything that has happened, I take her to the Velvet Room and then went home. During the night, and out of character, I went to the Velvet Room. I needed a Tower Arcana, and I realized I literally don't have one. Doing an Izanagi only run kind of limits how many personas you can use, so I really just didn't think about it, and while I was there, I always thought about having heavy electric would be nice, so I'm not joking. I spent the next 20 minutes fusing personas and using a fusion calculator to get what I needed, which was Tom Lin, and finally after getting what I wanted, I head to my tutoring job. I help him out with his work and got a small expression boost. And soon I sat down, and after a short talk with his mother, asking, isn't this cheesecake delicious? She bought it from an online shop. That's all the rage these days. It's been the top ranked store for 15 weeks straight. Just like Shu, first place in everything. Shu tells her to stop it, but his mother says that he's her pride and joy, and continues, so about Shu, do you think he could make it to Tokyo University? She doesn't want him to ever have to have any hardship. Once he's in a good college, he's set, right? Everyone has natural talent. Shu-chan just happens to be how smart he is. She just wants him to go to a good college so he can get a good job, then buy a good house and find a good... Shu shouts, Mom! Don't worry about me, Mom. He's always on top. He is right now, and he always will be. That placates his mother, saying, that's right. He really is the perfect child. She continues praising her son and eventually leaves. Shu is quiet and asks if he gets into a good college, is he actually set? I say I don't think so. There's a lot to college after all. Bad answer is he asks, how do you know? You're not even in college yet. But he doesn't really need to be set just yet. He doesn't really know what that's supposed to mean anyway. Well, he needs to study. There's no point in asking about college unless he's really smart. Shu looks down and says, Raisen Ditre, and asks if I know what that is. I say no and ask for the definition. But he tells me never mind, and looks disappointed, telling me that it's irrelevant. She says that he only has his mum, and the guys at school are all kids. It seems that Shu has opened his heart to me, even if it's a little, as I feel a bond deepen. He looks and says, time's already up, but we're still in the middle of a question. I tell him to wait until next time. He understands and says until then. And with that, I finished my tutoring job, and then went home 10,000 yen richer. September 25th. You know what happens on Sundays, so let's not beat around the bush. I bought the wasabi jelly and Descartes combo for 28,800 yen, and with the weekly ritual over, I went to the shrine to catch some bugs. No jewel bugs today, which is unfortunate, but with that all done, I went to the floodplain to show the letters. She tells me that those are the letters she sent her husband. I tell her I found them at Daidara. Like the last one, she replies so, he'd been keeping her letters in the storage house as well. She laughs at that, saying they thought they're like... But she needs to throw these away as well. But first, she asks me to read them to her. She begins to read the letter. It was a lot like the ones he sent her. They're very touching, even if it's a little cheesy. But it shows the love that they shared, even if it's decades apart. At the end of reading it, she was silent. She comments that she wrote this decades ago, but who knew that she would become deaf? She reads another letter, the love for her husband echoing throughout the riverbed, letters etched on aged paper, still holding the same emotion from when they were first inked. After reading it, she said she loved him this much, and because she loved him, it saddened her that he forgot that love. She was miserable and jealous. She shakes her head and calls herself a fool. She was left behind because she was such a fool. He was all that she had. Now, he's gone. She has to accept it. I tell her to take your time. Grieving is a process after all. She agrees and asks, can she do it? She smiles through her tears, as I feel like I touched her heart, as our bond deepens. She thanks me and says if it's okay with me, she'd like to see me again. Sounds good to me, as I left Hisano and then went home. And during the night I spent time with Chie. She was talking about a dream, a food-related dream, as I call her obsessed. She talks more about food and other idle chatter. I enjoy myself, as I feel our relationship will grow closer soon. She noticed that it was getting late and wishing she could stay longer, but we can't, huh? And she gave me a gift, a muffin. This thing will probably kill me if I ate it, but I accept it, and then I walked Chie home, and then went home myself. September 26. Miserable weather, raining and thunderstorms, which means only one thing. It's time to catch the Guardian. I went to the river and tossed my rod in. As the area around my bait splashed and crashed, he's in there, I know it, as suddenly he grabbed onto my rod. My rod fights back against the abyssal foe. I tug forward, trying it, and it stops his attempts to escape. It was do or die, as thunder crashes around us as the tug-of-war between man and fish happens. Thousands? No. Millions of years of evolution has brought man to this point, and I catch it. With my achievement of catching the mighty River Guardian, every other fish paled in comparison. To be honest, so tomorrow I should probably hand this to the old man to get my new rod. But with that all done, I went home and did some gardening with the family, and with that all done and dusted, I get started on expert fishing. That Guardian was an honest challenge. I can't imagine how difficult the Sea Guardian will be. But while I was reading it, the thunder and lightning blocked out the distractions, giving me a massive knowledge boost, bringing my knowledge to Professor. I still got some more pages left, but it will have to wait for another time as I head to bed. September 27th. Heading to school in the rain. It's been raining a bunch. Wonder if we'll have to check the Midnight Channel soon. Anyway, Rise called out my name, saying just what she needed. She runs up to me and forces herself under my umbrella. I share it with her. She says, sheesh, this wind. She just bought a new umbrella and it's already broken. But she guesses there's a silver lining. She looks at me and says that if I don't huddle in a little closer, my shoulder will get wet. I decide to mess with Rise by saying I'm sexier when I'm soaked. Thinking about it now, it was a horrible option. Rise says that she can't believe I actually said that, saying that maybe I shouldn't say those things like that in front of other people. She thinks it might creep them out. That's fair, as we continue walking and talking as Rise complains about the humidity ruining her hair, adding that it's taken some abuse from all the magazine photo shoots she's been in, so it's a little fragile. Sounds like a tough life to be an idol, and me and Rise head to school together. And with school over, I went to the floodplain and showed the old man the Guardian. He asked if I was able to catch it, saying I did, and he says to take a look. Shall we? Incredible. Looks like he had me figured right. He knew I could do it, and he's a man of his word. Think of this rod as him, okay? And tells me to take good care of it. He handed me the deep sea rod, and says I might just be able to do it. Even though he spent his whole life chasing that legendary fish, he thinks I might be the one to bring it home. And he apologizes he didn't mean to get misty-eyed, but it's understandable, this is his life's work after all. But he tells me to forget what he told me, and to enjoy myself out there. And then he tells me about expert fishing, likely which I already have, but with that interaction I head to Okina City for another round of getting that Jack Frost statue, and before I give up, I finally came to me. What a joy as I pick up my brand new statue, I went to the shrine catching bugs, and with all the miscellaneous things done today, I went to Jeunesse to spend time with Adachi. It seems as usual he's slacking off, and because of that, I went shopping with him. While talking about various topics, I think our relationship will come closer soon as I head home. And during the night, I decided to do Shu, getting an expression boost, and with the possibility of our bond deepening soon, I head home 10,000 yen richer. September 28th. Nothing too exciting today. I helped Yosuke out once again with a question in class. It's weird that he wouldn't know something as basic as that since we all have one, but hey, he isn't the brightest. With class over, I went to Okina Station. I had a theory that I wanted to confirm, and it's so there is another Jack statue. This time it's Pyro Jack, and I try my best with my luck, and once more, after many attempts, I didn't get it, meaning another week, maybe more, just to get another statue. Wonder if King Frost or Black Frost will have variants. But with that over, I went to hang out with Marie. We hanged out at Jeunesse, and like the many other times we've hanged out, Rise suddenly appears with Kanji saying she found me and oh, Marie's with me. And since we're at Jeunesse, it's a given that Teddie and Yosuke would appear. Teddie saying that Sensei's surrounded by babes. He's gotta get him some action. He sounds more excited than me. And then Yukiko and Chie arrive. Yukiko said she knew it and says hello to Marie. She was just saying to Chie that she bets everyone would be here. Everyone was here and we spent the day together. Although our bond won't deepen, it's always nice to have friends around. But it's getting late, so I leave everyone and escort Marie back to the Velvet Room and then went home. And when I got home, Tanaka's wares had arrived, so I grabbed them, and when I then I went to the shrine. I heard that if you offer the shrine some money, you get closer with someone, so I tried out and my chance to get closer with Marie. But I didn't have the chance, and let's try my luck. I opened my fortune, and it says great blessing. As the fortune tells me, your relationship could become stronger soon. Not sure if that means a rank up or more time to be spent, but time passed as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home. September 29th. School was over and I was left with only one thing to do, and that was to hang out with Chie. She asked me, "What you doing?" She didn't seem busy, so I invited her to hang out, and she agreed, and in between stutters, she asked if she can see my room. But after training, of course. So let's go. Chie looked embarrassed. Man, I didn't think a room could be this important, but as soon as training ended, we were in my room. Well, only because Chie was practically begging me to see it, and I can't disappoint my girlfriend. Chie looks around saying, "So this is my room." She comments that it's clean and asks if I'm trying to keep the place tidy for when I move out. She pauses and then asks me how my room looked back home, and honestly, it was about the same, but Chie wishes she could see what it looked like. She looked somewhat embarrassed. She says that her room is covered in posters and stuff. It's a complete mess. She laughs it off and pauses again. She's obviously shy and starts to stutter and apologizes for barging in like this. Yep, she's definitely panicking internally. But she says, well, see, there's something she wanted me to hear. Only me. And she admits that she still doesn't have a clue what her good points are, but she thought she could just keep on searching. She was thinking, maybe both of us together. I say to tease her that she's on her own. She responds a little grumpy, "Why do I have to be so mean? Don't make me smack you." Her face is red and says, "So here from me to you." She hands me wristbands, saying it's new, so it's clean. It makes a matching pair with hers, and she laughs. She says she thinks this power of hers is what she wanted all along. The power to protect everyone. She understands now. She's not supposed to use it to become more self-reliant. She's supposed to use this power to protect people. Yukiko, her friends, her family, this town, and me.
My new power! I have you to thank for this. I love you.
With Chie awakening to her new power, I can sense her intense love as I feel our bond has reached its maximum. With everything that's happened in such a short space of time, Chie is left fidgeting as I decide to hug her. She says she just got done training and she's all sweaty. Like, I'm not too, but she says, wait, that's not what she meant. What is she even saying? She says to herself, I tell her that's just you. That left her to blush and ask her, what do you mean? It's just like me, idiot. Some time passed with Chie, and eventually it got dark, so I walked Chie to her house, and then went home. And during the night, I went into Shu, and I helped him out getting a small boost in my expression, which left us to sit and chat. Shu asks what I think of Yasogami. I say it's boring, and he responds that he guesses schools are like that everywhere. He nods to himself and says, moving on to other matters, there's a transfer student in his class. He looks down on everything here, and says we're all a bunch of hicks living in the boonies. Everyone ignores him. Yeah, a lot of people do look down on people that are inferior, but I say that, well, I'm a transfer student too. That surprises him, saying, is that so? He didn't know, but then says, so that's why. And he thinks to himself, but says that school is a pain. All his classmates are stupid, and the lessons they try and teach are absolutely pointless. But my lessons are a lot easier to understand. It seems that Shu is slowly opening up to me as I feel a bond deepen. Shu realizes that time's up, and he tells me that this is a good point to finish. Actually, so let's just finish for today. Sounds good to me as I head home, 10,000 yen in my pocket. September 30th. With school over, I wanted to hang out with Rise, but I forgot that I don't have an arcana related to her, so I quickly fixed that, which only made Rise sad, but it will be fine as I went to the Velvet Room and grabbed Queen Mab and headed straight back to school and asked her out, which turned her frown upside down. We went to Okina Station. Well, Rise took me here, more like it. It wasn't for this outing I'd try my hand at Pirate Jack, but another time. Rise said, whew, that was a long trip. It will take time to get back, so let's walk around quick. I ask if she comes to Okina often, and she confirms since, there's not much of a selection where we live, right? Since she got a mule with her today, she thinks it's time for a shopping spree. Rise seems having fun with her mule, so I guess I can't complain. Rise asks me where I think Kanji buys his clothes. You can't find pointy stuff like those at Jeunesse, can you? Then she thinks, does he buy them online, or maybe he makes them? Honestly, I think it's a little bit of both. Maybe he customizes the clothes he gets, wherever he's really good with his hands. But suddenly, a random guy comes up, he seems a little shy and asks Rise if he's reset. Rise flatly responds, no, I'm not, and tells me we should go. Rise drags me off, but many more people approach Rise over the course of the day. I guess popularity does that to someone. Rise's left angry, saying they just never learn, letting out a sigh, smiling, but she told them today, no I'm not, you're mistaken, I'm not reset, and laughs saying, and it's true, she's no longer reset, she's just an ordinary girl, which is fine with her. She's happy and adds that she never thought she'd be out in public like this. She loves Inaba. You see the same faces every day, rumors spread fast, and there are times when it gets on her last nerve. And sometimes she feels she might be better off if she was in the big city full of strangers. But even then, she loves Inaba. I am there, her grandmother's there, and above all, there's something she can do there, and tells me that we should keep at it, and I can sense Rise's passion as I feel our bond deepen. She admits to me that she didn't see any One Pieces that clicked with her, so she guesses we should just go home. Well, sounds good to me. So much for being her mule, as I walk Rise to her house and then head home. During the night, there wasn't too much to do, so I decided to spend a precious moment with Nanako, and then went to bed. October 1st. The month starts with horrible weather, so that's always nice, but Okina Station is at least not dealing with downpour, so I spend the day there. First off, I do what I always, when given the chance, spin the capsule machine, and after some time trying to get another prize, I actually got the Pirate Jack doll, so that's a pleasant surprise. Didn't take me 2 weeks like last time. But anyways, now that I'm here, I go to Cafe Chagall so I can get Zeodine. I take a sip of Moomon's exquisite coffee and get swept down in the black torrents of flavors. I desperately reach towards something and grasp Zeodine. I wake up a little while later by Moomon telling me that he's closing shop and laughs, saying that I'm already a regular here. Still, there's no need to be hasty. Everyone becomes an adult eventually, like it or not, and tells me to be careful on my way home and to come back whenever I feel like. Well, it's late, I best go home. And during the night, after equipping Izanagi with Zeodine, that today is Saturday. So I went to the bus stop and I can toot a shoe, and with an expression boost in the hopes of our bond getting closer, I went home, 10,000 yen richer. October 2nd. I start the day by organizing my shelf to add my new 2 Persona dolls and that I got, and they look nice, and then I turn on the TV on Tanaka. Got something good for me, I just know it. And today I got the Wasabi, Jelly, and Peach Battlesuit combo for 29,800 yen. And after that, I didn't like how my shelf was organized, so I fixed it. Now I'm pretty happy with how it looks. And then went to the floodplain, I talked to the guy, and he talks about how his fishing days may be at an end. He tells me his only regret is he never managed to catch that one fish. I knew he was the man with the Emma request, and I say that I'll do it. He says you're going to catch that even he never could, and says it must be fate that led him to give me this rod. Alright, he'll teach me everything he knows. Finish the task I started. Right, sensei. I ask all the information I needed to know. It needs to be big, round insect, maybe a stag beetle, and then he repeats the same info. Well, I guess I should do some bug catching. I got a hikey stag beetle, not sure if it's the right thing, but we'll have to see. But after I decide to spend the day with Hisano, like I do every Sunday. She tells me that she was lying to me. I was confused, but she says that she's not really deaf. But she did wish that he would die, and so he died for her. That's what she wanted to think. She thought maybe that would be proof that he still loved her. She didn't want to accept that he had died all by himself, not remembering her, leaving her behind. I tell her that I understand that feeling. She asks me if I have someone who I hold dear myself. She smiles gently and says that the truth is, she doesn't have any special powers like that. She's not deaf, just another boring human being, waiting for a miracle that never came. Before she knew it, she was wishing death on the one person she loved most in the world. She was lonely, forgotten, and loved, being loved. All that is what goes into making us human. Even if he had forgot about her, they lived, they spent time, were proof that their dedication to each other. His love for her was never a lie. All those letters are proof. She just didn't get it. But it's too late now, isn't it? I say that it isn't, and she thinks perhaps I'm right. She thinks she'll try living as the Hisano he loved once more. I can see the spark return in her eyes as our bond deepens. She says that the man she loved is gone. She can't ignore that fact any longer. She has to face that truth head on. And with that, I left Hisano and then went home. And during the evening, I decided to make lunch for tomorrow. I tried to make some kakuni, but honestly, it came out horribly. And in the end, left me with a dry one. I'll have to pull a Chie and feed this to someone against their will. But for now, I head to bed. October 3rd, the day starts off with a lecture. It was quite boring, all things considered, but I got a knowledge boost, at least. With that done, lunch break came, and I decided which victim will have the dry kakuni, and I decided that it was Daisuke. And well, Daisuke doesn't like to mince words, calling what I gave him yuck. And what the hell is this? And tells me to give some to Cal. He wants to see his reaction. Well, he didn't like it, and it's how I expected to happen. And maybe I should try making better food next time. But soon after, school was over, and I went to Okina City. Not another Jack, brother, it was a Neko Shogun. This time, and just like everything today, it didn't go well on my way, and I got nothing. Well, that sucks. But I finished the day of failures, I went back to school and went to band class, and with a boost in my expression, the hopes of my bond deepening with INA, I went home. And during the night, since I will be fishing soon, I decided to finally finish expert fishing. It will be ready for the beast of a fish, but for now, I head to bed. October 4th. Not the best start of the day. I got a question wrong in class. I hope these losing streaks don't continue with me during the whole day. With class over, the weather is miserable, which means that it's time. The sea guardian will be mine. I go to the beach hoping that stag beetles were right bait for the fish. And the toss the first time in the murky waters, expert fishing came in handy, and I got a bus stop sign. Okay. I guess I can use it as a weapon, at least, but that's so random. But I pulled myself together and go back to fishing and got a tire from a car. Okay, I'm just being messed around with. Why is there a whole tire in the water? And why could it fish with ease? Getting back on track, I try another bait and got an actual fish this time. Maguro tuna, to be exact. With that confirmation that yes, there is actual living things in this water. I cast my Genji beetle in the water, and after splashing and crashing, wait. Was this the right beetle? Can't talk as I believe the Sea Guardian takes the bait, and I pull with all my might, and it fights back. This is a true battle. There were moments where I felt myself giving up, but I can't. No, I won't. As I use all of my willpower to heave this mighty foe, and I got him. Christ, it's a big one. This is definitely the Sea Guardian. A lot uglier than I expected, to be honest, but with that done, I caught an octopus and another tuna, and then went home. And during the night, I went to Shu, and I helped out getting a little expression boost. And student left us to talk. He admits that he's not that good with English language. He can memorize what's in the textbook and get good grades on tests, but he doesn't really understand it. But the teacher doesn't comprehend the difference between reading from the textbook and speaking to people. Man, teaching must be a great job. Even idiots can be arrogant when they know more than you do. They don't get what it means to learn at all. I say that's just how it is. Thinking about King Moron as I say that. He responds that a student's value is equal to how well he scores on tests. Well, at least that's easy to understand. Shu nods to me and says, so about that transfer you told me about before. His grades are pretty good, but he can't beat me. So then the rest of the class and the teacher made this face like the transfer student isn't good enough after all, looking down on him. And yet, he acts all big, so everyone hates him lately. Not even talks to him, it's all stupid. Why does he have to go to school? It's obviously dumb, that place. I scold him saying, you're not the only one, and got a minor courage boost. She seems to understand that everyone goes to school against their will. Yasogami High looked fun, at least. He gets a feeling when he sees me, but by the time he's a first year, I'd already graduated. Then there's no point, huh? It seems that once again, he's slowly opening up to me as our bond deepens. After that, he sees that time's up and tells me to be careful going home. Thank you, Shu. As I head home, 10,000 yen richer. October 5th, midterms are next Friday, so that's nice to know. I know I'm more or less ready, but Yosuke sure isn't, as I once again have to save him from the embarrassment of getting a question wrong, boosting my expression. And with class soon over, I honestly have nothing to do since it's raining, so I just decided to get some studying done in the library, giving me 2 knowledge boosts, and then went home.
And now, the weather. The week ended on a wet note as rain clouds moved into the area. As a result, a thick fog is expected to form in the Inaba region later tonight.
Looks like the fog will be setting in tonight, but before that, I collect my amazing commodities, and then eventually midnight came. Let's see if once again we've stopped the killer in his tracks. Nice. Once again, we showed that clown he can't kill while we're on the case. But I just hope he stops his crusade with yet another failure. October 6th, heading to school with Yosuke and Chie as suddenly Naoto appears. Chie asks him, I mean her, if she's feeling better now. Naoto says yes, and it's all thanks to us. She'd like to thank us once again for what happened. Yosuke tells her not to mention it, and asks about her uniform. She replies, huh? Ah, yes, after contemplating the matter, she went with what she's been wearing thus far. There's no need for us to. Suddenly 2 students walk past and saying, hey, it's the detective prince. His friend snarks, that's no prince. He heard he's a she. His friend replies, huh? You serious? If he's a she, then oh crap. 2 girls appear, one saying she's kinda disappointed, but then again, there's something neat about it. Her friend agrees, saying, if you look at her a certain way, doesn't she seem pretty cool? They all leave talking amongst themselves, leaving Nana to say, my, rumors spread so quickly. I tell her to just ignore them. She agrees with that, saying she's herself, right? That aside, she'd like to discuss the case with us all. We're dealing with a kidnap and murder case perpetrated by someone lurking in this very town, and it still isn't over. Yeah, that's true, and Naoto says, let's go over the finer points after school. We all agree, and soon school was over. We were at the headquarters, Jeunesse. Naoto tells us what happened, saying first, she heard the doorbell ring, but when she opened the door, she saw no one there. Just as the alarm bell sounded in her mind, someone grabbed her roughly from behind and covered her mouth with something. Immediately afterwards, she was put into something like a sack, and most likely carried on the culprit's shoulder. Rise is surprised by how clear that her statement is, saying, how could you remember all that? But she continues saying that the culprit seemed to have used a chemical to incapacitate her. Luckily, she wasn't completely unconscious. She had been expecting a trick along those lines, so she became somewhat prepared, and of course, she was desperate to gather as much information as she could. That impressed Teddie, so no wonder you're an ace detective. Kanji says that it ain't something to be proud of. She's too damn calm about this. Naoto continues that, but judging by their actions and body type, she'd say the culprit is definitely a man. She heard no conversations or voices, so she believes he is acting alone. It's after that things get murky. She felt a single impact, which she assumed is when she was thrown inside the TV, but the time from kidnapping to the point seemed too short. It was a matter of minutes. Chie comments, so you were immediately thrown inside the TV after being kidnapped? Oh, could there have been a TV on the side of the road? That's silly, Chie. But Naoto says that, regrettably, her memory from there is a blur. Yosuke understands, but says, man, the killer came right up to the door and rung the bell. That's just crazy. Naoto finally understands why they all testified that you couldn't recall much of what happened. Such a bizarre experience. With mental and physical fatigue on top of that, it's only natural to be confused. And going by the surrounding circumstances, her kidnapping and everyone else's were near identical. So there's no question that the culprit is the same in each case. Chie says, though, that means Mitsuo, who said he killed King Moron. Naoto replies, that everything makes sense now. I can't say for sure until she gathers more concrete evidence, but Mitsuo Kubo's only victim was Mr. Moroka. It was a copycat killing that mimicked the true culprit's method. Yosuke replies that no wonder King Moron's death broke the pattern in so many ways, but Naoto says the question remains though, as to how Kubo learned of that world. That clicked with Chie saying that was bothering her as well. That confused us, but she continues that Mitsuo could tend to the TV, right? Then why didn't he kill King Moron that way? Naoto responds that she believes that he didn't understand the other side as the true culprit. Even though she can enter it herself, it wouldn't occur to her to use it for murder. And remember, the previous corpses left no sign of their deaths and had anything to do with the other world. After Kubo became wanted, leaving him with no choice to run, he probably thought of the first time, what if I put my whole body into the TV? Sounds plausible. Naoto continues that the bizarre condition of the corpse that caused such commotion is probably because they died on the other side. It's a simpler explanation than figuring out why the killer would risk disposing of the bodies in such a way, which means their inexplicable condition of being hung on a foggy day wasn't due to the culprit making a statement. Much more of a speculation could be tested if we could ask Kubo in person. However, she's unfortunately been taken off the investigation, and she highly doubts the police will believe any of this. Rise comments that they wouldn't admit that it wasn't Kubo in the first place. Once they've said something on the TV, it's not easy to admit that you're wrong. Naoto nods to agree, and says that she believes the primary cause of her dismissal was because she raised that possibility to them. The police aren't readily concede that they made false charges, all the more so if the accused is a juvenile. In fact, the overwhelming sentiment with the police force is to end this case with his arrest. That shocks us, Chie saying, even if it's possible there's another killer, Kanye says those dickwads. He had a feeling that it would be the case, not that he trusted them in the first place. Yosuke does ask Naoto that if you were that calm when it happened, couldn't you have, he's not saying you could have caught him, but isn't it kind of sad for an ace detective to go down that easy? That question makes Naoto panic a little and admits that, to tell you the truth, she was actually really scared and apologizes. Bit insensitive, Yosuke, but Yuki reassures Naoto and says that it can't be helped. None of us could resist the culprit either. Don't forget Naoto is younger than us and she's a girl. Yosuke admits that he keeps forgetting when he sees her like this. You know, Naoto. She responds, what is it? And he says, you got balls for a girl. A weird thing to say, but that makes her flustered, saying, regardless, she has no doubt the culprit will continue his attacks. We can only watch and wait for him to make his next move. And this is no longer a mere job or someone else's affair. She wants to know the truth of why we were targeted and asks me if she can join our efforts. I see why not and say of course, and she thanks me, and she will do her best, calling me leader. Naoto has officially joined and she'll be a strong asset in solving the case as the investigation team gets closer to the truth. Teddie says that since he's the king of geniuses, he knew it would work out this way and shows Naoto her glasses for that world. But she doesn't know that, seeming confused but thanking him. Naoto says that we told her about him and she can sympathize with his drive to find himself. If she may help him in any way, to let her know. Teddie is happy, commenting, wow, what a nice girl. The true culprit is still at large, but for now, we'll just have to wait for him to make the next move. And I head home. And at home, the time has passed, so me and Nanako do some harvesting of plants, and with melons harvested and eggplants once again planted, I head to the shopping district and saw Adachi, and he talked about that old lady again and added that he's hungry. Seems like he hasn't eaten yet, so I invite him over and he remembers that he talked about that the other day, and says sure, why not. He heard I am quite the cook as we both head to Dojima's. After doing some setup, me and Adachi sat and watched TV as Nanako came to sit down, her telling me that the potatoes are still hard. And Nanako tells Adachi happily that today we're having shu. Adachi was confused and said, oh, you mean stew. She says, yeah, stew. Adachi congratulates her on getting it right, and Nanako replies asking Adachi if he likes stew as well. He says, yeah, kind of. Nanako asks what he means, and he replies that he does like it. It's been a while since he's had some, and asks if I can cook like this all the time, and says he bets Dojima tells me all the time what a great help I am, and I say that he does, something I bet you can't relate with, Adachi, and it's somewhat confirmed when he replies that he doesn't seem like the type of guy to come out and say it. Adachi shrugs at that and says that he heard that I'm moving back in spring. He bets Dojima's gonna cry. Yeah, he'll have to cook again. But that makes Nanako sad, and Adachi apologizes to her, saying that's a long ways away. But she's still sad, but Adachi has an idea, asking Nanako if he's ever seen this trick. He produces a 500 yen coin and tells her to watch closely. You're watching, and then he opens his hand, it's gone! He's a wizard, and Nanako is shocked, asking him to do it again. He won't, but this time he'll show her something even better. He then looks at me and tells me to look in my pocket. Holy shit, it's in my pocket. Nanako calls Adachi the best. I ask him if he likes magic tricks, but he says that he's just good with his hands. Stuff like this comes easy to him. He seems relieved that Nanako was smiling again, and says maybe he should be a magician. Then he wouldn't have to be such a... well, he guesses there's no job like a government job. It's not like he can make a living working with his hands. I guess that's fair, Adachi, as I feel like I know him just that bit more as a bond deepens. Adachi smells the stew and says that's smelling pretty good. He thinks the shu's about ready. Nanako corrects him and he replies, shitatsu? She says shu. Adachi says wrong, and she's annoyed, saying she said it right. They share the same brain cell, I swear, as we spend a fun night together. October 7th. Lunch break starts and we were hanging out. Naoto appears saying, "Excuse me." We look at her and she walks up to us and she asks if we have time later after school today. We were confused. Chie asks if something's happened. Naoto says no, but rather she'd like to have a doctor examine Teddie. Yosuke is confused, asking a doctor. Yu-Gi-Oh asks Naoto if she means a vet, but she says a normal kind actually. If we're free, she scheduled a checkup for him for school today. A thorough physical examination might give you a good first step in figuring out what Teddie actually is. And she thought that it would be a good idea for the rest of us to get checkups as well. That confuses us, but Naoto says that we should see if the fog over there or the powers we've gained have had any negative effects on our health. And since everyone here have been active in the other side far longer than she has, she thinks we should definitely be examined. Those words scare Yosuke, saying, "Negative effects? Just don't drop scary stuff like that like it's nothing." But yeah, he never thought about that. She then says she's already arranged to have Kanji and Rise looked as well. Chie says that she's on the ball with all this and asks if she's sure she's not an adult. Yosuke teases and says her height's a big giveaway though. That comment disgruntles her a little and says, well, she'll see us all after school. And she left. Well, I guess we've got a doctor's appointment today. And eventually, it happens. And we all underwent a thorough physical at the hospital, Naoto recommended. Yosuke comments that it's just an ordinary checkup. Kanji admits he was kinda looking forward to getting some gigantic machine and being spun around, but Rise wonders if there was really a point to this. The doctors look confused too. Well, it was for Teddie's sake. Speaking of Teddie, Yukio sees him and Naoto. Naoto apologizes for the wait, and Teddie is very sorry for the wait. Yosuke asks if they found anything about Teddie. She says that they did. They found out that they can't tell anything about him. That confuses us, but she says that they even had Teddie had taken an X-ray, but nothing came up with it. No matter how many times they tried it, it would always be too blurry to read. That's a shock. Naoto adds that's a visual examination and standard palpitations indicate that he's perfectly normal. Since the machine could be malfunctioning, they told her to try another hospital if we're still worried about Teddie, but she feels bad for making them go for all of this. Yukio says that he's different. Teddie asks, what should he do? They took a look at everything inside of him, but Chie tells him that they just said they couldn't see anything in the x-ray, you dork. Kanji sees the bright side, saying, at least they didn't find anything wrong with him, right? Man, we know as much about Teddie as we do about these personas and shadows. Yosuke adds onto that saying that we tried looking them up in the library and the net. Persona means something like another personality, and he thinks they listed shadow under the related terms. Teddie says that shadows are shadows. He thinks there's something that come out of people, but he can't really explain. But the detective Naoto says that she performed her own research after her incident. Persona and shadow are common psychological terms. Of course, the ones we are familiar with don't quite fit those definitions. This is what was written in an unofficial project document that so happened to come across. A shadow is suppressed power, and when controlled by one's ego, it becomes a persona. Kanji's confused by it and asks, what does that mean? Are they basically the same thing? Then again, all those shadows we beat the shit out of did turn into personas. Who cares about the details? It doesn't matter what they are. If they get in our way, he'll crush them. Thanks, Kanji. But Naoto says that she can't find any information on how they're related to that other world. Rise lets out a sigh, saying that there's so much stuff about us that we don't have a clue about. Teddie brings up that there's some things we don't know, though, and he says that he has a bunch of awesome data with him. That confuses us, but Teddie says that it's kind of embarrassing that he is the only one that had personal details shown to the world. So, he reveals papers saying, ta-da, nowadays information wants to be free. Therefore, he'll break the ice by announcing that everyone's physical exams. We were all shocked, this is gonna be something. Chie was the first to say something, telling him, no you won't, give him here, now. She chases him a little as Teddie says that the first place in the shortest leg division is, who would have guessed? Yosuke's worried, saying, it's not me, isn't it? Hey, what kind of things do they examine anyways? Then he says, if you're gonna blab about it, you might as well tell us all the girls' measurements. Pervert, Yosuke strikes again. That annoyed Chie, saying, you are a complete utter moron? Rita says fine with her, her complete profile is public for all ages, but her bust size is 2 centimeters shorter than the print. Her agency insisted. Yugi doesn't want hers to be said, but Rise says that she bets guys won't care what size you are, and having modestly sized breasts like yours will definitely make it easy to wear a kimono. That caused Yugi to blush confused, but Rise is interested since Naoto is here too, and has a look. Let's see. Naoto is She's shocked, saying, "Is this for real? Wait, isn't this just measured wrong?" Naoto quickly yoinks the paper, saying, "Anyways, the important thing is that according to the exam results, nothing's wrong with our health, so we won't be needing these anymore. She's going to go shred them. Leaving what was said on those paper, we may never know." Yosuke says, "Well, thank goodness everyone's healthy." Chie agrees and says, "Let's go home." And everyone left, leaving me and the instigator of all this, Teddie. He says that after all, they found out nothing about him. He wonders what he really is. I tell him that there's always next time. He agrees, thanking me. Teddie is gazing at me with gratitude as our bond deepens. Turns out they haven't left yet. Yosuke says if we don't hurry, we're going to be left behind. And with that, I went with them back home. And during the night, since the exams are coming up, I decided to do some studying, getting 2 knowledge boosts, and then heading to bed. October 8th. Heading to school in the rain, Naoto says good morning to me. She tells me that the exams start next Friday, but she's just not in the mood for schoolwork. The true killer is someone else. We're the only ones who know that. If we don't act, the case will grind to a halt. I say that tests are important too, and she replies that she's not saying they aren't. She's just feeling anxious. We're the only ones with the ability to solve this case, and yet we have no way to act. Anyway, we can only wait for the culprit to make his move. We must not forget to check the Midnight Channel too. This is a crucial moment. Couldn't agree more as we're inside. And I got hit with honestly the easiest question I've ever had to do in class. But I can see Yosuke failing. But with that, school finished. And Yosuke brought us to the roof. Kanji says it's freezing. Yukio says, "Why are we getting together on the roof on a day like this?" And Risei asks, "What's this urgent business about, Yosuke?" Teddie pipes up, "Seriously? He was busy handing out flyers at Jeunesse." Chie was unsure of saying that he saw him hitting on girls just outside the school gate. Naoto asks, "Was there some kind of progress in the case?" Suddenly, Yosuke starts to beg, saying that he needs us. "We must help him. We're the only ones he can rely on. Can we please keep this weekend open?" Naoto is confused by that, asking if it has something to do with the event at the Inaba police station that got cancelled. Chie is confused and asks, what's she talking about? But Naoto says that the idol Kanami Mishida was scheduled to be an honorary chief this Sunday. Teddie knows that person, saying, "Oh my gosh, the famous Kanamin was going to come all the way to the boonies?" Risei knows her, saying that she's taking on jobs like that already. Yukio says that she's been seeing her a lot on TV lately, but she didn't know that they belong to the same agency as Risei was. But Risei is disgruntled, saying if she's coming to Inaba now, the agency is obviously trying to use all the fuss about her to their favor. But Kanji is confused, saying, "Then what's the big deal about it being cancelled?" Teddie spells it out, saying there was going to be a big sale at Jeunesse to take advantage of the event, but now it's down the tubes. Yosuke gets mad at Teddie, saying it's not a joke. The police took forever to decide on cancelling the event. His dad's already in a fix now. He worked so hard to put this whole thing together, and he can't stand to see him like this. He can't just let it go. Naoto said that she heard that the police couldn't prepare the event because she had gone missing, and apologized, saying that it is her fault. Yosuke tells her it's not her fault, and not to blame herself. But it does seem like that's what happened. He seems down, but Kanji asks him, "So why did you call us up here? What do you want us to do about it?" Chie adds that from the way it sounds, she's gotta say she doesn't think we can do much to help. But Yosuke finally gets to the point, saying that he wants everyone to help him with a bunch of different tasks, and asks for Risei to, well, if she could, do an event at Jeunesse. That surprises her, asking him if he wants her to substitute for Kanamin. He confirms, saying, "So there's no way?" She goes quiet and asks if it's really that bad. Yosuke says that he doesn't know. He may be his son, but he's still only a part-timer. But his dad's been awfully nice for some reason. He thinks it might be possible he may get fired if this thing falls through. If that happens, he might have to transfer schools again. Seriously, what is he gonna do if that happens? I'm pretty sure he's overreacting, man, but she agrees, but singing and handshakes only. No autographs, and nothing she can do as a high school student, otherwise she'll get in trouble. And she'll only do it if the investigation team gets on stage with her. That condition shocks us, but I'm fine, I'm ranked 6 in the music class, but Chie isn't saying that she's no idol. Yukio says that she would be troublesome if people come and try and recruit her for us to become an idol. Teddie agrees as well, since he has an exclusive contract with Jeunesse, but Kanji thinks they are worrying about the wrong things here. But if Risei is gonna sing, what are we supposed to do on stage? She says she needs a band, of course. She'll make this very clear. She can't use pre-recorded tracks. But Yosuke doesn't like it, since there's no way we can pull off something like that. Coward, but Naoto reassures us that she did some experience playing the keyboard. Her grandfather suggested that she takes piano lessons when she was younger, and she has one she can bring as well. Chie is surprised, asking Naoto if she's up for real. She agrees, since the incident is a result of her actions after all. She'll do whatever she can do to help. Yosuke thanks Naoto and says that if it's music Rise needs, he has a guitar, though he's never really played it. Oh wait, he actually bought a bass once, and he thinks it's in storage. I agree with Chie on how do you accidentally buy something like that? And she bets he just thought it was yet another guitar. Yosuke has no words to rebuttal her, as Yukio says that she should have some kind of musical instrument at her place for dinner parties and such. Kanji thinks about it and wonders, some kind of instrument? Oh boy, he guess he's got nothing. As Rise says, then it's decided she'll look for a song she can sing. We'll use a band arrangement, and we get the instruments and find a place to practice. Chie says, got it, but tells her to try and pick an easy one, okay? But now that it's happening, for real, she's getting a little fired up about it and says that we should go ask if we can borrow the music room at school. Shouldn't be that hard, I think I might be able to some sway. But we were allowed to use the room and everyone's instruments were laid out. Chie asks, what are we gonna do with these? She just grabbed whatever she could find, and this wasn't being used as a symphonic band. Kanji looks and sees a gong and asks, what is that? And Yukio says, it's a gong. Yosuke responds, well, duh. He's pretty sure he's asking, what's it doing here? Yukio says that she thought Chie might want to play it since, you know, it sounds kinda Chinese-ish. Right, Yukiko. But Chie responds that she doesn't think that's gonna be really a matter in this case. That confuses her, but Teddie tells Yosuke to try these. He was confused, but agreed, and held on to some maracas. Naoto looks at it and says that she sees, but Chie sees the similarity with them with his kunais, or cooked corn right now, but tells him to try and summon his persona while holding them. He does what he's told, and it's funny to watch, but he snaps back into reality saying, wait, he can't summon it here? Nah, you're just not trying hard enough, man. But with that in mind, Yukio decides on the tambourine, saying, look, isn't it just like a fan? I can see that, but Chie thinks that she's convinced that we're playing for a dinner party at the inn. But Yosuke tries to bring it back on track, saying that we need stuff like guitars instead of a little backup instruments like these. Yosuke tells me that he'll be playing the guitar, and why don't I take the bass? He can at least teach me a bit. I say master to tease him, and that struck him saying, oh, he never thought he would hear me call him that. And to check out these moves, he's got mad air guitar skills. Rise says that since me, Yosuke, and Naoto have decided on what we're going to play, she thinks we should put Kanji on drums. Kanji replies, hey, why does he get a pick? Rise simply says that if he's up front, it will look like a metal band, but Yosuke thinks he'd be good on drums, since he's always hitting and stomping things after all. That annoyed Kanji, asking, how does that make any sense? With Kanji's decision forced, Teddie decides that he'll take over the charming percussion accoutrements. Hey baby, he's gonna lay down a passionate beast that flows from his soul. Teddie once again being his usual dumb self. But Chie says it leaves just her and Yukiko. She thinks on it and says, well, how about the chorus? There is a part for that. That took them both off guard. Chie says, no can do. She'll hold something. Let's see, what looks easy? She does some inspecting on a pile of instruments, and in a matter of moments, Chie decided on a trumpet and Yukio decided on a sax. Yosuke likes that, saying, doesn't it look like we're her band? She agrees, and she doesn't think it looks half bad at all. Chie and Yukiko blow into their instruments, but nothing happens. Yukiko is confused, and Chie asks if it's broken. She's blowing, but the air goes right through. Oh, that's how it works, Chie. Rise reassures that that's how it's for everyone when they start out. Anyway, we don't have much time, so let's start practicing. Teddie asks if what's all the tadpoles in the paper. Chie realizes, oh yeah, she doesn't know how to read music. Yosuke laments that he guesses he's gonna have to transfer schools after all. Duma Yosuke is back, we all practiced until it got dark, and then we decided to meet again tomorrow, heading home. And during the night, I decided to get a fortune reading for Adachi, and I want to get closer to him. I got a mind blessing. Hopefully this will be enough for our bond to get closer. As time passed, I tied the omakuji around the fortune tree, but it was getting late, and I went home. October 9th.
Once more from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4.
With a days of practice, we don't sound all that good, but we're getting there. As something bangs, Chie calls out, that wasn't her, she thinks. Yukio says it wasn't her either. Like, she can't get any sound out of her sax. Teddie replies that a hip and young audience yearns for the element of surprise in music as well. A bizarre sound rings out, an overturning of the expected cliches found in today's sound. You get it? Oh, so it was Teddie being an idiot. Kanji responds that he gets it. That means Teddie did it, doesn't it? Being caught, Teddie replies, that reaction overturned his expectations. Everyone goes at it on Teddie, as Naoto, feeling disgruntled, says, why don't we take a break? We've been doing this since morning. Yosuke thinks that's a good idea. His fingers are all stiff. Teddie, feeling saved by Naoto, says, nice follow-up, and he thinks he's falling for her. Don't dig yourself into a hole, Teddie. But Chie says that we should ignore Teddie. I like the sound of that. Yosuke's losing faith, asking if we are really going to manage this. He's starting to get the idea that this is impossible. No matter what we do, Chie agrees, commenting that there's just not enough time. Everyone is silent, so it's a moment for me to be a leader, and I say to show some spirit. Yosuke is still a little down and says that I really get into the do-or-die spirit sometimes, but Rise says that it's fitting for me. Kanji agrees, everything would have been for nothing if we don't give up now. A real brawl doesn't begin until you get your back against a wall. But Yosuke tells Kanji that we're here to start a band, not a fight club. But Chie gets into the do-or-die mindset, saying, I'll do it too. I hope she doesn't mean the fight club. But she says that it's no longer just about Yosuke now. She'll feel angry at herself if she gave up. Rise reassures Yosuke that she agreed to do this, so she'll do it. She didn't say anything pathetic like, I'll do what I can. She's gonna get a huge crowd no matter what, and they will go home satisfied. She just needs us help to do it. Yosuke is inspired now, saying that's how a pro delivers a team-boosting speech. Naoto agrees and says, well then, should we resume our practice? Yosuke agrees, reinvigorated. Suddenly her sax makes noise. Yukio says, she did it, so it wasn't broken after all. Some time passes, and Rise decides that we should try putting our music together. She's going to sing along too. Yosuke getting cold feet, saying, wait a sec. Rise is confused, but he says that, can't we get a little more practice before we try doing that stuff? Playing for the real reset, like he's all for that, but Rise tells him to not think of it like that. She's seeing how hard we're trying, and she doesn't want to just sit and watch us practice without her anymore.
Here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got yourself behind a door, deep inside your heart again. You wanna hide, you wanna come out, going round and round.
That wasn't half bad, Yosuke agrees, saying, didn't that sound pretty good? We nod to agree. Chie says, that was actual music. Rise says it felt good, and Naoto is smiling, saying, there's hope after all. We're happy with our results. As Teddie comments, the band has practiced hard and overcame many obstacles that have dared to face them. But now, it's their time to truly shine. All we have to do is discard whatever remaining fear holds us back, and a lifetime of public admiration awaits. Yosuke says, hell no to Teddie's spiel. Yukio says that we've been on a TV show, a midnight one. Rise adds that she was discarding her clothes more than she was discarding her fear. For Kanji, it was like discarding his public image anyway. Chie tells everyone that we should cheer up. Yosuke tells Teddie that he has a bunch of stuff lined up, but yet he still only plays the tambourine. Teddie tells Yosuke if he's ever heard the phrase, a clever bear conceals his claws. He's going to play a special little performance of his own and charm all the girls. That saying about a hawk, not a bear, and don't even think about it. We don't have the skills to ad-lib. Do you understand me? We're doing this exactly like we practiced. Got it? Teddie seems to not agree, but Yosuke threatens him, and if he doesn't, then he'll make sure he pays for all the topsicles he's been eating during his breaks at work. That threat works, as he says he just like he practiced. Got it. Must have been a lot. But Rise tells us that we should take it from the top one more time. Keep that energy, and how we had before. All of our hard work is slowly taking shape. We practice late into the night for the actual performance tomorrow, heading home. And during the night, since it's Sunday and I've been busy all day, I check up on Tanaka's wares. I bought the wasabi jelly and nice shoes combo for 28,800 yen. And my wish is granted by Tanaka once more. I work on the model because I felt compelled to, and my diligence increased, and I finished it. I obtained Mobile Model Varna. If only I had more space to put it on my shelf, but for now, I head to bed. October 10th. Day of the performance, we got together and Yosuke came in a panic saying that the crowd's a lot bigger than he expected. The others are nervous now, Chie telling Yosuke not to say stuff like that. He's making her more nervous. Kanji asks if our costumes are okay, like they're just our normal school uniforms. Even worse, they're the winter ones. But Yosuke says, what else are we gonna do? It's not like we have any costumes. The clothes we've been wearing all summer won't work as costumes, and since we'll all be changing wardrobes tomorrow, it works out. Guess that's true, but Kanji replies that he can't stop his legs from shaking. Teddie tells Kanji that he'll be hitting the skins more than a bare-knuckle boxer. That annoyed Kanji, telling him to shut his stupid bear trap. He doesn't need to hear this. Yuki asks Naoto if she's been on TV before, right? Aren't you used to this? You haven't said a word though. Naoto responds that this is the first time she's played for a crowd was a piano recital when she was young. Doing a TV interview is much easier. Even if she makes a mistake, she's the only one who gets embarrassed by it. But Yosuke thinks that saying that TV interviews is easy is crazy too. But Yosuke can't take this much longer, and he asks if I get nervous too. I honestly respond that I'm fine. One of us has to keep a strong front. He says I really am something. Teddie cheers me on, saying that's our sensei. He's got big brass balls. And when he says balls, he means. Yosuke replies, we get it, it's a figure of speech. We don't care, shut up. Suddenly, Yosuke had a reaction. He saw someone. Can't say who though, but Risei says that we should gather around for a second. Yosuke replies, got it. All of our hands are in a pile. Risei starts saying, our hearts are racing, right? So is hers. But that's the power behind a live performance. Don't think about doing everything exactly right. The crowd's here to have fun, so we need to have fun first. Chie replies to Risei-san, and Risei says, when I say who's ready, you say we are, okay? And we all hype up. Risei continues to be thankful for your fans, your friends, and yourself. This is going to be a full-blown, one-time only performance. Now who's ready?
We are!
Fired up and ready to go!
Now listen up. We're sticking to how we practiced, okay?
All right, let's do this! Here goes!
Yeah!
You got yourself behind a door deep inside your heart again. You wanna hide, you wanna come out, going round and round. Thinking hard about it doesn't help you one bit. Say hello, you gotta say goodbye to thousands of lies, yeah. Shout friends, just those words you really mean. And let your voice be heard all over the world. Stand up when you hear a knock on the door. It's me, come on out. Get ready for your true story.
We did honestly really good and hyped, but enough for an encore. Kanji says that they're asking for an encore. Risei didn't think about that. Chie says that we only know one song, so what do we do now? Naoto says that there are only two things we can do. Ignore them and leave, or play the same song over again. Yosuke thinks that he might be able to explain our situation, and they'll go easy on us and let us replay that song. I doubt it, but Yosuke seems to notice someone leave the performance, saying that he saw that guy before. Teddie gets fired up. Yu-Gi-Oh calls out his name.
Ha! Yeah! Crowd surf! This is the best part of being a live performer!
But Risei is annoyed since we can't play without him. But Yosuke thinks about it and says, why don't we just dive into the crowd? They might just carry us out here, and we can escape this awkward situation. Yu-Gi-Oh says, stage dive? Chie says, don't sound so excited. Risei thinks about it and says, if we were 7 of us jump off, there'd be trouble. Yosuke asks then, what are we gonna do? Do we have any other way out? Chie says that if you want to do it so much, Then why does the guys do it? Kanji gets up, liking the idea, saying she'll show it how it's meant to be a man. Chie tells him to wait and calls him an idiot, but men are born this way. As me, Yosuke, and Kanji dive into the crowd. I think my dive was stylish and cool, while the others had faith in the masses and fell face first. Yosuke is surprised that they just dodged out of the way. How? Kanji replies that he didn't know it was possible to stand on your own face. Mission success. The investigation team has become legends among our peers. Enough people have gathered at Jeunesse that we consider this mission accomplished. At least, that's what I tell myself. And soon the evening came, and since the exams are coming up, I decided to read up on expert study methods. But there are still some pages left, so I'll have to read up on the future, but for now, I head to bed. October 11th. Walking to school, Chie calls out my name, saying morning, and she says that it's exhausting yesterday. It was her first time being up on stage like that. Rizze had to do stuff like this all the time when she was working, right? She'd never be able to live like that. And this week, we've got midterms, letting out a sigh. She then asks if we should have a study session with everyone else after school. We're all in the same boat, right? Let's help each other out. I ask, help each other? She confirms and points saying, okay, so what if it's more of a being helped side than the helping other side? Come on, help those of us who are academically challenged. She'll invite everyone, please. Can't say no to my girlfriend, as we head inside ready for school. With the exams getting closer and closer, the teachers keep throwing questions at me for some reason, but I got it right for a knowledge boost. And then school was over, and we were at Jeunesse. Nanako was hanging out with Teddie. Chie says hi to Nanako and Teddie. Teddie says greetings to you. Nanako says it to Yukiko, says that it looks like Nanako is having fun. Kanji appears saying, yo. Rizze and Naoto appear saying, wow, everyone's here. Nanako smiles saying, there's so much people. In moments, everyone sits down, textbooks out. Teddie asks why we all came here. Yosuke feeling down saying exam study group, and sighs, time like these he's jealous of Teddie. It seems like a dream that we had a live concert here only yesterday. Yukiko comments that they had so much fun. She didn't think the crowd would get that excited, but enough of that. Let's start with proving the trigonometric identities. Chie grunts saying, jumping straight to math. Rizze replies that ours is the section on trig functions, right? The one where we need to find the area of a triangle given two sides. Kanji replies with a, huh? You find you have a triangle with, that thing, based by height by 2? Rizze is disgruntled with how wrong Kanji is. As Naoto says, if he doesn't mind, shall she teach him? He's a little panicked as Yosuke says, are you as smart as he thought? Could she, lend him a hand too? She's not sure about it, saying she wouldn't know where to begin with second-year subjects. Yosuke, defeated, says, what's up with that? Useless after all. That annoyed Naoto, getting angered, saying to not call her useless. Yosuke smirks, saying he thinks he's figured out what buttons to push to get Naoto riled up, and says she's pretty cute when she's angry. Naoto is left a little frustrated, saying, what are you talking about? And is annoyed. Kanji says, that's it, I quit. This is Anthony's thing. To hell with the exams. It's time for my animal crackers. Rizze asks if she may have some too. She wants to find the penguin. He rebuttals, hands off the penguin. It's mine. Yosuke lets out a sigh, saying, forget it. He can't think. We're talking and working on parts we're not good on, as Nanako says that Teddie said he doesn't know who he is. That's so weird. Teddie admits that his life on this side is really fun, but the more he feels that way, the more he wants to know who he really is. He surfed the net, read manga, and watched TV. He even went to a place called Leeberry, but he still can't find anything about him. Yosuke replies that he'd be surprised if he did, but Teddie does say that he's starting to get an idea. Yukio is confused, says, an idea? Chie says that isn't this the first time he's sharing a theory about himself? He says that he's lived in that other world. That world was his reality, but now he has a feeling that he was born from the minds of the people on that side, and over in that place, filled with shadows, he thinks he was some sort of special being. Yosuke asks, a special being? But Teddie says that he doesn't remember anything from back then. Though maybe it's that amnesia thing he read about in a book the other day. Naoto agrees that there are some aspects of the other world that make it seem as though it's rooted in human thought. Still, there's no point in applying the principles of logic and deduction to a place like that. But the fact that he existed in such a world from the beginning adds credibility to this theory. There is little doubt that he was a special being on the other side. If he himself knows nothing about it, perhaps it's true that a part of his memory is missing. and asks him for the earliest memory he can call to mind. He says it was from a long while ago. He's always lived there, as far as he could tell. Then it started to get noisy, so when he happened to bump into Sensei and Yosuke, he asks us to do something about it. Naoto understands that if he's always been on that side, he would have no sense of time or days. Nanako is completely confused, which reminds Chie that Nanako is clueless about all of this, and apologizes to her saying we didn't mean to leave her out. But Nanako is fine. In fact, she thinks Teddie must have been a king. She read in a story that a king was all alone inside a forest because of a bad guy's curse. Isn't that what happened to you, Teddie? Teddie thinks on it saying a king. Well, when she puts it that way, it sounds about right. Yukiko laughing fits come out because Teddie, a king? And she laughs saying she can see him wearing a little cape. Chie watches her laugh saying, sheesh Yukiko, you get into laughing fits in front of anyone now. Kanji looks down and asks if we can't talk about Teddie being a king. Yosuke looks at him and asks, what's with the face? Teddie says that he really was a king, and there were all these other kings too, and we all knew what he was going to talk about, as Chie says that he's talking about what happened at the club, and tells him to be quiet, not in front of Nanako. Yeah, that'd be bad, but everyone left their seats to go buy drinks with Nanako. Buying us time, Teddie asks if he really was a king. I say probably not. Then he asks, then what is he, a prince? Teddie's lost in thought, and he admits that he has this fuzzy feeling that he'll find out sooner or later with my help. I can sense Teddie's strong trust as our bond deepens. Nanako calls out for me and Teddie's, asking if melon soda is okay. We spent a little more time together doing homework and talking, and eventually we went home. And during the night, me and Nanako spent a precious moment together, and with the hopes of our bond deepening in the future, I head to bed. October 12th. Heading to school, Chie says morning to me, running up to me. She said that, lately, wherever we're over there, she's been wondering, does it feel like I've seen those shadows before? She means like we fought robots and stuff. They look like they're right out of anime, right? And asks if it doesn't bother me. I say that now that you mention it, they're quite familiar. And Chie continues that, remember how the other selves had those logos like a TV show? Maybe it was like that for some reason, as to why the shadows look like they're something from the TV. Teddie said before that the other world is related to our minds somehow. People who watch the Midnight Channel believe it's a TV show, and we treat that world as something inside the TV. So maybe that's why, or maybe it's simply because all of us have had our brains soaked in television since we were kids. You mean your brain, Chie. And she can't deny that. She can't help watching Hong Kong action movies whenever they're on TV. With that conversation, we went inside. And during class, I got a question right. I actually remembered from a long time ago. I'm not sure where I heard it, though, but with a knowledge boost, school was over. And I decided to spend time with Yukiko, and with my boost to my courage, and me and Yukiko's bond deepening in the future, I head home. When I got home, Nanako welcomed me and told me that there was stuff waiting for me. My amazing commodities arrived, so I picked them up, went to the shopping district, and invited Adachi home to help with studying. We sat at the table like we usually do, and Adachi asked if we're studying. Wait, no, he doesn't even want to look at mine, too complicated looking. Though maybe he could help with Nanako. She asked if he could. She has some homework. A book review, actually. Adachi says that they're actually really easy if you know what to do. You don't actually have to read the whole thing. Just read the notes in the back and then summarize those. Nanako is confused, asking that she doesn't, but her teacher said to read it and write what you think. Adachi doesn't have to worry about it. We have to be efficient here. I want to mess with him, but I just decide to agree with him. And he replies that I'm the same way? What a bad older brother. Adachi laughs heartily, but Nanako is worried that I may be a punk. But Adachi tells Nanako to bring her book out. She realizes it wasn't a review, she just had to read it. And then get a mark from a grown-up saying that she did. Adachi says that's easy enough though. A mark. The gym is going to be late today. He usually is, which makes Nanako sad. But asks Adachi if he'll give her one. He's a little flustered, but says if she's good, he'll draw her a big flower. She's happy, saying she wants one. Adachi is happy to hear, saying to get started. She reads a story about a pink alligator. She read intently, and got to the end saying, and so no one remembered the pink alligator. Even today, the lake is shining the way it always did. The end. Out of character though, rest in peace Akinari Kamiki. Adachi says, "Oh, you're done?" Nanako asks if she gets a big sunflower. He replies, "Sure, he'll give her one." That makes Nanako happy, and then he asks, "What about me? Don't I have something I'd want him to give a big flower on?" I say nope, but I kinda want one on my face. But Adachi says that I'm no fun. And am I really related to Nanako-chan? Never mind. But he says that I look mature, but I'm still in high school, you know. He's not saying it should be him, but if something happens, I shouldn't hesitate to bring her to a grown-up. I can tell Adachi worries about me as a bond deepens. Adachi says that he's tired and asks if he may take a little nap. The old lady brought her some photos of potential matches. She kept insisting he sees these girls because they're nice. And he had to do overtime because of it. Like he'll ever get married. Never say never, man. But Nanako asks him if he doesn't want to get married. Adachi's honest and says that marriage is where fun goes to die. You'll understand in about 20 years, Nanako. She's confused, and Adachi adds that, come to think of it, the Jima will become a father-in-law to whoever Nanako decides to marry. Yeesh! That's certainly going to put a damper on your chances. I tell him to take that back. Adachi replies that there's just no way and apologizes to Nanako. Nanako says that she doesn't want to get married either. She doesn't like people with holes in their socks. Adachi replies that he doesn't have holes in his socks, but she says that he did just the other day. They keep going back and forth as the three of us spend an enjoyable evening together. October 13th. Walking to school, I get reminded by two students talking in front of me that midterms are tomorrow, and the lazy guy says he can't believe that his friend is so hardcore about studying for exams, asking if she's sure she's gonna need to know all this stuff in the future. His friend mocks him, saying, "Well, you probably won't. By the way, would you not say the word lazy around me, especially this early in the morning?" Her friend replies, "Whatever, after the exams we have the culture festival. There are a lot more first year students this year, so the festival could be more fun than it was last year." Well, that piques my curiosity, but eventually I got to school. In class, Kashiwagi was talking about something, but I wasn't really listening. But I got a question right in class, getting a knowledge boost, and soon school was over. And I decided since he probably needs help more than anyone to study with Yosuke, and I think he'll at least get more than a 0 now as my knowledge gets a great boost, and I feel like me and Yosuke will get closer soon as I head home. And during the evening I decided to teach Shu today, and after getting the usual expression boost I get when I teach him, we sat down and had a chat. Shu asks if English is all about memorization too. Math is just remembering the right formulas and applying them. Chemistry is just remembering chemical equations, and tests are just there to see if you remember them, and penalize you if you forget. He goes quiet and asks me if there's bullying at Yasogami High. I say not that I know of. Of course there will always be bullying, but Shu says that he wouldn't really expect to see that from high schoolers. He thinks to himself and says that it's not like they're punching him or hiding things from him or anything. They're not stealing his money, it's just that he doesn't have a place there. Maybe that's not the same thing as bullying. I tell him to just ignore it, but he says that he is ignoring them, and they just ignore him too. He looks down, but says that, it's not about him, it's about the transfer student. The one he was talking about before. Not him. He pauses and says that it seems that he's been talking to me about things that really aren't relevant to his studies. I say that I'm honestly not bothered, my understanding increased with that, and he thanks me, he seems somewhat happy, and asks if I'll come again, won't I? Shu is starting to open up to me as our bond deepens. He tells me to take care, and I head home 10,000 yen richer. Midterm started today, so here's the first 2 days of them. October 14th. I was heading to school as Chie appeared saying morning, and asked me how much study did I get done after we met up, and asked if I actually studied at all. I say of course, and she sees and of course I would've, and remembers she said something like that last time we had exams. I don't remember that to be honest, but she says crap and wonders, could it be? Is she really that hopeless right now? And tells herself to keep it together. And then we get to what's going to be our lives for the next 2 days and then 4 days after. But the midterm started. What part of the body contains the Adam's apple? The throat. Where would you find Japan on a map made in a foreign country? The right edge. That was day 1, October 15th. The shortest war in history was the Anglo-Zanzibar War, which lasted around 40 minutes. And I'm not going to fail the venison question again, saying all of above. I've got the day off tomorrow, so I'll have a day to not think about exams as I head home. October October 16th, with Sunday being a day off from exams, Yosuke calls me up and says, hey, and asks if I want to make a study group today. We've got 4 more days of exams. I say sure, and he says cool, and not to forget, with plans made, I went to Jeunesse and the rest of the investigation team was there. Except for Kanji, of course. Yosuke admits that it's getting to be a custom for us to be like this, but that aside, can he borrow our notes? Chie replies that borrowing notes is becoming a custom too, huh? Alright, let's get started, but first, I want a melon soda. Yosuke replies that is that her way of saying that she'll lend her notes if he buys her a melon soda? Chie says it could be. Once again, Chie is extorting Yosuke. Naoto smiles and says that Yosuke and Chie seem to get along well. Rise asks, why don't you two date? Chie replies rather fast saying never, and they don't know, but Yosuke is a little insulted by how quick she said that. But Rise tells Naoto that she should go out with Kanji too. Naoto blushes, telling her to stop it. She smiles saying, how cute, and Rise asks for my opinion, asking if I think they would make a good couple. I say yeah, but honestly they could go either way. Naoto panics a little saying, come now, Kiryu-senpai. Yosuke tells us that's enough and let's get back to studying. Today promises to be an entertaining day, as I feel my relationship with the study group getting closer. We didn't make much progress with our studies, but I did spend a fun afternoon with the group. And soon, I went home. During the night, the family is here so we harvest crops together.
Great vegetables.
And with eggplants harvested and barrier corn planted, I went to my room and got myself geared for Tanaka's amazing commodities. Today I got the diet food and red battlesuit combo for 29,800 yen. And after selecting what I desire, I finished reading expert study methods, and I can feel that my knowledge will increase faster when studying, so that's nice. But more exams are tomorrow, and I have to get ready for them, so I head to bed. The next 4 days of midterms are here, so let's get started. October 17th. What is the Japanese name for panda? Black and white bears. The next question, which bird is falsely known for being cowardly in the English phrase, to stick one's head in the sand? That is the ostrich. Those things are scary face to face. That was day 1. October 18th. The second day arrives and I gotta get this done. What is the name of the Wazen textbook that came out in the Edo period? Math Girl. And what did Napoleon have invented? Well, regardless of him being the first person to implement corpse system in war, the answer is glass jars. And that was the second day of midterms. October 19th, the third day of the dragging exams. Wish it was over, but it was what it is. Which season is the adjective brisk a kigo for? Full. And what is dragon's blood? It's plant resin from the aptly named dragon's blood tree, which is used in some medicines. But with that yapping over, the third day was done as well. And finally, October 20th. The final day of midterms, and I'm familiar with every question. My pencil flew off the paper, and soon, school was over. Yosuke yawned, saying, it's finally over. Chie asked Yukiko about question 8. They seem to be completely absorbed in reviewing the exam. I wonder if Chie will pass or not, but Yosuke said he pulled an all-nighter last night. Oh, so he's ready to collapse any second now. He's gonna head home. Sounds fair to me. He says see ya and leaves. Now that midterms are over, I have the day to do what I want, and I decided to spend time with Yukiko. We found ourselves at the Jeunesse grocery department. Yukiko brought me here. She's looking at fresh produce and tells me that she wrote down everything she needs, so this shouldn't take that long. I ask her what she's making. She tells me not to laugh. I won't. And she says miso soup. She seems to be embarrassed for some reason. She admits that she's studying the basics of basics, but it's not turning out quite like it does in the books. Even though she's following the directions, I tell her to keep practicing. She agrees, saying practice makes perfect, but she thinks that there's no point unless she does it alone. Her cooks help her out all the time. At first, they would just give her advice, but eventually they just take the knife from her. I would too. But even if the meal turns out wonderfully, it doesn't mean anything that way. She told them to leave her alone, but they still just stay and watch. She asked me if I think they're just worried about her cooking. Mystery Food X is all I have to say, but I wanted to be nice and say that they just care about you. She's surprised in saying they care about me? And asks if I really think so. She's surprised but looked happy. She tells a story from the last time the head chef took her knife shouting, I can't take this anymore, and made the rest. Yeah, I'd react the same. But a waitress saw her and said to the head cook, Yukiko wants to make it herself, even if it's awful. Before she knew it, she was studying how to cook for a boy she likes. Her parents got involved and it exploded from there. She giggles, saying that it's funny, isn't it? But maybe it wasn't all a lie. She goes quiet and says for me to taste her food again. Okay. Yukiko is blushing as I feel a faint hint of love from Yukiko as our bond deepens. Yukiko gets back on track, remembering that she was shopping, and I help Yukiko with her shopping, and then we walked home partway together. During the night, I got home, no one was there. Suddenly Nanako said that she's home, and she has a letter in the mailbox directed to me. The letter is addressed to me, but the sender's name and address are nowhere to be found. Strange. But I open the letter, and there's only one sentence printed. Don't rescue anymore. Is this a joke? Nanako comes up to me and asks if it's from a friend. I don't know what to say, but thankfully her show is on, and she ran to go watch it. I go back to the note. Don't rescue anymore. Could this be a warning from the killer? Or is it just a prank? Can't be too sure, but I should discuss this with the group tomorrow. Heading to bed. I hope it's nothing too bad.
I'll protect you all from the madness of this world. I'll take you to a place where you can be at peace. Yes, it's much more peaceful than here.
October 21st. During lunchtime, I show everyone the letter that I received yesterday. Naoto starts off by saying, what was that on the note? Asking, is this a warning? Chie comments that on the no punctuation or capitalization, saying, what a cliche. Kanji asks, isn't this just a prank? Kind of stuff that only happens in the movies? Yosuke asks if I showed it to my uncle. I say I don't plan to because I know exactly how that would go. Naoto seems to agree, saying that Dojima is trustworthy, but it may be best for it to keep it to ourselves. He would ask, why would I receive such a letter? And if he were to put me under surveillance, our hands would be tied. Took the words right out of my mouth, Naoto. But Naoto seems to be a little disgruntled, saying if the letter is real, what's most important isn't what it says, it's the fact that it was delivered to Dojima residents, addressed directly to me. It means the culprit knows in great detail who he's been interfering with his crimes, and out of all of us, he chose to deliver this message to the Dojima residents, home of a police detective. She'd have the letter checked at the crime lab if she could, but even then, she doubts that they'll find anything. The text is a warning, while the subtext expresses the culprit's confidence that we can't use it to pinpoint their identity. Chie replies that it's useless to tell the police. In fact, that would only make things worse. Yosuke hopes that it's just a prank, and to cross our fingers. Yukio thinks that the chances are slim, but the message is too specific, too perfect to be a prank. That reality makes us feel down, but Yukio wonders how the killer knows so much about us. Could he be watching us from somewhere? Yosuke has a realization, saying that Teddie has been saying that for a while, that when we're over there, he senses someone watching us, and thinks about it, wondering if every time we went to the other side to rescue someone, did we end up on the Midnight Channel ourselves? Oh shit, he might actually be right. But Chie's not sure, since it seems like no one else knows what we're doing. She hasn't heard any rumors about us at school. Even the people who check the channel haven't said anything. The only gossip she's heard is about the people who've disappeared. Yosuke is a little disgruntled, saying that, come to think of it, how the Midnight Channel works is still a mystery. That's true, it's been 6 months, and we still don't know, but Naoto says that we should put that aside for now. The matter is what it truly is. There's too little data to go on for now. We need to keep that in mind, that the culprit knows who we are. As long as we're all aware of that, it will be enough for now. We nod to agree, and Yosuke comments that he guesses there's no use thinking about the stuff that we don't understand. Freaking out over speculation is just what the killer wants, right? I say Yosuke is right. Chie agrees, and I say that, other than that, we'll just have to wait until the situation changes. Chie says, alright, and asks if she may change the subject. The culture festival is just around the corner. What is our class doing again? Yosuke says that it hasn't been decided yet, but Yukio heard that we'll be voting on it soon. But aren't they still gathering ideas? Yosuke gets an idea, and Chie notices, saying he just got hit by a bolt of inspiration. Whatever it is, it will be out of there, and she bets her lunch on it. I bet it's going to be like a maid cafe or something. He would better wear the maid dress though. But Rise asks if I have decided on who I'll be going around the campus with during the festival. Her schedule's still wide open and calls me a lucky guy. I'm a little panicked as Chie comments that she just has to say something. And soon, school finished. And I went to Jeunesse and I finally got around to giving the lady the cabbages I had on me, and she gave me a sharp shovel. That would be nice in the TV world if it isn't outclassed by most of my weapons. But after that, I finally showed the old man the Sea Guardian. He asked me if it's true, and has a look saying, "Oh my, that's... He has a moment to collect himself and says that's a surprise. He saw his dead wife for a moment, but that's it. That's the Sea Guardian. He never could catch it in all of his years, and tells me, well done. He never thought he'd see it with his own eyes. He's glad he lived into this age, and he has no regrets. Maybe it's time for him to join his dear wife." He stops and disregards that, saying it's not over yet. He's got the fire of a fisherman lit in me, and he could do the same with other children too. And asks his wife in the heavens if she minds if he does a little more before he shuffles off into this mortal coil. Right, my dear, it won't be too long. But with that, I completed the Emerald quest, and with the final job done, I should head to the Fox whenever I can, and, well, I head to the shopping district. I buy Farewell to Man from the bookstore, and then ask Marie to hang out, and she agrees, and I take Marie to Soze Daigaku. The first place we went together, she insisted on it to get some steak skewers. Marie comments that it's tough, hard to bite into, and it gets cold while she's still eating it, but it was tasty. She remembers it all from when we came here, this place, this smell, and me. She smiles quiet and says that this is a memory, a new memory, one that has no ties to who she was before. She can feel it now, and it makes her happy. When we were buying clothes, my friends told her something. There are things that you can't do by yourself, but can do with others. That's true. We gave her a new memory. We taught her that she doesn't need to be worried, and she wouldn't have to be able to do it on her own. She only realized that because of me. I tease her by saying that I'm not hearing a thank you. She blushes and says, "Stupid jerk, I hate you." She was getting around to it until I had to be a jerk about it, but thank you. She smiles bashfully. Marie then stands up and tells me that I can have this. She gave me the old bamboo comb as a token of our friendship. She tells me that she doesn't need to worry about it anymore. She's giving it to me. Finding her memories, making new ones, either way, she'll be with me, right? So, she wants me to have it. I agree to keep it safe as I feel her strong trust in me as our bond reaches its maximum. With that, her tune is a cheery one now, saying, okay, next, let's go to a bunch of new places. She wants to see a beach, she wants to go to a mountain, and then, whatever. She's gonna have me figure it out. She's leaving everything to me. Well, I guess I have no choice now, but I don't actually mind. As I accompanied Marie to a number of different places, then I took her back to the Velvet Room, and then went home. During the night, Nanako welcomes me and tells me that there's a delivery for me and I collect my commodities, and then I decided to spend the night with Nanako. She had the letter out for the attendance for the parent-teacher interview. I did agree to help her out after all. We hear Dojima come home and him announcing it as Nanako is happy, saying, "Welcome back." Nanako asks her dad a question, but he responds, "Later, Nanako." She looks down and says, "But this paper." Dojima looks at it and says, "Scheduling of parent-teacher interviews." He scratches his head and says, "A survey, huh?" He goes quiet, but Nanako doesn't take it well, saying, "Fine, it's fine. It's fine, okay?" That confuses Dojima, but she raises her voice for the first time, telling her dad that he doesn't have to write anything. He doesn't have to come. It's just another case to you, right? It's more work, isn't it? Bad people and everyone else are more important than her, huh? Dojima's lost for words, as Nanako says, "You're not real. You're not my real dad." She then runs out of the house. Dojima calls out her name. Dojima's still confused, wondering what's going on with her. I tell him that we should go and look for her. Dojima agrees, saying now's not the time to stand around asking questions. I get up as Dojima tells me that he's going to go check the nest and I should take her around the shopping district. Sounds good to me. We got to find her. Looking around the district, I can't find her. Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice. It's Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko. Yosuke tells me they ran to Dojima at Jeunesse and he told him what happened. Chie says that I should have asked. Yukiko adds she got some call for Yosuke. She's sure if we look around, we'll find her. Yosuke asks me if I know what kind of places she might have gone. Thinking about it, I do recall that Nanako said that her family used to go to Samigawa when her mother was still alive. That's at least a start. I tell Yosuke in response, Samigawa, alright, you head straight there. That's our best bet. The others will split around and look around. If anyone finds anything, give the others a ring, okay? We all agree on that, and I went to the floodplain. I hear Dojima's voice, asking if I found Nanako. I shake my head, leaving Dojima to say, damn it! And wondering where she is, until he sees her sitting alone by the benches. Dojima calls out Nanako's name, but he goes quiet and asks if I could go and talk to her. That confuses me, but he says he's not her real father, huh? He tells me I should go and pick her up. She'll listen to me. I say that's not true, but he tells me that it is. I'm her family, much more than he is. And as long as Nanako is okay, he's fine. And says please. And leaves. I guess I have no choice. I approach Nanako as she says, big bro. I tell her that her dad's worried. She calls me a liar. She seems like she's about to cry, but I tell her that Dojima was the one that found her. She goes silent and then asks, was he looking for me? She added that Dad saying something about the river? I have nothing to say, but she continues asking, did he forget about Mum? She wants to see her mum. Nanako is struggling not to cry. Through Nanako's fierce resolve, I feel our bond deepening. She thinks to herself that Dad must have forgotten Mum. There aren't any pictures of her at home. He probably threw them all away. He probably keeps them close, but she wonders if he's going to throw her away too. I tell her that he won't, but she's still sad, saying that she's going home, and tells me that we should go home together. Sounds good to me, as I call up my friends to tell them that Nanako is safe, and then me and Nanako went home together. October 22nd. Hey, in the school over here, two students talking. One comments that the Culture Festival is going to be Saturday and Sunday next week, but she said a rumor that one of the classes hasn't decided what they're going to be doing yet. Her friend admits that's pretty common. They'll argue about it forever, but in the end they'll do something lame like a rest area. Her friend replies that there's just 1 week left to get ready. She needs to get fired up too. I wonder what Yosuke had in mind, though, but I guess we'll find out when I head to class. The morning class starts, and it's about the Culture Festival. Guess we're deciding what we're doing now. But the male rep is annoyed, asking us, do you guys even care? But the female rep says that they're going to decide based on suggestions we have so far, and asks us to vote on one of them. Here they are. They all sound quite normal. A break area, a video room, study room, alright. But then I hear the class disliking those choices, saying whatever they pick, we don't have to put much effort into it. Talk about a lack of motivation. But then he says there's one left. Group Date Cafe. Okay, there's Yosuke's. He more or less confirms it when he says, you put such a suggestion in like that, asking if it was Chie. She replies, yeah, right, like I would do such a thing. Yuki asks, what even is a Group Date Cafe? Chie responds, who knows? But she doubts anyone would vote for it. Our class is a pretty serious bunch. No they're not, but Yosuke agrees, adding that it's just a joke idea. You gotta have one weird one mixed in, you know. But that just confirms the obvious for Chie, but now the class rep is passing out papers to vote on. I'm gonna vote Group Date Cafe, because Yosuke will have to work on it if it gets selected. Yosuke and dating don't mix, however. But here it comes, the moment of truth.
The first vote is group. Second vote, Group Date Cafe. Huh? Seriously? Third, Group Date Cafe, Group Date Cafe.
Well, there it is. Good job, Yosuke. But Yosuke panics, asking, what are we gonna do? Chie responds, not to ask her, since it's his fault. But she does wonder, though, do all these people who voted before it realize they have to actually run it themselves? Yukio, with a cheery smile, says she's never been on a group date before, so she was a little curious. That shocked Chie, asking Yukio, you voted for it? She said that she wanted to because she thought that it'd be sad if no one voted for it. But Chie replies, but Yosuke's the one behind it. But Yosuke deflects a little, saying, hey, it just wasn't just him, it came first place. The public agrees. But with that, the class rep agrees that it's majority rules. We'll have to be doing this Group Date Cafe. What does it even mean? Is it like speed dating? Can we even pull this off? We all better pitch in for this. A student wonders if the teachers would be fine with it. But the other one replies, how could Kashiwagi say no? The class rep says that Miss Kashiwagi is busy getting ready for those 2 notorious pageants. That's why she's leaving it up for the students to decide on what to do. Wait, pageants? I don't have too long to think on it, as the student says that she just dumped this on our laps, because she doesn't want to bother. Let's be honest, any idea she'd make would be crazier though. But one of the students voices their concerns, asking if we would get any customers with this. Another student asks, what even is it? And they voted for it, and they don't even know. I agree with Chie here. I wonder how this shit show is gonna turn out. But we'll just have to find out in 7 days' time. But school was over, and since it's miserable rain outside, I went to the shrine and told the fox the good news. And after telling him it's done, he ran around like usual, and he looked happy. But our bond didn't deepen this time. I guess we'll have to spend some more time together another time. But for now, I went home. And during the evening, I went back to the shrine so I can have mine and Adachi's bond deepen soon. And I put my hand inside and I get a mild blessing. However, it tells me that our relationship will not become stronger yet. That sucks, but time passes. I tied the omikuji around the tree, and then I went home. October 23rd. Today is looking like an interesting one, as Rise calls me up and asks to hang out together. I don't see why not, so we did. I took Rise home after eating at Aya. Rise comments on the food, saying the flavor was a little strong, but it was good. Her grandma's food is kind of bland, though tofu is good for you, so... But she sees someone and I see them, they look kind of suspicious. Rise wonders if it's a reporter or, a stalker. Rise seems to be worried, so I try and take charge by grabbing her hand and trying to run. But Rise says, no, it's alright, since we don't know if he's dangerous or not, so let's just wait and see, okay? But thanks for that. Rise no longer seems to be worried, thankfully, but she thinks about that guy. Where has she... And seems to know him, asking if it's Inoue-san. Hearing his name, he ran up and said her name. Rise asks him what is he doing here. She's already settled everything with her agency, but he says that he's here personally because he can't accept that. He's watched over her this entire time as her manager. Rise gets annoyed and replies that she's no longer a personality. Her private time doesn't belong to a manager anymore, so go home, and if he doesn't, she'll call the police. But he tells her to wait. Could you just think it over? He strongly believes that no other actress can play the role better than Rise Kujikawa. Her fans were looking forward to the movie too. Rise is still annoyed, saying, you still want me to act? That confuses him, but she tells him, anyway, I'm through with it. I have nothing to do with showbiz and all that stuff now. She's decided to marry this man once we graduate high school. Wait, what? She just hides behind me and continues that before it was only a hiatus, but she's changed her mind. There's now no way she's coming back. Apparently, I see the real her. He's so gentle, Rise is desperate, so I guess I'll just have to go through with it. So I decided to play along with it. Rise is a little flustered, saying, I told you. She seems relieved as her manager goes silent and says, he understands. He'll go home for today. But Rise tells him to go away now. The man runs away and she goes quiet, saying, Inoue-san, he was her manager. She's his daughter's age, so he treated her like one of the family, but he's a stranger now. She goes quiet and apologizes for lying about marrying me after and all that. I decided to mess with her by saying, it was a lie? I surprised her, saying, was it a lie? Oh, senpai. Wow. She was at a loss and was smiling sheepishly. She tells me that I'm a nice guy, but this isn't good. She feels like she's going to depend on me even more, then says that she's just kidding. But perhaps, due to her relief, Rise was smiling sheepishly, as our bond deepens. But then she walks to the entrance of the tofu shop, saying that she wishes she could spend more time with me, but she'll save it for another time, and tells me see you later, and heads inside. And with that, I went home. During the night, I went back to the shrine to make me and Adachi's relationship closer, and I got a great blessing, let's go. And with that, fortune says our relationship will become closer soon. Time passed as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then with all that done, I headed home. October 24th. Heading to school like any other day, Naoto says good morning to me and informs me that she heard from Rise that it seems like nearly everyone has earned their scooter license over the summer, so I might be interested to know that she actually acquired hers around the same time. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I say that we should go somewhere together then. That surprises her, saying yes, she wouldn't mind doing so, should the opportunity arise. She's confident in her cycling skills, so she doubts any trouble will arise on her out. And with that pleasant interaction and the morning over with, we head to school. During lunch, I was hanging out with Yosuke as a girl runs into class saying that they posted the test results. And, well, guess we should check. I'm expecting a decent results. And I was right, top 10 once again. Still shy from the top score, but Yukio is hard to beat. Yosuke calls me smart as I feel my bond deepen with all my school friends. And soon, school was over. And today I decided to see if Adachi was free, and sure enough, the slacker was. I asked him if he wanted to hang out, and sure enough, he didn't mind, so we did. Adachi says that I sure have a lot of time on my hands. He feels like he keeps seeing me around. It's a small town, Adachi. But he guesses that it's what it's like to be in high school and tells me to enjoy it while I can. I ask if he's slacking off again. He scratches his head and comments that he wouldn't put it like that. Taking breathers is a part of a job. It's all about efficiency. Everyone needs rest from time to time, and today that old lady hasn't found him yet. Suddenly, he sees her and tries this tactic of hiding behind me. The old lady wonders, where did Toru went? Must have been looking for him. Adachi wonders if she brought more Nemono. But suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice can be heard asking his mother if he's finished shopping. She says that she surely did, and says that they should go home. He's here for the first time in ages. She has to. She turns and sees Adachi, and says, "Wow, hello, detective." She tells her son, Toru, that this is Adachi's son. He's a detective. He says hello and says that he's been good to his mother. She introduces Adachi to her son Toru. He's in town to see her. He laughs and responds, well, actually, he's really here for his job. He has to go back in a few days, though. She replies that not to make an old woman sad, dear, though it's good to hear that you're working hard. She tells us that he works at a trading company. He takes lots of business trips overseas. So young, and he's already a manager. If only Adachi worked that hard. But her son says, come on, mother, that we're probably getting away with his work. Let's go home already, okay? She likes the sound of that, and as they walk, the old lady tells her son that she's going to make lots of his favorite, Nemono. He loves the sound of that. Asking her to make the rencon is a little tough. She replies, of course, dear. Their voices fade away as Adachi looks at the window, saying that he guesses it doesn't have to be him, and adds that, so that's the real one. They don't look a thing like each other. We're not even close in age. He thinks the only thing they have in common is our name. But as long as he's here, he won't have to talk to her. So that's a relief. I say good for you. But he replies now that he won't have to do all that overtime. He wishes she'll just move in with his son. Adachi smiles and adds that he likes to be alone. It's easier and it lets him do whatever he wants. I agree with that, and he laughs saying, I'm so cold for a kid. But that's how smart it should be. You can't be around tons of people and feel bad every time they do. Adachi smiles, but he seems a little sad. As I feel I understand Adachi just a little bit more, a bond deepens. Suddenly, I hear my uncle's voice in anger shouting, Adachi! So that's where you are. That caught Adachi off guard, saying, Dojima-san, as Dojima looks behind the slacker Adachi, seeing me commenting, oh, it's you. And then goes back to Adachi asking him to not waste his time playing with school kids. Let's go. He then apologizes to me since Adachi kept me here like that and go home. A caught Adachi tells Dojima to wait up and then wonders if he just apologized for him. But finally he says, see ya. Dojima-san's waiting, running like his life depended on it. And let's be honest, it likely did. But with that done, I went home. And during the night, it started off simple with harvesting barrier corn like you do with Nanako, and then planting down wool paprika with Nanako. And with that completed, I decided since I was already spending time with Nanako, I decided to spend more time with Nanako. And we spent a precious moment together. October 25th. Heading to school in the rain as I hear Naoto's voice saying good morning to me. Naoto admits that she doesn't like the rain. No one has turned up missing yet, but it still makes her uneasy. Suddenly I hear Yosuke's voice apologizing for barging in as he runs straight at me, forcing himself under my umbrella. Kanji cries out so make room for him too. Yosuke replies that this one's already full, dumbass, and tells Kanji to get Naoto to make room under hers. Naoto doesn't mind this since he'll catch a cold at this rate if he doesn't, but Kanji comments on that saying, well, him? And her under the same umbrella? To hell with that! If he did that, then, it'd mean they'd practically be like a couple. That would make me and Yosuke a couple, but go on, man. Yosuke replies that that's a problem because... Dude, how old are you? But Kanji is steadfast, telling Yosuke to shut up and come on, let's trade spots. Yosuke tells Kanji, you know how stupid that sounds, right? But that's fine with him, and asks Naoto if she minds if he walks with her. Kanji thinks about it and replies, hey, who are you calling stupid? Stop talking shit about me. Which left Yosuke to get annoyed, asking him if he'll just make up his mind. but Naoto's a little flustered, saying that she doesn't mind making room for whoever. Well, if that's the case, I say that I will. She seems flustered, thinking, third choice, not what she expected, but she has no objections. Kanji looks at the situation as a whole and shakes his head, saying, damn it! He doesn't need an umbrella in a damn drizzle like this. He's gonna show us how it's done, as he starts running. I guess you can say that's the fourth option. Naoto calls out Kanji's name as Yosuke, as that idiot's gonna make himself sick. But we're gonna be late if we keep up this nonsense, so let's hurry up. I can agree with that, and soon, school was over. And now there's a thunderstorm. Fantastic. But Okina City isn't feeling the rain. After accepting a quest I'll likely never complete, I buy some clothing at Crocofer, and then tried my luck at the crane game. But once again, no luck. Which is unfortunate. But with that being the case, I went to the shrine to hang out with the fox once more. Due to my expression being enthralling, I seem to be able to understand the fox's feeling. He's worried about the offering box. As I look inside, it's empty. What? Did someone steal from it? That's until I hear a construction crew, and in a matter of seconds, half the shrine was in pure gold. Interesting decision, Fox, but apparently if you cover the shrine in gold, it's enough for people to convince to offer their money. And the fox seemed happy with the results, ran into something, and then had an emma in its mouth. Specifically, a gratitude emma. I guess the fox is trying to say thank you. It even had little paw prints on it. How cute. But with this token of the fox's gratitude in my hands, I feel our bond reach its maximum. I won't lie, a part of me will miss the wild goose chase the emma quests were, but I say goodbye to the fox, who looked quite somber, and then went home. But I decided to return to the shrine during the evening to try and get enough social link points for me and Nanako's bond to deepen. And with a small blessing, that's quite unlucky, as the fortune tells me that our relationship will not become stronger yet. What a shame. But time passed as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home defeated. October 26. Heading to school on a bright sunny day, Yukihiro says morning to me. She tells me that the culture festival is just around the corner, and let's all do our best to prepare for it. I agree on that, and she adds that our class was late on deciding on what to do, and Miss Kashiwagi has been busy, right? So we need to pick up the slack and make sure we do a good job. But she's not interested in the blind date part, understand? She's not, okay? This is gonna be a glorious flop, I think to myself, as we head inside. And Miss Sophia had one of her classes as I watched intently, boosting my knowledge, and soon school was over. And today I decided to do something I haven't done in a while, and that was to hang out with Daisuke. And after doing practice and getting a diligence boost, we were talking after practice. Daisuke told me, see that girl over there? That's her, his ex-girlfriend. She shows up every so often to watch us practice. He wonders if she's stuck in the past as he is. I say it could be, and he decides that they definitely need a talk then. Not just for him, but for her too. He nods with a gentle expression and says that, thinking back on it, he should have just told her everything that was on his mind. Even if the truth hurt, at least we would have understood each other. Well, he'll just have to talk to her after practice. And thanks to me and Cal's efforts, Daisuke has taken the first steps as we feel our bond deepen. Some time passed. As I was about to leave school, I see Daisuke confronting his ex. Daisuke says to her that he just wanted to let her know. He really did like her back then. She stays quiet and asks Daisuke what's gone into him all of a sudden. He scratches his head quiet and asks if she's been coming to practice because of him. She turns and says, oh, he's here. Get out of the way, or he will get the wrong idea. I was confused, thinking she was talking about me, but then another student appeared. She tells him that he's late. The guy apologizes about that. Tearing down the goals took longer than usual today. She replies that he'll just have to take her somewhere nice for dinner then, right? Letting out a giggle. He agrees, then sees Daisuke saying, Daisuke, what's up, man? He'll see him at practice later. He seems a little flustered, but I might be imagining things. But Daisuke's ex thanks him, and then they leave. Daisuke was left to scratch his head, and he stayed silent, but smiling, saying, you know, he feels pretty good. Daisuke laughs with release. I guess he's finally letting that weight off his chest finally, as we walk home together. And during the night, when I got home, I decided to spend some time with Nanako. I was unlucky with the fortune last time, but spending another precious moment with Nanako, I feel as our bond will deepen soon as I head to bed. October 27th. Heading to school, Yosuke says yo to me and asks what kind of event did his classes at my old school do during the culture festivals. The school here in Inaba have a bunch of different events. for our culture festival, but he guesses this one of the few school events that everyone actually looks forward to. I say that I'm looking forward to it, especially since it's gonna be a mess, all things considered, and Yosuke agrees, saying that he hopes it really gets interesting, especially for some events in particular. I wonder what he meant by that, but I didn't have time to think much, since I hear talking down on the first floor as I look at a bulletin board, the Miss Yasogami High Pageant. Interesting, but what's more interesting isn't that Kashiwagi is going to be there, but Yukiko, Chie, Rise, Naoto, and Hanako. I know 3 of these who wouldn't be willing to do a beauty pageant. This smells suspicious. But I listen to the masses talk amongst themselves, a lot of the girls' secret admirers talking about their love that this is finally happening. But personally, I think that it's suspicious, as Yosuke walks up to me and says yo, asking if I'm free for lunch. He doesn't know why, but Chie asks for us to come to the roof. I'm confused, but she looked pretty serious. He wonders if something happened, and Kanji's coming too. Well, we were summoned to the roof. I wonder if something happened. At the roof, the girls confront Yosuke. Chie tells him that he better have a damn good explanation for this. Yosuke asks if what, and Chie replies angrily, the beauty pageant! You wrote down our names without telling us, didn't you? Yosuke denies this, saying, it wasn't him. Why does she automatically blame him? Chie and Yukiko get close as he panics, saying, if you don't want to do it, you can just say no, right? Like, it was just a joke. But Chie says that she wouldn't be so pissed if they could do that. Since Kashiwagi is planning this year's event, even those who were entered by other people can't back out. That sounds incredibly unfair, but Yosuke replies that there must have been something in the fine print he overlooked, basically confirming it was him. Chie even says so, Yosuke being cautious, oh crap, as the 2 girls yell at him. Rise asks me and Kanji if we want them to take part in the beauty pageant. Yosuke replies, well yeah, he means, you guys know how popular Yukiko is here, and on top of that, we have an idol and a detective prince. What's the point of having a beauty pageant if all these incredible heroines aren't going to take part? That left Chie out, getting mad, asking, what about her? And then she goes quiet and says, well, excuse me for not fitting in. He doesn't see a true worth Chie. But Yosuke asks Kanji that he wants them to be in too, right? But Kanji says they ain't interested in that stuff. He goes quiet and looks at Naoto flustered. Yosuke adds fuel to the fire, saying that Naoto-kun, Kanji says that he really wants you to be in it. Kanji blushes, replying that he didn't say nothing. And then Yosuke asks for my opinion. I say not really. I mean, I'm committed to a relationship, and Chie will likely kill me. However, Rise sees that, adding, does I hear a hint of jealousy in your voice? I don't want her making eyes at the other boys. I mean, not like you haven't been an idol for most of your life, but go on, Rise. But Chie says that you guys are really inching onto the bandwagon with Yosuke, aren't you? But Rise's happy too. As long as there's people looking forward to seeing her, she might as well put on a show for them. Of course, there's no need to get her agency involved. With Rise being fine with it, Yosuke takes the opportunity, saying, that's right, that's the way to go. Teddie's looking forward to it too. Actually, he thinks he's more excited than anyone. It was him who was pushing him to sign everyone up. Chie seems disgruntled, and now Teddie's on her hit list too. But Naoto comments that we're in an awkward situation. If we can't refuse, she supposes there's no point arguing it. But it seems ill-fitting for someone like her to go up on stage. She wonders if there's any way she could take it up with the school authorities, but Kanji replies that he doesn't think it's a problem at all. He means, just do it, you know? Seriously. Yosuke tells Kanji that it looks like his blood's boiling even more than usual. Rise giggles at the situation, telling Kanji just to tell her that he wants to see her on stage. And so, it's a deal? The 4 of us will be in a beauty pageant? Naoto looks at Rise wide-eyed, replying that, what are you saying? But Kanji finally says it, begging Naoto to be in it. If she does, his doubts will finally be cleared. And adds, come on, make me a man! Naoto is confused, asking, doubts? What are you talking about? That annoyed Kanji a little, saying, look, just do it, damn it. I mean, you're an ace detective, aren't you? That flustered Naoto, asking, what does that have to do with a beauty pageant? Kanji seems out of breath. Hang in there, big guy. But with that interaction over, we head back to class, and soon school is over. And with school over, we're slowly getting this dating thing Yosuke wants done. Started with Chie and Yukiko walking in with stuff for it. Chie commenting that she's tired. Yosuke asks, where do they go? That's a silly question, man. Look at the logo on the bag. But Chie replies, jeunesse. They had to get some paint and cloth. Yosuke understands that it's for decorations. The class rep asks if they had them write an invoice. Chie confirms, saying that she thinks they understood what it was for, so they wrote it down without us even having to ask. The male rep says and there's some things he wants to go over by the day of the event. Chie asks if it's about that group date cafe. He confirms, saying that since Yosuke is leading the executive committee, Yosuke is surprised to hear that, but the male rep says it was a proposal, right? Yosuke, finally feeling the weight of his decision, replies, "Are you serious?" But the class rep replies that all he has to do is reception. People sign in, have a few guys and girls face each other on the table, conduct a short session first where they ask about each other. After about half an hour of that, it'll be confession time. Get them to select a number of the people that they like, and if the other person accepts, then that makes them a couple. He then asks Yosuke if he's listening. Yosuke lets out a sigh, saying, "Yeah, I hear ya." Suddenly, we hear some kids in the corner talking, having fun, and not really helping, until they ask Yosuke if he wants to join. Yosuke, being Yosuke, says, "I don't give a damn anymore. He's in. Watch him slam the ball right back in your face." That annoyed the female rep as Yosuke runs away, telling them to get serious about this. The other two guys run away as well. The group date cafe that our class will be running at the Culture Festival is getting underway. Can't wait for this to flop, but eventually I went home, and during the evening, I tutored Shu after getting an unneeded expression boost and no hopes of our bond deepening in the future. I went home 10,000 yen richer. October 28th. During lunch, me and Yosuke were talking about some things, and we saw a crowd at the bulletin board. We checked, it's about the Miss Yasogami High pageant. A cross-dressing pageant, huh? A student tells Yosuke, "We're expecting great things from you." Yosuke is confused but laughs, saying, "Oh, they're doing the cross-dressing pageant again this year? Man, they never learn, do they? Oh, some people have signed up already." Man, what idiots would want to be in this thing anyway? And he checks his name's on it, and he's shocked. He then sees Kanji's name, and my name. I'm shocked, and I check, yep, it is there. Well, that's interesting. One of the girls is shocked by the amount of contestants this year, since weren't there like 2 people last year? Her friend said that she heard even if someone else signs you up, you can't back out. Her friend says that's not cool, but wonders, what if they sign themselves up? Her friend says that's a disturbing thought, but Yosuke thinks, someone else signs you up. He then knew who it was, saying it must have been them that done this. Sounds about right, since you know what you did, man. But I guess there's no way out of this. But after school, we confront them. Well, mainly Yosuke does, as he tells Chie that she better have a damn good explanation for this. Chie played dumb as Yosuke replies, angered, "For what, my ass? For signing us all up in the cross-dressing pageant. It was you, wasn't it?" Chie replies, "Oh, that thing." Reisei-chan started it, saying, "Let's all have fun with this." So she really didn't have a choice, and Kashiwagi seemed happy too, now that there's more people involved in it. But Yosuke replies, you little, this is cross-dressing. Cross-dressing. But Chie gets up retaliating that you're the one that started it. It's because of you that we can't back out of this beauty pageant, so it serves you right. Yosuke says that beside the point, but Yukio reassures us, saying that they'll make us look absolutely enchanting, okay? I doubt you could with Yosuke, but he replies, that's not what's important here. Kanji says, it's about a man's pride, damn it. But I have no choice in the matter, so I say I'll give it my all. Yosuke asks if I'm serious, but Chie says that it has nothing to do with pride or any of that. You know already, right? Once someone signs you up, you can't back out. If you've got a problem with that, go talk to Miss Kashiwagi. That left Yosuke annoyed, since there's no way she's gonna listen. Kanji can feel his defeat, asking if he's given up. He ain't doing this, period. Yukiko asks Kanji if he's still okay as far as the mandatory attendance policy goes. She doesn't think it would be wise to disappoint a teacher too much. Kanji's left quiet, saying that Yukiko's a scary girl, you know that, senpai? But Chie reassures us to leave it to us to dress you guys up. We say with us too, there's no way that you won't turn out pretty. Kanji is convinced a little, saying, you're positive that will be pretty? Yukiko nods, saying she guarantees it. Yosuke asks Kanji, why are you suddenly fine with this? But Kanji says, well, if we gotta do this, might as well go all the way with it. But Yosuke says there's nothing manly about being a woman, and he seriously refuses. But Chie tells him that Kashiwagi's sure gonna get angry if you don't show up. Maybe you and Kanji can be classmates next year. I'd pay to see that. But he regrets life, saying, why is this happening? We all end up in the same boat without a consent. What kind of joke is this? It's called karma, dude. And Chie says it's the exact same joke you pulled on us. Yosuke, realizing she's right, puts up a strong front, saying, if we gotta do this, we might as well go all the way with it. But with that done, I went home and made sure to get rest early since the first day of the Culture Festival starts tomorrow. October 29th. The Culture Festival starts today, so I wonder if Yosuke's plan will be a success. I know it won't, but hey, let's be optimistic here. As I head to school, it's all set up and it looks alright, but no one's stopping by. Yukio says, come in first-hand experience with group dating. She goes quiet and comments, this is so embarrassing. And there's not that many people passing by here in the first place. The male class rep thinks we need some shills to drum up interest. Yosuke comments, shills? Who? Male class rep comments, who else besides us? Yosuke comments, isn't this kind of sad? But the male rep asks, do we have a choice? We need to get customers to get the ball rolling. If there aren't that many people passing by, we have to get the attention of ones who are by any means necessary. Yosuke replies, well, there's only 5 of us here. Kanji suddenly appears saying, yo, how's it going? He came to check up on us guys. Chie comments on Kanji coming at the perfect time. He's confused, but Yosuke adds that we've got 4 guys and 2 girls. The male rep is flatly says, you guys are doing the cross-dressing pageant tomorrow, right? So one of you guys can sit on the girl side. That shocks Yosuke and Kanji. Yosuke saying that he's not gonna, cowards, I think I'll just go straight for it. The male rep says you're volunteering, and Yosuke's shocked, telling me I never run out of surprises, man. And with that, we all sit down and get started. And it's as awkward as I expected, just silence. And then start something. The guys talk about who they're interested in, nothing special. Kanji basically describes Naoto, which Yosuke comments on. But the male rep asks us who we want to date on the girl side. The girls dodge the question, trying to get me to be out for the question. And when I get my turn, well, let's just say I don't beat around the bush.
Wrong, Yosuke?
Very wrong! I don't know what happened, but I think I just went somewhere that I can never come back from.
Is it my voice?
Knock it off!
But with teasing Yosuke over, we get back to being silent. Rise comes inside saying, how will we do... Rise lets out an awkward laugh and says, well, see ya, leaving like her life depended on it. And after more silence, Yosuke says, mark it, the group date cafe is officially a failure. And, well, that's the first day of the Culture Festival done. Not sure how to feel about it, but I decided to walk around a bit before going home. In the hallway, me, Kao, and Daisuke hanged out. Kao comments that, wow, this class is exhibiting a collection of local artifacts. He wishes their class was doing something as cool as this. They're doing a frickin' play, man. What's up with that? Daisuke teased him by saying that it's too late to complain, Piglet. He replies, it's not Piglet, it's Hamlet. How did he get stuck with the role anyway? And who came up with the damn play? Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet. Dude. But he tells him to chill out. Tomorrow's going to be way more interesting. Right, Kiryu? Cal agrees, saying that he's going to be rooting for me in this beauty pageant. Daisuke reminds me to go first or bust. I don't see myself losing at all to those two. But now it's Ayane's turn. A haunted house and her don't really exactly mix. So I took charge and went inside first. She tells me not to leave her alone, following me inside. Wacky hijinks occur with the clumsy Ayane falling onto me because she kept her eyes closed. But we got to the other side safe and sound. She apologizes for the trouble but thanks me. She wasn't as scared as she usually is, and I'm glad to hear. And finally the last person, I. We don't usually talk, but why not see the fortune teller? She comments the long-nosed fortune teller? Igor, are you in there? She comments that, who believes the crap like this? We hear a voice and it's familiar. Wait, is it actually him? But the person calls her confident, but she challenges the voice saying that she bets she can win. And they go back and forth, and then I challenges them to a fortune. The subject of this little contest is Kiryu's relationship with girls. Ah, boy, this is sudden, as the voice says, well, in that case, they most certainly have an advantage. I ask, what do they mean looking at me? Ah, well, this is a little awkward, but eventually I got out of this safe and sound, finishing the tour of the Culture Festival with my friends, eventually heading home. And oh boy, I better get some rest. Since tomorrow, I'm not looking forward to it. But it's gonna happen eventually, and I can't stop it, so... Before I start this entry, there is a lot of talking, and honestly, I don't think I have the same charisma as the announcer of the pageant, so a good section of this video will just not have a voiceover. But with that being said, it's time for the cringe. October 30th. The second day of the Culture Festival, entering our classroom to be dullified, I guess you can say, and the fate decides that Rise is gonna have Kanji, Yosuke has Chie, and I have Yukiko. But then Teddie asks, what about him? That confused the girls, but he's entering in too. He must win this contest to see his dream realized. Yosuke said that he seemed bored, so we signed him up in last-minute contest. It seems I have a real challenger now. Chie says that we're making him suffer as well. Oh well, has been signed up, there's nothing we can do about it. And asks if Naoto to lend a hand, leaving Teddie to her. That shocked her, but Teddie says that their team's unstoppable, but first they'll need some dazzling makeup. Naoto agrees and says that we'll go borrow a makeup kit from someone. She runs to go find someone, but Teddie tells her to wait. The battle begins by choosing the right equipment. Chasing her, Chie comments, oh, we gotta use fake eyelashes, right? Yosuke replies, bring it on. And the pageant started.
So it begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the second day of the Culture Festival with the ever-popular Miss Yasogami pageant. Let's get right down to it and introduce our first contestant. She's a runaway express train who's Inaba born and bred and can kill with both her fists and her looks. Presenting Kanji-chan of the first year class 3.
Sup?
Ew, that's so creepy!
This is wrong on every level. Now, don't rip me apart for asking, but what would you say is your best feature?
My eyes?
Whoa! A conventional answer from this all too unconventional beauty! After such a strong start, I don't know how much of a chance the others have, but here's our second contestant. An eloquent heiress of the noble Juness, she's pure disappointment from the moment she opens her mouth. Presenting Yosuke-chan of the second year class 2!
Hi! Holy crap! And here I thought Yosuke-senpai would be able to pull it off.
Dude, it's terrifying. I can just imagine someone like him sitting across from me on a train. Now, you look ready to win in that outfit. Do you often dress like this?
Hell no! Like, no way!
What is with this? Laughing stock's up here.
What did you think this was about?
I've already had about enough of this, but there's still more to come. Up next, our third contestant. She has the mildly bitter tang of the city, and she's made more girls cry than there are stars in the sky. Presenting our transfer student who's been breaking hearts in the second year, Class 2.
Whoa. I thought he was cooler than that.
Sounds like your entrance is causing quite a stir. Did you sign yourself up?
Wow, he was more gung-ho about this than Kanji. Damn that Kashiwagi. How dare she tear away our innocence like this?
Our last contestant is a random, unaffiliated entrant. She's a friend of our other beauties. Calling herself King of the TV World, she's a cute, sexy little number. Give a warm welcome to Teddie-chan!
Give me your hearts.
That's a boy? He's so cute!
I'd hit it.
And the winner of this year's Miss Yasogami pageant is the random contestant who won everyone's heart, Miss Teddie! As our champion, Miss Teddie will receive a very special prize. Later this afternoon, we will be hosting the Miss Yasogami pageant with actual beauties this time. Your reward is a position as an honorary judge in that pageant.
Woohoo! An honorary judge? That's one lame prize for what you gotta go through.
Not everyone can get that excited over a judge position.
Seeing him so happy kind of makes me happy too.
Yeah, he's like over the top innocent.
Well then, Miss Teddie, how does it feel to have won the pageant and become a judge?
The long-awaited day has finally come. I decree that one of the judging criteria later this afternoon will be... ta-da! A swimsuit competition!
What the hell? Over my dead body! Aw, I didn't bring a swimsuit.
That bear needs to be disappeared. Well, I doubt he has the authority to declare that unilaterally.
This is great. I love the direction this is going.
But that's not all for the Culture Festival's main event. There's still more to come in the Miss Yasogami pageant. The judging continues. Can you hear the crowd going wild? Now for our next contestant, Miss Chie Satonaka of the second year's Class 2. Come on out, Chie.
Hi, I'm Chie Satonaka.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm kind of shy and reserved, and my favorite food is pudding.
That liar. It's steak.
Thank you very much. Up next, another contestant from Class 2, Miss Yukiko Amagi!
Hello, my name is Yukiko Amagi. My family runs the Amagi Inn. If you ever find yourself in the area, please give us a visit. Our hot springs are open to the public year-round, so whenever you're in the mood to enjoy them, please drop by.
Alright, that'll do nicely. Next up, a very familiar face from the first year Class 2, Miss Rise Kujikawa!
Hi, my name's Rise Kujikawa. I haven't been in town very long, but it's a great place, and I'm 100% thrilled to be here. So sorry that I'm not working as an idol right now. Risette's gonna do her best, so I hope you'll all cheer for me.
The real Risette, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh! Oh, thank you very much. Next is the mysterious transfer student of the first year's Class 1, Miss Naoto Joins!
Hey, Kanji, here she comes.
Hey, shh! Pipe down!
I'm Naoto Shirogane. It's hard to believe I'm up on a stage at a pageant like this. This is beyond my wildest imaginings. I really don't know what to say. Can I step back now?
And with that, all 6 uniquely beautiful... Now, let's have our special judge, Mr. Teddie, ask them some questions.
I am Teddie, the honorary judge for this pageant. Please keep in mind that if you anger me, you will be at a disadvantage. Well, Miss Chie, do you have a boyfriend?
What? Teddie, you...
Ms. Yukiko, have you ever smooched anyone before?
Huh? Stop it!
Ms. Naoto, where are you ticklish?
I beg your pardon?
Can I stay at your house next time, Rise-chan?
What kind of a question is that?
Anyways, I have a surprise announcement for you all. Wait till you hear this! For the first time ever, this year's pageant will feature a swimsuit competition! And it's all thanks to Mr. Teddie here. We'll take a brief break while our contestants put on their swimsuits and be back in just a few moments.
You sound like a dirty old man. Chie-senpai is cute, though.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? This is great!
Wow. Yukiko-senpai. She is exactly how I imagined she'd be.
Here's Rosette!
She's so gorgeous.
Huh?
Huh? Miss Naoto? She's not coming out. Well, sad news, everyone, but Miss Naoto won't be coming out for this portion.
Fine by me. The fewer rivals I have to crush, the better.
Oh, well, I had a feeling that would happen. Too bad, Kanji.
Huh? No, well, yeah. But don't you think it was brave of her to at least show up in the first round?
Yeah, you're right. Well, it's about time we voted. Who are you going for? Yeah, she is pretty cute when you really look at her.
Thanks for waiting, everyone! Looking at the way the vote went, you guys out in the audience had a hard time picking a favorite. Lots of different opinions, with every one of our contestants having their own enthusiastic supporters. On the other hand, it looks like you girls were all thinking the same thing. And so, there's a clear winner! Grand prize goes to Miss Naoto Shirogane! Her androgynous charm seems to have won most of the girls' hearts. We'd like to present Miss Naoto with her award now, but it looks like she stepped outside.
She won, even though she dropped out of the last part. That's pretty funny.
Man, losing to Naoto. Well, I guess I didn't appeal to the girls that much. Oh well, I think it's enough that we beat those two hands down, Senpai.
How could I lose a beauty pageant? Miss Kachiwagi, I can't believe this. No, neither can I. Hanako!
Post pageant. We were looking for something to eat as I hear Nanako's voice calling out to me as Dojima said, "Good thing we found you." That confused me, but he says he's gonna make a business trip to the prefectural office, and he won't be back until tomorrow. Shame I had to fall during my school's culture festival. Nanako and him were both looking forward to it. Thank God he didn't see the pageant, but he apologizes to dump this on me, but could I show Nanako around? Yuki asked Nanako if she'd like to walk around with us. That made her happy, saying, "Can I?" We all agree with a nod. Dojima thanks us and says he's gotta get going. Nanako tells her dad to have a safe trip and he says have fun too, Nanako. She agreed and then he left. Yukio asks Nanako, "Why don't you come over and stay at the inn tonight?" That confused her, but Teddie replies, what did you say, Yuki-chan?" That confused her, but Rise adds, "Oh, a celebration at the inn?" Kanji replies, "Is that okay with you?" She confirms, saying that she promised us a while ago, so yeah. Yosuke's happy and says, "Hell yeah, I'm down." Teddie asks if he can boil eggs in the hot springs. Weird. Naoto adds that she could call her grandpa and let him know. It's just one night, right? Yugo says, "Come on, it'll be fun. Everyone will be there." Nanako looks at me and asks, "Can I?" I reply she's offering, so why not? They made her happy, saying, "Let's go." She wants to spend the night too. Teddie says his wacky stuff, but Chie asks Yukiko if it's fine since isn't it still the busy season? But Yukiko reassures, saying that they've had fewer visitors this year. There are some open rooms too. Chie understands and says, "Might as well then." But man, when was the last time she stayed at Yukiko's place? She thinks on it as we're all excited. Looks like we'll all be staying at the inn tonight. During the evening, the boys were all in our room. Teddie is disgruntled, saying, "We're in different rooms." But Yosuke replies, "Well, duh." Teddie says, "It's one thing if they were next door, but they're so far away." But Yosuke replies that Yukiko said that there weren't that many open rooms, so they're on another floor. First thing they're gonna do is take Nanako to the hot springs. Teddie's shocked, asking if there's one of those girls and guys together springs. "No, Teddie, you pervert." Kanji says that he doesn't want to take more than one bath if he doesn't have to. "Why don't we just take a dip before we hit the sack?" Yosuke agrees as Kanji looks around, adding, "By the way, what's up with this room? It looks pretty expensive." Yosuke looks around saying, "You thought so too? Normally a room like this wouldn't be open during the busy season." He wasn't trying to think about it, but you don't think something happened here, do you? I doubt it, but we're all quiet, Kanji commenting on that. Yosuke thinks that now that you mention it...
Jeez, that freaked me out. You answer it, Kanji.
What are you freaking out for? Hello? Oh, I see. Cool, thanks.
After all our nerds are on edge, Kanji tells us that it was just the front desk. That's a relief, but he says that the hot spring should be empty right now. Yosuke replies sarcastically, "Wow, Amagi Inn, great service." You break out a cold sweat, but Kanji says, "Come on then, let's go wash it off." They leave as Teddie says he can't wait to take a bath with everyone. We'll all face the same way and wash each other's backs, and we're gonna sing songs while looking at Mount Fuji, right? I tell him that's a bathhouse, bursting his bubble, but he didn't care, saying that, "Man, everything on this side is so much fun, and it's all thanks for me for bringing him over to this side," and he thanks me once more. I feel him gazing at me with gratitude as our bond deepens. Yosuke calls our name, saying, "Come on, the elevator's here," but we didn't know what was waiting for us on the other side.
Check out my dead man's float! Wow!
Oh, what a giant spring!
Ow! What the... Huh? You guys!
Why are you guys here?
That's my...
Retreat!
It's an honest mistake.
We're not gonna forget this!
Suffice to say, not how I expected it to go. What a cliche. Yosuke says, "Damn it!" He checked again, and sure enough, the hot springs are supposed to be men at that hour. They're so evil. Evil, I tell you, he says between sobs. Teddie's not sure why, but his head's all bumpy. Kanji says that though there are lumps from the pails hacked to your head. You got lumps, man. He sighs. Yosuke asks us if we see anything. Kanji and Teddie reply no, but Yosuke comments he has led a cursed life. Let's just go to bed. I can agree with him that, but Kanji tells us to hold it and asks if we heard something. Suddenly, I hear it too. Yosuke asks what it was. Teddie adds he heard it too. Kanji asks, don't tell me. Is there one here? Yosuke asks him what he means by one here, but we all know what he meant. But suddenly Kanji remembers this room. It's the one that Announcer was staying before she died. His mum was talking about it. Yosuke replies in a panic, oh god, you said it. He was trying to block it out and you just had to say it. Yosuke looks around and comments on the talismans hanging, saying, so that's why they're there. Yukiko, that witch, tempers are fully well. Damn it! First the hot spring, now this. We've been completely suckered. You may be right, man. Kanji says that we're all thinking, no way we're sleeping through this. Teddie jumps up and said he's made up his mind. He's going to Yukiko's room. He can't sleep soundly unless he's watching everyone's sleeping heads as he drifts up. Kind of creepy, but okay. Yosuke replies that you're not going to sneak into their room. You can't be. Yosuke, after hearing the voice again, asks for my opinion. Honestly, I don't want to be here, but I know what would happen if we did what they're planning. But Kanji replies, then we'll just have to spend the night here. But Yosuke says that no way, he can't. He won't. Teddie decides that, alrighty, it will be a surprise awakening for them. Well, I've been strong-armed into it. Guess I have to hope for the best.
Good morning. It's a surprise awakening. No, a surprise break-in. This is Teddie reporting in.
Yosuke brings up a good point, asking Teddie when did he put that on. Teddie admits that he feels awkward without it, so he always brings it. But Yosuke tells him to stop talking like that. Kanji tells us to check it out, a hairbrush, and it's got a long strand of hair on it. Okay, Yosuke asks Kanji that he's really into this, aren't you? Kanji confirms, saying that it's time he has revenge for the campout. Yosuke didn't think of it, thinking, hey, he's got a good point. Alright, he'll get his revenge too. Teddie comments, a toothbrush. Yosuke comments about his heart beating, but he wonders, what about Nanako? Teddie tells us to not worry. Nanako is a magnanimous girl. Right, but Yosuke ends up agreeing, but tells him not to wake her up. She's not a part of our revenge scheme. Teddie looks at them, saying that we've reached the futons, and they're fast asleep. Excuse me.
Yuki-chan, I'm scared of the ghosts!
All right. I can do this too. Chie-senpai, be gentle!
However, what they didn't know and sealed their fate is there was only 2 futons, as Yosuke asked where the rest were, but they were going to learn soon enough.
Oh, my. You should have said so.
Such naughty boys. Oh.
Ah! Be gone!
Holy crap! Don't touch me!
We were crying our poor eyes out until now, you know. We thought there were no men who appreciate... All right, boys. I'm all yours. And not a word about this to anyone.
Come here, tiger.
Somehow we saw something scarier than a ghost, but it was just as traumatizing. But we ended up going back to our rooms, too tired to care, as I went to bed. But, oh man, what a day. October 31st. Happy Halloween, diary, and I have a day off due to the culture festival yesterday, as I get a call from Yosuke saying thank goodness he knew he could count on me picking up, and says, you're free today, right? Can you give me a hand here? He's begging me. He sounds frustrated and says that the Halloween fair starts at Jeunesse today, but they're nowhere near ready. We have the decorations, but we can't find the floor manager, and he has no idea who to ask for help. I'm the only one he could think of. Please, I'm begging you. I end up reluctantly agreeing. He thanks me, saying that he owes me one. He'll see me at the food court. Well, I better get going. Then me and Yosuke work hard and get the Halloween decorations ready. Yosuke comments on his back hurting, but he's finally done. I tell him he's slow, and he's shocked, asking, "What, did you finish before me?" And asks, why didn't I tell him anything? He was working his butt off on his own. He then tells me that, man, these costumes are a good fit for me. It's so natural on me, it looks like my everyday outfit. I replied, leave it to me, and then he laughs, commenting, what kind of boast is that? Anyways, I was a lifesaver, thanks. But then again, as long as he's here. Yosuke looks at Teddie, and honestly, Teddie looks really cool. Yosuke comments that it looks like he's having fun. He guesses that Teddie's like their store mascot now. Honestly, not the worst mascot to have. Since he's loyal, suddenly a guy wearing a suit asks Yosuke, what's going on here? Yosuke replies, oh, there you are. These are the decorations for the Halloween fair. He replies, oh, come on, Yosuke. They got cancelled a while ago. Are you kidding me? Yosuke replies, what? He says that he thought that he was there for the morning meeting when it got announced. Oh well, maybe he was still groggy since it was so early. Well, he'll be counting on him to clean this up. But he looks around and says, this is amazing though. Did you two do this all by yourselves? If you were going to work this hard, maybe we should have gone through with it. I stare at Yosuke. He knows why and tells me to stop looking at him like that. I'm only going to make it worse. Well, I help him out, and he apologizes, and he gave me a thank you gift before I went home, being the Halloween costumes. I guess I'll forgive him this time. But for now, I head home.
It's cold today.
Now for our next story. Mr. Kozai of the Environmental Concern Society visited a local elementary school to investigate the effects of the fog. Thick fog has appeared frequently in Inaba over the past few years, and the cause of it there's been much conjecture on the origin of this fog, and some are concerned about its effects on the human body. Town officials believe it highly unlikely that the fog could be harmful. One official suggested that the concern is largely tied to public anxiety in response to the recent murders. On hearing about the phenomenon, Mr. Kozai visited the local elementary school to investigate its effects. He interviewed the children playing happily in the fog about their health and any anxieties.
Oh, that man came to my school.
Upon completing the investigation, Mr. Kozai issued a statement. In this day and age, one must stay aware of even slight changes in the environment and react politically. Today, I talked with a young student who spoke her own mind. It was an attitude and an example that our primary concern should always be to protect these children's futures. On that note, Mr. Kozai ended his statement. The assembled parents applauded, but some raised concerns that it was a show to attract voters in the next election.
As the news continues, Nanako sneezes, commenting that her head hurts. Her face does look red. As I check her head, she has a high fever. She needs to get some rest now. I gave Nanako some medicine and had her lay down. She asked me if I'm going back in the spring. Oh yeah, that's right. She comments that it's going to be winter soon. Oh, true, but Nanako asked that if it snows, can we make a snowman? We can play a lot. I agree on that. And she smiles, saying, let's play all the time until spring. And Nanako falls asleep. I should take her to bed later. Well, I hope you feel better soon, Nanako, as I head to bed myself. November 1st. The day starts off with gym class, and after getting the question the teacher asked correct, time passed and soon school was over. And I attended what might be my last soccer practice I may ever have, getting a diligence boost as I watched Daisuke back to his old groove, telling the other players that they haven't finished their knee lifts yet. They tell him that they can't anymore, and he says that they've got to push themselves. Come on, one more lap. He'll run with them. I watched Daisuke coach with passion. After practice, I was sitting down as he walks up to me saying that it feels like forever since he's been this exhausted. Oh, but damn, it feels good. He tells me he's not going to screw around anymore from now on. He's all business. He suddenly appears pensive and says he's kept pretending that he was trying his best, but the truth is he was hardly even trying. If he managed to do well playing at half his potential, nobody really cared that he wasn't taking it seriously, and if he wasn't doing too hot, he would have a cop-out. All he had to say was he wasn't trying. He was scared of the possibility that things could go wrong, even when he gave it his all, because if that happened, he would feel like he had no business even being here. Pretty lame, huh? He then stands up and hands me something. It's a spike brush. He tells me that it's a brush to use to clean your cleats. He realizes that he hasn't used it in a long time. He just soaks his cleats and let them dry like he doesn't care. But he used to cleaning his cleats and soccer balls. He doesn't know why he's doing this. It kind of just popped into his head, you know? It's not super fancy or anything, but it's easy to use. You and I are going to be running a lot from now on, so, well, it's a gift from the heart, and that's all that matters, man. As I nod to agree, and with the same old smile, he says, come on, let's grab some grub before we go home. We grabbed Cal as well, and we went to Aya. Cal tells Daisuke that he's been hearing people talk about him. He's a new man! A demon awoke inside him. Words to that effect. Daisuke replies that, well, yeah, I quit pretending. He was getting bored of not taking things seriously. You give it a 110%, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Not knowing is what makes it fun. Cal teases saying, ain't that a truth? Lay the charm on thick. Get rejected and cry about it later. That's a woman for you. Oh, man. But Cal says, too bad about your ex, though. He's confused, but he says that you were kind of hoping that she would still like you, right? That surprised him, saying, what? Hey, that's not... Cal replies, oh boy, look at his face. He thinks he's seen tomatoes less red than that. He replies, fussed, what's got into you guys? All that, what am I to you shit? You guys should be embarrassed. Cal continues saying, what, you want us to say it again? Maybe in unison this time? Daisuke is now annoyed, saying, don't get that touchy-feely crap. Ah, good times. I spend quality time with Daisuke and Cal. Daisuke goes quiet and then says, but, thanks. Cal replies, don't worry, we'll be here to embarrass you. Damn straight. Daisuke, with a smile, says, gee, thanks. But I feel a deep bond has formed between the three of us, as the Strength Arcana reaches its maximum. Daisuke tells us that it feels like he can finally move forward again. Cal tells him, that's good, man. And Daisuke tells Cal he should do another group date. You should call up those chicks again, too. Cal's surprised and replies, now you're gonna pull a 180 on me? Dude, you really ticked off those girls last time. Daisuke's happy to hear that, saying he guesses he'll just have to do some groveling then. He's shocked, replying, me? I take in the moment to enjoy the good times with the two of them, and eventually went home. When I got home, it was the same old stuff when it comes to simple things in life. I did some gardening with Nanako, and with wall paprika harvested and barrier gorn planted, I went to tutor Shu. And with the feeling that our bond will deepen soon, I headed home happy with 10,000 yen in my pocket to boot. November 2nd. Heading to school, Rise says morning to me, adding that she had so much fun last week. There was the culture festival and then we had the sleepover with everyone. She was really happy. She thought that she would never be able to experience things like that anymore, but asked me if I saw the weather report. It looks like the weather's going to start getting rough this weekend, and we should keep a close eye to the midnight channel. It hasn't rained as of late, so we haven't been able to see it. We might have a surprise waiting for us next time. She's saying it like she knows something, but I agree with that, saying let's be careful. She agrees and says that the town seems to think that the case is closed, but the real killer hasn't been caught yet. And with that conversation over, we went to school, and school was soon after done. And I wanted to hang out with Naoki, but I forgot that I didn't have a Hanged Man Arcana, so I went to the Velvet Room quickly, but I had a surprise waiting for me as Marie once again left out one of her poems.
Song of the Fallen Angel. The fallen angel is chained down, her wings torn off, eroded by prejudice, her last breaths full of black despair. Do you know her name? Will she eventually return to nothing, forced into the realm of oblivion? No. Her requiem will become a roar and tear away the mask of hypocrisy. Do you know her name? She who will strike down the cowards and tear down the lies? That's right. Her name is... What is it?
Like the last times, after reading, Marie appears angry, saying, I read it, asking, what is this? Why is it here? What the hell is happening? And she remembered putting it in her bag. And then tells me, why am I reading this? What the hell is the matter with me? Do I want her to strike me down? Margaret teases her, telling her to calm down, Miss Fallen Angel. You are disturbing our guest. She replies that, why am I shouting at him? Wait, Miss Fallen Angel? I hate you. Hate you. Don't read my things. Marie gets back in her seat, and then after summoning the Hanged Arcana, I headed out and hanged out with Naoki. We went to Aya the place we've practically always gone. Naoki asks if I remember how we talked about quitting school. He told his parents his plan. They were against it. They told him, that's not what we want. Live the way you want to. He pauses and says they asked, you hate school, don't you? You're just trying to run away from it. They all got all suspicious on him suddenly. He wasn't expecting that at all. I say that I wouldn't have either. He replies that he was just stunned. He couldn't even think of anything to say to them. Naoki bites his lip and says that if he wanted to run, he would have done that forever ago, since everyone's being so kind to him. Not just the health association, the class chores, club activities, everyone says that I can just do whatever. Even the teachers just allow him to take tests home. If he shows up late or if he leaves early, he doesn't get penalized. None of his actions have consequences. He can't tell if he's right or wrong, since everyone reacts to him the same way. No one gives him orders. They just tell him to take it easy. Then they just take all the responsibility away from him. Eventually, it doesn't even matter if he's even there. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't even have to exist. And asks if I think that he's really that pitiable. I reply that I understand what they mean. Naoki understands their point of view. If a friend's family member was killed, he might think the same way and alienate them too. He guesses no one really knows what to do in this situation, huh? He nods sadly and asks, what should he do? Should he just keep going around and telling people not to treat him special like he's been doing? Should he just act like Saki never existed? Being stared at, being pitied, being alienated by his friends. Should he just pretend not to notice until everyone gets tired of him? When they do get tired of it, won't he be alone? I'm not sure, man, but he looks down and apologizes, and he's just rambling. He really doesn't know what he's saying right now. I feel like Naoki is trying to open his heart to me as our bond deepens. He gets back into a somewhat happier mood, saying it's not a good subject to talk about while eating. Lately, he doesn't even taste his own food. But after hanging out with him a little longer, I went home. During the night, I looked at my social stats thinking of what to do during the night, and I decided to study, getting 2 knowledge boosts. I just need to get diligence maxed out and knowledge to get my best self. But with a little bit of that studying done, I went to bed, hopeful that I can get it done soon. November 3rd. It's raining today, and a day off. I'm sure there's nothing to really do today, so I decided just to get some studying done, getting 2 knowledge boosts, and then the evening came. And I decided tonight I'll stay home and spend time with Nanako. Nanako looked sad, saying that she lost the paper that she was supposed to return to school. What should she do? The teacher will yell at her. I tell her that I'll help her look for it. She was thankful, but she seems like ready to cry with the distress, so I better go work fast. I searched through the papers that Dojima's always looking through, and I found the paper hidden among them. The word anytime has been written in the date requested box. I'm pretty sure that this was the paper Nanako was looking for, but something else was hidden in the papers too. It seemed to be a photo. I decided to show it to Nanako. Getting back to the table, I give her the paper and the photo, and Nanako looks at the paper and says, anytime I'll try is written on it, so he can come anytime. I nod to confirm, and she smiles, understanding and giggling, and then looks at the photo and says, it's Mom. This little baby in the middle, that's me. Dad's smiling. She pauses and asks me, why did Dad stop smiling? I tell her that he's lonely too, and she asks, Dad's lonely? I see. So that's it. Nanako realizes and says that after Mum died, she was lonely, but she's not the only one who's sad that Mum's not here anymore. Dad, he was lonely too. And she says sorry to her dad. Somehow, Nanako looks more mature, as I feel our bond deepening. Nanako thanks me and asks me if I think Dad will ever smile like this again. Nanako looks at the photo again, entranced likely, but it was getting late, so I put Nanako to bed, and then went to bed myself. November 4th. Heading to school in the rain, Kanji calls out my name, saying sup. He says that it's been a while since it last rained, hasn't it? I mean, it did yesterday, Kanji, but it continues that the weather report says that the rain's going to last all night. We're going to have to watch the Midnight Channel. I agree with him, and he continues that only we know that the real killer is still out there, right? Correct, Kanji. As we both walked to school together, and during class, I helped Yosuke out with a question, getting an expression boost, and soon enough, school was over, and I decided since it's raining and no one would want to hang out, just to study in the library, but I got free knowledge boost this time. But soon, night came. Me and Nanako were sitting together. Nanako said that Dad's late until the doorbell goes off. Nanako wonders if he forgot his keys, checking the door, but comes back saying that it was just the delivery man. He was asking where Mr. Takahashi's house is, but the phone goes off. Nanako answers it, and it's Dojima. And she has a sad expression saying, "Alright, it's okay, she knows it's his job, and Big Bro's with me, so okay, bye-bye." Nanako says that Dojima's coming home tomorrow. A little down, but she says that she's not lonely. She's here with me. She smiles cheerfully and comments that it's a cold day too, but asks if I want to bring out the kotatsu. Dad said that we can pull it out if it gets too cold. That'll make it nice and warm. I nod to agree and I pull it out of the closet. Nanako says, "Okay, I'm turning it on." But trouble arises as it's not turning on. Nanako's sad, saying that it looks like it's broken. She's disappointed. I say that we should go buy one. And she said, "We can buy one? At Jeunesse? Yay! When I have some time, let's go to Jeunesse." I agree, and with that, I promised Nanako we'd go shopping at Jeunesse. But eventually midnight came. Let's see if anyone's on TV. Someone sure is on it, but it looks even blurrier than usual. I can't even tell what gender the person is, but they do seem quite short. Suddenly, I get a phone call. It's Yosuke, asking if I saw that. It was really blurry, but you saw something on the screen, right? Damn it! Is there going to be another kidnapping? Let's get together as soon as we can tomorrow. The one just now was too blurry to jump to any conclusions, but maybe someone has an idea on who it might be. We definitely need to talk. Just remember to keep your schedule open tomorrow after school. And with that, Yosuke hanged up, and I guess now is better than any time to go to bed. Hopefully, we can stop the killer this time, before anything bad happens. November 5th. After school, the team talks about what we saw on TV, but Naoto says that she watched the Midnight Channel last night, as we suggested. To think a master of deduction and evidence would strain her eyes over an urban legend like this. And yet, she definitely saw someone. But Yosuke asks us if any of us who can tell who it was. Kanji comments that from a fuzzy picture like that, no way. Yukiko asks about regular TV. Has anyone become famous around here lately? Naoto can't think of any offhand. She supposes there was that politician who visited to quell the rumors about the fog. His statement was read on TV, but the chances of him being the one are slim. He returned immediately to the city after his inquiry, and the person looks quite small, at least in my opinion. But Teddie is unsure. Yosuke asks Teddie, "What's the matter?" "Oh yeah, they stuck you in the midnight shift for falling asleep on the beds in the warehouse." He told him to use the TV in the electronics department, right? Did he remember to check it out? Teddie got annoyed, saying, "How rude! He made a promise with Nanako that he would make a serious about living. From what he saw, wasn't that person on the TV pretty small?" That's what I was thinking, but Chie's not sure. It was too blurry to make out any details, including how tall or short they were. It was probably just a dream or your imagination. Either way, did you sense anyone in the world? Teddie responds that no one's come so far. Rise responds that we might just have to wait one more night and see. Yosuke agrees, but it's a good thing it looks like rain will be keeping up all night. But don't forget to check again later on. We all nod to agree, and soon night came. During the night, me and Nanako are watching TV as Dojima walked inside saying he's back. Nanako welcomes him back and tells him about the kotatsu being broken, and her and Big Bro go buy a new one. He responds, "The kotatsu? Ah, it's already that season, huh? Yeah, the weather's been pretty odd lately. Alright, he'll leave it to us. Get whatever kind you want." Nanako looks at Dojima's hand, asking if that's a letter. He looks at me and says, "It's for me," but sure enough, it has my name, but the name and address of the sender are nowhere to be found, just like last time. I open it up and there's only one sentence. "If you don't stop this time, someone close will be put in and killed." Could he have sent another warning because someone appeared on the Midnight Channel? Dojima grabs it from my hand and says with a shocked face, "Hey, what the hell is this? Not often do we get a letter with no return address on them." So, I was right. Nanako is in a little bit of a panic as Dojima crouches down to my face and asks me to be straight with him. "You're involved in the case, aren't you? What are you up to?" I remain silent as he says, "So, you're not going to be honest with me? He's been treating me like family, that's why he's never questioned me on this. But he sees that was a mistake. He should have intervened much earlier because he cares for me. He will have the truth for me today." Nanako says her father's name, but he looks at her and tells me that we'll continue this somewhere else. But he's not letting me leave until he's convinced. This is for your own good. Got that? He reassures Nanako that we're not fighting. We'll be right back, so don't wait up for us to go to bed, okay? Nanako looks scared, but I reassure her, telling her that we'll be home soon. Nanako's still a little sad, but she understands and says that she'll be waiting. And later, close to midnight, I was in the room inside the police station. My phone goes off as we sit in silence as Dojima takes it off of me, sitting back down, and he asks me to speak up. What have I gotten yourself into? What is this warning letter about? Why would you be sent something like that? I tried my best to explain everything to the best of my ability, but he looked baffled, saying, "Persona? People going inside a TV?" He goes quiet, seeming disappointed, saying, he thought he'd finally tell him what's going on here. I try to tell him that it's true, but he yells, "Enough! That's enough!" and looks sad, mumbling, "I guess half a year wasn't long enough for me to trust him like my old man." But he hoped that I would open up to him just a little, sighing, calling it a shame, and tells me to stay here for the night. He stands up and leaves the room, Adachi having to get out of his way. Adachi only let her say, "Dang, goes inside TVs and personas, huh?" Well, you can't blame him, that's fair. But Adachi adds that, sure, he wants to believe me, and he knows that Dojima brought me here and asked the questions because he believes me too. Plus, you know, you'll be safe here. He probably freaked out once he saw the letter and thought that he had to protect you, like what a father would do to his son. He thinks he cares for you a lot. Well, that makes sense. As I look down, Adachi says, to not take it too hard. You know, Dojima started looking into the people involved in the first case again. Guess he wasn't satisfied with the way the case wrapped up after all. That's why he's more sensitive about this and that. Hearing Dojima's disapproval, he says he better shut up now before he gets chewed out. But he says that he'll be outside. If I need anything, just let him know. And with that, time passed, with me stuck in this room. And soon, it was midnight. Thankfully, there's a TV here, so I can check the midnight channel. Sure enough, someone appeared. It's blurry, but I can see a small silhouette. It's a girl. It's likely someone in grade school. After giving it a longer look, that's Nanako. I can see her clearly, but that's no way. I could not mistake Nanako, who I see every day. She's on the midnight channel, and she's in danger. But my uncle took my phone. There's no way I can contact the investigation team or Nanako. Some time passes, I hear Dojima's voice asking what is someone doing here, and adds that he didn't say that they could go in there. As Yosuke, Teddie, and Kanji bust in, Yosuke tells me what I already know. Nanako-chan's missing. Dojima is shocked and asks, what does he mean? Yosuke tells Dojima that Naoto's on the phone, calling from the Nanako. He means his house. He picks it up.
Shirogane, you there? What the hell's going on?
I'm at your house right now. The front door is open and there's no one inside. I'm afraid that Nanako-chan has been kidnapped by our serial killer. Surely you must have known, Dojima-san. The case isn't over yet. This is the KJ Customer Service Center. The number you have dialed is unavailable right now.
Nanako.
Dojima-san.
Is this true? Why? Why, Nanako?
It's probably because the media...
What are you doing?
Traffic Division, Ota speaking.
There's been a kidnapping. Get your man on it immediately. Start with checkpoints along the highway.
Checkpoints?
Quit griping and get to it! The victim's a 7-year-old girl. My daughter!
Your daughter? Wait, what about the scene?
Look, this could be connected to that...
Connected? But we caught the killer. How long has she been missing? Have you...
No, but...
alright.
Even if you tell him this is connected to the murders, we can't prove it. And everyone on the force thinks this case... Where are you going?
I'm gonna go look for my daughter. If this is connected to that murder case, the top brass won't accept the facts until it's too late. I'm not gonna wait for those clowns.
But do you even have any ideas or leads on who took her? If they used a car, there's no way...
Shut up! That's why I'm hurrying!
Some time passed as Adachi was pacing back and forth, wondering what's he got himself into. The Dojima ran off half-cocked. Yosuke tells Adachi that we'll go look for her too, so please let him go. Adachi tells him that, you know I can't. The girls now arrived asking what's going on. He tells us that if he lets all of us in here, he's really in trouble. Besides, we don't know if this thing's... Kanji tells him to quit his bitching. Now ain't the time for this shit. I mean, what the hell is he gonna sit here for? This guy's family's in danger. You're gonna own up to this if something happens? Huh? Naoto says the Kanji's name and he stops. Adachi says he knows how we feel, but if we don't tell him what's going on, there's really nothing he can do. Naoto replies that, so you agree to release him once we explain the situation? Very well then. Adachi responds, that's not what he meant, but Naoto adds, in any case, if we run out blindly, we'll have no idea where to begin. Let's all just take a moment to stop and sort out the situation. Perhaps this will help. Adachi understands as well. We all nod to agree, and Naoto starts saying that there's no doubt in her mind that this kidnapping by the same culprit who was behind the others. Now, consider the front door, and Nanako's house was open. She examined it and found no traces that entry had been forced. Chie asks, what do you mean? Nanako opened the door herself. Naoto replies, precisely. The culprit didn't sneak in. He came boldly up to the door and pressed the doorbell. Yukiko was shocked, saying that was like how it was with all of us. Adachi was confused, saying, for all of us? Naoto adds, though the circumstances are different for her as compared to us, remember what Nanako said when we were at the hot springs? I always do what my dad tells me, like not opening the door for strangers. I didn't know that was said, but Teddie replies, so the killer is someone Nana-chan knows? It's a preschooler, I knew it. But Naoto asks if I may have any insight on this possibility. I say I'm not sure. Nanako doesn't really talk to many grown-ups. Chie thinks and says that don't think that we could limit ourselves to people that Nanako knows. Naoto agrees and says that let us change our perspective slightly. We know for the certain the culprit must be using a large screen TV. Adachi is just utterly confused. As Naoto continues, each victim was taken at a different scene, yet was thrown into a TV almost immediately after being kidnapped. She would go as far as say that it took place in front of their houses, therefore the culprit must be taking a TV with him as he goes. Yosuke asks Naoto if she thinks that he's using a car, given the efficiency of the culprit's methods. I would assume that a vehicle larger than a sedan. However, no unusual vehicles have been spotted. She expects someone to notice, since most of the victims vanished during the day. Rise thinks so it's someone Nanako-chan knows, who has a car, but it's a car that can't be seen. Yukio thinks that we rule out the possibility that no one happened to see the vehicle, especially since it's happened so many times now. Chie thinks in it, wondering, a car that no one would notice. Is there such a thing? What could it be? I say a police car, but Chie says, think bigger. But Kanji remembers now, there is a car that no one would notice. We're shocked, he knows, but he says, the delivery service. It was a delivery truck. One came to his house. We're all surprised, Rise adding that no one looks twice at a delivery truck, no matter where it's parked. Naoto thinks that if it were a local company, it'd be the same delivery man each time. He's not a stranger to Nanako. She must have received packages from him during when she's all home alone, meaning that we didn't know his face. Damn you, Tanaka, and your wares! But Naoto asks Adachi if there's anyone who fits that profile. Adachi looks baffled, saying, a profile formed by a bunch of kids talking it over. Oh, let's see. A delivery company, huh? I don't know. Take it from a detective. He thinks that this is going to be a lot more difficult than... He looks at the file sitting on the table until he realizes something, saying, hey, maybe you're not too far off base. That surprises Adachi says, the Jima's been putting this stuff together to reinvestigate the first case, the murder of that announcer, and there was a delivery man mentioned right here. That shocked us as Adachi says, he better go tell Dojima, leaving us. As Naoto looks at the file, after resigning from his last job, he took up the family delivery business. Before that, he was a council secretary, Taro Namatame. That's the affair partner. Yosuke replies, the Anka singer's husband? All we know about him is his occupation, but I'd say that's enough for a lead to tell us where to go next. And the address it's not far from here. Adachi comes back scratching his head, saying he gave him the clue and he still finds an excuse to chew him out. Chie asks if he's gonna be okay. The killer's not just a normal guy. Teddie says, "Nana-chan." Yosuke says Adachi's name as he turns away and says, "There's been a break in the case. He'd better hurry to the scene. He'll just have to hope nothing happens here while he's gone. He didn't see anything." As he leaves, Naoto says his name. As Yosuke tells us to let's go to Namatame's place. Dojima's probably on his way now. We all nod to agree, but I wonder how Dojima's doing.
Hang in there, Nanako. Daddy's coming for you. Shit!
We get to the shopping district as Kanji notices asking, "Is that smoke?" Naoto sees it too, saying, "An accident?" We check the scene. It's chaos with Dojima on the floor. Adachi's next to him asking if he's alright. Dojima's injured, asking, "Where's Nanako?" Naoto calls up for an ambulance as Adachi says that we should call for backup too. We gotta find Namatame. Dojima keeps asking, "Where's Nanako?" The rest of the team arrives. Chie asking what happened. Dojima tells us he was on his way to Namatame's house when he saw him drive right past him. He gave chase, and he's, "Damn it! Where's Nanako and Namatame? Find them, please." Yosuke asks, "But how?" And then realizes there may be clues in the truck. Adachi tells him that we need to preserve the scene. Naoto then replies, "Then allow me. If it rains again while we wait, the information we need will be lost regardless." Some time passes, Naoto checks the cockpit. Chie says there really is a TV in there. Naoto agrees, large enough for any person of any size to fit through. She also recovered a diary from the driver's seat, most likely kept by Namatame himself. She opens it and starts reading.
"I learned the existence of a new world, thus I must save people."
Kanji says, "Save? What does the hell do you mean by that?" She flips the next page and left at a gasp saying this. "This is a list of the victims' home addresses." She lists all the victims, adding that even the victims who survived them were never released to the public are written here. But she notes that Mr. Muraoka's address is absent from the list. Adachi says that, "Wow, then that settles it." She flips the next page and reads the next entry.
"I can't believe such a small child appeared on it. I must save this child no matter what."
Is that about...
I managed to take her to safety. The police have been active lately. This will probably be the last time I write in this diary. I've done everything I can.
Yosuke says it's clear now. He used the same trick on all the victims. He'd just ring the bell like he was making a normal delivery, then throw the victim into the TV in his truck. Namatame is the killer. Chie says that we need to go save Nanako here. Let's lose his TV, but Teddie tells her to wait a sec. We don't know where we'll enter through this one. What if we end up somewhere dangerous? Good point, as Teddie continues that it doesn't seem like it's going to be foggy tomorrow. So we should just go in tomorrow, the same way as usual. Kanji says, but Rise says that if we fail, who's going to save Nanako-chan? Chie is disgruntled, but Naoto says that saving her will be our top priority from tomorrow forward. We'll leave Namatame's whereabouts to the police. I nodded to agree, and Naoto somberly says Dojima-san. Time passes as me and Naoto check up on Dojima in the hospital, recovering from his injuries, but he opened his eyes and finally regained consciousness. Dojima says, "You guys." Naoto asks if he's alright. He says that he must look like hell right now. Naoto is quiet as Dojima says that Nanako, she's his reason for living. If he loses her, he might as well be dead. He goes quiet and guesses she must be so scared right now, waiting for someone to save her. And here he is. He starts coughing and adds that she needs him the most. He's helpless. What kind of father is he? He can't even protect his own daughter. Naoto says to son, but Dojima-san. As Dojima continues saying, if anything happens to Nanako, he'll make Namatame pay. He says that I can save Nanako, right? He trusts me. Just please save her for me. We're the only ones that he can turn to right now. Please. I hold his hand, saying to trust us and get some rest. Naoto backing me up, saying that we'll rescue Nanako at any cost. It may take some time, but he must be put his faith in us and wait for us to return with her. With him being reassured, I headed home. It's been a very eventful night, but that bastard's gonna pay for taking Nanako. I swear. November 6. We all met up at the Junes food court in the morning. I can sense a stronger determination than usual from everyone's expressions. Glad they're all on the same page. Yosuke says that Nanako's on this other side, right? Teddie confirms, adding that there's no mistake. Naoto adds that the police should be pursuing Namatame, so let's focus on saving Nanako. Chie agrees, saying that we're the only ones that can. Rise adds that she'll save her no matter what. Yukiko thinks, and she often thought it might be impossible, but we finally cornered the culprit. We made it this far, we won't let him take Nanako-chan's life. Kanji agrees, saying, this is it, let's go all out and get it done. We all nod to agree, Teddie saying that he made a promise to Nana-chan. He said that they would play again, and everything would be okay. He promised her that. But Naoto says that regardless, we must do whatever we can with what we have now. This is something only we can accomplish. The team nods to agree, and Chie says that we can do this, guys. No problem. Yosuke says that we do this the same way as always. All we gotta do is find Nanako before the next foggy day and get her out of there. Nothing to it. Let's keep calm and be careful and get it done. We all nod to agree, and everyone's feelings are one as our bond deepens. And we'll rescue Nanako for sure before the next foggy day. And what better time than to do it now and enter the TV world. The fog feels way worse than normal. Yosuke comments on that, and Yu-Gi-Oh wonders if it has something to do with the fuss about the fog lately. Teddie says that something's weird in here. He thinks all the commotion in town has been affecting this world too. Yosuke says that, well, we need to hurry now, and asks Rise if she can tell which direction Nanako is in. She activates her persona and starts scanning, and says that she senses her that way. Wow, what is this warm feeling? And tells me that we need to save her. Chie says, let's go. We all nod and we enter what feels like a child's idea of heaven. Yukio asks, so this is Nanako-chan's. Rise comments that it's so beautiful. It's like a storybook vision of heaven. We all realize that word, heaven. Yosuke says, like, heaven, huh? Deep down, Nanako-chan must really miss her. Yukio says, sure she does. She's only a child. In her heart of hearts, Nanako seems to have missed her deceased mother. Yukio says that we have to do everything in our power to rescue her. I tell them that I need all of their help. Teddie replies that, of course, we're gonna rescue Nana-chan no matter what. Yosuke asks that we need to find Namatame later and give him what's coming to him. First, we need to rescue Nanako. We all agree, and then we start our quest to save Nanako. Rise comments that it's so quiet and wonders what is this bad feeling she's getting, and tells Nanako just to hang in there. We'll save you. I was quite rusty at the start, but eventually we got to the second floor. Rise says that she's been getting more and more anxious and wonders why, and says we should hurry. On this floor, I checked out what I had for armor, and I found out I had this really good armor that boosts all of my stats by 5, which I put on instantly. I got Power Slash from Shuffle Time, and I remembered hearing that it got really good when it got to its max upgrade, so I put it on Izanagi, and like if fate was listening, I got 2 skill ups the moment I did.
We're back at it with my favorite part. Getting that Magician Arcana, come on. I got Power Slash, so I can get Brave Blade, so let's see. Can I get started with it? God damn it. I am not joking. This is right after the battle I literally just did before. I have 2 choices. I can level Izanagi up and get like a little bit of stats. I can do that, which I'm not going to. And yeah, let's just skill up, baby. Let's go. The power of the Magician Arcana. I'm never getting Brave Blade.
Anyways, after an eventful second floor, we made it to the 3rd floor. Rise says that she can definitely sense Nanako's presence here, but, how does she put this? Something feels weird. This place really did come from Nanako's heart, right? Then why does it feel off? While on this floor, since Teddie wasn't on the team, he showed off his skating skills and got a crit. And with that, we got to the 4th floor, as Rise tells us that she can hear her. This must be Nanako's voice, and pauses and says that she's saying something, but it's too quiet to make out. Senpai, please find where the voice is coming from. And we found ourselves walking as we hear Nanako's voice calling out for her mum. Teddie says that's Nana-chan's voice. Her voice continues to ask, where's her mother? Why did she disappear? Why did she leave her? No, come back. Her voice fades away. Chie asks if that's Nanako's feelings. She comes back and says, she's not lonely. She has her dad with her. She knows he's always late coming home, and he never plays with her because he's so busy. He can't cook or do laundry either. He tries to be nice, though he's a little scary sometimes, but she loves him. Big Bro's with her now too, so she's not alone. She's not lonely. Kanji comments, that little kid, telling herself she's not lonely so she doesn't fall apart. Yosuke calls him an idiot. We'll ruin everything if we act all sad. We got a Greedo with a big smile. Teddie is sad, saying Nanako's name. Rise suddenly is frantic. Now to ask what's the matter, Rise says that something's not right. There's someone here besides Nanako. It was faint at first, so she couldn't tell for sure, but there's definitely another person here. And to whoever this is, their power's getting stronger. Yosuke is shocked, asking, could that be Namatame? Did he duck in here after being cornered like Mitsuo? Naoto thinks perhaps so. It seems as if he particularly determined to kidnap Nanako. Yukio asks, but why? If he's the true culprit, he must know how the dangers of coming to this world. Naoto doesn't know, but if it is him, he may have entered the TV near the site of the accident, perhaps even the TV in his truck, which means Nanako may be in grave danger. We must hurry. With the stakes increased and with that knowledge, we got to the 5th floor. We hear a man's voice now, likely Namatame, saying, no, that's not it. He just wanted to live peacefully. That's it. Rise comments Nanako's presence being drowned out and tells Nanako to please answer us. Don't worry, we're on our way to rescue you right now. On the 6th floor, Namatame continues that this place is nice. It's so quiet. And goes quiet, wishing he could have lived here together with... Rise asks, together? Is he with Nanako? This isn't good, senpai. Let's hurry on. On the 7th floor, he says that I discovered the new world. I must save people. Yes, only I can. Rise says that the voice is getting louder. We're almost there. Hang in there. On this floor, we face a mini-boss of this dungeon. It had mind charge and controlled all of the 4 elements. However, that's kinda it. No multi-target. All he could do was hit one character at a time. But he did hit hard, I will admit. And hit weaknesses, but he didn't follow up attacks. Just merely hit and charge. Meaning in the end, he was fodder. And went down to Yukiko.
Phoenix Rangers, Featherman on!
With that fight done and dusted, we got to the 8th floor. Namatame says that he won't hand over this girl, no matter what. This time, for sure. Rise thinks, what, is he going to commit suicide with Nanako-chan? Now's not the time to be worrying about that. What he's got planned? With that, Rise said, a little worrying. We made it to the 9th floor. Nanako's voice is back, saying, she's scared. Where are you, Mom? Dad, save me. Rise says that she can hear Nanako's voice. She's just right up ahead. And finally, we make it to the top of the beanstalk, looking at the gates of heaven. And now that we've reached it, we go back to Naoto's dungeon to defeat the super boss waiting for us, for the other team members to get some levels. And during my trek, we found another skill up.
Floor 6, and we get a skill up. Alrighty. Please, I want to get that Brave Blade started. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Power Slash is now Mighty Swing. Man, Izanagi's magic's nearly maxed, but... Alrighty. Another skill up. Let's do this. Mighty Swing becomes Gigantic Fist. Oh, we're getting there. And then, yeah.
But we made it to the top. And with the team that we will face Namatame with, of Yukiko, Yosuke, and Teddie, we face the super boss. He hit like a truck, which was worrying. Even if my defense boosts, I can only imagine how hard it would have been without. However, there is one good thing, which is that the boss is weak to wind-based attacks, which means the Yosuke will be super helpful. However, it doesn't matter, since the boss deals so much damage on top of him being tanky. I almost fell to this formidable enemy. But he did take down half of my party. But eventually, after what felt like a tug of war, it went down to my Megidolon.
Ty, out to steal the show, huh?
All right, we won.
With it defeated, I grabbed my reward of being a new gun for Naoto and faced Namatame. Nanako calls out my name as Namatame is grabbing Nanako from behind and his arm around her throat. He tells her she mustn't go. I tell him to let go of Nanako. He replies that he's going to save this girl. Naoto says, Taru Namatame, it's definitely him. Then he did come in here. Yosuke says that, so you're the killer. Yukio tells him to let go of her. He's only left to laugh, commenting, you're the ones he saved. Don't worry, he'll save this girl too. Kanji asks if this dude's high or something. Quit talking shit and let go of the girl. Namatame squeezes her, yelling, don't come near me. Nanako flinches in pain. Chie says Nanako's name as Naoto tells Kanji to calm down. We can't predict his behavior. Nanako is in danger, so I decide to ask him some questions. Why is he doing this? He replies, to save them. I ask what the Midnight Channel is. He replies, people needing to be saved appear. That's why he put them in the TV. And then I ask him to let Nanako go. Naoto says that we must pull his attention away from Nanako and says that you put people you saw on the Midnight Channel into this world. Is she correct? He replies that they all wanted to be saved. Reisei asks that, did she ask him to save her? And Kanji says that he didn't save us, damn it. It was the exact opposite. He replies that if he didn't put you in the TV, how would you would have ended up? Yukio asks, how would we... Reisei asks, so you're trying to say we wouldn't have been able to face ourselves? But Yukio is slightly annoyed, saying that, but we almost died. He says that, yes, exactly. Yosuke asks for a straight-up answer. You kidnapped them, yes or no? He says, yes. Naoto asks, why did he target local residents who became known through the media? Why do these people appear on the Midnight Channel? He replies simply that on rainy nights on TV, they signal me to save them. Yosuke says that you keep saying save this and save that. Are you implying that murdering people is your idea of saving them? He's confused. Murder? No, he's saving them. But Yosuke asks, how is that different, huh? All you're doing is killing people. But he just smirks, saying, if you want to think that, go ahead. I know, you chased us all the way here to kill her. Well, too bad. I'm going to save her. He puts the pressure on Nanako, making her flinch. Kanji calls him an asshole. He's not going to get away with this. Namatame's anger boils over, shouting, shut the hell up! A dark presence takes over, akin to a shadow. But now, he says that what a wonderful world. An unknown, unreachable place filled with pleasant fog. He's a savior. It's filthy over there. So many evildoers. That's why he's gonna save them. He's a savior. A righteous hero. Yukio asks if that's a shadow. Nanako says, Big brother, I can't breathe. Teddie says Nana-chan as Yosuke and Kanji decide enough is enough.
Let's...
Now, Sim...
Nana-chan!
Nanako-chan? Nanako-chan! Bastard! How dare you!
Give her back. I'm going to save her!
What's happening to him?
If we don't do something, this could be bad! His powers are attracting more and more shadows to him!
You guys got any suggestions? Look at him! He's merging with the shadows! What is this?
The hell?
Damn it! We've come this far! We're not losing now!
I'm going to save her! Don't interfere!
Namatame takes a strange but gross appearance of peace and love, becoming Kuno Sagiri, and the fight is pretty tough, nothing that I can't handle, but it went for quite some time. I slowly ran out of SP, a lot of buff and debuff cycling, hoping for not too many Dakundas and Dakajas. He used an attack that made elemental attacks almost pointless, unless it was the one that he used, which was always Agidyne, and then directed at Yukiko for some reason, but we pushed forward against him until he started taking control of my party. They assaulted me, but with my defense boost and barrier corn eaten, I was able to push back against it, and with the party's SP low, Yosuke took him down with a Garudyne.
Let's do this!
Namatame, back to what seems to be his normal self, is left only to say, "Damn it, why?" and fall to the ground. Rise calls out Nanako's name. I go to check up on her. Rise says that she looks like she's in pain, but she doesn't seem to be injured anywhere. Teddie thinks that this place must not be good for her. We need to carry her out quick. Sounds good to me as I nod to agree, running away holding Nanako in my arms.
We should take him with us as well.
Yeah, we can't just leave him here, I guess.
Back at Jeunesse, Yukio tells Nanako to hang in there. Nanako doesn't respond to our pleads. Chie wonders, what are we gonna do? Kanji says that she's so small, and she was stuck in there for so long, and then there was that weird fog. Damn it! Naoto finishes a call saying that the police and paramedics will be here shortly. We nod to agree as we're in the hospital, all defeated. Nanako isn't allowed to have visitors as of now. Teddie comments that she's still small, so her other self didn't appear like everyone else, and she got caught in all this craziness. He hopes she'll be okay. Yosuke says that he means, are the doctors going to be able to help her? Teddie lets out a cry, saying he's worried about Nana-chan, but Chie says that there's nothing more that we can do for her. Naoto says that a delivery man named Namatame, the possibility of Nanako being targeted, if only she had been more thorough in putting the facts together, then Nanako wouldn't have to go through this. Yosuke replies that goes for him too. If he hadn't stood there like a lump in front of that bastard, Nanako might have been okay. Chie hates herself, asking why does she always panic when it matters the most? Yukiko says that she couldn't do anything either. Rise should have noticed sooner that something was wrong with this guy. Naoto replies, why did I have to waste time listening to what Namatame had to say? If she hadn't tried to engage him in a conversation and we'd rescued Nanako immediately, this wouldn't have happened. I try and be a leader, telling them not to blame themselves. Naoto understands and says, but she's still... Kanji becomes the voice of reason here, letting out a sigh, saying, alright, enough with the pity party. Is standing around and whining really what we ought to be doing right now? Feeling pathetic, consoling each other? That's gonna solve anything? We gotta believe in her. So stop rehashing what's already done, get it together, Naoto. Naoto apologizes, saying Kanji is absolutely right. Kanji then adds that this is all that bastard Namatame's fault. And he's behind bars now, right? And it ain't like we're too late for Nanako. Yukio agrees. Teddie says that he'll come to see Nana-chan every day so she'll get better faster. Rise agrees, saying that's all we can do right now, and says, gee Kanji, you sounded cool for a second there. Adachi suddenly appears, asking, we're still here? Yukio asks Adachi if they found out anything. Adachi replies that the GM is speaking with the doctors now, and they can't say anything definite until they run some tests on her. Not just Nanako, but the perp too. Who knows when we'll be able to hear his story? Well, it's getting late, so hurry home. The last thing we need is for you guys to collapse too. Adachi walks away and Yosuke agrees with Adachi, saying that we should just call it a night. Nanako's gonna be fine. Acting all gloomy won't help anything. We nod to agree, and Chie says that when Nanako's out of the hospital, what should we do to celebrate? That surprised Yosuke, asking Chie if it's a little early for that. Yukio thinks that we should reserve Jeunesse and have a party there. I think that's a good idea. She loves Jeunesse, but Yosuke says that makes no sense. But then the team leaves, and I was about to as well, but until I noticed Teddie wasn't moving, I check up on him and he asks that Nana-chan, she's gonna get better, right? I say of course she will. He thinks so too, and says that let's have fun with Nana-chan when she comes back. Sounds good to me, as I can sense Teddie's warm feelings for Nanako and a strong trust in me as our bond deepens. Teddie thanks me, saying that he almost forgot how it feels to keep a happy face. But with that out of the way, he's feeling all hungry, giggling, and then tells the others, where did everyone go? Don't leave without him. He runs off, and, well, We've done everything we can just to hope that Nanako can recover as soon as she can. I decide to check up on Dojima though. Adachi asks me that I haven't gone home yet. I confirm and look over my uncle. I tell him that Nanako is safe. He responds that he heard and thanks me. He sighs deeply and says, "Whew, Nanako, I'm so relieved," and falls asleep. Adachi asks if he's awake and guesses it's no surprise. He was so stressed out over Nanako. He tells me that he'll stay with him tonight. I can go home and rest, even if it's just for a little while. I tell him that I'll be alright, and he responds, "Please, you look terrible. Nanako's safe, so just relax." He thinks I should get some rest. I can sense Adachi's concern for me as our bond deepens. He says, "Now, hurry and go. Your friends are waiting, aren't they?" That's fair, and I left Dojima with Adachi and then went home. Ah, thank God Nanako is safe and sound. November 7th. We've done all that we can for Nanako, just gotta hope for the best with her recovery, but I better get going to school. And during class, I get a question right, getting a knowledge boost. And with school over, I decided to spend some time with Yosuke. Yosuke brought me to the riverbank and says that there's something he wanted to tell me. That confused me as he says that somewhere deep down, he didn't trust me. No, it's more like he was jealous of me. He thought I was like him, coming from the city to the countryside. He thought I'd be bored out of my mind here, but as soon as I got here, I cooled my persona, became a leader, gathered people. I'm a hero. He likes me for that, and he's proud of me, but he guesses he was jealous at the same time. I admit that it can't be helped, and he asks if I get jealous of people too, and laughs, admitting that he can't picture it. When he called me special, he thought some more about it. He thinks out of everyone, he wanted to be acknowledged by me the most. So, he wants me to hit him. Wait, what? That caught me off guard, but he says he wants me to get him a good one. Knock out the crap inside of him. He wants to be equal to me. He wants us to stand shoulder to shoulder. So come on. Not really sure how that would do it, but I say let's make it equal then. Yosuke is surprised, saying he doesn't have a reason to hit me, but realizes saying, "Oh, I get it now. If we're equal, then he guesses I'm right." He gets ready and says, "Okay, here I come. Take your best shot." We have a brawl better than any of fiction could show, and we were left laying on the floor. Yosuke comments that my punches are brutal. He was seeing stars there for a second, but thanks, man. He doesn't know how to say it, but that sure beats words. Yosuke's face was peaceful, and he says that I can have this, handing me a buddy's bandage, saying that if I start bleeding, put that on. You know, we should fight more often. He sighs, commenting that the sky is so high up. Asking, is Saki-senpai watching us? Is she smiling at us? And adds, he's going to live, without lying to himself, without deceiving himself. Days like today, days like before, when he did nothing, they're all important days. They're all days you didn't live to see. He's going to live them here. He's smiling gently, as this causes a change in his heart as his persona awakens. He sits up questioning, this is my power? The power to protect what's dear to me, huh? Just what he wanted, and says that let's keep at it, so we can live every day with a smile, leader. I agree on that, as I feel a warm trust as our bond reaches its peak. After a short pause, he says that we're all counting on me, giving me a bro fist. I can say the same back to you, man, as I spend a long time with Yosuke and head home. After heading home, I kinda just stand in the living room, and it made me realize just how empty it feels without Nanako. It's kind of bittersweet in a way, but I went upstairs and looked into Nanako's wares for the week, and I got the Hachiro Octopus and Maguru Tuna combo for 12,800 yen. And after that, I did some studying in my room, and with getting 3 knowledge boosts, I went to bed. November 8th. School finished uneventfully, and plan to max out the friendship with the investigation team is in full force as I spend time with Yukiko. We went to the shrine Yukiko brought me here, saying she wanted to pay her respects. She tells me that she comes here every so often. It's nice and quiet. She visits here with the waitresses too. Like before a big guest arrives, then make their annual Hatsune mode visit. The exam charms was here too. But once she leaves town, she won't be able to come here again, will she? I ask her if she's not coming back. She says that, well, she couldn't face her parents again. She seemed sad until a lady in a kimono appeared saying Yukiko's name. It seemed they know each other. Yukiko asks what she's doing here. She replies that she's taking a little break after ordering from the liquor store. She sighs and says, "So now you know." Yukiko is tad panicked, saying she won't tell. She laughs and just says, "Just kidding," and then asks, "Oh, is this the rumored boyfriend?" She sees that hard work in the kitchen paid off, huh? Yukiko gets flustered, saying, "It's not like that." The lady says that her face is burning red, and well, she'll leave us two alone, leaving, seeming happy. Yukiko is a little embarrassed, saying, she's sorry about that. Oh, that was one of our waitresses. They all have the wrong idea, and she's really sorry. I wanted to tease her, but she'd say something to Chie, and to avoid being punted, I say that it's okay. She's happy, saying, "Thank goodness." She seemed to have broken out in a cold sweat with her comments. She continues that Kasai-san is teaching her how to cook, alone with the other waitresses and chefs. She said she would learn on her own, but she kept messing up. She burned herself a couple of times. "Please, let us teach you," they said. She giggles, saying that it's usually the other way around, you know. They use up their break time for her lessons. They're so nice to her. When she was halfway successful one time, everyone gathered around and taste tested it, saying how good it was. She didn't know what to say. She was happy. Plus, she has her friends at school. All things considered, she's pretty lucky. She wants to do her best for everyone's sake. It's honestly nice to hear Yukiko has a good support system, even if she wants to leave, as I sense a quiet passion in her smile as our bond deepened. But she says that she's trying to leave, betraying those who've been kind to her, but she can't help that, she supposes. But with our conversation over, I hanged out with Yukiko just a little longer. We walked partway home together, and then I went home by myself. And during the night, I went to do tutoring with Shu, and after getting an expression boost, we sat down and talked like we usually do. Shu says that people who grow up speaking different languages end up thinking in their native tongues, right? That's so funny. He shrugged and says, there's going to be a fair commemorating the anniversary of their school's founding. So there was a discussion about what their school was going to do, and all the girls were being noisy. He sighs and I ask if they were a pain in the ass. He says a major one, and adds they're all stupid. Ah, middle school. I say that he's just that age. He's confused, saying that I used to think that before, but now I don't? Is that what you mean? Is that how it goes? He looks curious and adds, school's like that all day, and when he gets home, his mum's all over him. You're so excellent! You can be #1. Mum's proud of you. You're my pride and joy. And he goes quiet and says, but he goes quiet, seeming worried. He asks if I only come here because I'm being paid to. I'll be honest and say that it's only one of the many reasons I come. He asks, there's something else? He chalks it up to his cakes his mum keeps feeding me, isn't it? He laughs and says, up until now, all he ever did was go back and forth from home to school. He looks forward to when I come and tutor him. With that, it seemed that Shu was opening up to me, as our bond deepened. He tells me that there's something he still doesn't really understand, asking if I can tutor him a little while longer. I don't see why not, so I finish up my tutoring job and then head home 10,000 yen richer. November 9th. Not really an eventful day, so let's just speedrun it. School finished, went to talk to Yukiko, and we spent time together, but with no hopes of our bond deepening as of yet, I went home. Got a delivery from Tanaka's wares, and then I did some gardening, but without Nanako, it felt kinda sad. But I harvested barrier corn and planted some tomatoes, and then went to the shrine to get a fortune, so that me and Yukiko's bond may deepen. And I got great luck. With the prospects of our bond growing deeper soon, I tied the omikuji around the tree, and then went home. November 10th. School was uneventful today, but thanks to the luck I had last night, I was able to spend the afternoon with Yukiko with our chance of bond deepening. We went back to the shrine and Yukiko seemed embarrassed for some reason. She stumbles on her words and says, if I remember Kasai, the waitress. She seemed to have told everyone about you, and now they're saying she should bring me home. Adults are so quick to poke fun at her. It's such a hassle, isn't it? But of course, her family runs an inn, so guests come by all the time. Maybe next time, you can just come in. Suddenly, a middle-aged man materialized out of nowhere and said Yukio's name. She stands up and says, "Oh, the deputy mayor." He says that the people at the inn seem very busy, asking if something's going on. She's confused, but remembers that today was an interview from a travel show. He hears saying, "That's great. You'll try and make Inaba look inviting, won't you?" He left after saying that as Yukio apologized, saying that she has to go. Oh boy, I remember the last time Yukiko was on TV. It should be fine. I ask her about it and she replies that she won't. We've requested that no employees will be filmed or shown. It seems like a serious travel show, so everyone's eager to help, but they need her to help clean, so she has to go now. Yukiko seems apologetic, saying goodbye. Kasai calls out Yukiko's name, appearing in a panic. Yukiko asks her what's wrong. She says that the TV crew came, but don't go to the inn. It was a trick. It's those people from the News of the Weird show. Those creeps, seriously? I stand up as Kasai continues that she thinks they're looking for her, so stay put, you got that? Yukiko responds that, huh? Okay, but unfortunately Kasai seemed to be followed. As they appear, the reporters tells her that there's no use in hiding the future manager of the Cursed Inn. She's shocked, saying, "Cursed Inn?" He says that we all know about the murder case. Mayumi Yamano stayed at your place, right? And you guys been hurting with dropping customers, huh? See, he came up with a great idea. The high school manager's embarrassing struggle renovating the Cursed Inn. How's that grab you? The customers will be pouring in, I tell ya. Yukio is confused, saying that she doesn't understand what he's saying, but he says that he wants her to be a star. When we introduce the hot springs, let's film a little bathing scene, eh? The modest manager's steamy service. Our ratings will be through the roof. His friend replies, "That sounds like a great idea. I think that's really gross," as Kasai gets annoyed, saying, "Listen, you." But Yukio tells him to please leave. We're not interested in your coverage. He gets angered by rejection, saying, "Look, kid, you don't know the power of television, do you? Pfft. Well, I can't blame you, living in the countryside. We're just trying to help you out here. I mean, do you want the patrons to dry up? If you're gonna be the next manager, I'm trusting you to make the right decision here." She replies that she won't be the next manager. He replies, "Oh, really? Oh, is that so? Well, you just say the word and we can hook you up with a better gig than running that dump of an inn. You could call yourself the former high school innkeeper. He's already liking the sound of that. Why don't we help you out?" Kasai barks back, saying, "How dare you say that to Yuki-chan?" But Yukio, being passive, says, "This is okay. Let him say what he wants. He'll go home once he gets it all out." He responds, "The shit," after hearing that, adding that, "You say the inn has been going for generations, but all that means is it's crappy and run down. Tradition is so last year. You'd be better off if you just close up shop." He's seen the service they serve. Small portions. Decent service. Nothing that stands out. If you want customers, you can't just do the same old, same old. You guys just don't get it. That's why you suck. Your waitresses don't even have any extra service unless you tip them, huh? Oh, I know. Why don't you make all the waitresses young girls and have them do all-day menus? You know, spread the futon out, then go straight in. Oh man, this guy is so gross. But he continues saying, "But anyways, I was saying, let's give your place a little TV-style publicity, huh? Use your head, will ya?" Kasai is left boiling in rage as Yukio says, "The hell up." We were all confused, as she was the real one boiling with rage, as she says, "Don't say another word about our inn. Who take your stupid ideas seriously? From now on, we refuse any coverage from your station." He responds, "You bitch. If that's how you want to play it, we'll just plaster those words all over prime time. See how that feels?" She responds to go right ahead by all means, and we'll just respond with an official complaint to your sponsors. His lackey says, "This isn't looking good, sir." He's only left to say, walking away in a huff. Yukio says that she said some incredible things. Kasai and her share a laugh, and says that she should contact the inn, and she'll see her later. With Kasai gone, me and Yukiko were left standing. She seemed flustered, saying she just kinda lost it when she was insulting everyone. Was she scary? I say that she was cool. She responds, "Really? Thank goodness. She seems relieved and adds, there was a time not too long ago where she thought it'd be better off if it just closed. But that's like her home. It's where everyone in her world is. She can't let it close. I think she might be staying now after all, as it seems like she's starting to face her true feelings as our bond deepens. She looks at me asking if we could just stay here just a little longer, her heart still racing. Please. Well, I don't see why not. As I stay with her for a while, and then walked her back to the inn, and then went home. And during the night, I decided to study, getting a whopping 3 knowledge boosts. I'll be back soon enough. And with that, I'm pretty happy with the results, and I went to bed. November 11th. It's raining, and miserable rain at that, meaning it's gonna be a fast day with no social links. But it starts with Kashiwagi asking me a question, which I got correct, and then school was over. With lightning striking in the background, I went to the library to study up, and with 3 knowledge boosts, it finally happened. My knowledge hit Sage, so now I should be studious enough to possibly spend time with Naoto. So that's cool. But soon school was over. During the night, since it was still raining, and I can't toot a shoe, I decided to work on the final stat, that being diligence. I could work on models, but I decided just to read Office Work Manual to get the extra boost when making envelopes. But with the rain spatters against my window, my diligence is greatly increased. You know, it'd be funny if it maxed out then and there. Maybe next rainy day I can see it, if it will happen, since I didn't finish the book. But for now, I head to bed. November 12th. With school over and my knowledge maxed out, I feel confident enough to talk to Naoto. She says hi and tells me about a suspicious man who's been spotted in the shopping district, but tells me not to worry since we have bigger fish to fry, meaning the murder case. But I'm a man who enjoys a good mystery, so I go and find the guy wearing pure black with black sunglasses. He seems to know me and starts looking at me as if he was appraising me. He starts bombarding me with a bunch of questions, and tough ones at that, but due to my unmatched knowledge, I answered every question smoothly and easily. He's impressed, saying that I am an interesting young man, and asks if I know the detective by the name of Naoto by any chance. I say yes, and he replies that he knows I know him, and asks to deliver this to him. He will understand, and with that he says good day and leaves. This does smell like a case. I should hand this to Naoto straight away. I hand the note, and she's shocked, asking, what is this? He says that I would understand. What is this supposed to mean? She was quiet and asked me if I could please accompany her for a brief period. She'd like to ask me more about what transpired when I was given this card, and it won't take long. It sounds good to me. We sat on the bench at the floodplain. Naoto first apologizes. She wanted to talk somewhere placed quiet, and asked what sort of person gave this to you. I respond that it was a man with black sunglasses. She seemed confused, asking, sunglasses? Wearing those in a town like this would only make one stick out. What we can take from this is that he wanted to hide his face at any cost. And the man must also know you well. He wouldn't have entrusted the delivery to anyone he didn't know. But this is a small town. He could easily have looked up her address. Why go to the trouble of giving the letter to you? Intriguing. Is he involved with this case or another case altogether? If it's her that he's after, he could be anyone. She's a little disgruntled and goes quiet until she faces me, saying she'll keep this card. The man most likely is still here in Inaba, and she cannot drag me further into this. I tell her that I can't back out now. That shocked her, saying, huh? Well, it's good to know I'm worried about her, but she goes quiet and apologizes, saying she seems to have a tin ear for other people's feelings. Yosuke told her that before. She adds that she'll look into this card and report her findings to me, so don't worry about her. As our leader, she knows that I have a lot on my shoulders, so Naoto seemed to be worried about me. I have a completely different impression of Naoto than when we first met, as I feel a faint bond forming between us, showing itself to be the Fortune Arcana. Naoto asks me, since we're here, why don't we have a little chat, and adds that there's something she wanted to ask me. Sounds good to me, as we talked about several aspects of the murder case, and then we went home. And during the night, I decided to shoe. No prospects of our bond deepening, but I got paid 10,000 yen, and then I went home. November 13th. I've got the day off and Nanako can't be visited as of yet, so I drowned my sorrows of Tanaka's amazing commodities, getting the diet food and resin brace combo for 19,800 yen. And with that ordered, I went into town and spent time with Rise. We went to the hill overlooking the town. I came here at Rise's request. She says that she likes it here. She says that when she first got to town, she used to sit here and do nothing. She would listen to the sound of the river, the sound of the birds, the sound of the rain. She felt like she could forget, reset, and find herself that way. But, Senpai, have you ever thought that you're pushing yourself too hard, or that you're just acting? Good question. With everything that's been happening with Nanako and with the case in general, I feel like I've been stretched quite thin. So I admit that I say all the time. She comments, really? Adding that I might even be a better actor than her. But she sees you've been through a lot too. She seems relieved and says that she feels like she's been able to relax after coming to Inaba, meeting all of you, laughing together, watching the store, reading comics, playing with the cat. When she was at her parents' house, she was on her best behavior around them. Oh, but her grandma doesn't ask her anything, you know, like why I quit or if I'm thinking of doing something next. She just talks about tofu. She says I'm like tofu. She had to ask her what that meant. The way she explained it, tofu looks weak and fragile, but it's actually resilient. Even though it stands out because it doesn't look like any other food, it can be mixed in with any recipe or flavor. Tofu is incredible, but she's nothing like that. She goes quiet and opens up saying, she was actually bullied at school before her debut. She wasn't good at talking and always looked at her feet. She was alone the entire time, but she didn't have a problem with that. No one expected anything from her. And then, the application her relatives sent without telling her past the first audition. She wasn't interested in being an idol, but she wanted the chance to change herself. And just by chance, she won. When it happened, she panicked, thinking maybe she should turn the offer down. Then she thought if she appeared on TV, she could make friends. That was literally the only reason she went through with it. After a while, she realized something. The person everyone likes, the one they say hi to on the street, that's not the real her. Rosette's the one that everyone likes. The fictional character they sold the public and says that it's the same with you, isn't it? Telling me that I don't have to deny it. She won't be mad. You're with me right now because of Reset, yeah? I'll be honest, I don't really care about Reset. She's not the one protecting us from the shadows, Reset. So I say no. She apologizes, saying that it wasn't a fair question, but she's happy I said so. She smiled weakly and added, when she got back to school after her debut, no one bullied her. She was happy, at first, with people she didn't even know talking to her, but they weren't suddenly interested in Rise Kujikawa. They were interested in hanging out with Reset. The bullying stopped, but she felt like none of them saw the real her. In her heart, she always thought, this isn't the real her. Funny, huh? She was the one who wanted to change, but she looks at me with a smile saying that none of that matters now. She's done being Reset. Now she has people who know the real her. Plus, she has the power that can help everyone. She loves that. This time, she's going to change into the Rise that everyone can like. Keep an eye out on her, senpai. That's the spirit, Rise. She's smiling, and I can feel that I understand her even more as our bond deepens. And with that, I walked Rise to her house, and then I went home. And during the night, I went to the shopping district and saw Yiko and decided to talk to her. She was talking about the concert we did and how she enjoyed it, but her only regret is that she didn't get to stage dive. I tell her to save it for next time. She says that she'll need to practice, then seeming oddly fired up. How do you practice that? And then me and her have some idle chat, and as I feel our bond growing stronger, and I feel like our bond will become deeper soon. She realizes she should get home and hands me a white Corinto, and then we went our separate ways, and then I went home. November 14th. With school over, I decided to spend some time with Naoto. We went back to the floodplain. It seemed like Naoto had something to report about her card I gave her. Naoto says that, as you can see, nothing is written on it. It's just a plain white card, but it does feel a bit stiff given its thinness, without any indication of its contents. However, she has no idea who sent it. She chalks it up to just being a prank. I say that's no fun. Naoto laughs it off, saying that one would expect there to be more. Naoto smiles like a child as she suddenly gets a phone call. She excuses herself and answers, asking a Yaku Shinji-san? What's the matter? Her face turns into one of shock, saying, a thief? In the Shirogane estate? Yes. Yes, I see. She doesn't keep anything in that room. She'd miss terribly. You have already reported this to the police, I assume. Then she'll leave the rest to them. As long as Grandpa is safe, it doesn't matter. She can't take her eyes off of this case yet. She hanged up and was going quiet as I say a thief in a sleuth's house. She replies that there's no need for me to be so skeptical. She looked embarrassed and said that was from Yakushinji, her grandpa's secretary. It appeared someone had broken into the Shirogane estate. Her room was targeted, and he wanted to know if I could think of any particular item the thief might have been after. Several items pertaining to her were also stolen from her grandfather's inventory. She doesn't know about those, but her belongings aren't of any particular value. So I tell Naoto to remember that card, and she agrees, saying that's precisely what she was thinking. But regardless, I don't have to worry about her. We both have more pressing matters to attend to, but she's not sure how to react to me, worried about her. Naoto seems exceptionally edgy, but regardless, I feel like I understand her just that bit more as our bond deepens. And, practically against her will, I walk her to her house for safety before going home myself. And once again, I do gardening all alone. Once again, I harvest some tomatoes and planted daikon, which I haven't done in a while. After that, I went to the shopping district and I spent the evening with Rise. She tells me that the show that we played at Jeunesse went viral on the internet. People left comments like, "What band is this? And when's the next gig?" And asked me why don't we play a secret show next time. I agree on that, asking if only if I get a stage dive. She disliked that, telling me that Teddie's rubbing off on me and not to try and manufacture any more legends, okay? She warned me against it, but she decides that she'll pass on doing any more concerts for a while. It's not like she's back into showbiz yet, but if she wore Teddie's costume, maybe people won't know it's her. Her wearing Teddie's outfit does sound pretty funny, as I feel as our bond has grown stronger and will become closer soon enough. And Rise handed me a red bean cornet, okay, and then I went home. November 15th. With school over, Naoto November is still going as I spend the afternoon with her, but she insists that she'll be fine by herself, but I want to walk her home anyway. Then she gives up, saying if I don't mind. She did seem relieved despite her protests. She comments about something holding a letter. I check what's going on. She says that this was in her shoe locker. I ask if it's that business card again. She thought so too at first, but it seems like it's not the case. This time, the sender's name is clearly written. She's looking at the letter intently, adding that by the name and the handwriting, the sender is a woman. She thoughtfully provided her year and class. When one factors in the heart-shaped seal as well, it's hard to imagine that this is related to her job in any way. In other words, there is no need for it. She puts the letter away, sighing and apologizing. She wasted my time with that pointlessness. How misleading. A sealed letter at a time like this. I ask her what she's going to do with it, and she responds that she cannot dispose of it on school premises, of course. She'll take it home and feed it to the shredder. Her words are blunt and adds, whether the sender is male or female, she has no intention of responding. She has no time for dilly-daddling with callow love affairs. She assumes the same is true for me too, saying they love her without even knowing her. Ludicrous. She goes quiet and says, let's go, but then adds if I would like to stop somewhere on the way. There are still some questions she has regarding the murders. I nod to agree as Naoto is taking the case seriously as our bond deepens. With the conversation over, Naoto says, shall we be off? Sounds good to me, as we walk and talk about the murders, as I take her home and then head home myself. And during the night, I tutor Shu, and I finally feel like our relationship will become closer soon. Finally, as I get paid 10,000 yen, and then head home. November 16th. Today, Naoto wasn't up to deepen our bond, so Naoto November is cancelled today, and is replaced with hanging out with Yukiko. Yukio took me to the shrine, saying that she wanted to pay her respects. She asked me if I'm going to wish for something too. I say that it's a secret. It's not really, I really want Nanako's health to be better, but she seems down, replying, "Something you can't tell me?" Seeming curious, but she says that she's wishing for everyone's health. For Chie, for you, and for others, and everyone at the inn too. And she's wishing to become a woman worthy of me. She wishes for everyone to be able to smile together. So let's begin our prayer. I nod to agree, and we pray. Yukio says that she's decided not to leave Inaba, adding that she never really objected to being the inn's manager per se. She just didn't like the fact that it wasn't up to her. She felt like her life was on rails, and she thought running away was the only option for her. But now, no longer. She wants to protect the family, and after all, it's near to her heart, and thanks me. She thinks it's because of me that she realized this, because I was always by her side. She's smiling at me, and I can sense that her determination makes her look more mature as our bond deepens. Yukio says to me that she wanted to ask me this before, but why are you always with me? I am already in a relationship with Chie, so this might hurt her feelings to hear, but I say that she's my friend. She looks at me saying, I see. She goes quiet, and after a moment says, yes, precisely. Oh, she just remembered she had an errand to run. She'll be going now. As she runs off, I hope I didn't embarrass or break her heart. Probably, but for now, I decide to head home. And heading to the shopping district during the evening, I see Naoto. What a pleasant surprise. I decided to spend the evening with her. Naoto November is back on the menu. She apologizes for the culture festival, but it was the only way. She couldn't possibly have gone out in front of the crowd wearing that swimsuit. It's embarrassing enough to be on stage at all, let alone at a beauty pageant. I told her that she would have looked cute. That embarrassed her, saying, "It's alright, I needn't butter her up." To be honest, she was so anxious to be on stage with Rise and the rest of the girls that she can scarcely remember anything. Naoto is averting her eyes, but asked me if I heard the latest room from the inn. On the night of our stay, someone reported hearing men screaming from one of the rooms, and oh god, please don't continue, Naoto. But we talk a little bit longer, as I feel our relationship will become closer soon. She then hands me a Killary mate, and then we go our separate ways as I head home. November 17th. Walking to school over here, two students talking. The lazy one says that, "Look at those clouds. You heard the weather's going to get worse starting tomorrow." His friend replies, "Oh, don't tell me the fog's gonna come back. Give me a break. One of these days she's gonna get hurt in the dark on her way home from cram school." Her friend replies, "Why doesn't he start walking her home tomorrow then? Damn, that kid's smooth. But if rain's gonna be coming in, then the fog will be coming too then." Oh man, I think that to myself as I head to school. And during class, I get a question right by lucking out and getting Yosuke out of being wrong. And with school over, Naoto November is back in full force. We're at the lockers at the school. Naoto comments on something as I see it's a card again. Oh, there's no way it's a love letter this time, right? I ask if it's that card again. She confirms, saying it's unmistakable, nodding firmly, and adds that by judging by its appearance, it's on the same cardstock, the same size, unsigned just like last time. She's almost certain this came from the same person, and says we should talk about this someplace more private. Sounds good to me. We head back to me and Naoto's HQ, being the Samagawa floodplain benches. We check the letter. The card reads as follows. "Dear Detective, your prized possessions are in my hand. Can you recover them? The game is afoot. The Phantom Thief." Naoto comments that it seems like this is the work of the figure who snuck into the Shirogane estate. She'll send this to Yakushinji-san, so he can have it turned into the police as evidence. And she lets out a sigh, commenting, "The Phantom Thief. How absurd. She doesn't have time to waste on this." I agree with her, and she replies, "Exactly. We're dealing with a matter that has claimed lives. The stakes are entirely different. In contrast, we have a petty prankster, guilty of mere housebreaking, theft, and indestructible threats." Naoto goes quiet, and adds, "Just a ruffian who broke into the Shirogane estate and threw down the gauntlet." Naoto looks bitter, and then gets a little angered, saying, That's why she doesn't like this. When she's with me, she always seems to lose her composure. She doesn't want to get involved with this childish game. But to ignore it, it only makes her angry. I say that we should catch him together. That calmed her down, replying, "Of course we will. I'm the one who brought it to her attention after all." Let's work together on this. Naoto was fidgeting, seeming embarrassed, but I decided to accept the Phantom Thieves challenge with Naoto, as I feel as our bond has deepened. After that, she starts her investigation, saying that we should re-examine the first card. There must be some sort of hint there, and adds that, of course, she only intends to investigate this case in our free time. She has something else she must do. Finding an excuse to see me, huh, Naoto? Joking aside, with that, I walk her home part way, and then head home myself. And during the night, I didn't see a point in going to the shrine, so I decided to work on a model. I haven't done this in a hot minute, getting a diligence boost, and since it's the first time in a long while, it's not complete yet. That's future me to worry about, as I head to bed. November 18th. After school, it's raining, which means I can't draw a fortune. No one really wants to hang out, which is quite unfortunate, so I decided to spend the day the only way I can, eating the Mega Beef Bowl. With nearly every stat max, I should be able to take on this beast of a meal, right? But no, I don't have the diligence to consume that heap of beef, not in this lifetime at least. But I at least got a small boost in it. I swear on my life that by before March 20th, I will conquer your challenge, Aya. But I paid for my food and then went home defeated. And when I got home, I finished reading Office Work Manual, and due to the rain spatters against my window, I got a great boost in my diligence, but still not enough to be the final rank up, which I need, which is very unfortunate. But anyway, with the hope of getting 2 boosts when folding envelopes in my grasp, I head to bed. November 19th. With school over, it's still raining, which does suck, so I decided just to spend the rest of the day fishing. It might not be a stat boost, but hey, the worst day fishing is still better than the best day social linking. But honestly, I'm just gonna say it, why were there so many huge fish? I got 4 huge fish back to back to back, all looking as goofy as the last one, but the final fish I caught, which gave me a little issue, but honestly, I'm just too powerful for it now, was the River Guardian. And with that, my fishing escapades were done, and I went home. And during the night, the plants were ready to be harvested, and after harvesting daikon and planting barrier corn, I went to the shopping district to tutor Shu, and after doing some tutoring, we sat down to talk. This has become quite common now, but I don't mind it. Shu says that these equations can be used in different situations, huh? The people who came up with them must be geniuses. He wishes he was a genius. I tell him he should just work hard, and he can be one. He has to drive the door after all. But he wonders if you could become a genius through hard work. He thought you just had to be born one. He's already trying pretty hard in his opinion. It's still not enough? Shu thought to himself and apologized, saying that he's been tired all day, and asked if he can finish the rest of this lesson next time. Shu does look pale, and he adds that we should change the subject to something else, asking what's up. I decided to tell him about the Greek cafe at my school, and he replies that whenever I talk about my school, I always look like I have so much fun there. He looks sad and realizes that time is up, and thanks me for talking to him today, and thinks he can be able to relax just a little. He'd like to hear some more later. Sounds good to me, as I feel like Shu is finally opening up to me, as our bond deepens. He says goodbye, and I head home, 10,000 yen richer. November 20th. The rain won't let up, so the fog will be rolling in soon, but it's best not to think about that when Tanaka is ready to have his wares sold. Today I bought the Amrita Soda and Soma combo for 19,800 yen. This will be really good for any future battles, well, if there is any. And with nothing to do today, I went into town and decided to try my luck at getting Neko Shogun. And after 5 minutes of just trying to get something, anything from the machine, I only got bitter disappointment, which is a shame. But then I invited Yukiko to the movies. I was hoping that maybe I could get some points towards finishing a social link, but it was only a level up and some small stat boosts, so I guess I can't be too mad. But with that, we parted ways and I went home.
And now the weather. The week ended on a wet note as rain clouds moved into the air. As a result, a thick fog is expected to form in the Inaba region later tonight.
With the news reporter done informing Inaba about the fog, I waited for midnight. Let's see if Nanako is truly safe and sound. Ah, thank God. Nanako was rescued and we were able to arrest the culprit. There's likely no need to watch the Midnight Channel anymore. At least, I hope so. As I head to bed. November 21st. Heading to school, I noticed that the fog from yesterday is still here. Strange. I walk a little more and Chie, Yukio, and Yosuke are standing around, surprised I saw them. Chie says, and there he is. Yosuke tells me to take a look at this. Namatame is in today's paper. I have a look and sure enough, the front page headline says that Namatame has regained consciousness. Today before dawn, the suspect Taro Namatame, who had been confined in a local hospital, regained consciousness. In response to police questioning, he testified that he is sorry for what he has done and was scared. From here on, the police are hoping to solve the entire case based on the suspect's depositions. Yosuke says what we're all thinking, saying, "So, it's finally over." Chie replies, "Yeah, seriously." She wishes we could have done it sooner, but comments that, "Isn't this fog thick this morning? And it's so chilly, brr." Yukiko comments that it rarely gets this cold in November. Suddenly Adachi appeared, calling it a perfect timing, since he just got a call from the hospital, saying that starting today, it's okay to visit Nanako. Wait, really? Chie comments that she's getting a little better. Thank goodness. Adachi notices that Yukiko is holding today's paper and says, "So you already know about him." I ask him what he's being charged for. He replies that 2 counts of kidnappings and murders, and 5 counts of attempted murder. Those are serious crimes. He thinks will go down in history as one of the worst sprees in Japan. He's still mentally unstable, but we're slowly piecing together his story. This is still a secret, but he guesses it's okay to tell us, guys. You know the diary we found? There were entries about Miss Yamano and Miss Kenishi in it. Looks like Namatame had been making advances on Mrs. Kenishi. That comment shocks and angers Yosuke, calling him a son of a bitch! Adachi is flustered by that, saying that he's going to head to the hospital now. Dojima is recovering too, so he needs to go over a few things about this case with him. As he leaves, Chie comments on Yosuke's mood, but he bounces back, apologizing, saying that he's alright. Namatame's been caught. He can't hurt anyone now, but forget him. Let's all visit Nanako-chan after school. Chie agrees, Yukiko adding that we should tell the others once we get to school. That's a fantastic idea, Yukiko. At school, we get informed about finals coming next week. Something more bleak and dreadful than the fog, to be honest. But with that, school was over, and we visit Nanako. Dojima tells Nanako that everyone's here to see her. She moves to look at me, sounding weak, saying, "Big bro." Talking seems to be painful for her, but she looks happy at least. The nurse grills Dojima, saying, "How many times does this make it today?" She understands that he's worried about his daughter, but you still need to get rest too. He apologizes, and Yukio asks if his injuries are bad. He replies that his wounds have just closed up, and it seems like he has a couple of fractures as well. Adachi apologizes to the nurse, saying that he'll wheel him back to his room immediately. Dojima's disgruntled, asking Adachi what's he apologizing for, as the nurse says it's almost time for your checkup, so make sure you're back in your room before then, leaving. Nanako looks at me saying, "Big bro." I ask her if she needs anything, and she says to stay here, before closing her eyes with a relieved expression, falling asleep. Dojima is left to be quiet as we head outside and get an explanation concerning Nanako's condition.
Her condition is stable for now, but I never thought I'd say this as a doctor, but we still can't figure out the cause of Nanako-chan's symptoms. That's why we can only administer temporary treatment.
But she's not in danger anymore, is she?
She's regained consciousness, but all we can do for now is to monitor her condition closely.
With that explanation, Dojima asks Adachi, how's it going with Namatame? He replies that he's awake now, but he's in no condition to tell us anything useful. We only get little time each day to interrogate him, so we're stuck until his strength recovers. He understands, saying that he should get back to work as soon as possible. Hopefully by then, Nanako will be out of the hospital, but Adachi thinks that Nanako can get more peace and quiet if she stays here. Dojima is confused, but Adachi tells him that it's so foggy out, and there's been weird rumors going around. Seems like no one knows why there's so much fog in the town. The doctor replies to the concerns.
It's true. The number of patients complaining about fog-related health problems has increased, which is quite unusual.
I asked the doctor, isn't that just a rumor?
I can't say for sure that it has no effect on the human body. It certainly could be a psychological effect. People's anxiety over the fog could cause problems. But as far as the fog's chemical makeup, well, that's not my field, so I can only speculate. What concerns me is that transportation of our medical supplies has been delayed due to the fog.
Kojima comments on the fog-related health problems. Now that's just ridiculous. Anyone who says that is just blowing smoke. Yeah, like fog, Kojima. With all that, Nanako has somehow regained consciousness, but it seems that it will take more time until she's fully recovered. And Namatame's interrogation has finally begun. The fog that won't lift, and people's mysterious health problems. But for now, though, it seems I can only wait and watch and see how things turn out, heading home. And during the night, I worked on a model, getting a diligence boost and obtaining the D-type periphery? I don't know how to say that, but it's pretty cool. And with that, I head to bed. November 22nd. Heading to school, I overheard two students talking. One said that the weather's been really weird lately, asking, what's up with all this fog? This fog looks like it's gonna be here forever. His friend replies that he heard it's nothing to worry about. That's what some grey guy on TV said. Oh, he also heard that it's poisonous, very toxic, and nobody even knows why it's toxic. Oh, man, just thinking about how toxic it is makes him feel ill. He should probably stay home for a while. But his friend sees right through that, saying that he's just lazy to make finals beginning next week, aren't you? I can't wait for Yosuke to be sick all of a sudden too, heading to school. And during lunch, Naoto invited me to hang out. Seems like she's agreed with Naoto in November, so I agree with that. And I got quizzed in class, and I got it right, and soon school was over. And then I went to spend it with Naoto. We went to our HQ while the town is covered in fog. Naoto was thinking carefully as she stares at the two cards laid out in front of her. Naoto tells me that these cards came from Shiroku's store. When she talked with the owner, her description matched the one I gave. This phantom thief purchased these cards mere days before handing one to me. If that's the case, it's hard to imagine that any elaborate process was performed on this card. Although, she does detect a faint, lingering scent of citrus. A very weak cologne, perhaps? She's disgruntled and wonders what she should do. A part of me wants to say to eat it, but I say the obvious, which is to burn it. She didn't get it at first, saying, burn it? Reduce it to ashes? She doesn't suppose there's anything inside, and then she realizes what I meant, saying, impossible, but could it be? She tells me that my house is close, so let's go and test it out now. We went to Jijima's, she practically dragged me there, and she tested by toasting the card with the fire from the stove. Burnt letters appeared. She's shocked, saying it really was invisible ink. The citrus juices staining the paper burnt first, making it legible. A grown man employing such childish tricks. And the sentence here, the card read as follows. Eating letters with a red face. She wonders what it means, but for someone consuming so much commodities some might call amazing, I say it's a mailbox. She replies that indeed it is, saying I'm good at riddles she sees. Not just really easy, to be honest. But she says, seeming to be having fun, and she realizes there's a mailbox in the shopping district, saying, let's go. Naoto had seemed to see that something was hidden behind the mailbox, like a geocache. Naoto says that this is... Grandpa had this. Why did he keep it? I say, good you got it back. Naoto was flustered, saying, huh? Oh, yeah. Naoto's face is red for some reason, but she says that she made this when she was a kid. It's a detective badge. It has no real function, though. She looks at me and says, a petty challenge, and the prize was a stolen detective badge? She has an idea of who the phantom thief might be, but none as to his motive, adding that this is an important case to her, and yet, without me, she'd never have cracked it. Rather, she wouldn't have bothered. She thanks me as Naoto is showing her unconcealed smile, a rare occurrence, as I feel our bond deepen. She says that normally she thinks this isn't the time to play around with such games, but she thinks she'll let this play out, and, if possible? I understand what she means saying let's do it. That flustered her, but she replies, yes, let's. She's blushing as I walk Naoto to her house, and then I went home. And during the night, I tutored Shu, and our bond won't deepen just yet, but I get paid 10,000 yen as I head home. November 23rd. I had the day off today, and honestly I didn't know I could have spent it with Nanako until a few days later, but I spent the afternoon with Yukiko. But our bond won't deepen just yet, as night came. And when I got home, I got the Soma combo arrived, so I picked it up and then went to the shrine to get a blessing for Yukiko. I got a mild, not a great, but I can work with it unfortunately. It didn't seem like our bond will be deepening as of yet. But for now, I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then I went home. October 24th. Heading to school like any other day, Naoto says good morning to me, and informs me that she heard from Rise that it seems like nearly everyone has earned their scooter licenses over the summer, so I might be interested to know that she actually acquired hers around the same time. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I say that we should go somewhere together then. That surprises her saying yes, she wouldn't mind doing so, should the opportunity arise. She's confident in her cycling skills, so she doubts any trouble will arise on her out. And with that pleasant interaction and the morning over with, we head to school. During lunch, I was hanging out with Yosuke as a girl runs into class saying that they posted the test results, and well, guess we should check. I'm expecting a decent results, and I was right, top 10 once again. Still shy from the top score, but Yukiko is hard to beat. Yosuke calls me smart as I feel my bond deepen with all my school friends. And soon, school was over, and today I decided to see if Adachi was free, and sure enough, the slacker was. I asked him if he wanted to hang out, and sure enough, he didn't mind, so we did. Adachi says that I sure have a lot of time on my hands. He feels like he keeps seeing me around. It's a small town, Adachi, but he guesses that it's what it's like to be in high school and tells me to enjoy it while I can. I asked if he's slacking off again. He scratches his head and comments that he wouldn't put it like that. Taking breathers is a part of a job. It's all about efficiency. Everyone needs rest from time to time, and today that old lady hasn't found him yet. Suddenly, he sees her and tries this tactic of hiding behind me. The old lady wonders, where did Toru went? Must have been looking for him. Adachi wonders if she brought more Nemono. But suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice can be heard asking his mother if he's finished shopping. She says that she surely did, and says that they should go home. He's here for the first time in ages. She has to. She turns and sees Adachi and says, "Wow, hello, detective." She tells her son, Toru, that this is Adachi's son. He's a detective. He says hello and says that he's been good to his mother. She introduces Adachi to her son, Toru. He's in town to see her. He laughs and responds, well, actually, he's really here for his job. He has to go back in a few days, though. She replies that not to make an old woman sad, dear, though it's good to hear that you're working hard. She tells us that he works at a trading company. He takes lots of business trips overseas. So young, and he's already a manager. If only Adachi worked that hard. But her son says, come on, mother, that we're probably getting away with his work. Let's go home already, okay? She likes the sound of that, and as they walk, the old lady tells her son that she's going to make lots of his favorite, Nemono. He loves the sound of that. Asking her to make the Rencon is a little tough. She replies, of course, dear. Their voices fade away as Adachi looks at the window, saying that he guesses it doesn't have to be him, and adds that, so that's the real one. They don't look a thing like each other. We're not even close in age. He thinks the only thing they have in common is our name. But as long as he's here, he won't have to talk to her. So that's a relief. I say good for you. But he replies now that he won't have to do all that overtime. He wishes she'll just move in with his son. Adachi smiles and adds that he likes to be alone. It's easier and it lets him do whatever he wants. I agree with that, and he laughs saying, I'm so cold for a kid. But that's how smart it should be. You can't be around tons of people and feel bad every time they do. Adachi smiles, but he seems a little sad. As I feel I understand Adachi just a little bit more, a bond deepens. Suddenly, I hear my uncle's voice in anger shouting, Adachi! So that's where you are. That caught Adachi off guard, saying, Dojima-san, as Dojima looks behind the slacker Adachi, seeing me commenting, oh, it's you. And then goes back to Adachi asking him to not waste his time playing with school kids. Let's go. He then apologizes to me since Adachi kept me here like that and go home. A caught Adachi tells Dojima to wait up and then wonders if he just apologized for him. But finally he says, see ya. Dojima-san's waiting, running like his life depended on it. And let's be honest, it likely did. But with that done, I went home. And during the night, it started off simple with harvesting barrier corn like you do with Nanako, and then planting down wall paprika with Nanako. And with that completed, I decided, since I was already spending time with Nanako, I decided to spend more time with Nanako. And we spent a precious moment together. October 25th. Heading to school in the rain as I hear Naoto's voice saying good morning to me. Naoto admits that she doesn't like the rain. No one has turned up missing yet, but it still makes her uneasy. Suddenly I hear Yosuke's voice apologizing for barging in as he runs straight at me, forcing himself under my umbrella. Kanji cries out at us, so make room for him too. Yosuke replies that this one's already full, dumbass, and tells Kanji to get Naoto to make room under hers. Naoto doesn't mind this since he'll catch a cold at this rate if he doesn't, but Kanji comments on that saying, him? And her under the same umbrella? To hell with that! If he did that, then, it'd mean they'd practically be like a couple. That would make me and Yosuke a couple, but go on, man. Yosuke replies that that's a problem because... Dude, how old are you? But Kanji is steadfast, telling Yosuke to shut up and come on, let's trade spots. Yosuke tells Kanji, you know how stupid that sounds, right? But that's fine with him, and asks Naoto if she minds if he walks with her. Kanji thinks about it and replies, hey, who are you calling stupid? Stop talking shit about me. Which left Yosuke to get annoyed, asking him if he'll just make up his mind. But Naoto's a little flustered, saying that she doesn't mind making room for whoever. Well, if that's the case, I say that I will. She seems flustered, thinking, third choice, not what she expected, but she has no objections. Kanji looks at the situation as a whole and shakes his head, saying, damn it! He doesn't need an umbrella in a damn drizzle like this. He's gonna show us how it's done, as he starts running. I guess you can say that's the fourth option. Naoto calls out Kanji's name as Yosuke, that idiot's gonna make himself sick. But we're gonna be late if we keep up this nonsense, so let's hurry up. I can agree with that, and soon, school was over. And now there's a thunderstorm. Fantastic. But Okina City isn't feeling the rain. After accepting a quest I'll likely never complete, I buy some clothing at Crocofer, and then tried my luck at the crane game. But once again, no luck. Which is unfortunate. But with that being the case, I went to the shrine to hang out with the fox once more. Due to my expression being enthralling, I seem to be able to understand the fox's feeling. He's worried about the offering box. As I look inside, it's empty. What? Did someone steal from it? That's until I hear a construction crew, and in a matter of seconds, half the shrine was in pure gold. Interesting decision, Fox, but apparently if you cover the shrine in gold, it's enough for people to convince to offer their money. And the fox seemed happy with the results, ran into something, and then had an emma in its mouth. Specifically, a gratitude emma. I guess the fox is trying to say thank you. It even had little paw prints on it. How cute. But with this token of the fox's gratitude in my hands, I feel our bond reach its maximum. I won't lie, a part of me will miss the wild goose chase the emma quests were, but I say goodbye to the fox, who looked quite somber, and then went home. But I decided to return to the shrine during the evening to try and get enough social link points for me and Nanako's bond to deepen. And with a small blessing, that's quite unlucky, as the fortune tells me that our relationship will not become stronger yet. What a shame. But time passed as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home defeated. November 26. Heading to school, I overheard two students talking. One says that, don't you think that there are more and more people being weird because of the fog? She's even seen people wearing huge gas masks around town. Her friend replies that, yeah, and people are getting sick too. Haven't there been people saying a lot of weird stuff lately? Like the world is ending, and that global warming is because of original sin? Nice stuff like that. Her friend replies, hey, what do you think's going to happen if you think someone's sick, but you don't do anything about it? She means, to be honest, yesterday my dad... Well, they're just going to keep talking and fear-mongering, so I'm just going to head inside. And during class today, I really can't catch a break and get another question wrong. This is what it must feel like to be Yosuke every single day. But with that over, school was finished for the day, and I decided to hang out with Naoto. We went to our HQ, and she brought a new challenge from the Phantom Thief. She tells me that this was in her mailbox this morning. The Phantom Thief knows where I live, which means he had other reasons for having me deliver the first card. Why you, though? I think about it, but I honestly don't have anything. But I just say it might be because we looked close. She was blushing from that, saying, "What are you saying? That can't be it. Don't blurt out such ridiculous nonsense." She's panicking fiercely, but she gets back on track, saying, "So then, what do you think of the contents of this card?" I look at it, the card reads as follows. "When the banks close, the fruit tree grows. By the large 7 and the 3rd is the spot I chose." Naoto thinks more cryptic this time. Well, she anticipated that. The first thing that comes to mind with fruit tree is the original card, but the second sentence, by the 7 at the 3rd, what do these numerical values mean? She repeats it, seeming to be in deep thought. I tell her that the numbers are important. I'm starting to have an idea of what it might be. She wonders, the numbers themselves? The 7 and the 3rd. Her eyes light up, having an idea. When the banks close, the fruit tree grows. Look at the 3rd and 7 words. Bank and tree, huh? She says that, in other words, by the large tree at the banks, that's the spot I chose. So let's start looking for the biggest tree at this riverbanks. We get searching and we find the biggest tree we could, and sure enough, there was something buried by the tree we found. Naoto comments that she knew it. This watch brings back memories. Naoto holds a digital watch, slightly large for a child's wrist. This is pretty advanced, you know. It's one of the 7 tools of a detective. It has an extremely strong backlight, so you can use it to blind the enemy. She modified it when she was a kid. I've always loved this sort of thing, ever since childhood. I preferred robots and cars to dolls and teddy bears. She liked high places, so she had a secret base in the trees. She enjoyed that. She shakes her head and wonders why. Why couldn't I have been born male? It would have been so much easier for me. I could have done what I wanted to with gusto. It's funny, isn't it? She goes quiet. I understand what she's trying to say, but limiting herself due to one's gender isn't right. Thinking so, and I tell her that. She's surprised, saying now that she has people who will say that to her, what right does she have to complain? She's smiling sadly and says, really, it's quite difficult to keep her composure when I'm around. She feels like she's being lectured, like she's still a child. She looks at her feet, embarrassed, as I feel our bond has grown deeper. She says that it seems she's been doing all the talking, asking why don't I tell her about myself. What was I like when I was a child? She wishes she could have seen it. Good question, Naoto. So I decided to humor her, but I won't tell here, as I chatted idly with Naoto, and then I went home. And during the night, I decided to shoot, and eventually we sat down to talk. He says that he's got a big test coming up. It's gonna cover a lot of material. Oh well, he'll be the head of the class this time too. He won't lose. He will not lose. Shu looks anxious, despite what he said, then asked me, getting good grades, being great at sports, being fun to talk to, and good looking. Is it possible for anyone to do all these things? Do you know anyone like that? I wanted to say me as a joke, but I decided that I do. That answer made him a little sad, saying he guesses those kinds of people really do exist. He smiles wryly, going quiet. He tells me he's been having this dream lately. In this dream, he's on a train. It keeps speeding up, but he doesn't know where the tracks lead. There are no exits, so he can't get out. But there's someone coming from the car behind him. He can hear the doors opening and the footsteps. He doesn't know who it is, and he gets scared. Every time he has that dream, the person gets one car closer to him. Calling it a dream instead of a nightmare is interesting, but I tell him that he must be tired. He replies, probably. The only time he gets rest is when he's sleepy, and he can't even do that right now. He wants to be free. His face is pale. He says if he doesn't do his best, he looks tormented. I ask him what he's worried about. He says that there's nothing bothering him. He seems unwilling to tell me what's up, but he says that he doesn't want to be hated. He tries to smile and asks, please, come back again. He looks helpless, but he's at least opening up to me, as I feel our bond has grown stronger. He says he feels like he'll be able to sleep well tonight, and says goodbye to me. And with that, I head home, 10,000 yen richer. November 27th. A day off, and unfortunately it seems that Tanaka is trying to make bank off of the paranoid, selling gas masks at a high markup, so it seems I'm not getting anything today. As I head to the garden and after harvesting barrier corn and planting eggplants, I went to town, and today I decided to spend it with the old lady Hisano at the riverside. We're looking at the same old river, and she says that she supposes that today is the last day she'll be seeing this river. That confused me, as she tells me that she's decided to move. Her children have offered her a place to stay with them. At first, she turned them down because she didn't want to leave the place she was born in. But I ask if they kept insisting. She replies, oh no, if she stayed here, she'll only think about her husband and the time that she spent with him. If she stayed here and moped around, she's sure he'll feel bad up in heaven. She smiled gently. She turns, asking if I'll accept this. She handed me an old fountain pen, saying she saved up her money to buy this a long time ago. She used it to write to her husband before they were married. She'd be delighted if I would have it. She feels that our story hasn't truly ended. I tell her that I'll treasure it. She thanks me. She says that she believes that the past, when we exchange letters, is connected to the present day. She's sure that she doesn't have very long in this world, but it's not the case for me. You're carrying on my story now. She thinks that she can keep smiling to the end. She thinks she's had a good life. Her smile is full of affection, as our bond has become unbreakable as it reaches its maximum. With that, Hisano asks me if I have someone I love. I tell her I do. She laughs, saying, is that so? She tells me to remember this then. Live a long and full life. That is the greatest thing I can do for my beloved. I nod to agree. Then I spent a while talking about different things with Hisano, but it was eventually time, and I said goodbye to her and went home. And during the night, I decided to get my fortune read with Naoki, and I got a mild blessing. Our bond won't become closer just yet, but I do think the boost from post-finals will help, as I tied the omikuji around the tree and then went home. And of course, finals are tomorrow, so I'll update when it's all over. The final periods have finally arrived, but something happened in the past few days. Something bad, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. November 28th. Heading to school in the fog, Yosuke says yo to me, and tells me to look at this weather, man. What's up with this? It's really weird. Have you heard any of like this before? Oh yeah, and finals start today. But that's seriously not the point now. What's going to happen? I say that I'm worried too. Yosuke replies that he thought that the stuff about the fog being harmful to people was just a rumor, but people are getting sick. And besides that, there have been a lot of weird rumors being spread around too. Damn, he doesn't like how any of this feels. It's likely mass hysteria and other things, but we should be worried about how it's not leaving. But we went to school, ready for our finals. The questions start. What does French food stem from? Italian food. What does the figure in figure skating refer to? Geometric shapes. November 29th, day 2, and the questions kept coming. Who is buried in the biggest pyramid in Egypt? Khefu. What is the book of maps called? Atlas. November 30th. Hey, in the school I overheard 2 students talking. One says that there's no way they can keep going with the club like this. Too many of their members are calling in sick. When is this damn fog gonna clear up? The younger student replies to her senpai that the people who are slacking off aren't showing up either, right? He can keep the club with the members he's left with. Maybe the fog helped him find out who's the most dedicated to being in the club. He's confused by that, but then guesses that's one way of looking at it. But with that conversation over, I continued my trek to school for day 3 of the exams. What words has the words bride ale as in its roots? Bridal. What kind of bird is the Kanko Dori? A kuko. And then, December 1st. The first day of the final month for the year, and day 4 of finals. What country does the South Pole belong to? No countries. And 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. What is this sequence called? The Fibonacci sequence. December 2nd. Heading to school, I saw 2 students talking. One asked her friend if she heard what they said happened on the Midnight Channel. Someone said they turned it on and there was a picture of this town in complete ruins. Her friend replies that her friends said that they saw the Inaba get swallowed by the fog and sent into another dimension. She said there was monsters coming out of the fog. Like in that story, her friend replies that you've noticed ever since this has started, it seems that some people can see the Midnight Channel even when it's not raining. Could it be? Is our town getting more and more messed up? If what they're saying is true, this is very worrying. I may need to check this when I can at home sometime. But today is day 5 of the exams. What desert is the Wawitchia found in? Namib. Which one of these is considered a rice cake? Mochi. And with that, December 3rd, the day that shook my world. Me and Yosuke were walking through the side roads. Yosuke comments that the fog just won't quit. The weather report said it might start snowing soon. But what's gonna happen to the snow with all this fog? That's pretty fair, man. But suddenly Chie bumps into us, asking where do we come from? Yosuke is shocked, saying that's quite a crowd you got there. Chie replies that they ran into each other back there, so they came together. The fog's so thick that sometimes you can't even see your nose in front of your face, so everyone's forming groups now. Yosuke agrees with that, adding that it's definitely been weird lately. It's so cold too. Rise adds that visibility is so bad it's scary. Can she sit close to me? As she huddles in close with me, much to Chie's dislike, saying she never changes. Rise comments that it's been really hard to see anything in this though. That it's just like that on the other side. That comment gave Kanji an idea as he put his glasses on, telling us to do the same, and sure enough, the moment we put them on, our vision became much clearer. Yukiko's comments that it's so clear. Yosuke asks what the hell is going on, but Naoto says that these glasses are meant to help us see through the fog in the other world. But putting that aside, no glasses would improve one's visibility in a fog under normal circumstances. Chie wonders then, could the fog from the other side be leaking into our world? That idea shocks us because it could be true, but Chie is surprised, saying that we think that's it. She was kind of expecting us to ignore it, as Chie is being random again. It's just a thought, letting out an awkward laugh. Even still, it's still a possibility. As the mood darkens, Yosuke says, anyways, today is the last day of exams, right? Let's get them over with, and then we meet up at a special headquarters after school. Yukiko is surprised, saying, we haven't used that name in a while. But then we head to school, the final day, and I answer every question with ease. They were flowing into my hand. Maybe this time I'll be in first place. And with that, school was over, and we went to our HQ being Jeunesse. Chie reads a story about the fog. Some specialists are raising concerns that this fog may consist of harmful substances. More and more citizens are calling for an investigation into the case of the fog and the facts about it. Though the government has begun its preliminary investigations, many feel that the causes will be hard to pinpoint. Chie then wonders if this fog is really dangerous. Kanji replies that you hardly ever see people walking around town anymore, or here either. Rise adds that everyone's too scared of the fog now to go outdoors much. Teddie agrees that it does seem a lot like the fog on the other side, but beyond that, he's clueless. Naoto sees that there's another item of note here, a summary of Namatame's career, with details about the case. The suspect was having an affair with the first victim. It seems she was killed due to the relationship troubles. Also in April, Misaki Kanishi's body was discovered. The police are looking into a motive for the murder. In July, a boy living in Inaba performed a copycat murder. The boy was initially thought to be the culprit behind all the killings, but later suspicion was thrown upon Namatame. Last month, the suspect attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl of Inaba, resulting in his arrest. It seems Namatame is still confined to his hospital bed, so further investigation has yet to commence. Yosuke looks up and says, so, it's finally over. A lot of stuff's happened, but all that's left is for the police to build a case against Namatame, right? I ask if they could prove anything, but Yosuke has hopes on my uncle. But Risei's not sure since the stuff he was saying was so obviously nuts. If he says anything about the TV world, he might be considered mentally unstable, which is fair, and Yukiko adds that she heard before that if the police don't have enough hard evidence, it's difficult to build a case. Naoto confirms is saying that there are many such suspects and culprits. It's the eternal conundrum for crime investigators. Kanji asks, so even if they're caught, the law can't do shit? Naoto looks down, saying that it's a possibility. That angered Kanji, asking, what the hell is up with that? We all know he did it. You can't just let a maniac who thinks he's saving people by killing them run wild on the streets. Yosuke says that they better not dismiss something this serious because of some mental illness. He thinks about Saki-senpai, but no, it's not just her. Or that announcer, even King Moron is his fault. If it weren't for what he did, nobody would have tried a copycat killing. It's his fault. Nanako's in the hospital right now too. Thinking about it, I remember that promise I made with Nanako to buy a new Katatsu. Chie asked me what's the matter. I told them about the promise with Nanako. Kanji's confused, asking, a Katatsu? Chie replies saying that why don't we go check them out right now? She knows Nanako would be psyched if she came home to a new Katatsu. Yosuke agrees, tell me why didn't I tell him sooner? The winter season's coming up and they've got a bunch of them in stock. Alright, off to the houseware section for Nanako-chan. We all agree and off we went. Yosuke was being his best salesperson. Chie says that if we're getting a Katatsu, we'd better get some oranges to complete the set. Kanji says it's a cliche, because it's true, damn it. Naoto says that the best compliment for a Katatsu is a heated rug. Yosuke disagrees, saying that much juice would kill the breaker the moment you try to microwave something. Oh yeah, you've never used a Katatsu before, huh, Ted? It's nice and cozy. However, Yosuke sees that Teddie seems down. Teddie once again asks if he can still stay here. That shocked us, as he says that we kept his promise to him, so he should be going back. But he doesn't want to go until Nana-chan gets better. Yosuke reminds him that he can stay. How many times do we have to say this before it gets through to you? Chie adds that Nanako would be sad if you weren't here when she wakes up. He replies that he couldn't save her. Risei tells him not to be silly. We saved her together. Kanji agrees, saying that we caught the killer, man. We couldn't have done it without you. Yukio says, Teddie, you shouldn't talk that way when Nanako-chan is still fighting. He goes quiet and says, you guys. I add on top that he can stay here. He replies that he's so touched. He'll stay by my side until Nana-chan comes home. I agree with that, as Yosuke remembers that there's no one by my place. Chie has a sudden idea, asking why don't we pick out a Christmas present for Nanako while we're at it. Yukio thinks that's a great idea. She's sure she'll be out of bed hospital by then. Yosuke agrees, but tells him none of this charge it to Yosuke stuff this time. Seriously, we're clear on this, right? Chie replies, come on, why would we do something like that? Yosuke reminds her of the clothes she got for this guy. He almost pissed his pants when he saw the receipt. You forgot the stakes as well, man. But he continues, how many days do you think I had to work to pay that off? Chie responds that she can't help it if Janess overcharges for things. Yosuke is hit by that like an arrow into the heart, responding, I guess you gotta expect that. It's not like Chie-san's ever had the occasion to help a guy shop before. She replies, angered, what did you just say? Teddie tells him not to fight over him, only for them to tell him to shut it, as Yukio laughs at them all. Risei says that we should let them be, and think of a present for Nanako on our own. Kanji wonders what a girl her age would want. Naoto wonders what would we think Nanako-chan would appreciate the most. Honestly, just having family around. But I do remember that she was a fan of Risei, so I say Reset doll. Risei says that's not really for kids. Huh? But she continues to say that it's still pretty cute, just like the real thing. Yosuke is happy, saying, alright, as soon as Nanako is out of hospital, we'll have a party at my place. Chie agrees, saying that we'll bake the cake. Oh god, no. Risei agrees, oh god, no. And Yukiko adds it'll be a cake to remember. Oh god, it sure will. Oh no. Yosuke tells him that, oh no you're not. Are you trying to send Nanako back to the hospital? Naoto is confused, and I got a call that changed everything.
Hello, this is Adachi. I want you to stay calm and listen to me, okay? Nanako-chan's condition suddenly got worse. The doctor wants you to come to the hospital immediately. We'll be waiting.
Come on, let's go!
At the hospital, Dojima was listening to the explanation from the doctor, but there was loud voices throughout the hospital for some time now.
Doctor, this fog is poisonous, isn't it? Isn't it filled with viruses? They said so on TV. Isn't there a vaccine or something for it?
Calm down, please. That's just a rumor.
Don't tell me to calm down! You're lying! We know you have medicine for this! Are you just going to stand there and watch us die?
Why would we do something like that?
Chie comments, what a commotion. Dojima is annoyed, asking, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Can't you see how much pain she's in? The doctor replies that all we can do right now is monitor her condition closely. Dojima-san, you need to return to your... He responds, he doesn't give a damn about himself. Do something about Nanako. He lets out a grunt. Yosuke holds him in support, and he says, just save her. For God's sakes, please save Nanako. He looks down and says he'll do his best, and asks us to step outside for the time being. Before leaving, Dojima says Nanako's name. A nurse brought him back to his room, and we all stand outside quiet, until Yosuke asks Teddie, can't you do something? This is all to do with your world and where you come from. Can't you figure something out? Teddie replies that he's thinking, but Kanji angered says, damn it! Why does this have to happen to a little girl like her? I tell Kanji that we feel the same way. Kanji wonders why it turned out like this. Chie asks that Nanako's gonna be okay, right? We can only hope, Chie, as Adachi appears, saying, we're still here? Naoto asks him how Dojima is doing. He replies that his wounds have opened up again. They're treating it over his room now. Yosuke asks if there's any luck with the investigation on Namatame. He replies, about that, he won't mince words here. They're gonna have a hard time making these charges stick. That shocked us. Yosuke asks what he means. Adachi continues that he talked with the guys at the station, and it will be next to impossible to find him guilty in court, especially given the reason why we took him off our suspicions for the first case. Chie responds that, oh yeah, something about him having an alibi? Adachi adds that the whole angle on him putting people into TVs, there's no way that'll stand up in court. No one would believe that. What the public wants is when, where, and how Namatame killed those people. And Dojima-san knows it. Kanji looks at him and says, well, aren't you calm about this? Adachi says he's just telling you the truth. And he shouts back, you call yourself a cop, huh? He grabs Adachi and continues, if you want to see that stuff so bad, we'll show you. Hurry up and bring a TV here, damn it. Rise gets up telling him to stop. Suddenly a nurse ran out. Kanji was confused, dropping Adachi. The nurse came up asking if Nanako's family's here. That shocked me. Oh no. The nurse says, hurry inside, please talk to her. And I head inside.
What the hell? What's going on?
No. Nanako-chan.
Daddy.
He'll be here soon.
Nanako-chan. Nanako-chan. Your big brother's here with you. Just hang in there. Where's Dojima-san?
We're calling for him right now.
How's Nanako?
Doctor.
Big bro.
I'm right here.
Nanako! Nanako!
I'm sorry, sir.
Damn it! Damn it!
Nana-chan.
We did everything we could, but we still couldn't figure out what caused...
Nanako-chan.
Dojima-san, what's with that look? Huh? What's wrong, everyone? Hmm? Huh? Wait, is Nanako-chan... But then, where did Dojima-san go? Wait a sec, that's the...
Dojima-san might have gone after Namatame! Adachi-san said he was admitted to this hospital!
You transported into the same hospital? For crying out loud, he's the suspect!
What are you getting mad at me for? This is the biggest hospital, and he's in no condition to be moved. In case something like this happened, the details of a suspect's hospitalization are confidential information.
Just tell us where he is already! Dojima-san's on his way, ain't he? You don't know what he's gonna do there if we don't stop him!
Kanji-kun, you don't mean...
Hold on. Just what are you guys talking about?
Cough it up!
Top floor in the second surgical ward. Furthest room back. But there's a police guard.
Let go of me.
Like we said, without permission.
Permission? Who gave... The hell with you all! Why is he still alive? Give me back Nanako! Give her back! She's... the only one...
Call a doctor!
Let go of me. I need...
Holy crap! Dojima-san! Quick, get him to his room. I'll go alert the doctors.
Dojima-san, was he seriously...
His only daughter's dead. Nothing would have surprised me.
Dojima-san probably knew that there's little to no chance Namatame would be convicted. Damn it. He killed Senpai, and now Nanako-chan. And the bastard's gonna walk away without paying for what he did.
That's not right!
Why? Why is he the one that gets to go on living?
We enter the room where Namatame is in. He's on the floor, unable to talk, only muttering. The window in his room was wide open. I ask him what's he doing. He replies that he was scared, so Yosuke says that you have your life and now you want freedom too. Chie tells him that it's his fault that Nanako... He replies that he didn't. Suddenly, the TV turned on.
12 o'clock. Is it the Midnight Channel? Hey, isn't this...
I failed to save her. It's because you got in my way.
Another Namatame? How? The real one's right here and we already beat his shadow!
No. Come to think of it, Namatame never faced his other self. And we didn't witness his shadow returning to his body as a persona either. Perhaps that's why we're seeing this now.
What the? I failed, but it wasn't my fault. And the law can't touch me anyway.
What? Is that what Namatame's really thinking? Then he wasn't deranged or anything. He knew what he was doing.
To hell with the law! I won't ever forgive what you did!
This... please, stop!
Huh? Stop what? We ain't even done anything yet. Or do you want us to do something? Something fitting for a bastard like you!
Kanji...
Do whatever you want. You hate... I don't care either way. Living or dying makes no difference to me. But you're different. You can't do such a thing. I'll continue saving people. It's my mission.
Yukio asks mission, while Naoto is just left to say, "My God!" While Namatame asks us to please stop. Yosuke tells us he wants us to stop. What should we do? Chie asks him that what does he mean? But Kanji says, we can't let this bastard do whatever he pleases. But Yukio still asks what's he going to do, but Yosuke says that there's no way he's gonna walk out of here doing nothing. Chie understood, but Naoto comments on this being a luxury suite. Most hospital wards don't have such large televisions. Why, with something like this room, this man could escape at any time. Although once he enters, he may find there's no way out. Rise tells her, wait a second, you don't mean... Are you serious? Kanji asks her if she's gonna turn her back and walk away. She replies, that's... But... Chie asks, what's gone into them? And adds, this is crazy. How can we do something like that? Yosuke's at his wit end saying, Chie, everyone, listen to me. If we're gonna do this, now is our only shot. We won't get a second chance. At this rate, the guy's gonna get off the hook and he'll go around saving people again. You just heard what this bastard's really thinking. If that happens, it will be just like Nanako and Senpai. Who knows how many innocent people will die this time. He can't let something like that go. Someone close to him died. Her killer can't be convicted, and now he's gonna let the same thing happen again. There is no way he can do that. It's just wrong, isn't it? Chie says, but Yosuke reassures us, saying that all we have to do is push him inside the TV. That's it. We do that one thing, and it's all over. Chie replies, just push him inside? Yosuke tells the team that if you want to have no part in this, just leave the room. He's not going to force us to stay. As for him, nothing could make him forgive this bastard. But before we do this, he wants to hear what I thought. What do you want us to do, leader? As much as I want to push him inside for revenge, that would make us no better than him. But thinking about it, something's been bothering me. I tell Yosuke to wait a second here. Yosuke gets annoyed, saying, we don't have time for that. If we don't do this now, the cops will come back. What are you trying to say? We're missing something here, man. He's confused, saying, something we don't know? What don't we know? Namatame's true feelings. He says, we just heard the guy's true feelings on the TV. What didn't you understand? I admit that something's been bothering me. Annoyed, he asks, what is it? He's already told me. There's no time to waste. Are you even getting somewhere here, or are you just stalling? I say we're missing something. He asks, missing? Like what? Exactly, damn it. He's heard enough of this bullshit. Give me a straight answer. Are we doing this or not? That's all he gives a damn about right now. I'm sick of this shit. Calm the hell down, Yosuke. My anger shocked and made people quiet. Namatame's still having a panic attack, but it feels good to let out some anger. Yukio says, let's all calm down for a second. Yosuke says he's perfectly calm. Chie asks me what I meant by we're missing something. What's there to miss with a sick bastard like him? Rise says that we should all just take a deep breath. After what happened to Nanako-chan and seeing Dojima-san, we're not thinking straight right now. Kanji says, fine. We all took a much needed breather, and it seemed that everyone has finally regained their composure. Naoto agrees on the breather break, and now we should calm down and think rationally about this. She realizes now that we've heard almost nothing from Namatame's perspective. There's no denying that this man brought great harm to Nanako, but other than that point, the rest came from our assumptions based on watching the Midnight Channel a moment ago. She won't deny that we were blinded by the heat of the moment, trying to impute all responsibility to him harshly. Kanji replies, but Yosuke agrees, saying, the guy's not saying anything. Whatever reason he had, there's no doubt about the fact that he'd been throwing people inside the TV. It was him who put Senpai through that misery. How can we possibly understand someone who says killing people is the same as saving them? Naoto replies that failing to understand and failing to listen are rather different things. That shut him down with nothing to say, as Naoto continues that, truthfully, not all the hitches that were nagging at her have been answered yet. We will have to see what he tells us about them, though it appears he is in no condition to do so at the moment. Yosuke agrees, adding that dealing with him right now might not solve all the things that have been bothering us. Damn it, but you better remember this. He'll do everything he can do to stop him from repeating what he's done. Anytime, anywhere, anything. I say I feel the same way. As Yosuke replies, geez, how the hell can you stay so calm, man? Then again, that's why you're a leader. And he goes quiet. Alright, let's go ahead and think this through as much as we need. Kanji adds that if we leave any unanswered questions behind, we'll just be lying to ourselves. Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it, alright. He's convinced. Rise lets out a sigh of relief, thanking him, adding that she'll think as hard as she can and try to help. Chie says that we all know how you feel, Yosuke. Come on, we've accomplished this much together, haven't we? Yukio says, right, together. Yosuke replies, yeah, you're right. Apologizing and thanking us, with the case taking a sharp turn, we're one step closer to the truth. From the start with our team, starting with only me and Yosuke, to now me, Yosuke, Teddie, Chie, Yukiko, Kanji, Rise, and Naoto. The full arcana has reached its maximum, and from its completing, a new bond has formed from the will of us wanting to not solve the case, but to seek the truth of the case, showing itself to be the Judgment Arcana. With us all in agreement, Adachi appears in a shock state asking, what are you doing? You can't be in here. Adachi and the doctor walk inside. Chie says, oh crap. The doctor quickly went to check up on Namatame, as Naoto tells Adachi that we were just keeping an eye on the suspect. The police officers outside seem to have their hands full with Dojima-san. If Namatame were to escape, it would be a disaster for the police's reputation, and their trust in you, Adachi-san. Adachi, in a little panic, replies, oh, I see. We'll tighten security from now on, and he'll arrange for him to be transported as soon as possible, so if you guys can keep quiet about being in here, he'd really appreciate it. Naoto asks the doctor how Namatame seems to be extremely agitated a moment ago. He replies that he seems to be fine for now, but he really needs rest, and outside, everyone, doctor's orders. Adachi replies, understood. Yosuke agrees we should go too. Let's go back to Nanako's room. Outside, Yosuke asks me, so what's this thing we're missing, huh? Yukio says that to tell the truth, there's something that's been bothering her too. Why did he start killing people in the first place? Chie responds that he said it himself. It was to save them, right? So he killed his lover in order to save her and kept going? Naoto says that the police speculated that the first murder was related to the affair, so they called in Namatame for questioning, but everyone in his testimony and his bearing, no matter what they looked at, they found nothing suspicious. If he truly is twisted enough to believe that the murder is meant to be saving people, she thinks that would have shown through. Yosuke thinks maybe he faked it real well, or maybe he started out the normal motive and then got a taste of killing after the first time. Naoto replies that if that was the case, his motives for killing that announcer would be even more inexplicable. Namatame and his wife were separated at the time. Both Mizuru Hiragi and himself testified that she had discarded him. Hiragi also knew about Yamano beforehand, and Namatame was shocked to hear of Yamano's death. Their relationship was known and was not strained to the point of murder. There's simply no motive in the affair angle. The police invested a great deal of effort into investigating this point. Therefore, we have no convincing motive for Namatame to kill Mayumi Yamano. Although her name was written in Namatame's own diary, Yosuke wonders his reason for killing her. Rise wonders if it's still possible that he went crazy to begin with and no one realized, right? Kanji admits that he doesn't really get any of this. Chie gets annoyed saying, this is so confusing. Adachi bursts through the door telling us that we can hear you in there. This is a hospital. Maybe you should quiet down a little. Suddenly we hear the nurse's voice telling us to come immediately. Chie wonders, what's going on? Adachi tells us, what are you waiting for? Hurry, go. And we do that. And what was coming was a pleasant surprise.
Oh, there they are. Nanako-chan came around.
Huh? What did you just say? Nanako-chan's alive?
Are you serious?
It's very rare to be resuscitated after one's heart and lungs fail, but it does happen. But until I know why she collapsed in the first place, I can't say for sure how well she'll recover from here on. Still, Nanako-chan's a fighter, and she's trying desperately to stay alive.
So this isn't a joke? You're actually telling the truth?
Nanako-chan. Oh my god.
This is amazing!
Miracles do happen. I'm so glad.
I didn't know what I was gonna do. Come on! Stop crying, you two!
You all should go home for the night. I'll speak with Dojima-san tomorrow about Nanako-chan's treatment. It's rather chilly outside. If it starts snowing, be careful.
Wait a second, where's Teddie? I noticed he didn't come with us when we went to Namatame's room.
You're right. That's weird. I figured he wouldn't move from Nanako-chan's side.
Teddie, where did you go?
Oh yeah, he has a cell with him. Wait, I shouldn't use mine inside the hospital. I'll try calling him up once we're outside.
Nanako came around. Our miracles have been answered. I don't know what to say or feel except for joy. Genuine joy. Nanako, a pure and bright soul, survived, and there's a chance that she'll be fine. I'm just so happy. But it does come with a small downside of Teddie is missing, but the doctor told us to get some rest, so eventually we went back, finding ourselves at the shopping district. Yosuke says that he can't reach him. Did that stupid bear forget to charge the battery in his phone? Chie replies that we took a quick look around the hospital, but there was no sign of him. She wonders where he went. Suddenly, it started snowing through the fog. Yukio commented on it first. Rise says Yukio's right, and wow, it's been a while since she saw real snow. It doesn't look that pretty though, because of this fog. Chie says that she guesses this might be the first snow of the year, and that's freezing. Let's go home. Telling Yosuke if he finds Teddie, don't forget to contact us, alright? Yosuke replies that he knows. Let's meet up at our special headquarters tomorrow. Everyone agrees as they go their separate ways, leaving me and Yosuke there. He says that, man, that Ted, he hopes he just went back home by himself. He's probably fine, but he'll hurry home, just in case, saying that he'll see me tomorrow, leaving. That left me alone in the snow. I think back in Namatame's room. Was it really right to stop everyone from what they were about to do? For now, I have no way of knowing, but it's been a hard day. But my cell phone has been off this entire time since I was at the hospital, so I decided to turn it on. There's something new in my inbox. Cal tells me that he heard what happened to my little cousin, asking, is there anything he can do to help? Let me know. You know I'm here for you, okay? We're best friends, dude, right? Daisuke sent one saying, he just heard about Nanako-chan. How's she doing? If there's anything he can do to help you guys, please tell me ASAP. You've got the guts, man. You gotta be brave, man. I checked all my messages. They're from my friends from town, from Inaba. I remember that I have friends who are there to help encourage each other. The case is still mired in an impenetrable fog, but I must continue forth towards the truth. But I should go home before I catch a cold. But thanks, guys. As I head upstairs to sleep, I think, will Nanako be alright? Then there's what happened in Namatame's ward. The snow that started to fall and the fog that won't disappear. What lies ahead from here on? I feel very tired. I should hurry and get some rest for today. And I do. However, I awoke in a familiar blue room with 3 people sitting across from me. The Velvet Room. Seems Igor wants something as he welcomes me, adding, it's been quite some time. Do not be alarmed. You are fast asleep in the real world. I have summoned you within your dreams. Now then, your journey has taken you quite a distance thus far. Do you believe you will be able to successfully solve this mystery? I say I can solve it, as Igor happily says, splendid. The precise destination of this vehicle, that too is getting rather hard to judge. If we continue driving blindly, they might lead us further away from the mystery that I must reach. Well, why don't we take a moment to look back on your journey? It was for that purpose that he summoned you tonight, asking for Margaret. She uses her power as I hear the voices I've heard many times echo in my mind.
Yeah, well, I quit pretending.
I can't ignore that fact any longer. I need to face the truth head on.
What's right? What you should choose to do in life? The answers to those things lie within you.
We are experiencing the words engraved into your memory during your journey.
Failing to understand and failing to listen are rather different things.
All right, let's go ahead and think this through as much as we need.
If we leave any unanswered questions behind, we'll just be lying to ourselves.
I'll think as hard as I can and try to help.
Come on, we've accomplished this much together, haven't we?
Right, together.
With the voices of my friends and loved ones echoing through my mind, Igor says that it seems you have comrades with you as well, those heading in the same direction through this dense fog. Suddenly the car has seemed to stop moving. Margaret tells us that we'll be parked for the moment while she confirms our current heading. Igor says, as I mentioned previously, this year will signal a great change in your life. Though there isn't much time left, it can be worth your while to take the time to stop and reflect. Margaret adds, people are like water flowing in a river. There is only one stream, but all who pass through are affected differently. Some travel fast, some change their course, experiencing countless events as they travel down the river of time. Igor replies, just so. The state of the room reflects the scenery of your heart. Perhaps this may be time for contemplation rather than action. I hear knocking in the distance. I wonder who that is as everything fades to white. December 4th. It seems I was sleeping until now. I hear the doorbell ring. Someone seems to be at the door. I checked and it was Yosuke telling me that Teddie's missing. He looked over the neighborhood, but he couldn't find him anywhere. I say I'm worried and he agrees, saying that he was acting all weird lately. Rise and the others are checking inside the TV to see if he's gone back to the other side. We're meeting pretty soon, so will you come with me to Jeunesse? I agree, though I wonder where he could have gone. But in any case, I decided to go look for him. We were at the Jeunesse food court. We were talking about Teddie and other things, case-related. As Kanji and Rise come back, Kanji says that it's no use, man. We can't find him. Rise adds, no luck for her either. She didn't sense anything over there. The fog's so dense, it might be affecting her readings. She wishes she could do better and apologizes. You did your best, Rise. It's fine. But Yosuke says that Ted, don't tell me he really went back to his world this time. We told him over and over that he could stay here. I recalled the mysterious dream I had last night. This may be a time for contemplation rather than action. That's what Igor said, but I tell them that he'll be back for sure, and we gotta put faith in him. Yosuke agrees, saying that we'll just have to believe him for now. He plays dumb a lot, but he's attached to us deep down. He won't disappear without saying anything first. Exactly, man. Naoto replies that she's worried for Teddie herself, but let's trust him and await his return. Right now, we must concentrate on the case. It won't be long before Namatame is transferred to another location. We must hurry or we will miss our only chance to get his perspective on this. Yosuke replies that, you know, I've been thinking about the case since, but something just doesn't seem right. Naoto says, let's quickly review the facts. Of all the victims, only 2 were killed. Miss Yamano, the announcer, and Saki-san. From the documents that we found in the car, we know Namatame had some sort of dealings with them. After that, there were multiple attempted murders in which we were targeted. It was only when he took Nanako-chan that we caught him in the act, identifying his modus operandi in the process. Kanji says that he heard her put it like that, sounds like the dude's guilty. But Naoto says as a result of Namatame's arrest, the police admitted that Mitsuo Kubo was a mere copycat killer. Yosuke said that back to yesterday, remember when you said that Namatame didn't have a motive to kill the announcer? That's what's been bothering him. Rise agrees, saying either he's completely nuts or misunderstanding something. Kanji is lost in the conversation as Yukiko helps, saying that she's trying to say if Namatame is sane, then there may be facts in the case that we don't know yet. Rise says that sane or insane sounds like he played that she saw before. Yosuke wonders, when he talks about saving people, what does he actually mean? He doesn't think there's any doubt that includes kidnapping people and throwing them into the TV. Naoto wonders if it could mean saving them through death? He did call himself a savior, and said that the other side is a wonderful world. Kanji says, so they'll be saved if they die? What a bunch of crap. That bastard should have gone and saved himself. What do you think, senpai? I say there's something else. Kanji replies that if you think about it normally, it's gotta be him. But there ain't anything normal about that world anyways. Yukio says that there's something she's been wondering about for a while. When we first encountered him, he said, you're the ones I saved. Don't worry, I'll save this girl too. And then she asks if he saved people by killing them, did he save us too? Wouldn't he actually have failed to save us? That's true, shocking half the table. Naoto replies that you've raised a good point. If he thinks that salvation only comes through death, his words to us make no sense. And another thing, the Namatame who appeared on the Midnight Channel said he failed to save Nanako-chan. Chie then asked maybe he was trying to save the victims by putting them inside the TV? That shocked us, as it would make sense, but Chie's being Chie says to not get all quiet like that. You guys know I just say the first dumb thing that pops into my head, laughing. Naoto thinks, saying the possibility that he truly intended to save us. But Yosuke says, but he's still the one that threw in Saki-senpai and the announcer, right? Sure, we haven't nailed down his motives, but that still doesn't change the fact that he killed them. Or what, do you think someone else was involved? What makes you think so? That's a good point, the possibility of a culprit besides Namatame. Could there be something that proves this possibility? I think on it, and I realize the wording of the warning letters might be proof. Yosuke replies, the warning letter? Oh yeah, whatever happened to that thing? Chie asks if Namatame's the killer, he must have been the one who wrote it, right? Naoto says that we should review them. I recall the letters, the first one said, don't rescue anyone. And the second one said, if you don't stop this time, someone close will be put in and killed. Naoto confirms, that's right, but Rise thinks, isn't that kind of odd? Would someone who thinks he's saving people by killing them write stuff like don't rescue or kill? That's true. Kanji adds that would be put in and killed part doesn't make sense either. If the killer was writing it, wouldn't it be more like I'll put in and kill? Chie is kind of shocked, asking, could this mean, and I say it, Namatame didn't write it. Chie agrees, saying, it's almost like someone else wrote this letter. Yukiko wonders, but only the killer would write such a letter and deliver it to Dojima's house, right? But if someone else wrote it, that could only mean... Naoto thinks on it, saying, dear God, since this is such an unusual case, she was absolutely convinced that other than the Kubo incident, there was one culprit. Rise wonders if Namatame really was trying to save his victims. Naoto says that everything is exactly the opposite of what it first seemed. In Namatame's parlance, failing would have been the first two cases when the victims died. If he had used his method twice and failed both times, he would have had continued using the TV, and yet he did. It all seems to suggest that someone else wrote this warning letter while observing the entire case. Yosuke says someone else, then it wasn't Namatame that killed Saki-senpai and the announcer? Naoto replies that we can't say for certain yet. We urgently need to speak with Namatame face to face. We all agree, as we all work together to take one step closer towards the truth, as our bond deepen. Kanji asks, how though? After what happened yesterday, they said they're gonna tighten security. Naoto says that she has a plan, but there's no time to waste. Let's hurry to the hospital, and Naoto's plan went underway.
Hey, this place is off limits.
I'm a consultant with the police. I'd like a few words with Namatame-san. May I go in?
This is Unit 252, requesting confirmation on an ID. Name of Naoto Shirogane. Huh? Ah, understood. I see. Well, you're on the list. I can give you a few minutes, but I'll have to record your conversation with him for security purposes. Not that I expect you'll get anything coherent out of the guy. He's been spouting nothing but gibberish.
I'd like him to accompany me as well. He has no identification, but this is an emergency situation, and he's here in Detective Dojima.
Huh? Detective Dojima sent him? I wasn't informed of this.
I'll vouch for his identity.
Well, I guess it's better than dealing with the man himself. We have our hands full with the transport procedures, so the last thing we need is Detective Dojima running wild. Detective Adachi is busy somewhere too. This is Unit 252.
Has something happened?
There's something about a suspicious object out in the lobby.
Ah, well then, this works out nicely. You should back up your colleagues downstairs. We'll keep watch over Namatame-san. A disturbance in a hospital lobby, after all. It sounds serious.
If anything happens, hit the nurse call button. I'll leave the rest to you.
Understood. Please be careful. I knew they were undermanned, but I didn't expect it to go this smoothly.
Wow!
There's nothing much inside that suspicious object, so he won't be gone long.
All right, then now's our chance to talk to Namatame.
Entering Namatame's room, he's quiet. I nod to Naoto for her to start. She says that there's something we'd like to ask you. He stays quiet as Naoto replies, it's tempting to think that you are the culprit behind this entire case. And to be honest, there are many people in this town who hope you are. But we are here to learn the truth, so please, answer our questions. He looks seeming to understand what we are trying to say, and so the questions start. Who'd you throw in first?
Huh? Me?
Did you kill those two girls?
They were killed. I couldn't save them.
Is saving killing people?
No. If nobody saves them, they'll be killed. That's why I put them in there.
Then tell me if my estimation is correct so far. After discovering the Yamano and Konishi incidents, you realized an appearance on the Midnight Channel meant certain death. Thus, to save her from that fate, you kidnapped Yukiko Amagi. You couldn't let her be killed, so you threw her into the TV, preventing the killer in this world. And you repeated the process as more individuals appeared on the... It all falls into place. His body is weak, but his mind is sound. He's trying...
Yeah, but if the stuff he's saying is true...
There's another killer who murdered the first two victims?
Indulge us in a few more questions.
Who killed the first two?
I have no idea. I want to know that too.
Why the warning letters?
What are you talking about?
Why did you enter the TV?
I didn't know. I never thought it would be that kind of place.
As I thought.
You... believe me? Did they find him? Did they find the one who did such cruel things? Mayumi.
Please calm down. Our ability to find the culprit rests on you. We know about the other world. In fact, we're the only ones who can fully understand what you have to say.
Only... you?
We did blame you for everything at first. But now I think we can accept whatever you got to tell us as truth.
Please. Tell us everything you can, calmly and slowly.
You're willing to listen? Do my story? All right. Soon after my affair with Mayumi became common knowledge, I returned to my parents' home, as if to run away from the scandal. And I started drinking heavily to drown my anxieties. I hadn't been able to reach Mayumi at all, and that didn't help either. Mayumi. She'd been disgraced on all the afternoon shows, and forced to resign from the program she was on. I caused her so much trouble. I wanted to at least apologize to her, but I couldn't even do that. I lost the will and energy to do anything. Then, one day, the rumor I heard some time ago came back to me. Since I had nothing better to do, I sat down blankly in front of the TV and watched my own reflection. And all of a sudden, there was Mayumi. Mayumi? Is that you? The Mayumi inside the TV looked as if she was calling to me for help. Mayumi? Mayumi! When I reached out unthinkingly to touch her, my arm disappeared into the TV, as if I had dipped it into a pool of water. I was so shocked that I lost my balance and nearly fell face first into the TV. I was so scared. I couldn't understand what just happened. I thought maybe I'd gone insane. In the end, I decided to think of it as just a dream, and I went back to the city the next day after finishing work. The next afternoon when I got to work, I was fired on the spot, as I expected. That wasn't what broke me, though. It was Mayumi being found dead. And not just that, but it had happened in my hometown. I was dumbstruck, but later on, I remember the image of Mayumi I'd seen that night. Was it not a dream? Could it really have been an SOS from Mayumi? I hadn't touched another TV because the first time was so terrifying, but I decided to try it again, and I confirmed that none of it was a dream. So that image, was it something Mayumi showed me, calling for help? That's how I felt.
And eventually, you learned of the Midnight Channel.
I remembered that when Mayumi was alive, she was chasing a rumor about some bizarre TV program. I'd heard about it before, but I thought it was just an urban legend. But then Mayumi appeared on it, and later turned up dead. The more I thought about it, the harder it became to believe that the two events were unrelated. Soon after that, I came back to Inaba to answer the police's questions. I'd lost my job, and I wanted to know the truth of Mayumi's death for myself. Then, on another rainy night, someone else appeared on the Midnight Channel. She looked like she was calling for help, just like Mayumi. The first thing that came into my mind was, maybe this girl will be the next to die.
And that was Saki-senpai.
I'd been following all the news about Mayumi, so I noticed right away that she was the girl who found Mayumi's body. And if my hunch was right, she'd be the next victim. I didn't want her to die the way Mayumi did. So I desperately kept watching. I was consumed with the idea of rescuing her. Then, little by little, her image on the screen came into sharper focus.
It became sharper?
How did you find out it was her?
After I came back, my father couldn't bear to see me in such low spirits, and gave me a job with the family business. I met that girl when I delivered a package to the liquor store. After agonizing over it, I decided to meet her, and told her to be careful. But that same night, she looked as if she was being engulfed by some black shape. She was writhing in pain. That's why I warned her. Why won't she pick up? Come on! Please! The next day, they found her dead. I knew she was going to be murdered, but I couldn't save her. I blamed myself, thinking there must have been something I could have done. There was no one who depended on me. Nobody at work, not even my wife. Mayumi was the only one who accepted me for who I was. But she was murdered, and the same person killed another girl. I was beside myself. I couldn't forgive myself for doing nothing.
You really did love Miss Yamano.
Yes, from the bottom of my heart. Before I was married, my wife made it big in show business. I was happy for her, but it put a strain on our relationship.
I think I can kind of relate.
It was around that time when I met Mayumi. She was interviewing our candidate for the next election. She was a big-name announcer, but she only worked with local stations, and her attitude towards work was similar to mine. We both came from Inaba, so she was easy to talk to. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help getting intimate with her. She gave meaning to my life. Soon after Saki-san was found dead, yet another girl appeared on TV. That was you. She'll be kidnapped next, and murdered. I can't let her end up like Mayumi and that other girl. My opponent was a murderer who left no clues to his identity. I thought hard about what I could do to protect her from someone like that. I'll never convince her. If she gets suspicious and they arrest me, who'll save her then? The girl inside the TV looked as if she was smiling at me. And that's when it hit me. I apparently had the power to go through the TV screen to the other side. Then, what if I put her into the TV and give her shelter there before the killer gets her?
What are you trying to tell me? That it's safe over there? Is that it?
The girl inside the TV seemed to smile at me again. And I thought, no matter what, once things calmed down, I could just let her out again.
If she's inside the TV, there's no way they can find her.
It felt as if everything was starting to come together in my mind. Could it be that Mayumi gave me that power to prevent any more victims from meeting her fate? Was it my mission to save people? But there was a big problem. If I explained the situation to the victim, they wouldn't understand. I had already tried that and failed miserably. It seemed the only thing I could do was to take them away. If that was my mission, I'd just have to do it. Or so I thought.
Mayumi, please lend me your strength.
So, since you thought people who appeared on the Midnight Channel would be killed, you kidnapped us in order to save us.
Mission? Give me a break! You never stopped and wondered about any of this?
I thought I was the only one who could help them. I did call the police, but they didn't believe me. I knew the area well, thanks to my job. I had a large truck, and I could move around without suspicion. I thought my job as a delivery man would be the perfect cover for my mission. I thought no one else could do it. But are you telling me that I wasn't saving them?
If a person is still within the TV world when the fog appears here, they will die. Beginning with Yukiko-san, the people you thought you had been saving were, in fact, in mortal peril. It was my friends here who really saved us all.
I had a feeling that was it. When I went after that little girl and entered the TV myself, for the first time, I had some doubts about myself.
You refer to Nanako-chan, correct?
The police were after me, so I had to get away. But I still felt I needed to do everything I could to save that poor little girl. That's why I went in after her. But the TV world was completely different than I imagined. Such an abominable, grotesque place. I knew that the three of you who I saved went back to your normal lives, so I didn't realize how terrible that world was. I never knew you couldn't even get out of that place on your own.
No. That's a cowardly way to put it. I'd probably already begun to realize that it was a dangerous place. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gone to see you all.
See us? Wait, are you talking about the concert we did at Junes?
Yes. I wanted to know why the ones I saved were all hanging out with each other, and how much you remembered. But in the end, I couldn't bring myself to say anything and ran home. But all the doubts and anxieties I'd been unconsciously suppressing exploded out when I entered the television myself. I thought I was going insane. I probably did. And you know the rest. When I came to, I was lying in a hospital bed.
You really were trying to save people.
But I ended up doing just the opposite. What a fool. I always wanted to enter the world of politics and become useful to society. But after losing my job and the woman I loved, all I had left was this power. I convinced myself that world was some sort of sanctuary, and I secretly believed myself. I never doubted what I saw on TV, and believed everything was as I wanted it to be. I didn't think for myself at all. That's why I couldn't. I'm to blame for all.
Well, what's done is done.
I suppose so. But the things I've done are too serious to be brushed aside like that. I have no intentions of running away from my crimes. I'm prepared to face the consequences. Kidnapping is already a serious crime. And on top of that, I put all those lives in danger. I'm sorry.
The Midnight Channel and the other world? You can hardly be blamed for failing to understand. We must apologize to you as well. Had we let our emotions blind us to the truth, we would have piled all the responsibility on you.
I guess from your point of view, people did stop dying once you started saving people. The more you did it, the more you really believed you were preventing their deaths.
I'm such a joke. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little tired.
What are you all crammed in here for?
My apologies. We'll be leaving now.
Wait. I beg you, please, find whoever's behind this. You children are the only ones who know about that world.
That's our plan, Namatame.
It's all clear now. He never committed any murders. It was another party who threw the first 2 victims into the TV.
We all nod to agree as we've taken another step towards the truth as our bond deepens. With that, the cop barks for us to get out of here. He told us. He's almost ready to be transported. We can't have anything else happen. Sheesh. I better not see you rascals here again. And with that, we left and went to check up on Nanako. Yukiko comments that Nanako looks like she's in pain. She's fighting for dear life. Chie says that this was the last place we saw Teddie, right? He was so worried about her. Kanji lets her... Continuing, how can he flake out like this when we have to find the real killer? Naoto, as the police considered the matter closed, we'll have to do all the investigation from here on out. Let's visit Saki-san and Miss Yamano's incidents and see if we can turn up fresh details. Chie comments that it's been over 6 months. Wouldn't the trial be cold by now? Yosuke knows that, but he can't give up. We're the only ones who understand what's really going on. And you never know, people might remember some things now because they've had so much time to think about it. Let's split up and talk to people all over town tomorrow. We'll meet up in the evening to discuss our findings. We nod to agree and Yukiko hopes we can find out something about Teddie too. We look at Nanako and well, tomorrow we'll be all going out and asking people around town. Will this finally help uncover the information that will lead us to the true culprit? Well, I decided to head home early and get some rest. December 5th. Today was the day of the investigation so we can try and decide on who might have killed the Saki and the announcer, and I spent a long time running around town and Okina just asking the same question over and over and over, and with the old man being the last person I questioned, we all gathered at Aya to discuss what we found. Chie says that she seriously pooped, letting out a sigh. This stuff's a lot harder when you don't have a badge to flash. She walked around all day and didn't hear anything good. Yukiko says that it was the same for her. There was absolutely no talk about the case whatsoever, let alone the true culprit. Rise adds ditto for her. Actually, in her case, she kept getting bombarded with questions and couldn't even get into the main subject at all. She sighs, saying the killer must be really good to have pulled this off without being seen by anyone in this small town. Yosuke agrees, asking, what should we do? Chie says, well, 1 steak bowl, please. Yosuke replies, that's not what he meant, but then again, he guesses we might as well take a break. Asking for a crab and egg fried rice. Kanji wants a roast pork ramen with extra noodles. And with that, we all finish our meals. Chie says, now that our tummies are full, let's share what we learned. Even if it wasn't much, so we can all talk about what we found, mostly over each other. As Chie says, to sum it up, there really was no information at the end. She is a little disgruntled with that, but Naoto says the police had an unusually high number of officers in their initial investigation for the first 2 incidents. To find facts that even they overlooked would be difficult indeed. Now that over half a year has passed, there wasn't a single report of a suspicious person being witnessed to begin with. Miss Yamano had ardent fans, whereas Saki-san didn't. But otherwise the conditions were the same. Kanji says that, every time he tried to talk about the case, everyone ignored him and kept ranting about the damn fog. Rise replied, yeah, that or the Midnight Channel. She asked around about Teddie too, but no one's seen him. Gee, she wonders where he could have gone. Yosuke asks Naoto if she has any new, deductions. Naoto shakes her head, saying, without any new data to work with, there isn't much she can do. But there must be someone in town who meets all of the criteria for this case. The killer must have connection to both Saki and Miss Yamano, as well as to be in a position to observe our actions periodically to some extent. Finally, it must be someone who could approach Senpai's house without rousing suspicion. She goes quiet and says that she needs some fresh air before she can give it more thought. She'll be outside leaving. We all stay in thought, but honestly just sitting here won't help me think any better, so I decided to go outside as well to get some fresh air. Naoto sees me and looks back up, saying, it's snowing, no wonder it's chilly. I look up to Yosuke coming out comments that it's freezing out here. Maybe this will help clear his head and get his deductive muscles flexing. Me and Naoto nodded to agree as Yosuke comments, is it snowing? Too bad the fog's so thick, the snow must just gets lost in it. We look up thinking on it, there must be something that's been overlooked. It's urgent that I get over the roadblock facing me. The clues I need are already in my hands. Yosuke asks me what's the matter, and I think I should go over everything one more time. The culprit had some sort of connection with both Mayumi Yamano and Saki Kanishi, and judging by the warning letters, the culprit most likely knows about the other side, and what we did there. It's highly likely that they also knew that Namatame was doing and stood there back and watch. Who would know all these things though? Thinking about it, there's another oddity about the case, and that there were no witnesses. Both warning letters seem to have been delivered directly to my house, but no one saw anyone suspicious. No one unusual was around Mayumi Yamano or Saki Kanishi either, despite the police dispatching an unusually high number of officers to perform a thorough investigation. There must be someone in this small town who fits all these facts. Thinking about all of the people, the most likely suspect is Toru Adachi. Since if you look at it only at the circumstances, you can't completely rule it out. Adachi may have been able to keep an eye on my actions coming over to Dojima's house all the time. He would have been able to approach my house with ease, and he knows the area well. Thinking about it, I encountered him many times while investigating the case. I learned much about the police's movements from Adachi as well. There is no exact reason to doubt him, but something is bothering me. However, I think back on all the times we hanged out, and I like Adachi, but should I tell my friends about my suspicions about Adachi being the true culprit? Well, let's be honest, regardless of if Adachi is my friend or not, all of it led to Nanako being put in danger, so I tell Yosuke and Naoto about my suspicions of Adachi. I spoke his name, they're surprised. Yosuke is saying, what about him? Naoto thinks, Detective Adachi, going quiet, saying, a member of the police force? That is an interesting approach. It would certainly explain the lack of witness reports. It's the same reason no one ever reported seeing Namatame's truck. Yosuke replies that this is a small town, so everyone must have known who he is. And since he's a detective, people wouldn't have thought of him being suspicious. Naoto replies that in fact, he could use his position to his advantage and hide crucial information. Yosuke says that, well, if you think of it that way, he guesses it's possible, but we're talking about Adachi here, right? I mean, really? Adachi? He's your textbook's lousy detective. Are we really on the right track here? Naoto thinks that actually, regarding the Detective Adachi, she's not sure how to put it, but there's something that's been bothering her about him for some time now. Yosuke replies, yeah? Naoto thinks that perhaps it's just her imagination, so she shouldn't speak too... Suddenly she lets out a sneeze. Yosuke agrees that he's cold. He thinks we've cooled down enough here. Let's go back in. Me and Naoto agree, and we went back inside to tell the rest of them that the chance Adachi is the culprit. Yukio is surprised, asking, Adachi-san? That can't be. I mean, he said he came to escort Miss Yamano, and Naoto was surprised by that, asking her that he was at your inn when the announcer was staying there. Yukio responds that when Miss Yamano was staying at her inn, the media were swarming all over it. That's when Adachi arrived, saying that he had been assigned to guard her. He told our waitress that fame could be rough. Naoto is confused, saying, guard her? He didn't spend the night there? Chie is left to say, huh, and wondered if he knew Miss Yamano. Kanji said he don't know about that, but he heard that he did call out a girl in my class. He found out this afternoon, but he thought, that's just how cops are. So he didn't think they had anything to do with the case. Naoto says that Detective Adachi also questioned Saki-san, the one who found the announcer's body on numerous occasions. She heard that it was because there was so little information about the case at the time, but it's certainly unusual to question someone who has a strong alibi as multiple times. Chie asks if you think he had something else in his mind. Yosuke replies that something is what connects those two victims to Adachi-san. Come to think of it, we've been running into that guy a lot, in all sorts of places, and every time he'd tell us what the police were doing before saying, "Oops, I said too much," and climbing up. Was that to throw us off the trail? Rise says that it would be no problem for him to drop that warning letter into my mailbox either, not to mention the fact that he could destroy any evidence that might point to him. Oh, that's true. Various peculiarities have begun to cast a shadow over Adachi. Yukiko thinks then, is it really Adachi-san? There's no way it can't be, so I say it's him, alright? But Naoto says that this is only a tentative theory. We should work to confirm it as soon as possible. Naoto calls someone on her phone saying something has occurred to her about the case, and she'd like to get a Detective Adachi's input on it. Naoto is surprised, saying that transport? It's right now? Right, I see. Thank you. She hangs up. Chie asks, what was that about a transport? Naoto stands up, saying a Detective Adachi is headed to the hospital to prepare for Namatame's relocation. We must head there at once. We nod to agree, and things are moving quickly now, as I feel we're one step closer to the truth as our bond deepens. And we head to the hospital to face Adachi.
Huh? What are you guys doing here? Hey, do you know where Dojima-san went? They told me he snuck out of his room again.
I assure you, we've made it clear to him several times that...
Jeez, with Namatame finally relocated, I was looking forward to going home.
So, he's been relocated. I've been wondering, you seem to be in a terrible hurry to get him out of this hospital.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we can't leave him here with Dojima-san and Nanako-chan around. Didn't you guys think so too? Hey, what are you doing here anyway? Nanako-chan's room is in the other wing. Don't you think you should leave before Dojima-san finds you? If he catches you, he'll start pestering you again.
Adachi, where's Namatame? There's been a lot of noise today for some reason.
Dojima-san, what are you doing here? Namatame's already been relocated. I was looking for you so I could tell you that.
You did what? Who authorized that? There's still more I need to ask him about.
Give me a break, Dojima-san.
Those first two murders have been bothering me. His motives are shaky and his alibi is rock solid. We closed a lot of loopholes on the basis of his testimony, but that part's still nagging at me.
Is this more of your detective's intuition? He's already been relocated. It's no use hassling me about it. And you kids should really get home too. You're gonna get in the way of police business.
What's gotten into you today? It's odd to see you taking work so seriously.
Come on! I'm always giving 110% when it comes to the job. You should get back to work too, Dojima-san. Your current assignment? Get better as soon as possible.
What are you all doing here?
We came to confirm something with Adachi-san.
About when Yamano vanished.
The time the announcer went missing? I can't say for sure offhand. It's not like I saw her or anything. That was months and months ago too. My memory's kinda hazy that far back.
About Saki's interrogation.
Why wouldn't I question her? She discovered the announcer's body. But she didn't know much about it, so I only talked with her once or twice. Was that all you wanted to ask? Well, I hope it helped.
About the warning letter.
Warning letter?
The one that was delivered to his house. It's in police custody now, correct?
I don't really remember.
Hey, what do you mean you don't remember? I gave it to you to take down to the crime lab for processing. You're telling me you forgot?
I'm sorry. Your accident was right after that, and what with one thing and another, it sort of slipped my mind. Besides, that thing was just a prank, wasn't it? Jeez, what are you asking me all this for? For crying out loud, what's this all supposed to be about? Dojima-san, you really need to get back to your bed. That's why your wounds aren't healing. And you all need to go home right now. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm going back. I need to get to the station and report in.
Just one more thing, please. We know for certain now that the first 2 murders weren't Namatame's doing. Someone else killed them. Adachi-san, do you have any idea who that might be?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
'Cause we think it might have been you.
What? That's ridiculous! We already know Namatame's the one who put them all in!
What did you just say?
Put them all in. What's this putting them in business?
Do you know something about the method behind their murders?
Don't tell me that all that talk about TVs and whatnot from before was...
I see. Now I finally understand. To tell the truth, Adachi-san, I've been fixated on something you once said. Before I didn't know why, only that it sounded a wrong note to me. Do you recall when I read Namatame's diary? At the scene of Dojima-san's accident. At the time, I said, even the victims who survived and were never released to the public are written here. And in response, your words were, wow. Then that settles it. How, I wonder, would that settle anything? At the time, the police had no idea that there had been other attempted murders related to the case. You had no reason to say such a thing. After all, there are countless examples of people disappearing for a few days. Yet when I read the list of names, you raised no objection. Odd, that. What do you say to that, Detective Adachi?
I don't know. I said I'm busy!
Wait, you son of a bitch! Adachi! Ah, damn it! Adachi!
What the? I swear he ran this way! Damn it! Where the hell did he go?
Did you find him? I contacted security. Nobody's seen Adachi and there's no record of anyone leaving this area. So he must be still in this ward somewhere.
He's still here? But we look!
That bastard.
Dojima-san? For heaven's sake, what are we going to do with you?
Sorry.
Do you even want to get better? If you keep this up, there could be lasting damages. Have you forgotten how much trouble it caused you last time?
You're right. Sorry. You've got to find Adachi. I need to square this away with him.
He hasn't left this ward yet?
Yeah, I think so. If he's the killer, he can go through, right? You mean he went in through here?
We searched every inch in the direction he ran off. There's nowhere to hide. I don't think...
He was cornered. It's highly probable that he escaped there. If he does indeed turn up on the other side, that should prove beyond a doubt that he is the true culprit.
Damn. So I guess we were right. What do we do now?
Let's go in tomorrow.
I think it's too dangerous to go in from here. We're not 100% positive he used this TV, and on top of that, we don't know where it might lead. Let's go in from Jeunesse, like always. It'll be fun.
After cornering the extremely suspicious detective Adachi, we've taken one step closer to the truth as our bond deepens. But we split up for today and, well, went back home, and as I was about to get some rest, I thought about it. So much happened today, and I'm very tired. I should get some rest today and get ready to pursue the true culprit Adachi starting tomorrow. And I head to bed, but in my dreams, I'm pulled back into the Velvet Room. But this time, instead of the usual attendants who were nowhere to be found, Teddie was there. He didn't seem to notice my presence, questioning where he was. He stands up and then faces me, asking, "Why am I here?" I tell him that I could ask him the same. He replies that he sees, saying how mysterious. There are so many things he doesn't know about, but he realizes something. He's been thinking all this time about who he really is, but he couldn't find the answer. He was no one from the start. Humans live in the other world, and shadows live in this world. From the beginning, that's all there was to it. He was just a shadow in that world. I asked, just a shadow? And he says that he figured something out. That day at the hospital, he realized that he really can't do anything. As soon as he thought that, he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was inside the fog. Shadows can't stay in the human world. They aren't allowed. He walked and walked, but there was nothing all around him. Just when he just thought that he couldn't go anymore, he heard the noise of a car, and then he was here. He remembers lots of things now. His world is a place shaped by human thoughts. One day, a shadow living in the world awakened to human emotions, but humans and shadows are completely different entities, so he made himself forget that he was a shadow. He wanted to forget. He wanted people to like him, and that's how he came to look like this. And calls himself really stupid, when the other Teddie said before, in the end of it, it was all true. No matter how much he searched for himself, he had no self. There was no him to begin with. He's just a shadow that took a different form so humans would like him. It would have been better if he never remembered, but he did. He'll probably turn back into a regular shadow soon. Oh yeah, Sensei, one day when I meet Nana-chan in heaven, apologize for him. Tell her he's sorry he couldn't do anything. Tell her he's really sorry. I tell him that she's alive. He's shocked, asking, "Really?" I told him how Nanako came through. He's happy to hear that, saying, "That's wonderful." He's so glad. Glad that he could at least hear that. His heart feels so much lighter now. He's starting to feel sleepy. What a strange place. It feels so soothing. It's not like his world. Something just feels so nostalgic about this place. Could this be my dream world? I think of it. I can't really say what this place is, to be honest. So I just say something like that. Teddie replies, but he wonders why he's in here. What is he supposed to do now? I tell him he can stay here. He thanks me and says no matter how hard he thinks, there's too many things his little brain can't understand, but he understands one thing now. He's glad that he met me. I can sense Teddie's pure and deep gratitude as me and Teddie's bond, shadow or no shadow, reached its peak. Teddie turns back saying that he has to get going. This is my place. It doesn't seem like some way that he'd be allowed to stay, and says goodbye to me, leaving, as everything went back to what it was supposed to be, almost like he was never there. Igor says that it seems the words in your memory weren't the only things you summoned here. This is a room for guests who have an ego that can be nurtured. Shadows, mere fragments broken from the ego, have no place here. The water strength has moved a single stone that had stopped, returning it once again into the flow. He chuckles, finding it very interesting. Igor has a meaningful smile on his face, and he says, "Now it's time for us to depart once again. The vehicle is still on its journey. There is no reason to tarry here for long." Looking at Margaret, and he says that we're ready to go. Let us depart. And the car has started moving again. Guessing since we found Adachi, we're back on track. And Igor says that I'm every inch the guest he had anticipated. Now it's time for you to return. He's even more intrigued now as where this is all headed, and Margaret says that we'll be waiting for my next visit, and everything faded to black. December 6th. We met up at the Junes food court after school. Naoto asks Yosuke how did it go. Did he find Teddie? Yosuke says that no, and no one's seen him either. Rise is annoyed, saying, "That annoying little furball. Just when we're about to be in the turning point in the case, too." Naoto says that we have no choice. Let us pursue Adachi for now. We agree to that, entering the TV world. The TV world looks way worse than usual. Chie commenting that look how dense the fog is. It's gotten even worse than before. Rise walks and comments that there's this malicious aura everywhere. It feels completely different from the last time she was here, and she thinks we'd better hurry. And to give her a sec, trying to find Adachi, she activates her persona and starts scanning. Yosuke wonders if this means both this world and ours are getting messed up. Yukio says that our glasses work on the fog on the other side. It can't be normal, and she heard more people are falling ill because of the fog. She wonders what's going to happen. Rise tells us that she can sense him. Adachi's definitely in here. That surprised us as Yosuke is asking if she's serious and which way. Rise tells him to hold on scanning. Naoto comments, so he did come to this side. Well, that settles it. There's virtually no doubt remaining that he's the true culprit. Once we capture him, solving the mystery of this world and the rest of the case can't be far behind. Chie wonders if maybe we'll find out where Teddie came from too. Man, where is that bear anyway? Rise tells us that she can say for sure he's not here. That shocked us as she stopped scanning, saying she knows Adachi's here, but she can't track him down herself. Gee, Ted, why aren't you here when we need you the most? She falls to her knees and some time pass, her still scanning, telling us that it's no use. She can only tell Adachi is here, not his exact location. Chie feels bad for Rise. Rise comments that if only Ted was with us. Kanji asks that didn't he say his nose is practically useless now? Could he even help us find that bastard? Rise says that no, he'd be no help at all. But he was always here to support her whenever. Chie says that the bear's a loudmouth, but he's nice to have around. He's always full of energy. Naoto says that he's lighthearted and always optimistic. Rise gives up on scanning, falling to her knees again. We check up on her and she says that she's alright. She's just got a little dizzy. The fog's so dense, it's hard to see through it. Chie says that why don't we call it a day? It won't do us any good if you collapse. Naoto agrees, adding if Rise became fatigued, even if we found Adachi, our capacity in battle would be reduced. Moreover, it's almost nighttime. We should return to our world for the present. We all agree, getting out, sitting at the benches in the food court. Kanji, annoyed, says, damn it! We came so far to run smack into a dead end. Rise says that she knows he's in here too. What's wrong with me? My powers are completely useless. You honestly did your best, Rise. Suddenly she stands up, calling Ted's name. We all stand and see him hiding behind a sign. Yosuke says, you little, where the hell were you? Teddie walks out apologizing. Rise hugs him, calling him an idiot and bad bear. Bad. You're so late. Who do you think you are? And starts to cry. Teddie says, Rise-chan, are you faking? She says, no, stupid. She gets off of him and he apologizes again, saying he wants to help us again. Rise nods to agree. Kanji says, you know how much trouble you caused, you dumb bear? Where the hell were you? He apologizes again, saying that he figured out a lot of things, stuff about him and that world, and he wanted to tell us all. We all sat down and we listened to Teddie's confession, since he finally understood who he really is, that he's only a shadow, and that though he was at his wit's end, he was able to come back to this world. Chie says, a shadow? You mean you're one of those things that we've been fighting? Teddie confirms, saying, just like the ones you all know about. Shadows are suppressed human thoughts given form. Everyone has them inside. Wait, you say that you're a shadow, but you didn't attack us. And you keep telling us from the start that you wanted to bring peace and quiet to that world, right? But Teddie sad says, but in the end, he was just an ordinary shadow. Nothing special about him at all. He did everything that he could until now to try and make his world peaceful. But instead, the weird fog started seeping into this world too. He's sorry. He's really sorry. If he really was special, then maybe. Yosuke says that it's no big deal. Like, we weren't expecting much from you in the first place. Damn, going straight for the gut punch, Yosuke. But he continues that, about you being a shadow, we pretty much figured you were something like that anyway. Teddie is shocked, saying, what are you saying? Here I am pouring my heart out to you, and you say you thought I was something like that anyways? No normal person would think such a pretty bear could really be a shadow. Kanji asks him, what's the problem with him being a shadow? That confused him as Naoto says that it's true that you may have been born that way, but you now possess the power of persona. A shadow is suppressed power. Once controlled by the ego, it becomes a persona. Doesn't it follow that you must have developed an ego? Wherever the ego masters its shadow, or the shadows awaken to its ego. The only difference she sees is the order in which the process occurred. Chie says, so Teddie's practically human then. That surprised Teddie as he says that he's the same as humans. Yosuke tells Teddie that you keep trying to figure out who you are, just like all of us here. You can't do much on your own. You aren't really that special. See? What's so different between you and us? Teddie gets emotional and starts crying, thanking us and sniffles, and that he's so glad he met us guys. Yosuke admits that the rest of us were pretty much a group of misfits to begin with too, right? You fit right in, man. Speak for yourself, Yosuke. Naoto agrees without asking who you calling a misfit. Rise tells him that isn't that just you, senpai? Yosuke, feeling ganged up on, says that it's not something a detective would say, or an idol either. We all laugh as friends. Yosuke tells Teddie to stop crying, would you? Now's not the time for that. While you were gone, we figured out who murdered the announcer and senpai. It was Adachi. Teddie had shocked, asking, Adachi? That total goofball? Whoa, he didn't notice that at all. Looks like he's pretty blind to that sort of thing, huh? But you all know him. If you can't find someone like that, he doesn't think he could help us. Yosuke replies that, like you said, we're not expecting much from you. Kanji adds that the main thing is, it's hard to get pumped about this without someone nice and fuzzy around. Rise agrees with that. Kanji said Teddie gets it and he thanks us. Yosuke's happy, saying, now that the band's back together, let's take it from the top, starting tomorrow. Teddie says that it's been a while, but he'll do his best to look for him too. Leave it to Fuzzy. We've taken yet another step forward towards the truth as our bond deepens. And since we're starting fresh tomorrow, we all decided to head home for today. And when I got home, I did some work with gardening, and with eggplants harvested and more barrier corns planted, I head to bed early to be ready for the search. December 7th. Heading into the TV world, Teddie says that he'll give it a try, but if Rise-chan couldn't find him, he really doubts someone with a dried up nose like him will be much help. He gives it a shot and tells us that he does smell Adachi baby in here, but the fog is completely covering up his scent. Rise asks Teddie so he can't do it either, but he says that when you look at me with those eyes, he gets this feeling he's gonna sniff him out no matter what. This time is his time to shine, and tells us that he's getting something. He powers up, I think. We all look at him confused. Yukio says his name, but he starts wandering around. I think he has the scent. Yosuke tells him to quit wandering around. You better not fluke out on us again. He goes up to a railing, saying that he can sense him from this way. Kanji asks if it's Adachi. Teddie says that he's unsure how to put it, but it's kind of hazy. But at the same time, it feels like he's got a whopper on the line. Rise doesn't get it, as Teddie says, very suspicious. This definitely smells, but that's weird. If he remembers right, that's where Sensei Yosuke and Chie-chan came from when he met us for the first time. Yosuke thinks, where was that? Oh, you mean that creepy-ass room where all the faces on the posters were cut out? Teddie confirms that, saying there's someone there. Rise tells Teddie that he's really amazing, but Teddie calls it just dumb luck. It's because that's where he first sensed Sensei and the others. That's why it kind of smelled over there. Chie says, I see, but then remembers something, saying, did you say it smelled? And says, wasn't that the room where Yosuke had to go to the bathroom? And Rise is shocked, asking her if she's saying that Yosuke peed his pants there? Yukio says, ew! She doesn't want to hear that. Yosuke is annoyed, saying, oh, you lie so bad, dude. I did not piss my pants, Chie. Quit spreading random rumors about stuff like that. Chie responds that, well, it happened so long ago, and her memory is kind of fuzzy, you know. Teddie wanders back and tells us that enough fuzziness. Follow him, the master of fuzzy logic. He chuckles, the joke doesn't land for anyone, well, except for Yukiko, of course. Chie says that she hasn't heard her crack up in a while, though she really wonders sometimes about her sense of humor. But with that cheerful mood returned to the group, thanks to Teddie, we feel as we're one step closer to the truth as our bond deepens. We enter that room we first entered all those months ago to a familiar voice saying, that's damn bitch! I noticed her first, and she just had to run off and have an affair. He notices a presence asking, who's there? Oh, it's you guys. You're very persistent. I tell him to give it up, but Adachi says that he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Yosuke tells him that he's not lying his way out of this one, damn it. Just being here proves it. Answer us. You're the one who threw Miss Yamano in the TV, aren't you? Adachi laughs and says, it was an accident. She started struggling. What else was he supposed to do? That shocked us at his admission of guilt. He says that he called her out to the lobby because he wanted to ask her something. And then she started getting hysterical on him.
Who are you? And what's this something important you called me out here for?
What they say on the news isn't true, is it? All that talk about you having an affair and whatnot, it's all a lie, right?
Why do I have to explain myself to you?
I see. So you don't deny it. You caught my eye. But it turns out you're another worthless bitch.
What's wrong with you? Don't make me call for help.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I think you need to see what it's like to fear for your life. It'll get your head straight.
What are you going to do?
She fell in. Wow! So people can go completely inside! Good thing for me, no one else was around there in the middle of the night.
That happened in our lobby?
I learned about the Midnight Channel through some rumor. You hear a lot of fishy stories like that on the force. But it was pure coincidence that I touched the screen and discovered my power. I burst out laughing when I found out. I knew right away that this was going to be interesting.
So you tested it out on Mayumi Yamano?
Nah, it was nothing like that. I'm a very sincere fellow. I was just trying to punish the stupid bitch a little for betraying me. Yeah, putting them inside the TV was never the plan. But you know, both Mayumi and that dippy high school girl struggled for no reason.
Then you were responsible for Saki-senpai's death!
Saki? Oh yeah, her name was Saki Konishi, or something like that. At first I just called her in because of work-related stuff, her being the one who found Mayumi's body and all. And naturally, if there was any chance she'd seen something, I'd need to know, right? So I was all set to be a nice guy to her, and then that bitch.
What's this about anyways? Didn't you call me in for more questions?
Well, we'll get to that. But you know, I saw you this afternoon. You were getting pretty cozy with that Namatame. Huh. So I'm not good enough for you. Well, I know how to deal with girls like you.
No!
God, these high school girls today. This world's gone straight to shit. When I was in school, I wasn't allowed to do anything but study my ass off. I was supposed to be the best of the best, and instead they stick me in the boonies. But I guess I got the sweet power to make up for it. Life's not so bad after all. Get on your knees and beg, and maybe I'll let you out. Yeah, like that'll happen. As if I'd walk into a death trap like that. It was a lot easier the second time. High school girls are thinner, you know?
You son of a bitch!
Come on, give me a break. I didn't know it was dangerous inside the TV. It's not like I was trying to kill them. I mean, I'm sure they hit on Namatame, not the other way around. A council secretary will one day rise to public office himself. Mayumi and that high schooler were just gold digging. They got exactly what they deserved. I didn't do anything wrong at all.
Shut the hell up! You knew from what happened to Mayumi Yamano that people die in here!
So what if I knew?
Who else did you kill?
No one. You already know it was Namatame who did the rest. He called the police in the middle of the night just after they found that Saki girl. The rest of the force had their hands full with the double homicide, and it happened that I was the one who took the call.
Namatame said the police refused to take him seriously.
Oh, quite the contrary. If anyone else had taken the call, sure, but I actually did believe him, you know?
That's the pattern to the 2 deaths so far? And now you're seeing a girl in a kimono on that weird program, and you think she'll die too, is... Namatame-san, do you seriously expect us to believe something like that?
But it's true! If there's any way the police can protect her...
Listen, there's no way the police are going to make a move based on a fantasy story like that. It does sound interesting, though.
But...
Oh, I have an idea. If you really want to save her that much, why not do it yourself? Like, you could shelter her somewhere. Someplace where no one could find her.
Where no one could find her?
Save her yourself. You can do it. I'm busy, so I'm hanging up now. Bye.
Isn't that amazing? Of all the people who could have received Namatame's call, it ended up being me. All I did was give him a little push. And he completely bought into his vision of this world. The more people you guys saved, the more he'd kidnap. Both sides had the best of intentions, so
You gotta be shitting me!
Why? What reasons could you have for doing that?
Reasons? None, really. I could do it, that's all. And it was fun. I guess that's my reason?
You murdered people just for the fun of it?
Come on, all I did was put people in here. I didn't murder them. And Namatame did most of it. I had nothing to do with any of you.
You're just dodging the blame!
Yeah? Then how would you prove it? He put people inside TVs? You think the police are that stupid?
What a jerkwad!
I do admit, though, I never thought you guys would manage to track me down. I like that. Games like this gotta have surprises or they get boring fast. It's like when I dealt with that Kubo kid. That was fun, too.
Then, you mean to say that Mitsuo Kubo's disappearance was your doing as well? I did sense something odd in his course of action. If he had special powers and wanted attention, why resort to a regular copycat crime? But that wasn't the case. Kubo had no such powers. In fact, he was thrown in by you. Am I correct?
It had been a while since I last put someone inside the TV, so I really got a kick out of that one.
Why did you do that? And how come Mitsuo didn't say anything about...
You think that didn't occur to me before I did it? Come on, I'm a detective. I let him through to a room at the station with a TV, switched off the lights, and did it quick while he was still startled. As long as he didn't see me push him in and no one else did either, no one would believe him, even if he survived. Of course, I don't think the Kubo kid ever figured out what happened.
Wait, the police station?
Yeah, he turned himself in pretty quick, actually. This was back when we didn't even know enough to issue a search warrant. But the other officers decided it was just a prank, so they pawned him off on me. I didn't blame them. I mean, a kid coming and saying, "I did it all, it was me." Who'd believe him? But it looked bad. I didn't think anyone would come forward and take the blame for all the... The police were desperate to pin it on anyone. If this kid really did it, they might have announced the case was closed. And if that happened, Namatame would stop saving people. I couldn't let that happen, or the game would be over. That's why I told the others I sent him home. I came up with the idea to put him inside the TV on the spot.
The game would be over? You threw him in just so your fun...
You gotta have some excitement in life, don't you agree? But then you guys put your foot in it yet again and ruined my fun. Thanks to you, Kubo was arrested again, and everyone acted like he was the true culprit behind it all. Couldn't they see how badly he copied the crime scene? It worked out in the end, though, because good old Namatame kept saving people. I guess the guy started to develop some kind of messiah complex, huh? What an idiot.
This is all a game to you. How dare you murder people? Murder Saki-senpai for such a stupid
You can keep your forgiveness. Our world will probably become just like this place soon enough anyways. Didn't you notice? The fog's leaking out. Everything on that side's pretty much screwed. The two worlds will merge soon, and then there'll be no difference, no sides anymore.
What the hell's he talking?
This isn't his real body. The real Adachi is somewhere else.
But this guy feels different from an ordinary shadow. It doesn't seem like he's going berserk.
Wow, you can tell that much? This me is just around to greet you guys, and thank you for wasting your time by chasing me in here. I'd say this world has taken a real shine to me. I feel like it's giving me everything I've ever wanted. And the monsters don't attack me at all. Maybe they can tell we have the same goal.
The Shadow's goal?
By the end of the year, Inaba will disappear completely into the fog. Soon, this place will be reality. I'll be in this world, so if you want me, come and get me. This world has a mind of its own. We'll see which of us it favors.
Keep your bullshit to yourself. It's about time you
What a chump! Didn't I just tell you the real me is somewhere else? I'll be expecting you all. We'll put an end to this.
Get back here, you!
With Adachi gone, we held it up together. Yosuke asks, that stuff about the world's mind and how this place will become our reality, was he serious? Naoto says that the rest of his confessions were consistent. We'd best proceed under the assumption that was no lie. Rise thinks and saying it feels like he's gained some strong power after coming here. Teddie thinks that not only that, but maybe he got taken over by that power. Yukio asks what he said about the two worlds becoming one. That's really gonna happen? Chie says that didn't he say that it would happen by the end of this year? What happens then? Teddie thinks on it saying, Adachi means this world will be engulfed the human world. The people in town are acting weird. It's like when the shadow that emerged from people went berserk. If the fog gets even thicker and this town is completely shut off from the outside world, then the other side might become full of shadows. Like over there, Rise is shocked, asking, you mean that everyone's gonna turn to shadows? Yosuke is angered by that, saying, damn it! Damn that bastard! Why? We went through so much to get here, and now it turns out he was pulling our strings this entire time? I say that let's finish this. Yosuke agrees with that, saying, it's about time we finish this. He doesn't even want to feel this way ever again. With a portal appearing, Rise says that there's a path we can take now. She can sense Adachi's presence from that direction. He's taunting us. Kanji tells Adachi to bring it on! Let's kick his ass right now. Naoto tells Kanji to wait. She suggests that we should prepare ourselves first. We can't let him stab us in the back ever again. We must face him with all the power at our disposal and defeat him without fail. Chie agrees, saying that she's a little worried what he means by the end of the year. But now's not the time to freak out. Let's get prepared. No, let's get over-prepared and leave footprints all over his smug face. I can get aboard with that, as by pulling all of our strength, the path to the truth has been opened to us as our bond deepens. Naoto tells me to please don't go on alone. She understands that it must hurt, since I seem to have a personal relationship with him. I nod to agree, but Rise says that maybe that's why she can feel a presence kind of like mine up ahead. He might be calling to me. That shocked us as Rise says that, never mind, forget what she said. We're all going in together, okay? I feel everyone stares as Yosuke says to promise us. I nod to agree once more, with the unexpected true culprit finally being confirmed. Before the end of the year, this town will be swallowed by the fog. We must finish things before then. I resolve to be fully prepared before facing Adachi, and I head home. It's a quiet night. I remember what my friend said. He might be calling for me and to not go. I promised them. But I feel like just one more time. If I leave now, I might be able to make it in time before Jeunesse closes. And despite the promise, I decided to meet him alone. There's nobody around. The room is quiet. I look around, there's no sign of anyone around here. Is Adachi here? The entrance disappeared.
This is a problem.
I looked behind me where I heard Adachi's voice.
Why didn't you bring the rest of them? You're such a party pooper. You couldn't even bring your wannabe detective friend?
I came by myself.
So boring. Your whole gang should be here. You know, work together, beat the bad guy. Friendship, effort, victory. You guys love that stuff.
I believed in you.
Oh, really? Just what was it about me that made you want to believe in me so bad? Well, I don't have anything to say to you. If crimes could be solved by appealing to morality, we wouldn't need the police. The person you believed in was a version of me who only existed in your head. You decided on your own to believe in me, and that decision betrayed you. Why complain about it to me?
Is that what you'll tell Dojima?
You say the dumbest shit. It's people like you who come to me alone, naively thinking you can turn me around, that piss me off the most. What do you think will happen if I shoot you?
You can't shoot me.
Wow, very optimistic. Is your brain rotting or something?
The bullet brushed my ear. I smell the acrid scent of burning gun smoke.
Do you get it now? We're done talking. I won't miss next time.
That didn't seem like a threat, but I don't think I can talk to Adachi anymore. I feel as if our relationship with him has changed dramatically, turning into the Hunger Arcana.
Want me to let you choose? You can go back to your friends and bring them all here. Or you can die now. I guess regular revenge is boring, though. Let me see where your detective work takes you. It's always good for a laugh. You're so persistent. Look at all that youthful vigor you've got. Come on, leader. Bring all your friends back here. Well, bye-bye.
The entrance closed. It seems that Adachi is blocking me. That Adachi wasn't even the real him either. Unless I come back with my friends, I won't be able to reach Adachi. I must go back for now at least.
Welcome back.
Ah, shit, he caught me.
I told you not to go alone. Though I knew you would anyway.
Ah, sorry, man.
It's okay. I understand. I'll keep it a secret from the others, and I won't ask about Adachi for now. But come on, you should trust us more.
Yosuke seemed a bit sad.
Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. Attention, customers, it is now closing time. Please visit us again tomorrow.
I couldn't get through to Adachi. The day that the town will be swallowed by the fog should be near the end of the year. I must reach a decision by then. I must prepare myself as completely as possible. Heading home for the day. December 8th. Heading to school, I overhear two students talking. One says that this fog's getting thicker and thicker, or is it just her? Does this mean the world's coming to an end? She actually heard someone say that. What do you think's gonna happen? An earthquake? Tsunami? Her friend replies disgruntled, Huh? Nothing's gonna happen, it's just fog, you doofus. Besides, if something terrible happens, the defense force or somebody is sure to come and save us. Her scared friend says that she guesses she's right. But what if some giant monster attacks Inaba? Or aliens? She saw a movie about something like this. You know, I'm honestly interested to see if the military could actually phase a horde of shadows. But let's hope that stays a fever dream heading to school. And during lunch, the test results have came back, and I got first place like I thought I would have. Finally. Yosuke calls me a genius like always, and my school social links have increased considerably. And with that, school was over, and I went to the Velvet Room to make the Trumpeter. I need to get him to 73 so I can get Debilitate on Izanagi, so hopefully I'll be able to do that soon. And with that over, I looked around town and man, the morale and spirit is down. People wearing masks and some going practically insane. It's kinda depressing. But Ayane, however, isn't as depressing, so I accept her offer going to music class. In band class, the members seem jittery about today's performance. Ayane says that it's finally here. She's so nervous, asking me if I will please watch the room for her. She'll give it her best shot out there. She wants to come back with her head held high. The band captain appears, asking if everyone's here. Ayane says yes, as the captain says, alright, then let's do this. But first, we have a surprise guest, as Takeru says for him to cut the theatrics. One of the female members asks how his arm is and asks if he's okay. I know him, that's the trombone player that's better than Ayane. Takeru tells us that he's fine. It's practically healed already. It was a close call, but he'll be able to play today. We're gonna tune up at the site, right? One of the male players says that, yeah, but the trombone part is... Ayane is quiet as everyone looks at her, and she says, well... Takeru is confused, asking that we all look like someone died. What did he miss? The band captain asks, what are you gonna do, Ayane? Ayane, put on the spot, is unsure. Takeru seems to get it and says, now I get it. It's no big deal, he'll sit out this time. One of the senior players thinks that Takeru should play. He's better and he's more used to performing in public. No one really talks, as she says that, you guys are with me, right? We can't afford to blow this. Everyone remains silent as I decide to stick up for Ayane. I explain to the other members how hard Ayane has practiced. All those days of playing in the rain, playing in the sun, and playing during the night. She'd worked every single day to get this far. I got an expression boost as the senior player says, what a stirring speech. Wasn't that nice of him, Ayane? Ayane still can't find her words, as the band captain tells her that he doesn't want to force it either way. Ayane, he'll leave it up to you. She thinks on it for a moment and says for Takeru to go ahead and do it. It was your part in the first place, and I'm not as good as you, so please, take it. Takeru says that, well, if you say so. The band captain says that, alright then, let's get going. Heading over to the bus out front, once you're ready. Ayane says good luck to the band class as they all pack up and left. Ayane says that she must look so stupid. She must be stupid. Ayane started to cry, and she says that nothing ever goes the way she imagined it. It's no one's fault, but time after time. Ayane is weeping. I'm not sure what to do, so I decided to pat her head. She replies, Senpai, I... and apologizes to me. She thought she could finally see her dream come true, to think my music might have actually reached out to one of those people. She thought this was it. That dream used to feel so far away, but for a minute there, it was close enough to touch. She knows it sounds like a childish fantasy, but it's much deeper than that. It's more like a purpose. So she can't help feeling bitter. She starts laughing, saying it's so funny. She never thought about it like this before. Whenever she felt bitter, she'd known it was for the good of the band, so she was satisfied with it. But that song ran through her head day and night, constantly, no matter whenever she was awake or asleep. If she had even a few minutes she'd practice, her arms started aching all of the time. This is the first time that she really invested herself into it. Before, she was always figured that it was impossible. That's why she's bitter, but letting herself be bitter makes her feel good. It's hard to explain. She then thanks me for standing up for her back there. That made her really happy, but she couldn't imagine pushing Takeru-senpai aside so that she could She apologizes to me, but she feels like she's changed a little, and it's all because of me. With that, I felt Ayane's strong fondness for me as our bond deepens. With that, she finally notices that we're the only ones left, saying that maybe it's not such a big thing that she didn't go after all. With that, I spent the remaining time at school with Ayane, who tried to keep smiling and eventually went home. And during the night, I tried my luck at deepening the bond between me and Naoki, getting a mild blessing, but it worked as our bond could come closer soon, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home happy with the results. To me saying, "Good morning, it's finally time to fight the real culprit." To be honest, she's still shocked to learn that it was Adachi-san, but she can never forgive what he'd said or what he's done. I say that we have to win this battle. She agrees, saying that she can't and won't lose either. She's worried about Nanako-chan, and we can't just let him do whatever he wants. We'll put an end to this for everyone's sake, and for our own. And then, nothing too special today happened. I got a question right in class, and then I spent the afternoon with Naoki. Waiting at Aya like we usually do, and Naoki apologizes to me for last time, how he kept talking about all that nonsense. He wanted to apologize for that. I look at him confused. It's been a while, so I said, "Last time?" He says that it's okay if you don't remember, then that's fine. He dumped on me a lot of emotional stuff that I couldn't have done anything about, so he kind of felt bad. He looks relieved and says that, I like cream puffs. He knows it's kind of girlish. There's a good cream puff shop by their house, so every once in a while, he'll buy some and take some home. If he puts them in the fridge, Saki would eat them. She'd make up some lame excuse like, "I ate them for you since they were about to expire." So they would always get into fights over cream puffs, but now the cream puffs don't disappear. He bought some and they went expired in the fridge. When he saw that, he thought, "Oh, maybe Sis isn't here anymore." So he threw them away. He told me before, if I ask him if I hated the killer, the answer is no. The truth is, it's not even a no. He doesn't know anything. He has a meaningless daily life, just confused parents in a dark house, just rotting cream puffs. How does he get out from that? What would be the best for him, for Sis? He just doesn't know. I tell him to take action. Naoki replies that he knows. He sighs and nodded, saying that he knows he's stagnating. He knows it's not good. He knows that he needs to move. He knows all of that. I quietly listen to Naoki's worries, as I feel like I can support him, and our bond deepens. Naoki thinks on it, saying that sometimes Sis would bring cream puffs back from her job at Jeunesse. They would eat them and then complain that Jeunesse brand tastes bad. His sister looked like she was having a hard time working at Jeunesse, but she said it would eventually be for the sake of their store. She'd play around, but sometimes she acted like the elder sibling. That always irked him, and then he asked me for a big favor of next time, "Will you go to Jeunesse with me?" He'd like to check it out, and with that I promised him to go to Jeunesse next time, heading home. And during the night, I went to the shrine once again. At this point, it's my friend, as I tried to get a fortune with Ayane, and I got a great blessing. Sadly, I still have to wait for our bond to get any deeper, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home. December 10th. Heading to school overheard 2 students talking. The guy with the backpack said that his brother passed out yesterday. No one at the hospital knows what caused it. His parents are saying it's because of the poisonous fog. His friend replies to not worry about what's causing it. He has great news for him. He joined a club called the Healing Club. It's going to teach us how to neutralize the toxins in the fog. It's pretty popular in his area. He knows a lot of people who are in the club. Asking his friend why doesn't he join too? Ask your brother to join the club as well. His friend asks if he could tell him more about it. He's seriously starting to worry about his health. He's been starting to feel ill recently, But your club can cure me? If it's that popular, it must work, right? Man, it's kind of scary how fast and overreaching a cult can be at times like this. But I'll just hope that it doesn't get too bad, as I head to school. And during PE class, I got a question right, mainly due to personal experiences, and then school was over, and then I spent the afternoon with Yukiko. We went to the floodplain benches, and she gave me a bento box. It looks quite delicious, but looks can be deceiving. She tells me not to worry, and it's good. It does look pretty good. I'll just have to take her word for it, as I decide to close my eyes and shove it into my mouth, and it's actually delicious. This must be a fake Yukiko, because this isn't right. I tell her that it looks delicious, and she asks, is it good? Really? Thank goodness. Well, of course it is. Man, even she couldn't believe it. But she tells me that half the cooking was done by the head chef. He took over again, but he told her that she's gotten a lot better. Time passed, and she tells me that she's also thinking of continuing her studies for a job license. She doesn't plan to leave anymore, but she thought she might as well. She's glad she realized sooner. If she stuck out on her own, she knows that she would have regretted it. She wanted to become completely self-sufficient, but she thinks that she was being presumptuous. She has the inn, she has her family, she has the waitresses and the chefs. She is who she is now because she was raised by such a kind group. When she thinks of it that way, her problems aren't just her own. That's why she's gonna stay here, by her own will. I wish her good luck on her journey, as suddenly she has this strong will which has allowed her to accept and overcome her weakness, and awoken her persona, becoming Amaterasu. Yukiko is shocked, asking, this is my new power? The power that I've shown to her, power that she will treasure. She stands up and tells me that she wants me to have this. She gave me a shrine charm. She tells me that it's a charm from that shrine to protect you. I thank her and she nods, smiling gently, saying that she thinks of me as an irreplaceable friend. No matter how far we are, even if we never meet again, that feeling will never change. I'm dear to her. I can feel Yukiko's pure, simple emotion, as I feel our bond is now unbreakable, as our bond reaches its maximum. Yukiko admits that she never known any boys who she could call close friends, so she's very happy, and adds, let's talk, shall we? I nod to agree, and I spent a long time talking to Yukiko while eating her lunchbox, and during the night, I went to the Velvet Room to quickly nab a Tower Arcana, but clumsy Marie left another letter on the ground, and I read it.
Release yourself! Release yourself! From desire, from impulse. Logic and rationales are excuses for the weak. Release yourself! Your heart's voice, your internal scream. In exchange for a lost voice, grab hold of your proof of life. Never let it go!
Ah, the Marie poem. She comes back like every previous time, annoyed, asking, what is this? Why is it happening to her? Why is this here? She put it in her pocket. It doesn't make any sense. It got to be, hey, don't read that. You inconsiderate scumbag. Why would you read my heart's voice? No, it's not my heart's voice. Margaret tells her to hush now. If you need to release your impulses, please do it somewhere else. She tells her to shut up. This is just, impulses? Release? She will never let this go. Stop reading my stuff. Marie sits down and I quickly nab my Tower Arcana and then tutor Shu. And I feel like our relationship is going to become closer soon. Heading home, 10,000 yen richer. December 11th. A day off from school and Tanaka is still using the fog to his advantage. I guess he has to make bank, but nothing for me to buy today as I head to the shopping district and hang out with Rise. We went to Okina City. Rise invited me to go shopping with her. Rise tells me that today we're buying for you. She'll put together the best outfit for me, so be prepared. She's already checked out most of the stores. First is over there. She suddenly notices something and sees an ad commenting that so Kanami is the new poster girl. She goes quiet and asks if I remember that Kanami she mentioned once before. Kanami Mishita, the girl on that store's billboard. They were at the same agency, and she was just below her. Well, she's cute, so it's no surprise that she's getting work. I respond, she's cute, huh? That made Rise grumpy, saying, senpai, that's not a question you should be asking when she's standing right here. She pouts. Suddenly, two teenagers were walking by. The guy says that Kanamin is so cute. It's crazy that she's still in middle school. He likes how she's not so fake like Reset. His friend replies, beaming, that yeah, Kanaman's like plain and honest, somewhere between a little sister and the girl next door, like the kind of girl you want to protect. They casually walk off, not knowing that Rise was there and practically getting stabbed in the back. She replies annoyed, yeah, I'm fake. That's the role I played. It was all an act, everything. Hey, all the stuff about Kanaman is an act too. Rise goes quiet and says, let's go home. She doesn't want to be here. And we get back to Inaba, to the floodplain specifically, as she dragged me here. Rise is quiet and asks, are you happy right now? Do I like being with her like this? The way we are now? Do I like having such a cute underclassman, right? She's an ex-idol after all. I tell her that the idol part doesn't matter. She replies, yeah, of course not. What is she saying? I see her as Rise, huh? The real her. She seems anxious for some reason. She sighs saying, reset. She quit so she wouldn't have to think about stuff like this, going quiet and telling me that she has no regrets about showbiz. She wouldn't want to go back. Why would she sacrifice her real self? She just wants to become a Rise who's needed by the ones who see the real her. Like me. That's the me she wants to be. It's the truth. With that, I can feel that I understand Rise just that little bit more as our bond deepens. She says that she got a little upset today when she heard those kids talk about Kanaman. She's sure that she'll forget about it by tomorrow. Rise looked helpless. I tell her to laugh it off. She says, that's mean. She's being serious here. I'm making her look stupid. She goes quiet and giggles, saying that she sees maybe she is kind of stupid, thanking me, saying that she feels a little bit better. She seems relieved and apologized for being so selfish today. She goes quiet and adds that when she was working, she met lots of people, but at the cost of the free time to meet people outside of work. She had no free time at all, so when she was alone, she was truly alone. Whatever she was thinking about, she had to keep to herself, so right now, she doesn't want to be alone. She walks up to me asking if I can stay with her, just a little longer. And with that, I spent time with Rise until it got dark, and then I went home. And during the night, I decided to make envelopes. My diligence is the only thing I have left to max out, so I decided to work on it, getting 2 boosts and 3,000 yen for making them, and then went to bed. December 12th. Heading to school, Kanji says hi to me, and that he hasn't seen me in the morning in a while. He says that still, with the bad guy being a cop on the case, that really surprised him. Man, but now there's nothing for us to wait for. We just have to go and kick his ass. Let's show that sucker senpai. That sounds like a good idea, but I tell Kanji that we should get prepared first. He agrees with that, saying that we ain't saving anyone this time. This is payback. He'll learn what it means to deal with us the hard way, the kanji way. That sounds pretty intimidating, to be honest. But he'll get his time soon, heading to school. And during lunch, Naoki asked me if I was free. Oh right, we were going to go to Jeunesse together, and I agree. He's happy, and with that, plans have been set. I go to meet with him after school. We sat down in the Jeunesse food court, and Naoki admits that the grocery department downstairs was incredible, and they had so many kinds of liqueur, at prices much lower than theirs. There's no way they could win, but we've been doing well lately. After his sister's murder, there are some people who buy from them out of pity. Ironic, isn't it? I tell them that they're trying to be kind. He replies that it's better than selling nothing, so he doesn't mind. He looks the other way and adds, but it's over for us. The family's in shambles. His parents won't even speak a word about sister. They try to act as if they never existed. Then, at night, they cry. What can he do? Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice calling to me, and sure enough, it's Yosuke. Makes sense, he works here after all. Yosuke sees Naoki and asks if he's Saki-senpai's. He just nods, saying that this is the first time he's been to Jeunesse. He doesn't really have anything to do with their store, and he doesn't hold any grudge against Yosuke, but it's just that his parents and the neighbors would have said something, so he never bothered. Yosuke says that they're in the same boat. Naoki replies that he sees. It's incredibly huge, huh? He's full just looking at all the food here. It's like its own country. Yosuke replies that your sister said that too. Naoki doesn't respond as Yosuke adds that you two do look kind of alike. You have the same chin, the nose, the eyes too. Naoki tells him to stop it. His sister isn't here anymore. Yosuke replies, lonely, huh? Naoki tells Yosuke to shut up! Just stop it! What do you know about me? Yosuke replies that she's told me that she was proud of you. She boasted about you. That shocked him into silence. Yosuke admits that he liked his sister. Naoki notices and says, past tense, huh? But Yosuke tells him that he's doing what he can right now for his sake and his sister's. If he just sits there crying, you're just troubling her, you know? Naoki is in silence and mumbles, I'm not crying. Yosuke says that, alright, today is grilled steak day. You'll go grab free. Oh, but you'll be paying for your own. Yeah, whatever, partner. I think to myself. As he leaves, Naoki comments that Yosuke sure is nosy. Oh, wait, so are you. I tell him to not lump me with that buffoon. Naoki laughs, saying that the look of disgust on your face, but you really are nosy. Hanging out with the likes of him, he smiles wryly and admits that he's glad he saw where Sis worked. He's sure that he never would have came here by himself. He wouldn't have even thought about it. He thanks me as I feel Naoki is opening his heart to me just a little as our bond deepens. Later, we got our steaks. While Naoki was wolfing his down, Yosuke asks if it's good. He responds that it's awful. Yosuke says then you're okay. But he continued eating and time passed, talking about trivial things, and then we went our separate ways heading home. And during the night, I made more envelopes, and I finally got max diligence, meaning that I now have all of my social stats maxed out. So, yippee! And with 3,000 yen for making them in my pocket, I went to bed happy with the results. December 13th. Hey, in the school, I overheard two students talking. One of them said they're getting kinda used to this thick fog now. She's not worried about not being able to see anyone anymore. She felt relieved once she realized that only those right next to her can even see her. She used to freak out thinking that a teacher would see her in town and they'd stop and yell at her. But thanks to this fog, none of the teachers would know even if she was 5 feet away. Her friend agreed, saying that she felt kinda relieved because of the fog too. Some people get ill from it, but she's alright so far. Plus, she's kind of excited that it might be the end of the world. We might actually get to see it. Her friend laughs, agreeing, wondering what's it gonna happen at the end of the world. It's like that variety show that plays at midnight. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. Recently, the shows have been just kind of weird, but at least it's entertaining. It's like finding random shows that don't show up on the programming guide. I'm honestly interested in what teachers would come and yell at a high schooler out of school grounds. Well, I guess King Moran would have, but still regardless of that, they seem to be taking the fog quite well as I head to school. And after school, I spend the afternoon with Naoki eating at Aya like we do. As I feel like our bond is gonna get closer soon, I head home. And during the night, I harvested wool paprikas and then planted some daikon, happy with the results. And then I head to tutor Shu, but something seemed to be going on. Shu was a little panicked. Suddenly his mother came into the room calling out his name, saying she got a call from school, asking Shu if something's the truth. Shu looks away from his mother, asking him to look at her. He says that it's true. She's shocked. I'm not sure what this is about, but Shu apologizes to me, asking if I can please go home today. Apologizing once more, his voice is trembling. His mother starts berating him, and they seem like they're gonna about to have a fight, so I think I should just head home for today. I don't want to get mixed up in this. But I do wonder what's happening with Shu. I guess I'll just have to find out next time. December 14th. Heading to school, Naoto came up to me saying, "Good morning." She says that we've been running into each other quite a lot, haven't we? Naoto asked me if I remember what Adachi said. Inaba will disappear into the fog by the end of the year. Nobody has been kidnapped, but we still need to be cautious about our time limit now. It's important to be ready for what lies ahead, but we should hurry. I agree with her, and she says that if Adachi was telling the truth, then the lives of all of mankind are at stake here. This is no longer at the level of any other murder investigation. We have to make sure we stop him, no matter what. I can agree on that now too. Let's start tomorrow then, as I head to school. And it's looking like a repeat of yesterday, as Naoki invites me to spend time with him, and I accept. And in the afternoon class, the students were in an uproar. They're not taking the fog too well, as it all seems to be worried, adding to the need of us having to stop Adachi as soon as possible. And soon, school was over. and I decided to spend time with Naoki since I did say yes after all. He took me to the scene where Saki's corpse was discovered. It was likely as foggy as today as well. Naoki says that this is it, where they found Sis. He tells me that this whole time he could never bring himself to pass through here. He was afraid of remembering Sis and thinking about how her body ended up. But now he feels like he can finally accept the truth. You know how it is in TV dramas? People cry for days on end, or their sad memories come back and torment them. It wasn't like that for him. He was the same as ever. So he thought he was just a cold human being because he wasn't able to cry like the actors on TV. He thought that maybe he didn't actually like Sis. I tell him that it's not true, and he replies that he knows now that it isn't that. Talking with me made him realize that. He's nodding with gentle eyes and adds, but he was just trying not to think about Sis. It was easier for him to tell himself that he was a cold person than to think about Sis and suffer. He kept running away from the pain. He never let himself think about her. She must have wanted to live more. I tell him to live for her sake. He replies, yes, you're right. That's the only thing he can do for her now. He finally lets go and started to cry. He says that he wanted her to live more. He wanted her to live. He bites his lip. I tell him that she can hear you, and he believes that. He tries to smile and thanks me. He finally feels that he's sad. It seems that Naoki has released the profound sadness he had buried in his soul as our bond deepens. With that, he says, let's go home. He's going to talk with his parents about Sis, about him. With that, we parted ways and I went home. And during the night, I tried my luck with getting INA in my social link up, but with a small blessing, it's not happening anytime soon, sadly, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home. December 15th. Heading to school over here, two students talking. One said that he saw it on the Midnight Channel. Countless black creatures crawl out of the fog and infest the town. The town gets overrun by them, and the people who inhaled the fog turn into them too. And the last person that appeared looked just like him. What should he do? He doesn't feel good. His friend replies that people turn into monsters? That sounds awesome! It's like some kind of anime. He wonders how it would feel to turn into a monster. His friend thinks about it, saying that he guesses if everyone turned into monsters, that'd be okay. If everyone became a creature, why should he worry about becoming one? It would just be like we're evolving into another species. Can't really say I'd want to be a shadow, to be honest. As I head to school, and after school, it's TV World time. And with a party of Yukiko, Yosuke, Teddie, and me, we head inside Magatsu Inaba. I hear Adachi's voice saying, I told you to come after me, and you actually came. Don't you guys have anything better to do? What a bunch of losers. Let's find the culprit ourselves. Let's meet the special headquarters today. Am I right? Or am I right? Man, it's embarrassing. How old are you guys? Oh crap. My stomach's hurting. Come on. You're all students, right? Shouldn't you be studying instead of wasting your time with this? Study hard. Get into a good college. Work a respectable job. Marry a cute girl. Why are you guys so desperate when it comes to something so useless? When you regret it once you're adults? Risa responds, what's up with this guy? Out of all the things we've dealt with in this world, he pisses me off the most. We're not letting him get away. I can agree with that, but wandering around and fighting, I get what people are saying. It does feel like Inaba, but just off. There's trash everywhere. Police tape covering exit ways. It's a distorted Inaba, pretty much. But at least on the first floor, I got a skill up. I honestly forgot how confusing this dungeon is, but we got a skill up. The card of the Magician Arcana. Gigantic Fist has became Brave Blade. Wait, really? That fast? Huh. Well, I got Brave Blade now. That's pretty cool. With that, we got to the second floor, but it seems to be right? As Rise notices something telling us that, where are we? Sorry, give her a sec. She's shocked, telling us that she can't find any exits, adding, oh, what should we do? Adachi's voice can be heard saying, see? I told you, students should go home and study. Why can't you listen to me? You'll never become well-behaved members of society if you keep this up. Oh well, have fun in there. We wandered around and saw a hole and an area, but it was sealed by a strong force. Adachi says that, as you have guessed, I'm waiting for you just beyond here. But did you really think I'd just let you through? Rise is annoyed by his mocking tone, saying there has to be a way to open this, saying let's look for clues, senpai. We go back to that hole and I take my chance jumping into it. Rise comments about the place as Adachi's voice says, you are able to escape. Not bad, not bad. You guys are better than you look. Rise tells us that this place seems different from where we were before. It feels like Adachi has complete control over the area, just like that door we couldn't open. She has a feeling this won't go that easily and tells us to be careful. On this floor, Rise showed us her power, and honestly a full party charge for nothing and scanning for weaknesses? This is gonna be so easy now. Anyways, we reach the second floor. Adachi says, whoa, you guys never give up. What are you trying to accomplish? Putting yourselves in danger like that? Trying to see justice done? Is that really justice though? Are you just doing this because you want a little spice in your boring lives? What's the difference between that and a criminal who gets his kicks by murdering someone? You see where I'm getting at? There's still some time left. Give it some thought. Rise admits that she can't completely deny what he said, but that doesn't justify what he's done exactly, Rise. You can't really relate to someone who set up everything that happened for the past couple of months. But while on this floor, Trumpeter got to 73, meaning I've got Debilitate ready for when we truly face Adachi next week. We head to the third floor. Adachi says, oh, you're still here. This place is surprisingly boring. You know, why don't we play a game to pass the time? Let's see. How about this? You can't encounter shadows here. Try and reach me without the shadows catching you. Ready, set, go. Rise comments that he gets on my nerves. She'll never forgive him for this. Well, regardless, we need to follow the rules. Thankfully, the shadows were stationary, so it was more like a maze than anything. But we made it to the end, and Adachi was surprised, saying that he will fight us as a reward. Obviously, he wasn't there saying, like he would ever do something like that. The only thing you deserve is to fight shadows. The shadows are at least prettier than Adachi, but we face it, and honestly, not too challenging. I'm pretty high level with nearly maxed out Izanagi, but it was mostly just a battle of attrition, as he kept summoning and summoning, but eventually Teddie beat the stuffing out of him.
Persona! What's up? I'm the MVP!
After that fight, Adachi admits that we're better than he thought, but how long can you keep it up? Rise replies like that had any chance of stopping us. Let's go, senpai. On the fourth floor, Adachi asks us if we have even thought about the truth. You all want so bad. Who really wants it, huh? Isn't it just you guys? What good is the truth if you're the only one satisfied by it? See, you're just trying to satisfy yourselves. Rise's not sure what he's getting at, but the murder victims won't be able to rest peacefully like this. Isn't that right, senpai? Right, the truth is Adachi killed them and has to face the truth of that. On this floor, I got Meteora, something that I'll try and fit, but now I have a group of party healers. That's pretty cool. Heading to the fifth floor, Adachi says that Namatame is the serial killer. That's what society accepts as truth. Everyone's fiercely latching onto it. Let's say you guys catch me, and that truth is proven false. What do you think will happen then? You don't get it? It's simple. They'll latch onto that instead. Nothing about them or the world will change. That's the truth you're all looking for. Rise calls Adachi a smartass, asking what's up with this guy. He can blabber about logic and try to dodge the truth all he wants, but what he's done can't be forgiven. We'll make him pay for his crimes. Let's go, senpai. Exactly. And besides him being here, tells us what we need to know. On the sixth floor, Rise comments, a dead end? There's something in the center of this area. Ready, senpai? Sure am. As we get to the middle of the area, opening to reveal a boss. Rise says that if we beat this, it should do the trick, and we get fighting. It seemed to be fully resistant to all forms of elemental attacks, so that's a shame, but it wasn't resilient to physical, so it kept throwing all types of guard fists and brave blades at it so we could take that bastard down. But it actually got defeated by Yukio's Argidyne of all things.
It's over! Phoenix Rangers, Featherman R!
With that done, we all went all the way back to the police tape to see if it did the trick, and it did. We made it to the end. But we're not facing Adachi, not today at least. With that, we went back to the base and we went to fight the super boss in heaven. And calling it a super boss is giving it too much credit. It didn't really do all that much. And by the second round, Rise charged the party and that was pretty much it. Yosuke dealing the final blow.
Let's do this! Persona!
With that boss down, I went out of the TV world and then head home to bed. And after a long, exhausting day, I dreamt that I was Naoki's parent. It was surreal and an awkward dream to say the least, but I feel like our bond has intensified because of it. December 16th. Heading to school, Rise came up to me saying, "Good morning, so this is going to be the final battle, finally, huh?" She's been thinking about when she made the decision to come here, giggling, adding that she came here thinking that she could find herself in the peace and quiet of a little country town. But she has no regrets. She's glad that she met me, same here, Rise, but she tells me that we can't lose to that Adachi. Let's beat him and bring him to justice. She'll do her best to help me until the very end. Let's win and give Nanako-chan something to smile about. Knowing Nanako, she probably wouldn't fully understand Adachi being bad since he was so nice, but regardless, we gotta stop him, as we head to school. And out of character for a second, that stupid dream I had with Naoki was the difference between us progressing the social link right now and waiting another day. No joke. But I agree with hanging out with him after school. And in class, another uproar started. People getting paranoid about the fog, talking about gas masks, and people who are susceptible to the colds and being more likely to catch it. While the teachers say that this happens every 50 years, it's utter chaos in the classroom. But the day is still set for our time to face Adachi, so I'll have to wait for then, as school finishes and I spend time with Naoki. Naoki took me to the riverbank. He tells me that he played with Saki here once. A long time ago, she was pretty agile, so she could cross the river by jumping from rock to rock. He was scared, so he just watched from this side. Then Saki waved at him and then disappeared into the grove over there. He cried like hell. While he was crying, she crossed the bridge without him noticing and then yelled right behind him. He pissed his pants. He laughs, adding lately that's all he's been remembering. He goes quiet and says that he thinks that it's the same way now. He then stands on the rocks I fish on and says that there's a river separating us. Sis is gone and he's still here. Sis has crossed over to the other bank and he's still on this one. No matter how much he cries or pisses his pants, he knows that she isn't coming back. He's been trying not to think about it all this time, but he can finally feel like he can face reality. And it's all thanks to me. I tell him that's right, be grateful. He laughs and says that he is, really. His smile is completely free from worry. He says that he thought that there was no point to his existence, but he was really happy to find that there was someone out there who could actually devote the time to him. That's why he was able to do this. Here, check it out. He walks up to me and hands me a Jeunesse receipt. He says that it's not just a receipt to him. It's not just a normal purchase like it would be for someone else. He wanted to give it to me. Naoki is smiling cheerfully. The receipt he gave me is the equivalent of accepting and moving on from Saki, and more importantly, maturing as a person, as the Hangman Arcana reaches its maximum. Naoki says that he's been thinking of helping out at the store. He'll stay in school though, so it will only be after school and on holidays. The rest of his family has yet to really accept Saki's death. He thought they all needed to bond, and working at the store is the first step he can take towards uniting the family. He tells me to come visit our store. He'll make it so successful you'll think, Jeunesse who? I bet you will, man. As his smile is completely free of worry, me and Naoki may not get another chance to talk like this, unfortunately. So I spent the rest of the day with him, heading home during the night. And during the night, I tried my luck with increasing my bond with Rise. And I got lucky with a mild blessing. I will be able to have our bond deepen tomorrow. Happy with that result, I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home. December 17th. Hey, in the school overheard two students talking. The guy says that the fog is so thick, he guesses the club won't be able to meet today either. Before, he used to think that school without clubs was worthless, but he's starting to get used to life without any clubs. He's actually kind of relieved. It's one less thing for him to worry about. Please don't leave, Fog. Stick around for a while. The younger student agrees with him on that. The fog is so thick that she doesn't have to worry about how people react to what she says. If she can't see them, then she can just assume their reaction was whatever she wanted. So she can say anything she wants. Her friend agrees, adding, if you don't see other people, you gotta just stop caring about them, right? Same goes for him. He used to worry about other people so much before, but now, he's just looking out for number one. He's never felt this way before, but it's not bad at all. Well, I guess he's looking at the upsides. Can't exactly blame him for that, as I head to school. And during class, probably due to the fog around, I got a question wrong. I should probably apologize to Chie later or I'll get punted as punishment. But with that, school was over, and I decided to spend my time with Naoto. We went to our special headquarters. Naoto seemed to be thinking about something. She tells me that, to tell you the truth, she hasn't been in contact with her grandpa lately. She wanted to confirm the items she presumed the Phantom Thief stole, but our secretary, Yakushiji-san, passed along a message saying that he went to visit an ailing friend in America. Since then, she hasn't been able to reach either her grandfather or Yakushiji-san cell phones. Naoto goes quiet and says that there's no point in worrying about that now. She's sure they're fine. On to business. She received a new challenge in the mail today. The card reads as follows. Jury to not rest, or route for fable, -40, -4. Naoto says that the sentence as written is gibberish. Is this part of the riddle? And this -40 and -4 on its own, it means nothing. Perhaps the minus part is important. I tell Naoto to focus on the subtract part, and she thinks, subtract 40. Aha! Subtract 40 from the sentence. Her eyes lit up, saying, jury to not rest, or route for fable. From there, you subtract 40 and 4. Notice the unusual comma in the phrase? It corresponds to the two numbers. Subtract the letters in 40 and the first part, and the ones in 4 for the second. What remains is jeunesse table. She starts saying, jeunesse table! That's it! Let's go! I nod to agree and we get going. We went to the table we usually go to, and sure enough, there was something taped to the underside of the table. Naoto says that she knew it was here. She produces a large ballpoint pen. She tells me that this is another one of the 7 detective tools she made. You can use it as a normal pen, but it also has a pen light and a miniature telescope. She thought she had lost this. She didn't think her grandpa still had it. She's beaming with joy that neither her or grandpa could stand to throw anything away. When this pen was still hers, she was just a child dreaming of becoming a detective, but being a man or a woman, she never thought about it. The lack of peers to compare herself to might have contributed to that. She had no friends. She was quite the outsider then too. But why is it compared to the time she spent utterly alone? She worries more now that she's with me and the others. She feels that she's undergoing a change. I tell her that she shouldn't be afraid, and she replies, I'm afraid, you say. I see. She smiles weakly and nods that, saying the need of change and the desire to remain the same. They're mixed together, and it scares her. Naoto looks smaller than she ever has before. That she can show me the side of her, it must be a sign that she's opening her heart to me, as our bond deepens. Naoto asks me if I've ever felt that way before. She wants to hear about me. I can't really say I have, to be honest, but we chatted idly and eventually we went our separate ways. And during the night, I decided to Shu, but things were different. He says that he's sorry about what happened last time. It got, kind of ugly. He goes quiet, not saying anything for a while. The silence is almost deafening. As I look at today's date, circled on the calendar, she realized, oh, right, today is his birthday. He forgot. I say happy birthday, but he says that there's nothing to be happy about. He looks ready to cry. He says that Mum forgot it too. She's not even here. She looks sad as I decided this isn't right, as I decided we should have at least a modest celebration. But first, we need a cake. And no other place pops in my mind than Jeunesse. So I called up Yosuke. He says what's up. I explained the situation to him and he understands, saying that he can see why I want to help the kid out. Leave it to him. Just text him the address and he'll find his way to the house later. He won't be long, okay? Shu was confused, asking what's going on, but he'll just have to wait, as Yosuke decided a modest celebration was so last year and brought the whole team. Shu was just left in total shock. Yosuke says that he cooled the whole gang. It's cool, right? Well, I wanted a modest celebration, but I guess this will have to do. Chie says that Yosuke called us up out of nowhere, you know. He was all, meet at Jeunesse. She was worried there for a moment, but a surprise party like this is a kind of a surprise she likes. Yukio agrees, saying that we have to start this off right, with a song, as the whole investigation sings happy birthday to him. But Shu is just left in total shock at this point. There's so many people in his room. Chie says for Shu to blow out the candles. He panics, saying, huh? But Yukio replies that if you don't hurry, you'll end up with a wax-flavored cake. Chie agrees, saying no one wants that. Now come on, blow. He responds, okay. Yukio counts down 1, 2. He goes to do it as the lights suddenly go up and hijinks start. Chie asks for him to hit the lights, asking who did that. Teddie says it wasn't him, asking someone to stop kicking. Yukio wonders, wasn't the switch around here? Shu gets hit as Yukio is spooked. Shu apologizes, saying that he'll get the switch. Yukio apologizes, saying, it's my fault, huh? Asking, is it on your face? Shu tells her to get it, let go of my nose. Yukio apologizes again, saying she's gonna go sit down. Rise says that someone is stepping on her. Yukio once again apologizes, asking where she is. Chie says to Yukio that let her handle this, hitting into someone being kanji, saying, right in the solar plexus. Yosuke tells everyone to sit down, asking me to get the lights. Jokes on them, I was already standing there. When I turned on the lights, it looked like a war zone. Chie's face first on the floor, asked if the cake's okay. Yosuke replies, that's the first thing you ask about? Well, let's put that whole mess behind us. Yeah, probably for the best. We all sit back down and said happy birthday once more. Shu thanks us. Chie asks how old he is. He says, 13. No, I mean 14. Chie says, that's young, man. It must be great being in the prime of one's youth. Yukio responds that, you're not exactly an old lady, you know. But, Shu, your life is only beginning here. She smiles at him and he responds, oh, yeah. He's quiet. Yosuke tells him that you have no idea when to turn on the cute. He replies that it's nothing. It's just the day he was born. Chie replies that, yep, it's time for a celebration. Yukio adds, it's a reason to be happy, but Shu wonders if he should have been born. He mumbled that out. Bad choice of words, buddy, as the entire investigation team calls him stupid. Even I felt like saying it, leaving him surprised. Yosuke tells him that of course you should have. I nodded to agree, and he's surprised. He's left to say, yeah. Chie says, alright, now for the cake. Yukio agrees, saying, let's all have a slice. The party livened up at that point, but it was getting late, so everyone eventually went home. Shu, probably still reeling from today, just thanked me. He began to cry. He tells me that he was suspended from school and apologizing he cheated. He was so worried about the test. If he wasn't number one, he thought, there's no point in anything if he's not the best. It's all he can be. If he's not, Mum won't love him anymore. His mother asked him why he did it. She said that she was betrayed, embarrassed. She said, he's not her son. She was crying. He goes quiet and continues to sob. I try and soothe him and he apologizes. He sighs and adds when he was able to write his name for the first time. His mother praised him. She would tell anyone who would have listened that he was a genius. So he did his best. He studied all the time, so he could live up to their expectations, so that people would accept that Mum could raise a child on her own. He always had to be number one, but then he, that transfer student, came along. The school he came from was ahead of us, and he was always got perfect scores on his tests. Plus, he's good at sports, good at talking to people. He became the best in everyone's eyes, and they all just started laughing at him. He knows he's good at studying, but now he doesn't even have that. Studying all day, no clubs, no friends. What does he have left? He has anything. He has nothing. If he's not number one, if everyone, even if his mother gives up on him, he's scared. Cheating was the only option he had. That's what he thought, so he Then he starts apologizing again and again. He starts crying again. I decided to gently explain to him that he shouldn't do it again. It's as simple as that. He agrees on it, and he seems to understand. As we hear the door open, he says his mom's back. He will go talk to her. He thanks me for today. He was happy. Shu tries to get his emotions under control, but it's understandable for him to feel that way. He's only 14 after all. As our bond deepens, he tells me to come back again. He'll do his best. With that, I left Shu's house, heading home. December 18th. The day starts off once more, and Tanaka is still using the fog to make a quick buck. I mean, he is sleazy, well, from what I've seen from his show, so it does make sense he would do it, but nothing for me to buy today, so I head into town and spend the day with Rise. We went to Sozai. Rise was enthusiastic about eating out, and I can't say no. Rise wonders, what will she have? Heck, maybe their shop should do something like this. How about a ganmo kebab or a tofu croquette? We start talking about possible ideas as a man dressed in a nice suit asks if it isn't Rise. Oh, he's familiar, but I just can't put my finger on why though. Rise asks that you're the deputy mayor, right? Good afternoon. He says that he heard the news. You know, about the upcoming film. Rise was confused. The mayor says, huh? You haven't heard yet? You know Kannaman, right? Kannaman Mishida? They're going to be filming nearby, right? He hopes they stop by Inaba too. Oh, I know. Why don't you ask? Rise is disgruntled while the deputy mayor couldn't really care less. Rise says that she doesn't really have anything to do with them anymore. The mayor wasn't really listening, wondering how many are coming. We only have small bed and breakfast here. Oh, I got it. They can stay at the Amagi Inn. Alright, I need to go tell that manager guy he was talking to, and he left. Ah, man lives in his own little world, I swear. Rise is left quiet, and seems it's a day of familiar faces, as Inoue appeared saying, oh, Rise-chan, it's nice to see you. Rise asks, what does he want today? He says that he's down here scouting film locations, so he thought he'd come and see her. He wanted to hear her answer one more time, face to face. Are you sure you're not coming back? She looks away quiet, saying, I'm not coming back. He responds that he sees. Okay, I understand. Well, now he can focus on his new job. That confuses Rise. He tells her that he signed up to be Kanami Mishida's manager. Remember how we were talking about doing that movie? They picked Kanami as your replacement. We're gonna sell Kanami. He has every confidence she'll be just as popular. No, even more popular than Reset. Rise responds that she sees, and Noah admits that although Kanami is just an ordinary girl, they have to polish her so she sells. But you had that spark. You learned fast, adapted well to new situations, had that smile that could be as strong or weak as you needed, and those acting skills of yours. You were like an old pro. She could have reached heights most girls could never dream of. That's what he thinks, anyway. So, he just wanted to hear it from her own mouth. Well then, goodbye. Stay healthy, okay? As he left, likely for the last time. Rise was left stunned, saying, what the heck? That's not fair. After he made her answer, he never told her any of that when they were still working together. Acting skills? Of course she has them. What the heck? Telling her all that stuff now? It's too late. Rise starts crying, likely regretting it. She wonders why am I crying? There's no reason to cry. There's nothing to be sad about. Nothing. Senpai, I don't know why I'm crying. I tell her that she can cry all she wants. She doesn't have to hold back. She replies that she can't. Her eyes will be all swollen tomorrow. She lost everything. She doesn't know how, but she lost everything. She's scared. She's sad. What's going on, Senpai? Please stay here. Stay by my side. Rise is trembling. I can sense this is an important moment. There's no turning back, but I can't be there like that emotionally. I'm still dating Chie after all, so I just stand there. She says, Senpai, she has me. She has the others. She didn't lose everything. There are people who need her, right? Rise is smiling through her tears as our bond deepens. She says that she's going home now. Her head's all messed up. She needs to think it all over, about how she feels now. She doesn't want to lose anything more. Goodbye, senpai. I watched Rise walk home, and then I went home myself. And during the night, it was time to harvest, so I got the daikon from the garden and then planted melons. This might be the last time I do this before winter arrives, so I better end it off with a bang. And after that, I went to the shrine and did a fortune draw for Rise, and I got a great blessing. Even though our bond won't come closer just yet, it's a start, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home. Hey, I just wanted to give a small heads up. I had some issues when recording the footage for this video, so parts of Shigol Cafe is missing. I apologize for that, but anyways, let's get into it. December 19th. Hey, in the school, Chie come up to me saying morning. She tells me that today's already the 19th, the year's almost over. It feels like it's been so long, but so short at the same time. You know, the way people in town have been acting lately is no joke anymore. But we've come so far. We've discovered the real killer ourselves. All that's left is the final showdown. We've gotta make that bastard Adachi pay, no matter what. She has a feeling that the town will go back to normal when we do. Let's make sure we win this. She's counting on me. I tell Chie that I'll be counting on her too, even though she won't be in the final party. She replies, "Gotcha, I can count on her to do anything. If everyone is with her, she's unstoppable. If only you could Galactic Pun Adachi, but then again, that'd just be murder." But with that, we went to school together. Another uproar in class happened. Apparently, a class rep is sick, and the students were talking about it, as the teacher tells them that it's just from the fog, and another teacher told her so. But man, these rumors are spreading around so quick now. I'm assuming the fog is doing this, as eventually school was over, and I went into Okina City to get some skill cards. The next 3 days will pretty much be like that. But before I did, I tried my luck at the crane game and got nothing. I also did buy some clothes at Crocofur, and then went to Cafe Chagall. I passed out like every time I've been there, and I got debilitate for my troubles. Mumon wakes me up telling me he is closing up soon. He tells me if I've heard this before, the question of whether or not dogs have souls. Sounds stupid, right? But that's alright. Questions like those are what you call Zen dialogue. Now, you be careful on your way home, boy. You can come back whenever you like. Well, it's getting late, I should probably head home. And I do, but on the way, I got a fortune, this time with Naoto. And I got a small blessing, but our bond will become closer soon, so that's nice, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home. December 20th. Heading to school overheard two students talking. He heard from his classmate that she studied all night last night. The girl responds that, well, everyone else is studying too. She can't slack off, plus the teacher said if she can solve all the problems in the study guide, the entrance exam should be easy. Her friend replies that, come on, senpai, the world is ending soon. You can't believe you haven't heard about it yet. Everyone else is talking about it. The entrance exam is useless. Anyway, my head, it's seriously killing me. He wonders if it's from the fog. Well, if it is, that fog's not going away, so neither will his headache. Well, I hope you feel better soon, random student, as I head to school. The background footage is almost 800 times faster, but this is to show just how long I did fusing. Almost 30 whole minutes of fusing personas just to get Yoshitsune. I also did fuse other things, but here's just the 3 main ones which I needed from them. I grabbed Chernobog, mostly because it was there, but it also had Resist Wind, so I might be able to use it if I need to remove Izanagi's one weakness later. Yoshitsune for his power charge, to do mega damage, and finally a Tis for Enduring Soul, because the game needs to be easier in my opinion. And with that all done and dusted, I went to Cafe Chagall. I take a sip of Mumon's exquisite coffee, passing out and obtaining power charge. Mumon wakes me up telling me that he's closing up. He asks if I'm alright, that coffee might have been a little too stimulating for you. Well, climbing the stairway to maturity means you've got to grit your teeth sometimes and take that first step. Now you better be careful on your way home, boy. You can come back here whenever you like. Well, I better return home, but first fortune tree time. And today it's Rise's turn, and I got a small blessing. Nothing too bad, but our bond won't come closer just yet. As I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home. December 21st. Heading to school, Yosuke runs up to me saying, "Morning." He was wondering why it hasn't been getting lighter. Then he realized that the winter solstice is tomorrow. the longest night of the year, but after that it will only get lighter. Everyone's been acting weirder and weirder, even the school seems funky. But if Adachi said is true, then we'll be saving the whole town when we beat him. There's not much time left until the end of the year. Let's finish this. Exactly, man. Tomorrow will be the day. As I tell him, let's work together. He laughs at that, saying, "Why are you asking me this now? Of course we will, leader." He's counting on me to lead this to the very end. Let's do it. Well, that's fair. It's weird to bring up now. But regardless, we head inside. And during class, I helped Yosuke out with an answer, and school was over. Heading into Okina City for Shugao Cafe for the final skill card. I enjoy Mumon's exquisite coffee, and once again, it's a little too strong for me, as I grab Enduring Soul from the abyss. Like every time, Mumon wakes me up telling me that he's closing up, but he adds that when a flag blows in the wind, is it the flag that moves or the wind? It's neither, kid. What moves is your heart. Now you be careful on your way home, boy. You can come back whenever you like. I doubt I'll be coming back soon, but thanks for the wisdom? Regardless, I get going, heading to the shrine once more to get a fortune reading with Rise again. And I got a small blessing, which 3 in a row is very unlucky, but our bond won't come closer yet, as I tie the Omikuji around the fortune tree and head home, honestly, a little defeated. But tomorrow will be the day we face Adachi, so I'd rather face one defeat today than one tomorrow. December 22nd. Today is the day that we face Adachi. As I head to school, I overhear 2 students talking. The girl says to her friend that what a wonderful day. Once again, she can't see his face. You know, this fog is really liberating. She can't imagine how she used to live before the fog came. Back then, she'd be cautious of what she said to others, but not anymore. Her friend wasn't really listening, asking if she said something. His friend asked him to not make her waste her breath. Does your head still hurt? Anyway, don't worry about it. The fog is still covering everything. Another day of this glorious weather. Oh yeah, she heard on TV that the world was about to end. She wonders what will destroy the world. She's getting so excited. She can't wait for it to happen. Yeah, she's gone mad. Just like most people. Thankfully, it's all ending today. I think that to myself as I head to school. During class, there was an uproar. People talking over each other, talking about what they saw on TV and specials at Sozai, not worrying about the ever-thickening of the fog that has a chokehold on Eva. And thankfully, that all ends today, as school was over. We get fully repaired, getting the best gear we possibly can from Daidara. I spent almost 5 minutes just mixing and matching, but we eventually went to the TV world. And this is the final Izanagi that will face Adachi. Suffice to say, he is very much juiced up. Add 30% extra SP on top. I doubt I'll run out of it, but we'll have to see if Adachi might have any tricks up his sleeve. But we get going to the end of Magatsu Inaba to face Adachi, the true culprit. We enter the arena. Adachi is clapping, saying that he's surprised we made it this far. Naoto asks Adachi to allow her to confirm the crimes you've committed thus far. You had suspicions that the world was dangerous, yet you threw Mayumi Yamano into the TV. Knowing full well that Miss Yamano died there, you did the same to Saki Kanishi. Adachi is left to sigh. Naoto adds that not only that, but you duped Namatame into taking over your murder attempts, while you watched like a spectator at a game. When the disappeared stopped dying, you sent a warning letter to ensure more victims. Even when the copycat killer arose, you had the gall as a detective to eliminate a suspect under investigation. 2 people died in the last 6 months, and a young girl is now in critical condition. But that's not all. If at any turn something had gone wrong, many more would have succumbed, all for some foolish excitement. Like a criminal reveling in the chaos he creates. Adachi responds, "Yeah, so what's your point? All he did was put people in there. It's the world that really kills them, isn't it? This world reflects people's thoughts, which, oh dear, does that mean the real culprits are everyone on the outside, including you?" That shocked us. Yosuke says, "The hell with that. You did that stuff knowing full well those people were gonna die. If that's not a crime, then what is?" Adachi laughs, telling Yosuke that he's so self-righteous. Chie asks, "How can he say that? Aren't you a police officer? Out of everything you could have been, didn't you specifically choose to join the police?" Adachi says to not make him laugh. Just because someone joins the police force doesn't make them some kind of agent of justice. You know why I applied? So I could legally carry a gun. That's all. You'd be surprised how many people are like that. That response shocked Chie as he continues, I thought it would be fun too. But to tell you the truth, if that was a wash, everyone around him is such an idiot. He made one tiny mistake and they all got in his case and sent him to Nowheresville as punishment. He was bored shitless and wondering what to do next when he discovered this power. Kanji says, for crying out loud, why a bastard like you? He says that a gift for having to put up with this lame job out in Nowheresville, he guesses. He did that stuff because he could. And it got interesting, so he watched. Yukio replies, that's your reason? You can't be serious. You really don't care what happens to our world? He responds, let's be honest. There's nothing great about the real world, is there? It's just dull and annoying as hell. No one accepts that's the way things are. They're just stuck with it because they can't deny it either. Those who actually succeed in life, they just so happen to be born with the magic ticket called talent. If you don't have it, you either have to accept it or deny that fact until you die. That is the only choice you have. Once you realize that, all you have left in life is despair. The ultimate game over. Wouldn't it be better if the kind of reality was wiped away? Rise tells Adachi, that's complete bullshit. But that annoyed him, saying, brats like you are so damn naive. You piss me off. Listen, you may have hopes and dreams right now, but that's only because you know nothing about reality. One day, you'll see. You'll be faced with the boring reality that boxes you in, no matter where you go. Kanji tells Adachi that is the only one boring here. If you want to disappear, go ahead. Stop dragging us into it. Adachi gets annoyed, letting out a sigh, telling Kanji, stop yelling, punk. I understand you're all afraid, and you gotta act tough to cover it up. But geez, he's telling us all this based on his own life experience. Think about it for a second. Once everyone turns into a shadow, they'll still keep on living, oblivious to all the things around them. So how's that different from the way it is now? No, this will make things much easier for everyone. Yosuke's confused, asking, easier? What the hell are you talking about? He replies, come on! How many people out there actually think about what's real or what's right or wrong? Next to none, he bets. It's useless to think about those kinds of things in the first place. You don't get anywhere out of facing reality, and there's no way to change it either. I mean, what could be more boring than brooding over things? You can't change. It's better than to just ignore them and believe only what you want to believe in life. Doesn't that sound a lot easier? It would be awesome if everyone's life could be that way. No matter who you are, your lifespan is about 80 years or so, right? Then it would be easier if we could all just become shadows. No need to hold back anything. No more pretending we don't see things. Honestly, we don't need our world anymore. Better to let it be swallowed up and for mankind to turn into shadows. That's all those people who are scared to death really want. So it's his duty to see that they get it. Chie tells him that nobody wants anything like that. It's just you, dumbass. Adachi asks them, don't you remember what it's like when your shadows came out? It must have been enjoying life far more than you. Suddenly, he starts to be possessed by a dark aura. Teddie says for us to be careful. He doesn't know what's happening. He gets fully engulfed by it. Adachi says, you all saw shadows as mere monsters, didn't you? These things move on pure instinct. They go wild because you defy them. You annoying little brats are the ones who aren't wanted in the new world. Yukio responds, speak for yourself. Living is too painful for you, but you don't want to die. Of course no one would understand. It makes no sense. You're throwing a tantrum like a child who can't have his way. Naoto adds that people can't live alone. If you give in and sever your ties with human society, it naturally became hard to live in. Yet you refuse to face life and admit your fault, running from your own humanity like a coward, and yet you claim to find life troublesome. You cause nothing but trouble for many others. Your twisted logic is that of an immature, egotistical brat. The aura gets stronger as he tells us to shut up. Stop trying to act all tough. You guys can't even stand on your own unless you deny everything I said. Stupid teenagers, you have no idea what kind of shit I've been through. Yosuke then has the final words before Adachi went berserk.
Favored by the world, my ass. I'm gonna say it flat out. You're just a worthless criminal!
Here he comes. This'll probably be our last battle. Let's hit him with everything we've got.
The world is about to change! Your existence won't belong there! I thought I could just leave you be, but you're like a plague! I'll have to get rid of all of you!
I wish we could get rid of you, but we'll make sure you pay.
Shut up! Get lost! Get the hell out of my sight!
It's time we face Adachi, but there's something interesting about him. Well, not only that he wasn't too hard due to Adachi just not having his turns smartly, he also has a persona. Not only that, but it looks exactly like mine. Adachi has Heat Riser and Omni Boost, while I have Debilitate and Omni Debuff. It's almost like we're complete opposites, but we got to fighting him while he spewed lines like, "Damn, Brett, shut up and let me finish you off." Too bad, Adachi. We've got boosts and you have debuffs. Not to add that Rise's clutching in with the defense boost, and eventually, despite his complaints, he loses to Yosuke's Brave Blade.
Teddie's scared. Calm down.
With his defeat, Adachi kneels down, saying that this is lame. Oh well, our world's gonna disappear soon, no matter what. He didn't have anywhere to go back anyways. Everyone's gonna become shadows. He starts to laugh, but something took over.
What the?
All humans will become shadows, and I shall descend upon the united world as the master of order.
Descend? Order? What's with this guy all of a sudden?
What's happening?
Guys, this isn't Adachi. It's someone completely different.
Both this world and yours will soon be enclosed in a fog that never lifts. It will be the peaceful world that mankind has longed for.
Who are you?
I am Amino Sagiri, one who rules the fog, one awakened by man's desires. Do what you will, but your world's erosion cannot be stopped. It is an inevitability. You played your part well, stirring up the will of the masses into madness. But that will soon come to an end. Mankind will soon become shadows and live on in the darkness of the fog, oblivious of their reality.
What the hell are you? Why are you doing this?
I am the one that shepherds humans to their true desires. Though their hearts longed for peace, it could never be attained. So they tore down the wall between image and reality. Indeed, this is the outcome desired by mankind. And mankind's desires are my desires. That is why I decided to expand this world.
You're saying you're the one who created this nasty-ass world?
This is part of the sea of unconsciousness that exists within human hearts. A hollow forest born from bloated desire and false imagery. Humans view things as they see fit. They wish not for truth, but rather prefer the undesirables be hidden in fog. Still, humans fear what they cannot see. That brief yearning for truth becomes a ray of light which breaks the fog and torments the shadows.
That's why they attack and kill whoever's nearby at that time. A hollow forest. Then, this place isn't simply affected by people's hearts. It actually exists inside them?
Mankind abandoned its pursuit of truth, placing itself in the depth of chaos and falsehood. Thus, my strength has grown, and your world will be engulfed by the hollow forest.
Will you shut up already? We'll just use our power to beat the heck out of you and it'll all be over.
It was I who made it possible for you to bring about this destiny. I bestowed power onto those who could brave the Hollow Forest. That is what allowed you to come in contact with this world, and you all have done very well since.
Bestowed power? You mean the power to enter the T?
Then the Midnight Channel, was that phenomenon also your doing?
Humans fail to see things as they truly are. They choose to see only what they wish. I acted only in support of this. A world filled with desires, viewed through a window from which one sees what one wishes to see. Humans departed from reality of their own volition, craving more false images.
A window that shows people what they want to see.
So that's why those who got famous suddenly appeared on the midnight. It was all in people's minds.
I have to say, it must be true. The Midnight Channel we saw in Namatame's hospital room, that kept bothering. What we saw there wasn't Namatame's true intentions at all.
Then it came on because we were all thinking, this person must be the killer, he can't be forgiven?
We let ourselves be deluded.
Exactly. The more false images one yearns for, and so the forest grows on. That is the expansion of this world.
Enough talk already! Long story short, you're the one behind all this!
Yeah, I don't know who you are, but you're going down! People want to become shadows? Their desire is... To hell with that! When did we wish for that crap anyways? We kept fighting and fighting like morons to get where we're standing.
Yes, that I did not foresee. The ability to master your own shadow that emerged to kill you and use its power. A new and uncertain facet of mankind. Is it worthy to put my trust in? Or not? It must be tested.
Of all the fog?
I have come to put you all to the test and judge your worth.
Like we give a damn what you came for! You've done what you want so far, but that'll end when we crush you!
Precisely.
Then we know what we gotta do now.
I don't want people to turn into shadows!
We'll defeat it for sure.
I'll back you up with everything I've got. This thing has no right to exist.
To defy me is a senseless act which goes against your world's wishes. Now, let everything vanish into the sweet fog of illusion.
This is the end. This time, it's all over.
It's huge!
Let us begin.
Amino Sagiri. A boss I was quite worried about. I've had issues with him in previous playthroughs, but the RNG gods decided that it wasn't going to be like that this time, despite having bewildering fog and having some close calls. Rise came out charging the party twice, and giving us all sorts of boosts. It was almost unfair, but in a way, it was a test. This fight was the test to show that we have the potential, and in a cheesy way, we showed him the power of friendship, as Yosuke got the finishing blow with a charged Brave Blade.
Let's do this!
I see. Your powers are strong. Power comes from the heart. You have proven to me human potential. Very well. I will lift the fog from the place where you will return to. Mankind's desires are my desires. If mankind so wishes, I will return at any time. I am always at your side, watching.
Well, don't wait up! We'll keep that from happening no matter what!
Time will show the path humanity takes. Children of the new potential.
Chie asks us if we think it was controlling Adachi. Naoto replies that who can say? She believes that it was at least partially his own intention as well. We approach Adachi, who laid there defeated. He lets out a sigh, commenting, "So that's it, huh?" We stand in silence as he says, "Fine, live however you want. If you think you have the power to change the future, then go right ahead." Yosuke tells Adachi that everyone has the power to do it. Adachi lets out a dejected, "Get out of here. The shadows will finish him off. Just leave him be. You came to kill me in the first place, didn't you?" Kanji says, "No, dumbass." Yosuke asks him, "If we leave you here dying, and a dead body eventually appears, then what? What's that accomplish for anyone? Your stupid game's over. We're taking you back. Live and face your punishment. That's how it works in our world." He responds, "Right." Naoto adds that she's sure that's the outcome Dojima-san wishes for as well. I nod to agree as I lean in. Adachi says that we have the same power, but things turned out so differently for us. I tell him that it's because I had friends. Adachi responds, "Friends, huh? That's the last thing I want to hear right now." But maybe if he had been more like me, things wouldn't have gone this way. Adachi is smiling weakly. I can sense some sincerity in his words, as I feel like I finally understand him, as our bond deepens. Naoto says, "Let's go back." I nod to agree as I stand up. At least me and my friends have thwarted the cause of all the strife in Inaba, as our bond deepens. And we head back to the real world. We were out of the TV as a police officer appears saying, "Greetings, Shirogane-san." He got word from Detective Dojima. He's wanted on suspicion of murdering Mayumi Yamano and Saki Kenichi, right? She nods, saying correct. The policeman understands and adds that they have an ambulance waiting downstairs. Should we have them bring the stretcher here? Naoto wonders, an ambulance? The police officer replies that Detective Dojima assumed one would be necessary. He wanted the suspect to be carefully taken into protective custody. It was a personal favor to him. Chie says that they were partners after all. Adachi stays quiet, but Naoto replies then, "Yes, please have them bring the stretcher." The officer understands, walking away. We head into town and, well, there's no fog. And more importantly, we see a mother and her child outside. The child happy says to his mother that, "See, it's all sunny. He can play outside like she promised, right?" The mother tells her son to not run like that, chasing after him. Chie comments, "It's for real. The fog's really gone." Yukio replies, "We did it. This time, it's for real." I notice Rise. She responds, "What's up, senpai? Did you think I was crying? It's just so bright. It's been so long since the sky was this blue." Yosuke says that we're all thinking that it's finally over. I thank everyone. Yosuke tells me that don't get all sappy. We did this together, but, well, this means we've won.
Huh? What are we doing?
Ooh, what's this?
Everyone ready? Here goes! We did it! Woohoo! Why didn't you guys say it? You all joined in when Rise-chan did it!
I think that was a little too hard to get on the spot.
Which part did you mean for us to say?
The woohoo part!
Can we just do it over?
Man, having to redo something like this kinda kills the fun of it. Alright, Chie, do that weird call again.
Not if you're gonna call it weird.
People are beginning to stare. I don't think we should stay like this much longer.
My hand's getting kinda sweaty.
Sheesh. Fine then. It's all yours, Sensei.
Okay, then say woohoo.
You don't need to explain it again. Sheesh, then I'll say it. Here goes. We did our best.
Woohoo! Woohoo indeed. But with everyone's help, we were able to lift the fog enclosing the town. And not only that, stop Adachi, the true culprit, for everything that's happened. In a way, it's bittersweet that it's all over, but for the best, as with the truth being reached, the Judgment Arcana has reached its max. Yosuke asks, aren't you supposed to do this before you start something? Not after it's over? Chie, surprised, asks, huh? Who cares? Yukio starts having her laughing fit, and this time it was contagious, as we all laughed with her, but with that, the battle has finally came to an end. The one behind everything has withdrawn, and the fog enclosing the town has been lifted. And now, well, it's time to enjoy the festive season. December 23rd, a super uneventful day. During the evening, the day before Christmas Eve, I got a message. It was from Chie asking if she can see me tomorrow. It's Xmas Eve, you know, and I decided that it would be nice to spend it with her. So I responded yes, and plans have been set for tomorrow, so I head to bed. December 24th. The evening came, and I invited Chie to come to my house for a romantic evening on Christmas Eve. We had a cake and everything. Chie admits that she's kind of nervous because she's never spent a Christmas like this, and she's kind of amazed too. Here she is, spending Christmas with me. And she didn't even know me last year, but now we're here together, and she feels happy, you know? Come on, say something. I'm making her all embarrassed. She seems to be enjoying Christmas with me despite how shy she is, but she tells me that the cake looks delicious, adding it was a good choice, and says this is from me. She gave me a fluffy muffler. They look cute, and Chie says that she's sure that it will look good on me. She bought it, but she wants to challenge herself and make one with her own two hands next year. I'd honestly love to see her do that. She adds that she wants to celebrate Christmas next year with me too. I say, of course, looking forward to it, which left Chie only to blush, saying, heh. And we had a wonderful Christmas Eve together. Chie saw the time and says that it's this late already? You know, she told her parents that she'll be at Yukiko's place tonight. They won't be worried if she's with Yukiko. Plus, we've done lots of sleepovers at her place and her place before, so yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Of course I do. As she tells me to wipe that grin off my face, calling me stupid. And Christmas Eve continued. December 25th. Christmas is here and we went to the Jeunesse food court like usual. With the sun beaming down on the small town, Yosuke says so the case is closed for reals this time. Naoto thinks we should safely leave the rest of the police. Adachi has confessed his crime, so she's sure Namatame's presumed guilt will be re-examined as well. Chie responds that she sees, then that really wraps it up. Recently asks Teddie, what's he gonna do now? You're not gonna go back over there, are you? Kanji tells him that he better not, you dumb bear. You don't know how much you worried us last time. If what Amano Sagiri was saying, that I don't think he can, Kanji. But Teddie tells us that he won't suddenly disappear like that again. Yosuke replies, damn straight you won't. Man, just stay here, alright? I suddenly get a phone call. Oh, it's from Dojima. He says that it's him telling me the good news. It looks like they're letting Nanako come home for a bit. Well, there's my Christmas gift from the world. Dojima continues that she's awake again, and she's got some good amount of strength back too. All goes well, she might be able to leave the hospital for the time being. And as for him, they said he just needed to see the doctor regularly, so he plans to come home with Nanako today, apologizing that he had to stick me with all the housework. He'll make it up for it somehow. Anyways, he'll see me later, hanging up. I told everyone the good news that made everyone ecstatic. Yuki asking first, really? Nanako-chan's coming home? She's so happy for her. Teddie is too, saying that he's really glad the fog's gone over here because everyone tried so hard. And now Nana-chan's gotten better? Rise adds that Nanako tried hard too. She's such an amazing girl. As she started to cry, Teddie cries too as they hug in each other's embrace. Yosuke lets out that, seriously? Thank heavens that she's okay. I nod to agree as they continue to cry as they suddenly stop as Rise uppercuts Teddie, asking, were you touching? Teddie lets out a pained grunt as we all laugh except for those two involved. Chie says that there's one thing for certain, it's party time. Let's throw a big Christmas party for Nanako-chan. Teddie says, a party you say? He's sure Nana-chan would be delighted. Yukio agrees, saying, we'll need a cake then. Yosuke and Kanji are left surprised. Yosuke asking, guys, please say you're not gonna. Rise says that they're gonna make one. Oh no. Chie says, of course we're gonna make one. Oh no. And Yukio says that she's already researched the ingredients. Ah, please stop. Yosuke tells him to wait a sec. Whoa there, that's way too tall of an order for you guys. Chie, not listening, says, let's go to the grocery department. Come on, Naoto-kun, you too. She responds that she's never baked a cake before. Yukio says, don't worry, neither have we. Ah, we're fucking bowed, man. But eventually, night came. We were all talking. Nanako comments that the kotatsu is so warm. Teddie says that this is the fabled kotatsu. Nanako admits that she was really looking forward to get the new kotatsu together. Dojima says that she talked about it all the time in the hospital. Nanako needs to go back for a full checkup early next year. But if they don't find anything wrong, they'll immediately let her go. Nanako is a tad sad, saying that she wished she'd gotten better sooner. We would have been able to buy the kotatsu together, apologizing. I tell her not to worry about it. She says, okay, next time, let's go together. Sounds good to me, Nanako. Suddenly, death seems to be coming. As Chie apologizes for the wait, Yosuke comments that, oh no, the Christmas edition of Mystery Food X is about to be served. Kanji says to bring it on. He's ready. Got his insurance card and everything. Suddenly, it's brought out and it looks nice, but looks can be deceiving. Nanako comments that it's a cake. Dojima says that, hey, this is bigger than he imagined. Kanji tells Nanako to wait, he'll be the first one to. Too late, she's already took a bite. Kanji cries out, no! I can feel the same, but Nanako says this is delicious. That shocked us. But she tells us it's really good. Yosuke says that it can't be. No. She lost all sense of taste? Could be, but better to taste and see for ourselves. She's right. Though it's like nothing I've tasted before. Yosuke asks them if they've really made this. Chie replies that, of course they did. Yuga asks, does it taste like something? Rise hopes it's not hot. Is it? Asking Kanji how it is. Kanji says that, how do I say this? It's amazing. Chie boldly says that, you know what they say of the true talent not needing to show off? Turns out they had the good taste in cooking after all. But Naoto says that was their third attempt. I really don't want to taste the other two then. Teddie says to Yosuke that Chie-chan and the others really are talented chefs. 3 stars for sure. Yosuke's just flabbergasted that it actually tastes good, saying, wait, he hasn't already passed out, did he? This isn't a dream, right? I can punch you if you'd like to see, man. But it seemed that Teddie had a gift for Nanako, showing a honestly cute Teddie plush, saying, a Christmas present for you. She takes it, commenting that it looks just like him. Teddie admits that he wishes he could have made it just look a little bit better, but he thought it would keep her company at the hospital. Oh, and it's made from 100% pure Teddie fur. He's a guy who's about using all natural materials. The Jima says, isn't that nice of him, Nanako? But he's just baffled, wondering what Teddie fur is. She nods to agree with her father, thanking Teddie. He's beaming with joy as they talk. Dojima says he wants to thank us all again. Adachi confessed to the 2 murders. He insisted it was him who hung the bodies too. There are still things that are unclear about the story, but he's likely gonna pay for his crimes. Anyway, this was one strange case. If what you said about a world inside the TV was true, then everything might make sense, though he still doesn't believe it. Some things in this world just can't be explained. Like Nanako. She made a miraculous recovery, and now she's as healthy as ever. Back in the day, his own senpai on the force told him something. There's an underside to everything that you can never see. This case made him think about a lot of things. We've helped him so much. It was meant to be the other way around, really. There isn't much time left until spring, but he hopes he can do some catching up until then. That shocked everyone since, yeah, it's true, there's only 3 more months until I head home. That reminded Chie that I'm only here until spring, huh? Rise asks, I'm going back? Naoto admits that it won't be the same without me. Teddie, confused, asking if I'm going somewhere. Well, it's inevitable. My parents will get mad if I don't, so I say I'll stay in your hearts. Kanji says that's one hell of a cliche. But the hell with it. He's not gonna go against a line like that. But the rest of the team are sad. Yosuke says that, come on, spring's a long ways off, right? Let's have all the fun we can until then. Dojima replies, hey, don't get too carried away. His sister would kill him if I got held back a year. Yosuke likes that idea since I wouldn't have to go back, huh? Rise likes that idea as well since she'd be in the same grade as me. I joke and I say that I want to go back now. But with that, we continue the festive cheer, and the night came to an end. Dojima gave me a Christmas costume. Apparently it was from the festival they were going to have at the police station. But what a great Christmas. December 26. Another day with an actual sky instead of a gloomy fog. Yosuke ran up to me saying my name, adding that, man, yesterday was great. We haven't had that much fun in a while. And there's no case to worry about anymore either. Let's just keep hanging out and having fun until the next year, okay? Oh, that reminds me. Did you see the weather forecast? It looks like it's gonna rain tonight. I asked Yosuke about the Midnight Channel, and Yosuke replies that it's been on his mind too, since we bet that Amano Sagiri thing. The case should really be closed, right? He's a little skeptical, and tells me that I should check the TV too if I have time. Sounds like a good idea, man. As I agree to do that, heading to school. And in class, Kashiwagi gives us the end-of-term pleasantries, telling us there's an assembly at the gym, and about some new coach he got. I don't really care. But with that all done and dusted for the year, school is done. Heading home. The gym tells me that it's been getting cold lately. You're not catching a cold or anything, right? It's not like the city here. You should wear another shirt over that. You'll want to talk to Dojima. Nanako says that the weather report said it was going to snow tomorrow. If it snows, the veggies will catch a cold. Dojima tells Nanako that she doesn't have to worry. Her big bro's gonna handle everything. So that's the vegetables don't get sick, right? That's right, though it's a shame I won't be able to get any more wool paprikas I'll likely never use. But anyways, I decided to call it for a night and wait for the midnight to come to see if there's anything on the Midnight Channel. Well, the TV seems to be blank. It truly is over. Yosuke calls me saying that he just got off the phone with Chie, asking if I have checked my TV. I said I did. Yosuke says that nothing came on, right? Like, there was no glow or anything. It's definitely raining outside, though. Does this mean the Midnight Channel is off the air? He's being serious here. Now that we beat that Amano Sagiri, the case is completely over, right? I say, that's right. He responds, awesome! Sorry, he didn't mean to hound me for an answer. He's just felt nervous. But it's finally sinking in. All of us together. We did it. Man, all these things are coming back to him. Like when he put me on the spot and asked me to be their leader. His laughs again, wondering why he's all worked up for. The others must all feel super happy right now too. He bets Chie is practically crying her eyes out. But alright, he'll call me again later. Seriously though. Thanks. With that, Yosuke hanged up. But now the chase had ended, and the Midnight Channel has seemed to have stopped broadcasting as well. The Midnight Channel will surely not come back again, as I decided to go to bed early. But man, I can't believe it's actually all over. The peaceful days pass by, and soon, December 31st arrives, the final day of the year. I got a text message from Yosuke, basically telling me to come to the shrine for New Year's Eve, and I don't see why not, as I grabbed my midwinter outfit and soon the evening arrived. I was waiting at the shrine. I'm surprised Kanji wasn't waiting for us since he lived so close. But he came flying out of his door, apologizing for keeping me waiting. He looks confused when he noticed it was just me, saying, "Seriously? This is the time we all decided on, isn't it?" He was watching TV at home, but it seemed like he fell asleep. When he woke up, the New Year's show, Toshi Koshi Kurutoshi, had already started, so he rushed out here. Yosuke and Teddie came running, apologizing for being late, but Teddie says that it was all Yosuke's fault, but I say that it's alright. Teddie says that, "Aw, you're such a good man." Okay, buddy. But Yosuke realizes what he said, replying, "Me? It was 100% your fault." He seemed a little panicked. I assumed it was his fault by that, but Yosuke is still apologizing for making me wait. He had an emergency at work. Everyone had to refill all the lucky draw bags. They just finished a second ago because a certain someone just crammed a bunch of stuff into the bags without checking any of the prices. Teddie looks away, whistling to himself, as Yosuke says, "I'm talking about you. Ah, you little..." But Teddie changes the topic, asking, "Where's Nacho-chan and her dad?" Kanji tells him that they can't come out in the cold like this, you doofus. Dojima-san and Nanako-chan just got temporarily released from the hospital for the holidays. They aren't healed yet. I nod to agree with what Kanji said, confirming it as Teddie says, "Well, then where's everyone else? Why are only the guys here? Don't tell me, is this gonna be some lame guys' night celebration?" No lovely girls?" Yosuke replies with a "Hell no! But man, they're late. They should have gotten here a while ago." Kanji wonders if they're all gonna meet up at Yukiko's house first. You know, like, to put on their kimonos? That statement shocked us. Teddie asked, "Kimonos? Did you hear that, sensei? Kimonos!" Nah, we're flying too close to the sun, and I told Teddie that. Yosuke agrees, saying that we don't know anything, don't get all worked up for kimonos yet, Teddie. But he's just beaming, saying, "Kimonos! He might go into Kodiak arrest." Yosuke's left disgruntled, just saying, this guy. But he thought about it a little more, saying that Reset in a kimono would be quite a sight. Whoa, maybe Naoto's in one too. Okay, now he's getting a little... The men are hyping themselves up as they finally arrive in a quite formal winter attire. Not the kimonos they were drooling over in their heads. Chie apologizes for the wait. Rise tells us that they went to go buy heating packs and ended up running late. Naoto also apologizes, but the men whose expectations were not met are left to be quiet. Chie asks what's with the non-reaction. Teddie, letting his anger show, stomps the ground saying, "What? Where are your kimonos?" The girls are left to say, why would we be in a kimono? We aren't going to be out for long enough to bother with putting one on. Yosuke says, "See, that's what I thought. I told you all that from the beginning." Listen, man, I wasn't the one dreaming something like that would happen. But Chie says, "My ears! You got your hopes up on your own. Don't take it out on us." Rise tells Yosuke that a girl has to save her best outfits for moments that count the most. Yosuke is confused, asking if a kimono is one of the girl's best outfits. Wait, are you implying that they're out of our league? Yukio flatly responds that she wasn't implying. Rise agrees, "Speak for yourselves," but Kanji just responds that his heart just froze over. But Nato asks us that shouldn't we be more mindful of the time? If we don't hurry, we'll have to do the countdown here at the entrance. Yosuke realizes the time and says, "Oh no, we're gonna miss the 2-year shrine visit." Rise is ecstatic, admitting that this is her first time being with friends on midnight of New Year's Day. Yukio adds that she's always spent with everyone in the inn until last year. And Chie admits that she's glad we were all able to celebrate today here peacefully. We all nodded to agree as Yosuke says, "Alright everyone, let's get going." And we head inside to see the spectacle to finish off this long eventful year.
Staying still makes me cold.
They're handing out Amazaki over there.
Not till New Year's.
Hey, how long till next year?
Oh, it's almost time.
Okay! 5, 4,
3,
2, 1! Happy New Year!
I'm glad we're here together.
New Year's here!
Finally, the New Year's
Let's make this year a great
Happy New Year,
This
both
year
of you.
too, partner.
Thank you.
It's not your celebration.
No, none for you, Rise.
What?
And the same goes for you, Yukiko.
Come on, just let it go.
Oh, it's snowing!
Wow.
Oh.
I told you it was cold.
Do you think the snow will pile up?
This is what they call a white New Year's, huh?
No one calls it that.
It's a new year, but you're still Morangi.
What?
Morangi. Oh.
Hey, what are you nodding for?
Morangi!
Shut up!
With 2011 finishing, the second part of the trilogy is complete. I want to say once again, thank you so much for watching, and if you are interested, the next one should be coming out tomorrow and will be linked in the title card or the description. And also on my second channel, Metaphor ReFantazio Diary will be starting on June 2nd, and that's all I've got. See you later.